In the Mediterranean region south of the Atlas Mountains, amidst the desolate expanse of the Sahara Desert, a shadow traverses the unforgiving sands, each step taken with utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice, the cold glint of murderous intent unyielding in the heat. To chase you all the way from Melbourne. Your black prison truly resembles a pack of ravenous wolves, relentlessly pursuing me. The shadow pauses, gasping for breath, clutching its shoulder with a cold smirk. By Wu Chang. Hey, Wu Chang has been slain by us in Melbourne. Alone, you cannot hope to withstand the might of our esteemed black prison. As the saying goes in your Chinese tongue, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Surrender this glass item belonging to the Manroland family of the European Union. From beneath the sandy surface, 9 figures emerge, 9 imposing black men clad in dark jackets and sunglasses, each towering at nearly 2 meters, armed with advanced AS-4 imported firearms. The leader, a burly man known as He Xiong, steps forward, displaying a gleaming white smile, his eyes flickering with cunning. He Xiong, the black prison has sent you to ambush me. It seems your organization is nearing its end. If you desire this glass item, perhaps you should inquire whether my fists consent to it. With sudden force, the man sinks his feet into the sand, kicking up a storm of grains as he snakes his way towards the 9 men. His left hand forms a fist, while his right gleams with silver light, catching them off guard. In a mere 3 blinks, 1 man collapses to the ground, the speed so swift that the others are left with no time to draw their weapons, even to pull the trigger. The leader, the man called He Xiong, suddenly roars with fury. By Wu Chang, you are courting death. What a predicament. A lion's roar. The lion's roar, a technique derived from Shaolin martial arts, echoes in the air. The man, having practiced national martial arts for years, is well versed in various schools of thought. He never expected He Xiong to wield such a technique. Most assassins from the black prison he had previously encountered were skilled in the art of killing, but had little knowledge of martial arts. Bai Wu Chang, I initially intended to capture you. Your Chinese spirit of defiance is truly loathsome. He Wu Chang was the same, and now you waste your life for the sake of a mission. You know the power of the lion's roar better than anyone. With your snake fist and bagua palm, you pose no threat to me, the burly man bellows. Are you done with your ramblings? The man retorts disdainfully. Life in this world is not about clinging to a surplus of existence. Everyone has their aspirations. And for those of us in this line of work, our goals far exceed mere survival, for that is the essence of our existence. Be cautious. He Xiong warns, both alarmed and enraged. The man brandishes a silver dagger, lunging at He Xiong, wrapping one arm around his neck as gun barrels are aimed at him, mercilessly ready to fire. Bang! Bang! As the gunfire erupts, the remaining 7 sheath their weapons, gazing at the injured man on the ground. The most detestable are always the Chinese, wasting my bulletproof vest. He Xiong growls, seizing the man's body and slamming it to the ground. He gestures for the others to search him, but as they prepare, none notice the cold, faint smile curling at the corner of the fallen man's lips. With a sudden explosion, a mushroom-shaped firework bursts across the Sahara Desert. Ding, ding, ding. Empire. He Xiong, mission failure. Ding, ding, ding. Celestial Empire. By He Wu Chang. Mission failure. Why? Every single time ends in failure, no matter how much effort I exert tenfold. 100-fold more than others. Why can I not win just once? I merely wish to prove that even without ninjutsu or illusion techniques, I can still become an exceptional ninja. Why? With a frustrated roar, the youth Li Luoka collapses in agony. At some unknown moment, a beam of white light descends from the sky, piercing through the boundless void. Entering Li Luoka's brow. In this muddled world, 2 streams of white light converge, chaotic yet profound. As the boy's consciousness becomes hazy, mirroring the arriving light with the path of heaven, still holding a glimmer of hope, the 2 streams of light draw closer, eventually merging, filled with the discontent of fate's mockery. Their essences become one. Under the wooden stake, Li Luoka lies undisturbed through the night, with no one aware of the events that transpired, as if the vastness of the world had no end. Hey, Li, why are you lying here? You haven't slept here all night, have you? Hey. A girl dressed in traditional Chinese attire, Tian, appears flustered, calling out to the boy on the ground. Perhaps exerting herself too much, Liloaka finally lets out a groan and slowly opens his eyes, which now hold a profound darkness, devoid of the fervor and clarity of yore. Tian's heart leaps with joy at seeing Li awaken, but as their eyes lock, an unspoken terror envelopes her, causing her to stagger back, trembling as she sits on the ground. Li, what has happened to you? Tian can never forget this moment. Is this still little Li? What kind of eyes are those? She is unsure of what it signifies. She is merely an 11-year-old girl, untouched by battle, yet fear grips her, leaving her trembling. Is this still little Li? Liloaka rises slowly, and upon steadying himself, utters words that leave Tian questioning his sanity. What a miraculous occurrence. Ha ha! After his laughter subsides, Liloaka collapses once more. Teacher Kai, this is bad. Little Li is sick. With that, he bolts from the training ground. Chapter 2. The Significance of Rebirth. Doctor, is my little Li all right? Is he okay? A man clad in a green striped outfit, with thick eyebrows seemingly ready to explode, tightly grasped a female nurse, his voice rife with agitation. Kai, if you continue like this, I might have to report you for harassment, the nurse replied, her scalp prickling with irritation at Kai's neurotic behavior. Teacher Kai, please listen to the nurse. Another individual, Tian, complained while prying Kai's hands away. All right, I apologize. Nurse, my beloved disciple, little Li, is he truly fine? There's nothing serious. He has likely just overexerted himself during training. He should awaken after a good sleep, the nurse responded, casting a disdainful glance at Kai. Having worked in the hospital for quite some time, she had heard of Kai's notorious reputation as a training fanatic, and little Li, lying in the bed, was a prime example of his obsessive training. The nurse, with a hint of intent, added, if he wakes up, he'll need some time to rest, preferably a week. If you truly care for your disciple, you should heed my advice. Yes, the nurse is right. I will listen to you. I will ensure little Li rests well. Thank you. Kai kept his head down, repeatedly thanking her. The nurse paid him no further heed and exited the ward. Hey, Teacher Kai. She has already left. Tian sighed, pondering whether having such a mentor was a blessing or a curse. Has she gone? Oh dear, my beloved little Li. Are you all right? He cried out dramatically, shaking the bed where little Li lay. Teacher Kai, little Li needs rest. How can he recuperate with you making such a racket? Do you wish for him to recover or not? Tian snapped, marching to the bedside and pushing Kai aside, glaring at him with fiery eyes. I was too agitated. I'm sorry. All right, let us leave for now and allow little Li to rest. We still have a D-rank mission to assist in finding the lost precious kimono, and since Ningxi is alone on the task, we should hurry over. Oh right. Kai slapped his forehead, revealing a bright smile as he turned to Tian. Time is of the essence. We must complete the mission swiftly. Youth is meant to be passionate. With that, Kai vanished in an instant. Sighing, Tian followed suit, leaving the ward. As the crowd departed, little Li, a transformed little Li, opened his eyes. He had heard their conversation. Everything felt like a dream, astonishing him. Yet, recalling various memories and absorbing the essence of Liloak's past, he felt a sense of clarity. Is fate playing tricks on me? A world from an anime truly exists? Am I dreaming, or have I genuinely traversed realms? Pinching his own face, he felt the sting of flesh, a reminder that he was awake, and this was reality. The heavens have not forsaken me. I have been granted entry into such an intriguing world. Ha. Bai Wuchang, a member of a notorious assassin group, had undergone rigorous and brutal training since childhood, mastering various martial arts. In Bai Wuchang's memories, there were once 100 trainees. But upon becoming a true assassin and martial arts master, only 2 remained, himself and Hai Wuchang. The training for assassins was perpetually dark and ruthless. Living in that world, Bai Wuchang constantly pondered the meaning of his existence. In the moment of his demise alongside a black bear, he seemed to witness the shadow of his life's journey, a ghostly figure treading through darkness, devoid of kinship, love, only 4 words resonating: obey orders. I am no longer the person I once was. My memories and thoughts have evolved into something new. This is a fresh life, a new self. This world shall be my sanctuary, a place for me to seek my intrinsic value. Bai Wuchang experienced an epiphany. The moment of death is the most precious time for enlightenment. Now reborn, he need no longer squander his life on futile tasks. His existence now bears dual significance. Even without ninjutsu or illusion techniques, I can still become an exceptional ninja. In pursuit of my value, I shall ascend to the pinnacle and gaze upon the world. I vow to realize your dreams. I, Bai Wuchang, shall never owe anyone anything. You may rest in peace. A faint glimmer of white light sparked in his mind, swirling before gradually dissipating into the depths of his consciousness. Descending from the hospital bed, donning a white training uniform, Lilac had yet to adopt Akai's green attire or sport that ridiculous hairstyle. This thought brought Bai Wuchang solace. Had he truly dressed like that, he would have felt utterly mortified. From now on, I shall no longer be Bai Wuchang, but rather Little Li. As he stepped out of the ward, brisk footsteps approached. A female nurse looked at him, anxious. Little Li, you need to rest. You cannot roam about freely. Little Li smiled gently. The service attitude of the doctors in this world is truly commendable. He assumed a serious expression on his youthful face. I'm fine, it's merely fatigue. Rest assured. I'm just heading home and want to engage in training or missions. Really? The nurse appeared unconvinced. Indeed, why would I deceive you, nurse sister? He gazed earnestly at her, causing her cheeks to flush, warmth flooding her face. What is happening? Why am I feeling this way for an 11-year-old child? No. His eyes are so mature, so captivating. Well, all right then. Just remember not to overexert yourself. Your health is paramount. It takes 100 days to heal from injuries. You've merely overtrained. While it hasn't reached the point of injury, you mustn't push yourself further. Your hands and feet are already calloused. If the load is too great and your calluses burst, your body will collapse. Remember, do not overstrain. The nurse repeatedly cautioned him, and Little Li nodded cheerfully, expressing his gratitude politely. Okay, I will assist you with the discharge paperwork. Be sure to listen and rest well at home. Yes, I will. Thank you, nurse sister. Although he harbored a deep-seated aversion to RB in his past life, having even slaughtered many factions in Tokyo alongside Hai Wuchang, this was due to the orders of his organization and the circumstances of the nation. This world is not RB. It consists of 5 great nations. While it bears similarities to RB, it is not the same realm. And there are still many enviable things in this world. After acquiring the paperwork, Little Li exited the hospital, observing the bustling streets filled with children at play. One child, in particular, caught his eye, short golden hair, his face adorned with scribbles, running wildly with a brush dipped in black ink, followed by a boy who appeared utterly disheartened. A chubby child, and finally, a kid with a small dog perched atop his head. The 12 young ninjas of Konoha are still in ninja school. It seems they are ahead of my expectations. There should still be a year until they graduate and are assigned to their respective classes. The future world promises to be captivating. During his previous life, Naruto had swept the globe while he was still in that world. Even as an assassin, he would occasionally skim through episodes out of boredom, ultimately witnessing the conclusion. While he only retained the general storyline up to the midpoint, the latter parts were but fleeting glimpses, as it was merely a pastime. Nevertheless, those fleeting images remained etched in his mind. As an assassin, possessing a formidable memory is paramount. Without such a sharp mind, one might not even realize how they perished. Ignoring the children's antics and the figure of Irika chasing after them, he continued on his way, guided by the route etched in his memory. Young Li finally discovered his abode. Rather than a home, it resembled a mere refuge. An orphan, he lost his parents during the tumultuous Nine Tails incident 11 years ago, when he was but a year old. Naturally, the responsibility of providing solace to the families of fallen ninjas rested upon the shoulders of the Hokage. From the ages of 1 to 5, Li was predominantly raised in an orphanage. It was only upon reaching school age that he was allocated a meager shelter. A modest gesture of goodwill from the Hokage, who also waived his tuition fees entirely. Chapter 3. The Evolution of National Martial Arts as the night enveloped the room. Xiao Li sat on his bed, contemplating the intricate power system of the world of Naruto. In this realm, chakra serves as the fundamental source of strength, akin to the internal energy depicted in martial arts novels. However, unlike internal energy, which is confined to the dantian, chakra flows through every meridian in the body. It emanates from the dantian, augmenting both physical power and endurance. The synergy between chakra and ninjutsu is remarkably profound, yet, despite possessing a mastery of national martial arts and martial insights, Shaoli remains oblivious to the principles of ninjutsu, rendering it an enigma, a divine force in his eyes. Shaoli, who cannot even perform ninjutsu, recognizes that mastering it requires not only chakra, but also memory. In this regard, Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the series, surpasses him considerably. Though Naruto may appear clumsy and scatterbrained, he possesses an unexpected depth, and through sheer determination, he has managed to learn an A-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. While luck and the protagonist's aura play a role, his efforts are undeniably commendable. When comparing the diligence of both individuals, one achieves mastery in ninjutsu while the other excels in taijutsu, simply due to their divergent paths of study. Originally, Shaoli was not incapable of learning ninjutsu. However, under the tutelage of Guy, he devoted all his energy to taijutsu, only acquiring the three-body technique and some fundamental chakra control. It is vital to understand that the mainstream in this world leans toward ninjutsu and jinjutsu, rather than taijutsu. What if taijutsu were to be combined with national martial arts? A knowing smile graced Shaoli's face. In his previous life, he practiced both snake fist and bagua, reaching the pinnacle of hidden strength. With his bones radiating latent power, he transcended many of his peers in the martial arts community, with only He Wuchang being a worthy match. Regrettably, he lacked the fortune to traverse into this world. Shaoli prepared to summarize. Lee Rock's prowess in taijutsu is undoubtedly on par with Guy's. However, the taijutsu of this world does not delve deeply into the essence of martial arts. Much remains superficial, failing to reach the depths of understanding. While Guy's taijutsu is formidable, culminating in an astonishing display of power against Uchiha Madara while utilizing the 8 gates, it is a forbidden technique, not a product of innate strength. Were it not for Naruto's timely intervention, Guy would likely have perished. Martial arts emphasizes enlightenment and realms. Power and speed may be seen as the left path. Yet, despite this classification, one cannot entirely dismiss the formidable combat potential of the left path within this world. Guy serves as a prime example. For Shaoli to integrate national martial arts into taijutsu, he must begin with the left path. Currently, the strength of his inner power has diminished, necessitating a fresh start. However, the might of this body far exceeds his expectations. It is truly remarkable. Even with the robust physique he possessed in his previous life, he cannot compare to Shaoli's current strength at the tender age of 11. He has cultivated hidden strength, his bones as sturdy as steel. Yet that pertains to the skeletal structure rather than muscle. The current muscular layer is beyond his imagination. Chakra serves not merely as a source of power, but also facilitates medical ninjutsu, rendering it almost miraculous. Subsequently, Shaoli succumbed to slumber, for this body required rest and recovery. His limbs ached, and while reaching the peak of hidden strength is not insurmountable, martial arts demand a balance between rigorous training and adequate rest. Awakened by a cacophony the following morning, Shaoli opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and stretched his limbs with a series of punches and kicks, leaping lightly. What a splendid day it is. He opened the window to inhale the fresh air, instantly feeling invigorated. This tranquility, though superficial, is enviable in the peaceful village of Konoha. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform, Shaoli washed up and exited the shelter, making his way to the designated meeting point. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, yet Guy, Tintin, and Niji Hyuga had yet to arrive. The fruits of labor are most bountiful in the early hours. To ascend to the zenith of hidden strength, his physical conditioning had already surpassed previous limits, be it in stance or endurance. The realm of mastery remains intact. Once attained, it persists unless one truly perishes, returning to nothingness. The focus of his practice today would be snake fist and bagua. Reflecting on bagua, Shaoli exhibited a complex expression. Niji Hyuga's gentle fist is also based on Bagua Zong, yet the two styles are worlds apart. The Hyuga clan's technique integrates the Byakugan, a bloodline limit, into their practice. Morning training should not entail excessive exertion. Although he consumed a light breakfast prior, he understood the importance of cultivating martial arts for the long haul. Rather than seeking immediate results, practicing snake fist requires a harmonious blend of opening and closing, balancing softness with firmness, with the upper body as supple as soft clay and the lower limbs agile and responsive. As he commenced the ancient snake fist sequence, Shaoli allowed his rigid posture to soften, embodying the principle of yielding and complementing strength. He moved gracefully, circling within a 5-meter radius, executing swift strikes aimed at vital points, his hands flowing like the movements of a dragon or snake. After 2 rounds of snake fist, he was drenched in sweat, his white robe thoroughly soaked. He struggled to harness hidden strength through vocal assistance. The coordination of fist and body transcends mere display. It is not an exhibition. True martial arts focus on efficacy. Hidden strength is intrinsic power. When it comes to genuine Chinese martial arts, only national martial arts possess a semblance of shadow, with hidden strength serving as the true measure of a practitioner's prowess. Regardless of the depth of one's realm, without the corresponding hidden strength, all efforts are in vain. However, managing 2 rounds of practice exceeded his expectations. He initially presumed he would tire after one. At 7 o'clock, after an hour of practicing snake fist, it was time for Bagua Zong. Also known as the walking Bagua, it emphasizes palm techniques and footwork, with continuous transformations in both. After another session, his earlier vigor evaporated. As Shaoli rested on the ground, a peculiar sound echoed in the distance, resembling a pig's squeal. My dear disciple Shaoli, I am astounded that you would risk your health to train. As your mentor, I am utterly ashamed. To atone, I shall punish myself by doing 50 laps around Konoha while inverted. Shaoli felt a wave of exasperation as he beheld Guy, who had appeared out of nowhere, his face a comical blend of tears and snot, as if struck by lightning. Huff, huff. My beloved disciple, your dedication truly moves me, seeing you drenched in sweat. I know you must have arisen early. To alleviate your solitary morning, I shall join you in training right away. Come, Shaoli, let us run around Konoha. Just then, a crow flew overhead. Cough, cough. Guy-sensei, you've returned. Shaoli has just been discharged from the hospital and needs rest. How can he undertake strenuous exercise? Let him recuperate first. That is paramount. Have you forgotten the nurse's advice? Tintin's voice rang out from afar, her expression filled with discontent. Following her was Niji Hyuga, gazing at Shaoli with an air of indifference and disdain. Guy-sensei, I am fine now. I can train. Gone was the fervor of the past, replaced by a bland statement. Instantly, Tintin retorted, What do you mean you can train? Your body has yet to recover. Didn't the nurse instruct you to rest for a week, Shaoli? The weather is exceedingly vexing. It is indeed disheartening to be hindered by those who lag behind. Chapter 4. Coordination of Body and Power. Tian was at a loss for words, fearful that Shaoli would disregard his injuries and engage in combat with Ningxi. Although the outcome would be the same, she still hoped that Shaoli could let go of his grievances. Considering Ningxi was a prodigy while he was merely the bottom of the class. In the past, Shaoli might have acted impulsively, but he had matured. He now possessed the reasoning of an adult. Have you ever seen an adult bothered by the unreasonable tantrums of a child? Absolutely not. They would merely chuckle and move on. Ignoring Ningxi's remarks, he addressed Mike Guy. Teacher, can we commence our training now? Oh, Shaoli, you have moved me deeply. Let our youth ignite now, boundless and free. Mike Guy completely disregarded the nurse's admonitions. Now, let us run 10 laps around Konoha. Tian and Ningxi will do 10, while I, as your teacher, shall do 20. Whoever finishes last must climb that mountain. He pointed to a distant peak. His chest puffed out as he proclaimed this. Clang. He revealed his pearly whites. Teacher, you are being unreasonable with your rules. Let the training begin. With a swish, Mike Guy vanished from sight. Shaoli glanced at Tian, then at Ningxi, and began to run. I really can't believe those two. Ningxi, Aren't you going to run? Let the dull ones do the tedious tasks. I have my own training methods. With that, he ventured alone into the forest. Tian, feeling lost, looked around before eventually starting to run in Mike Guy's direction. Mike Guy's training regimen was straightforward, continuously enhancing physical fitness. Running, regardless of speed, demanded a certain level of coordination. Mike Guy's pace was swift, and soon he was out of sight. Shaoli pondered for a moment and gradually quickened his own steps. Just as he was about to accelerate, he heard Tian's voice behind him. Shaoli, wait for me. Shaoli hesitated, surprised that Tian had caught up. And to his astonishment, she was even faster than him. In the blink of an eye, they were side by side. Shaoli, are you truly all right? She inquired earnestly. Shaoli merely nodded, then quickened his pace again, widening the gap between them. Hey, Shaoli. Seriously, they're all like this. It's infuriating. Frustrated, Tian complained as she watched them disappear from sight, prompting her to accelerate once more. Konoha village was not small, and after 10 laps, it was already nearing 3 in the afternoon, a feat accomplished at a remarkable speed. Sitting on the ground, he removed his white training uniform and wrung out the sweat. Wait a moment, at Mike Guy's speed, he should have finished by now. Could it be? Turning to look at the mountain Mike Guy had indicated that morning, he spotted a dark figure slowly ascending. Such diligence. However, the cost of such effort is steep. Without proper conditioning of the body's functions, once one surpasses 40, the body begins to deteriorate, plagued by immense pain and the torment of ailments day and night. This body was somewhat better off. His training had only just begun, and the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Hey, Shaoli. Huff. Tian bent over, panting heavily. After 10 laps, she was struggling, especially since she hadn't eaten much that morning. Now, at 3 in the afternoon, her stomach was empty, leaving her with barely enough energy to speak. Are you all right, Tian? He approached her, supporting her as she sat on the ground. Initially, he wanted her to take a few steps to rest, but judging by her state, she seemed too exhausted to even talk. I'm starving. Teacher Mike Guy is unbelievable. He always does this. What is the point of this training? It would be better to teach us some ninjutsu. Tian continued to grumble. Tian. Teacher Mike Guy has his own teaching methods. This training is essential for enhancing physical fitness. Even with powerful ninjutsu, lacking corresponding physical skills puts one at a disadvantage in battle. Moreover, the demands for physical skills are not as stringent as for ninjutsu. Enhancing physical abilities not only improves strength and speed, but also fortifies mental awareness, consequently boosting chakra. Shaoli reminded her. Tian stared at Shaoli with wide eyes, as though she had discovered a new world. Is this really the Shaoli I know? He seems transformed. Even his way of speaking has changed. Shaoli, you're not running a fever, are you? Is your illness still lingering? She touched Shaoli's forehead. Then her own. I'm not feverish. What is wrong with you? You're making such sensible statements. I didn't even know these things. Did teacher Mike Guy secretly teach you while I was with Ning Ci? Her skeptical gaze made Shaoli chuckle wryly. These are merely common sense. The knowledge acquired at the Ninjutsu Academy is not without merit. The foundational elements have been refined through generations. It's just that children often fail to grasp their significance. Tian, you might want to review the books from our school days. Although they cover the basics, those basics are often the most crucial. No matter how formidable a ninja may be, they all start from the fundamentals. When did you become so studious? Aren't you the bottom of the class? How can someone who doesn't even know ninjutsu read those books? Teacher Mike Guy must be secretly coaching you. She responded with a teasing huff. Belief or disbelief is up to you. With that, Shaoli chose not to elaborate further. After all, have you ever witnessed an adult trying to reason with a child? It is a fruitless endeavor. Enough of this. Let us eat. Eat. I didn't bring lunch, nor do I have money to treat you. The mention of money caused Shaoli to feel suddenly overwhelmed. The hospital bills had drained his funds, and Mike Guy had contributed nothing, leaving him somewhat speechless. I knew you wouldn't bring lunch. I prepared 4 servings this morning. With a displeased expression, Tian produced a scroll from behind her, unfurling it to reveal a large character for rice sealed within. With a puff of white smoke, 4 boxes of rice appeared. Initially taken aback, Xiaoli soon realized this was a form of space-time ninjutsu, also known as summoning technique. Summoning not only powerful beings for assistance, but also items from another realm through a scroll is an extraordinary technique. Even in his past life, attempts to control space-time through technology had invariably ended in failure. Tian, your abilities are remarkably convenient. Just as he finished speaking, Tian frowned, her temper flaring. I am not convenient. Don't talk to me about convenience. I am not at all convenient. With that, she angrily stormed into the forest, refusing to eat. Perhaps I misspoke. Xiaoli pondered, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 5. C-Rank Mission Returning to the Relief House. A day's training left Li somewhat fatigued. After a refreshing wash, he began to concentrate on refining his chakra. Although he lacked proficiency in ninjutsu and was clumsy even with the body flicker technique, the act of refining chakra was not about performing ninjutsu, but rather practicing precision with chakra. The higher the precision, the less unnecessary chakra would be wasted during its use. In the original narrative, Ebisu once remarked to Naruto Uzumaki that among those with the same ninjutsu, Sakura Haruno wasted the least chakra, while Naruto wasted the most. This disparity stemmed from their chakra precision. However, such remarks were only relevant to ordinary individuals. Naruto's chakra reserves were more than thrice that of an average ninja, and with the 9 tails sealed within him, his chakra was terrifyingly vast. Even the chakra he wasted was but a mere fraction of his overall capacity. The hand seals for refining chakra were not overly complex. Li had practiced them daily since his time in the Ninja Academy. Even if the original Li Rock was incredibly dull and lacked talent, some of the hand seal methods were deeply ingrained in his memory. 3 hours passed, and now it was time to focus on his martial arts. Xiaoli took a deep breath and set aside the hand seals to practice the breathing fist, a martial art from the Shaolin Temple aimed at cultivating health and regulating the body. This practice was derived from the 5-animal play created by Hua Ta. Those who taught martial arts would often impart this routine, which involved practicing it in the morning and before sleep at night. The breathing fist emphasized the harmony of breath, blowing into the kidneys, exhaling into the heart, sighing into the liver, inhaling into the lungs, and drawing energy into the spleen. The 3 burners were naturally aligned, with hands and palms flowing gracefully, feet gliding smoothly, and punches and steps harmonizing perfectly. I heard today we have a C-rank mission. How exhilarating. Those D-rank missions have been suffocating, exclaimed Tian. Xiaoli Ningxiai and Tian stood at the gates of Konoha, eagerly awaiting Might K to accept their mission. Tian excitedly complained about the D-rank missions they had undertaken for the past month, feeling increasingly frustrated. Hey, Xiaoli, what are you doing? Why does it look so awkward? Tian remarked, observing Xiaoli's indifference. Ningxiai was one thing. He was a genius, and it was normal for him to be aloof. However, Xiaoli's actions irritated her. While she spoke, Xiaoli remained expressionless, his hands moving rhythmically through the air, alternating between fists and palms while standing in a horse stance, his gaze fixated on his hands' movements. Occasionally, he closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Startled by Tian's interruption, Xiaoli lost his focus. He straightened his posture and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing." Practicing martial arts required tranquility and harmony of breath. The earlier disturbance had disrupted his composure, and now being called out by name made it even harder to concentrate. Forcing himself to practice the Bagua palm under such conditions would only lead to poor execution. Xiaoli, what is wrong with you? Ever since you were discharged from the hospital, you've been so quiet. Sometimes, I feel you're being mysterious. It's been 3 days. And you haven't challenged Ningxiai even once. You used to challenge him daily. Have you given up on surpassing him? Xiaoli remained silent. There was little to say to a child. Instead of engaging in idle chatter, he preferred to focus on strengthening his training, striving to generate the Ming energy as soon as possible. In this world of ninjas, safety was never guaranteed. It was fraught with peril, though such dangers paled in comparison to those he faced in his previous life. Ningxiai observed Xiaoli, feeling a mix of confusion. Over the past 3 days, Xiaoli had exhibited peculiar behavior, often lost in thought while moving his hands. At times, It seemed he was attempting to learn the gentle fist technique. But Ning Si quickly dismissed such notions. The gentle fist was not easily mastered. If it were, the Hyuga clan would not dominate Konoha and gain renown throughout the ninja world. To learn the gentle fist required to be a Kugan, and he sighed, recognizing that the world of the underdog was inherently different from his own. He cast a fleeting glance at Shaoli, who instantly sensed it, a certain state of awareness that allowed one to perceive their surroundings with acute clarity. Yet, he had not attained this level. The true mastery of perception belonged to those with the Byakugan. Though lacking this ability, he possessed a form of awareness that could be categorized into 3 levels: unaware, awakening, and instinctive avoidance. The earlier perception fell under the unaware category, while the awakening state enabled vigilance even in slumber, guarding against ambushes. The 3rd level, instinctive avoidance, was more esoteric. For instance, a person might feel a sense of unease before embarking on a journey, leading them to cancel their plans, only to later learn that a disaster had occurred in their intended destination. This was the essence of instinctive avoidance. Good news, everyone. Our next mission is a C-rank mission. Mike K appeared before the trio, flashing a bright smile filled with excitement. Hey, teacher, you told us yesterday that we'd be accepting a C-rank mission today. What is it? Tion asked, slightly exasperated. I had mentioned it earlier, haha. Now, listen closely. This mission is not simple. Shoo, let me explain. Mike K leaned in closer, forming a circle with Tion, Ning Si, and himself, whispering, today's mission is to assist a local innkeeper. His daughter has reportedly been abducted by bandits from the nearby mountain. Our task is to rescue the girl from these bandits and return safely. Bandits? Tion shuddered, recalling tales of ruthless marauders known for their mercilessness, sending chills down her spine. Don't worry too much. We're just going to rescue her. We don't have to engage in a fight with the bandits, Ning Si reassured, his first words directed at Shaoli, a slight smile forming on his lips. Teacher, if the mission is solely about rescuing, does that not put us in a passive position? Shaoli responded calmly. Having endured countless missions in his past life, he had never failed, save for an ambush from the Black Prison. He was well aware that true missions transcended mere words on paper. They unfolded through action. Lord Hokage tasked us with the mission of saving the girl, with no other stipulations. We must focus solely on her rescue. After all, they are bandits. Ruthless demons who do not hesitate to kill, Tion said, her voice trembling with anxiety despite Ning Si's comfort. Indeed, it is our duty to rescue her. The mission needs to be completed tonight. Time is of the essence. Let us move. Mike K commanded without hesitation. The distance to the inn was not far, about 10 miles away. With their speed, they arrived in less than 20 minutes. The inn resembling a vibrant marketplace rather than a mere rest stop. Now, we need to inquire about the innkeeper's whereabouts. You should have a map of the mountains. Mike K stated, demonstrating a rare sense of rationality. As the 4 inquired Abu, Mike Kai pushed open the door, and as it swung wide, he was met by a sultry woman, her face adorned with delicate makeup, her lips painted a vivid crimson, with long, elegant legs clad in a form-fitting black outfit. She approached gracefully, smiling as she inquired, "May I ask what services you require, sir? Are you certain you haven't mistaken your destination? Teacher Akai?" Tion. Her cheeks flushed with discontent, questioned. Even Risyong Ning Si appeared somewhat hesitant and bewildered, while Shaoli remained composed, having encountered such women in a previous life. She knew all too well the intentions of such a woman. A facade of smiles could easily mask a desire for one's wallet. Excuse me. Could you tell me if the station master resides here? Mike Kai was taken aback by the woman's boldness, as she had already grasped his hand. The heavy scent of her perfume overwhelmed him, leaving him flustered. Oh, you seek the station master? Unfortunately, he is not here. Handsome, wouldn't you prefer some other services? We offer a variety, including warm companionship. She winked, causing Mike Kai to gasp audibly, breathless. Enough with the chatter. We are here to find the station master. Refrain from unnecessary conversation, Shaoli said coldly. Upon hearing this, the sultry woman furrowed her brow momentarily before her expression transformed back into a beaming smile, bright as spring sunshine. Just as she was about to speak, A kunai was pressed firmly against her neck. Chapter 6. Action like the wind. The crimson-clad woman trembled all over, paralyzed by fear, as she swallowed hard and gazed at the youth before her. Xiao Li's actions surpassed all imagination. Was this truly Xiao Li? The same bashful boy who had once fervently proclaimed his resolve? When Xiao Li pressed a shuriken against the woman's neck, not only Tian Tian and Ning Xi, but even Mike Kai were taken aback. Just as Mike Kai was about to express his anger, he heard Xiao Li utter another chilling remark. The shuriken is rather cold. I trust you wouldn't find it pleasant against your neck, would you, station master? Station master? What nonsense are you spouting? I've already said this is no longer the station. The woman retorted defiantly. Oh, it seems you enjoy the icy sensation, Xiao Li replied, his eyes, akin to those of a phantom in the night, locked onto hers, rendering her as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke erupted, and the crimson-clad woman transformed into a middle-aged man clad in a black kimono, his face adorned with stubble. Terrified, he stumbled back 2 steps. Xiao Li retracted the shuriken and stepped back, looking at the man whose eyes brimmed with fury and fear, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, you are worthy of being a leaf ninja. My minor ruse could not escape your notice. The middle-aged man's expression softened as he suppressed his inner dissatisfaction, casting a wary glare at Xiao Li, though he dared not make it too conspicuous. The terror in his eyes lingered, leaving him in a state of shock. It dawned on the others that this was merely a transformation technique. Had it been a typical transformation, the formidable Kakashi would have discerned it swiftly. However, due to the mission's urgency, coupled with the immediate appearance of a crimson-clad beauty, their minds had momentarily gone blank, leaving them incapable of observation. Even the ever-composed Ning Xi found himself ensnared. Are you really the station master? Mike Kai asked, perplexed. The middle-aged man, feigning a smile, replied, Absolutely, my earlier actions were somewhat impolite. I hope you'll overlook them, Kakashi. With every glance he cast towards Xiao Li, the man felt an unsettling jolt. The boy's eyes gleamed with an insidious smile reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss. This youth was not to be underestimated. It appeared this encounter would not be easily manipulated. The middle-aged man had initially intended to seduce Mike Kai and his companions into submission, subsequently undermining their mission for his own gain. Yet, he had not anticipated the presence of such a boy, whose mere existence had disrupted his carefully laid plans. Very well. Kakashi, let us converse inside, he urged. Upon entering, Tian Tian eagerly inquired, Xiao Li, how did you know the woman was the station master in disguise? We didn't notice at all. Her question piqued not only her own curiosity, but also Ning Cis, who had always held Xiao Li in disdain, as well as the attention of Mike Kai and the middle-aged station master. Xiao Li did not answer immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, inhaling deeply before stating, This inn has been deserted for quite some time. The dust on the floor has not been disturbed, and the cobwebs on the ceiling are equally untouched. There are no decorations outside, and if this were an entertainment venue, it would surely be vibrant rather than desolate. The moment the door opened, the absence of any scent of alcohol or femininity, not even the faintest hint of a red lantern, begs the question, could this truly be an entertainment establishment? So that's how it is, Tian Tian stammered, her cheeks flushed, hesitant to inquire further. You're wondering why I was certain the woman was the station master, aren't you? It's quite simple. Have you ever encountered a place where a leaf ninja was escorted into an entertainment venue? The 3 prohibitions against ninjas are well known. They cannot engage in such activities while on duty. Moreover, after questioning numerous individuals, they all pointed to this location as the station master's residence. If just one person made a mistake, it would be inconsequential, but could it be that 10, 20, or even 100 people all erred? That would be unnatural. Furthermore, the woman just claimed the station master was no longer here, further solidifying my conviction that this individual is indeed the station master. Is that all it took for you to identify me as the station master? The middle-aged man's face twitched. Is there another explanation? Xiao Li retorted coldly. In truth, there were many observations Xiao Li had withheld, His extensive experience in nightlife had endowed him with an innate acuity towards women, particularly in their gaze. His keen perception was not a product of chance. He could see through the subtlest of deceptions. The transformation technique had not escaped his discerning eye. The middle-aged station master chose not to pursue the matter further, trembling slightly as he led the group into a more spacious room to elaborate on the mission details. According to the map provided by the station master, this mountain is where the bandits are located. Their numbers are considerable, around 100 strong. Infiltrating their ranks will pose a challenge. Xiao Li, Ning Ci, Tian, once we rescue the captives, we must leave immediately. The mission is our priority, Mike Kai instructed, his gaze towards Xiao Li laced with complexity. After today's events, he sensed an unfamiliarity in Xiao Li, as if the boy he once knew had transformed. Understood. Within the bandit stronghold, a group of 5 muscular men, reeking of alcohol and clad in weapons, sat within a larger room. One particularly unsightly and lecherous man boisterously proclaimed, "I heard you captured a young and beautiful girl yesterday, one of notable appearance. Why not let the brothers have a glimpse? The woman's taste was exquisite. I indulged her all night, and she is still sleeping in the room. Do you fancy joining me tonight to enjoy her charms?" The man, referred to as Yamaki, erupted into laughter. "Then we shall heed Yamaki's words. It has been too long since I've reveled alongside you. Tonight, we must drink to our fill, so that the woman knows the might of the Yamaki bandit group. Cheers." As they raised their bowls, one of the more sober men interjected, "Yamaki, do you think the station master will hire ninjas to deal with us?" "Ha. Ninjas? If he dares to send them our way, I'll ensure his station knows no peace. Over the past 2 years, we've pillaged so much. Yet where are the ninjas?" The laughter echoed among them. Their spirits lifted. "Yamaki, the station is the closest to the Leaf Village. Other ninja villages would never tolerate the existence of bandit groups. We've been operating for 2 years, robbing monthly and reaping bountiful rewards, yet no ninjas have come to trouble us. What is your secret? Do share with the brothers." "Ha. What secret could I possibly have? Who doesn't love money? I'll be frank with you. I've struck a deal with a mysterious figure from the Leaf Village. Each time we seize treasure, half must be handed over to him. This month, I'm painfully aware that a substantial sum must be relinquished. What a pity. That is a lot of money. Now it makes sense why the Leaf Village hasn't sent anyone to eliminate us." "Ha. The man who had asked nodded thoughtfully, joining in the laughter. Drink. As the night grew dark and the winds howled, 2 bandit guards shivered, filled with resentment as they listened to the raucous revelry from within the stronghold, cursing why they were left out of the merriment. The 2 individuals had not yet finished voicing their grievances when a black wind swept through, accompanied by a flash of cold light. A kunai sliced across the throat of one of the bandits, who now lay coldly on the ground. The other bandit, startled, was about to shout when the kunai was pressed against his neck. The girl, abducted yesterday, was present in that moment. Crimson blood splattered. This night was destined to be one of sleepless torment. Chapter 7. The enigmatic shadows of night. I have already discerned the whereabouts of the girl. Xiao Li murmured into the radio, and a response swiftly followed. "How did you find out so quickly, Xiao Li?" Tian's voice brimmed with astonishment, while Mike Kai expressed his approval from the other end. Niji, however, chose to remain silent. The 4 of them had reassembled at their designated location in less than 10 minutes after infiltrating. "Xiao Li, you truly know where the girl is hiding? That seems rather swift," Tian remarked skeptically. Originally, Mike Kai had devised a plan for a slow and cautious search, examining each house one by one. Although this method was slow, it was considered safer, as the bandits were merely a rabble of common thugs, lacking the discipline and vigilance of soldiers. Their infiltration likely went unnoticed. "Indeed, I have confirmed it. She is located in the room of the bandit leader, Yamaki." "Are you certain?" Mike Kai's expression grew serious. Xiao Li nodded, while Niji, in a cold tone, interjected, "If you are wrong, it will jeopardize our mission, and you must take responsibility for that. If she is not in that room, I shall accept the consequences. There is no need for your concern," Xiao Li retorted. "Xiao Li, Niji is currently on a mission. Let us avoid conflict. Tian nervously interjected, fearing that the tension might escalate into a brawl. In the past, Xiaoli would have protested loudly against Niji's remarks, but now she seemed transformed, and there was a hint of fear in her demeanor. Mike Kai found himself in a predicament. On one side was the prodigious scion of the Hyuga clan, and on the other was his valued apprentice. Niji often spoke little and held a disdainful attitude towards him, yet these matters were secondary. His primary objective was to nurture his students. But the discord between them posed a significant challenge that he was unsure how to resolve. Enough. Our priority is to rescue the hostage. Xiaoli, you shall lead the way as we enter the stronghold, Mike Kai commanded. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The thunderous sounds of chaos erupted before they could set off. Torches lit up the entire mountaintop, and the cries of enemy attack reverberated around them. What is happening? We were so cautious. How could we be discovered? Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, it seems they are announcing an enemy attack. Could it be that others have come to the stronghold, just as we have? Niji's keen intellect shone through as he articulated a plausible concern. However, Xiaoli redirected the conversation back to their mission, stating, Mike Kai, the mission is paramount. It is possible that others are also here to rescue the hostage. It cannot be. The courier would not issue two missions simultaneously. Have we been deceived? Mike Kai exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, cradling his head in disbelief. Teacher, you are overthinking it. The bandits raid mountain villages daily, abducting more than just one girl. While there may be similar missions, they will not conflict with ours. Within the confines of Konoha, those accepting missions should also be Konoha ninjas. So there is no need for alarm, Xiaoli reassured him. Indeed, Xiaoli is correct. You truly are a remarkable apprentice. Mike Kai exclaimed, embracing Xiaoli with gratitude, tears glimmering in his eyes. Now, amidst the chaos, the Yamaki bandits will likely be preoccupied and oblivious to the girl in the room. I will sketch a route map. You must follow it to rescue her. A route map? Xiaoli retrieved a notebook from her ninja tool pouch, having become well acquainted with the layout of the stronghold. In no time, she produced a detailed map. The girl is confined in this very room, which is somewhat larger than the others. If you find it difficult to discern, you may ascend to the eaves to observe that the largest structure is situated in the far left corner. She handed the route map to Tian, deliberately avoiding giving it to Mike Kai, who would likely struggle to interpret it. As for Niji, she preferred to limit her interactions with him, finding Tian to be a more manageable companion. With the route map in hand, shall we proceed? Mike Kai called out. Wait. Xiaoli interrupted. What is it? Xiaoli, is there another issue? Mike Kai and Tian asked, perplexed, while Niji furrowed his brow. You three should go save the girl. I will remain outside to keep watch and survey the surroundings for any changes. The stronghold is likely in disarray, making stealthy infiltration risky. So it is prudent to have someone outside to monitor the situation and alert you if necessary. Oh, I see now. Your foresight is commendable, Xiaoli. Mike Kai praised. It seems you are simply afraid to face danger. Why not leave Tian here instead? Niji scoffed. You are full of nonsense. There is a reason I am staying here. If you are capable, you may also take on the responsibility, Xiaoli retorted. You seek death. Niji's temper flared, frustrated by Xiaoli's continued disregard for him, treating him as if he were invisible. How dare she, a mere underclassman, speak to him in such a manner? Enough, Niji. Mike Kai finally erupted, genuinely furious. At this moment, he could not tolerate any insubordination. While Niji was undoubtedly talented, he could not permit one of his subordinates to act so insolently. The mission took precedence, and Niji's continual provocations compelled Mike Kai to act. With Mike Kai's rebuke, Niji's arrogance diminished. Whether it was genuine fear of Mike Kai or a recognition of the moment's gravity, he understood that this was not the time for discord. There would be ample opportunities to address Xiaoli later. Niji Hyuga, how tragic it is that a mere letter has reduced you to a pawn. Xiaoli mused as she watched the trio swiftly depart. Now, it is time for my performance. Leader. The two brothers guarding the stronghold's gate, along with several others drinking nearby, have been slain. Yamaki and his cohorts, upon receiving this report, lost their appetite for drink, their moods soured by the grim news. Just moments ago, They had spoken of peace, and now death loomed. Did you see any signs of ninjutsu being employed in the vicinity? Yamaki, ever the astute leader, first inquired about the environment surrounding the deceased rather than the number of enemies. If it were indeed ninjas, it was highly likely they were on a mission. Report. Leader, there are no traces of ninjutsu. All were slain by a single blow. Moreover, the bandit delivering the report trembled, struggling to articulate further details. Moreover what? Speak quickly. Seeing the bandit falter, Yamaki's patience waned, and he struck the informant, sending him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth, fear evident in his eyes. Their deaths were horrendous. It could be ghosts. 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 The revelation sent shockwaves through the group, causing cups to crash to the floor. Chapter 8. The heist. Some individuals hold a belief in the existence of ghosts, while others dismiss it as mere superstition, questioning how such entities could possibly exist. However, upon arriving at the scene, Yamaki and his companions in the bandit stronghold were confronted with the grim sight of deceased robbers lying on the ground, causing their faces to pale and their pupils to constrict. One among them even retched, as if, in that instant, he was compelled to acknowledge the reality of ghosts. There are indeed ghosts. There are truly ghosts. Boss, there are ghosts. The smallest of the four bandits who had ventured out stammered in fear, pondering whether the lifeless body before them was that of a human or a specter, whether it had died with eyes wide open or had its soul forcibly extracted. Silence. How could there be ghosts? Stop with your sensationalism. Yamaki bellowed, asserting his authority as the leader, which immediately quelled the fears of those around him. Tell all the brothers to stay awake tonight and search the stronghold for any suspicious individuals. Suspicious individuals? Are you referring to me? A chilling voice echoed from behind the bandits. The group stiffened, witnessing a ghostly white figure dart before their eyes, wielding a weapon that glimmered with a sinister light, accompanied by splashes of crimson blood. One bandit fell, then another, and another, until the fifth, led by Yamaki, finally snapped back to reality. Who are you? Show yourself. Yamaki shouted, drawing his katana and eyeing the spectral figure warily. The white shadow flitted through the night. Despite the illumination around them, its form remained elusive, its only discernible feature being a pair of eyes that mirrored the abyss of death. It is indeed a ghost. It is truly a ghost. A bandit, trembling with fear, clutched Yamaki tightly, wailing in despair. Be quiet. How could there be ghosts? Who are you? If my Yamaki bandit group has offended you in any way, please inform us. If I have wronged you, I, Yamaki, offer my apologies. Though Yamaki feigned calmness, his heart raced. Yet, his anxiety did not impair his faculties. Establishing a stronghold in the mountains indicated he was a person of considerable courage, having encountered numerous precarious situations. Regardless of whether the entity was human or ghostly, a temporary strategy was essential. Should the opponent reveal themselves, he would swiftly command the entire stronghold's might to launch a counterattack. If they remained hidden, he would have to grit his teeth and await their next move. Time was of the essence, and he needed to hasten his actions. Lee continued to weave through the shadows, striving to remain undetected. Relying solely on speed was insufficient. He infused the cloud-like steps of his 8 trigrams palm into his movements, creating an ethereal and elusive presence. Previously, he could only achieve this effect through the mastery of internal energy coursing through his veins, but in this world of physical prowess, he could attain it without needing such energy, albeit at a greater physical toll. Seeing the elusive white shadow, Yamaki barked an order. Baka, brothers, this fellow is merely putting on a show. Let us encircle him and see what tricks he has left. Yamaki was astute. The white shadow's movements were confined to a specific area, and the stronghold was not lacking in manpower. With a commanding shout, the previously fearful bandits seemed to gather newfound courage, roaring Baka, Baka, as they unsheathed their swords. A sardonic smile crept across Lee's face. This was the reaction he sought. The adage "capture the leader first" echoed in his mind as he shifted his form, causing Yamaki's expression to tighten, retreating with urgency. Upon realizing he was the target, he trembled, exclaiming, "Quick, protect me, hurry." At Yamaki's frantic call, 2 bandits rushed to his side, though it seemed more like they were pushed forward. their faces etched with discontent. It's too late. With his left hand, Li flashed a blinding light that obscured the other's vision, while his right hand transformed from palm to fist, extending his middle finger in a gesture that struck at the throat. The white light flickered, and a kunai deftly slashed across a bandit's neck. This throat-cutting technique had become second nature to Li, executed with such finesse that it appeared almost effortless. Under the collective gaze of the stunned bandits, who had just gathered their resolve, they stood frozen, unable to lift their swords. One bandit collapsed, while another, overwhelmed, discarded his weapon and fell to the ground. For bandits accustomed to ruthless slaughter, who dared to defy them, the tables had turned. Tonight, they were the prey, to be hunted down. Run. There are ghosts. Baka. You scoundrels, return to me. Come back. Yamaki seethed in rage as his comrades, who had always called each other brothers, now scattered like frightened children at the sight of danger, leaving him utterly infuriated. Even his closest four companions fled, leaving him isolated. Now, it is just you left. We should have a serious discussion. Li retracted his ethereal steps, focusing his mind and exhaling slowly. Yamaki's eyes widened as he finally beheld the figure before him, a youth clad in white robes, perhaps no older than 12 or 11, with a countenance so youthful it was hard to believe. You are a ninja? Whether I am or not is irrelevant. I seek but one thing. Should I be satisfied, I may consider sparing you. Li regarded Yamaki's panicked expression with calmness. One thing? What might that be? Do you seek money or women? I possess both. I could offer you all my riches, including the dozens of maidens I have captured. Realizing the intruder had come with purpose, Yamaki breathed a sigh of relief. With his capabilities, a mere boy posed no threat. Having served as a proper samurai for 5 years, he had turned to banditry out of necessity, longing for a stable life. Each day, he feared being robbed or killed, living in constant dread. Had he been in earlier days as a samurai, he would not have entertained the thought of listening to a child. His spirit had waned, lacking the ambition he once possessed. I require no women. I seek only money. No, specifically, silver notes. Money was Li's pressing concern, as it would significantly aid his future endeavors. He risked his life to enter this stronghold for one purpose: wealth. If he were to seek it himself, he could waste an inordinate amount of time. Meanwhile, Mike and his companions should have already located the designated house, and time was fleeting. Silver notes? I possess a multitude of them, but they are not with me. They are hidden in a chamber of treasures. I will fetch them now. Yamaki turned to flee. Wait, did I not say I would allow you to go alone? Yamaki's expression darkened, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes as he gripped his katana tightly. I shall accompany you. Find Niji. Mike gestured to Hyuga Niji, who promptly leaped onto the rooftop, carrying the unconscious girl on his back. Byakugan. There are no individuals ahead, none to the left, and a few to the right. Looking quite disheveled. I suggest we proceed left, Niji reported. Then we shall head left. Tintin, stay close behind Niji for safety. After giving his instructions, Mike swiftly moved to the left. Just as Niji was about to close his Byakugan, he spotted two shadows. One was a burly bandit, while the other seemed familiar. He was startled to recognize it as Rock Lee. Confusion filled his eyes, but he quickly closed his Byakugan, as a different idea seemed to take root in his mind. Chapter 9. 300,000 silver notes. You truly know how to indulge, remarked Xiao Li as he surveyed the unique surroundings, marveling at the room adorned with an abundance of gold and silver jewelry, all shimmering with a captivating glow, accompanied by a myriad of ninja weapons. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Shanmu felt a surge of pride. These treasures are the spoils I have gathered over the past 2 years. Would you care to join me? I assure you that within a year, you too could amass such wealth, and not merely that paltry sum of silver notes. Shanmu insinuated his intent to recruit. However, despite his underlying desire to enlist the young boy, he dared not express it outright, especially with a kunai pressed against his throat, cold and menacing, causing his heart to race. Your blade is swift. Coupled with the might of our band, we could achieve greatness. At that time, enough with the pleasantries. Where are the silver notes? Interrupted Xiao Li, causing Shanmu to feel a twinge of annoyance, though he could only suppress his irritation internally. The silver notes are inside that box, he said, his demeanor shifting to one of nervousness as he pointed towards a chest. Summoning his courage, he approached and opened the square box. In an instant, a flash of cold light emerged. Boom! A black sphere, affixed with an explosive tag, was hurled by Shanmu. Instinctively, he reached for an empty box beside him and dove inside. Boom! A tremendous explosion rocked the room, creating a gaping hole. Shanmu had successfully concealed himself within one of the boxes. Moments later, he emerged, his expression twisted in rage. "You think you can best me? You've cost me a fortune in treasures, you fool." Before he could finish, a voice echoed behind him, halting his words. He swallowed hard, his face paling. "Why you're not dead? Perhaps you should inquire with the Grim Reaper," came the chilling reply. Scarlet blood splattered as the kunai sliced through Shanmu's neck, causing him to tremble before collapsing to the ground. "To challenge me, you should have lived 100 more years," Xiaoli thought. Reflecting on his own experiences with the myriad schemes and dangers faced during his assassination missions for the Tianqiao, each misstep could lead to a grave fate, instilling in him a meticulous caution where even the slightest oversight could spell disaster. Earlier, he had prepared a substitution technique. The explosion had merely obliterated his decoy. The substitution technique had proven invaluable. As Xiaoli executed it for the first time, a mix of unfamiliarity and curiosity washed over him. Now employing it, he marveled at the wonders of ninjutsu. Inside the room, amidst the chaos of gold and jewels, Xiaoli found several boxes largely unscathed. After opening each one, he discovered the treasure he sought, silver notes. His eyes widened in astonishment upon opening the third box, revealing a staggering sum of 300,000 silver notes. What an immense fortune! How many missions would it take to amass such wealth? A D-rank mission offered a minimum reward of 1,000, which was shared among 4 individuals, leaving only a fraction for the rest. Even a C-rank mission, which yielded 5,000, would net him a mere 1,000. B-rank missions promised even greater returns, starting at 10,000 silver notes or more. Indeed, the path to riches lay in robbery. From the outset, Xiaoli's objective had not been merely to rescue the girl. Upon hearing the mission brief from Akai, he had devised a plan, knowing that a band of robbers would possess substantial wealth. By leveraging the hostage situation, he aimed to create a diversion. His confidence stemmed from his belief that Mike Kai was easily manipulated, and that Tian, being just a young girl, lacked the experience to discern the truth. Even Hinata Niji, though perceptive, lacked the courage to make decisive judgments. As the house erupted into flames, a deafening explosion followed. "Akai-sensei, Xiaoli is not here," Tian exclaimed. The trio had successfully rescued the hostages, yet upon escaping, they found Xiao Li's absence troubling. "Where's Xiaoli? Did that fool return to save us?" Mike Kai said, his anxiety mounting as he prepared to rush back to the bandit's lair. "Let's first have Niji use his Byakugan to assess the situation," Akai suggested. Tian, this time, remained calm, recalling the foul and grotesque conditions of the bandit hideout, littered with refuse and corpses. "Niji, quickly check if Xiaoli is still in the hideout," Mike Kai urged, his excitement evident. "Humph. That laggard is truly a cause for concern," he muttered, perplexed by Xiaoli's actions. Before Niji could activate his Byakugan, Xiaoli returned to the designated location. Mike Kai, overwhelmed with joy, embraced him, only for Xiaoli to recoil in discomfort, sternly stating, "Akai-sensei, there are other hostages in the hideout, young women whom I've liberated. They are currently fleeing, and we must offer them assistance." "Those other hostages are not our mission objective," Mike Kai replied, though his disappointment was palpable. "But the mission is complete, Akai-sensei. Let us depart," Niji interjected. "Are there other ninjas present?" Xiaoli whispered, his countenance darkening with distress, his eyes blazing with fervor. "Lives are at stake. As ninjas, is it not our duty to protect our homeland and ensure the safety of civilians? If we disregard their lives for the sake of our mission, how are we any different from those bandits, Akai-sensei?" The weight of Xiao Li's words struck deeply, causing Tian, Mike Kai, and the once arrogant Niji to furrow their brows, suddenly aware of the gravity of their decisions. Ultimately, it was Mike Kai who resolved the matter. "Xiao Li speaks wisely. As ninjas, our purpose is to safeguard our homeland. If we turn a blind eye to the plight of civilians, We are no better than the brigands. Now, Tian Tian and Niji, you are responsible for escorting the hostages to safety. Xiao Li and I will pursue those fleeing for their lives. This is our resolution. Youth is about passion, and we shall act. Hey, Akai-sensei, Tian Tian called. But Mike Kai was already sprinting towards the bandit lair, with Xiao Li following closely behind. Chapter 10. Framing and Deception. Lord Hokage. The situation regarding the mission is as follows. The encampment has been utterly consumed by flames, leaving it a mere ruin. Mike K presented the mission report in the Hokage and Appo's office, recounting the events of the previous night, particularly detailing the conduct and words of Lee Rock present at the scene. This immediately garnered the appreciation of the third Hokage, who, with a glimmer in his eyes, remarked, "The bandits who prey upon the innocent have received their due retribution." Akai and Little Lee acted commendably. If we were to disregard the plight of the common folk, what distinguishes us from the bandits? Moreover, the reward for this mission is significant. You may collect it from the mission office, along with the individuals you rescued. I shall add a point to your performance rating for this year. Yes, Mike K exclaimed, leaving the office in high spirits. Shortly after his departure, a figure appeared in the third Hokage's office. The third, calmly retrieving a smoking pipe from his drawer, began to exhale clouds of smoke, regarding the newly arrived ninja with a measured gaze. What was the situation at the scene? Report to Lord Hokage, there were no remaining traces. Contrary to what Akai mentioned, there were no other ninjas present on the mission. However, we did find several corpses in a peculiar state. Peculiar? Pray tell, the third Hokage inquired, his curiosity piqued. Initially, he had intended only to investigate the possibility of other ninjas interfering with the mission, but it seemed the issue was far more complex than anticipated. There are 7 deceased, each having met their end with a single strike. Aside from the charred remains, their faces remain intact, revealing they perished in terror, their pupils rolled back. Unable to close their eyes, the ninja explained. Unable to close their eyes? Is there more? I sensed the method of killing bears resemblance to our umbu techniques, one strike to defeat, with precision in targeting and finesse. However, the skill displayed is profoundly advanced. To a level I find daunting to replicate, the ninja confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. The third Hokage regarded him with suspicion. This ninja was none other than Kakashi Hatake, whose prowess rendered such assassination techniques particularly alarming. Could this be the work of Danzo? It appears he has had previous dealings with this bandit group, which is why he has consistently suppressed the mission to eliminate them. That is indeed a possibility, Kakashi replied. Such refined killing techniques, outside of the direct umbu, could only originate from Danzo's root. With clarity emerging, the third Hokage directed his focus towards Danzo. Alas, many matters lie beyond my control. With the bandits dispersed, I can finally breathe easier. Kakashi, you may leave. However, I've heard that none of the students you graduated this year have proven competent. Perhaps you ought to lower your standards a tad. After all, Akai has begun instructing the lower ninjas, and given the success of this mission, his performance is commendable. The third Hokage subtly implied the need for Kakashi to also commence teaching. Lord Hokage, I maintain my own standards for my students, Kakashi asserted. The third rubbed his temples. Very well, you may leave. With a resigned sigh, he relinquished his hands, his expression weary. He understood Kakashi's character well. His methods, though strict, were rooted in reason. Yet, it was notably harsh that nearly all of the students dismissed were Kakashi's own. Lord Hokage, there remains one puzzling detail, though it may seem trivial. I feel compelled to mention it. Is there something else amiss? While searching the encampment, I discovered one corpse within a room filled with gold and jewels. The body belonging to the bandit leader Yamuki. Additionally, I found traces of an explosive, likely a detonating tag. Do you suspect Yamuki perished during a conflict with someone else? The third Hokage countered. Not quite. Rather, I noticed some items were missing. Items. The silver notes. There were fewer than expected. The third Hokage and Kakashi exchanged knowing glances, contemplation flickering in their eyes. The third's gaze shifted from deep thought to resolute clarity. He comprehended Kakashi's implication, and his suspicions regarding Danzo crystallized into certainty. Very well, Kakashi, you may take your leave. Understood. In a shadowy corner of Konoha, Lord Danzo, Yamuki has been slain. An elderly man with a bandaged right hand sat calmly in an armchair, leisurely savoring a cup of tea as he listened to the kneeling ninja deliver the news. I am already aware. This morning, Sarutobi sent a message. It seems the situation has been exposed. You may depart. As the ninja exited, a dark frown spread across Danzo's face, shattering his teacup in anger. He was incensed at being falsely accused, especially at such a critical juncture. He had planned to eradicate the encampment entirely by the end of the month, suppressing the B-rank mission to exterminate the bandits to find an opportunity to eliminate Yamuki and secretly transfer the amassed wealth to Rude's headquarters. Now, those plans lay in ruins. The remaining treasures had been confiscated by the third Hokage, while others had either been destroyed in the explosion or consumed by flames. Lord Danzo, another ninja, appeared before him. There is a mission that requires your attention. Deliver this letter to the land of rice. Someone will be expecting it. Danzo offered little commentary as the ninja named Tenjetsu took the letter and departed swiftly. Sarutobi, you truly are growing old, Danzo lamented, retrieving a letter delivered that morning. One from the Hokage. Ultimately, his solitary figure faded into the shadows of the dim chamber. Meanwhile, at the heart of the matter, the instigator sat cross-legged in a secluded room, deep in contemplation. I have erased all traces from the scene. There should be no evidence left. Little Lee murmured to himself. However, he soon relaxed, realizing there was no real cause for concern over being discovered. After all, who would believe that a low-ranking student could be a cold-blooded assassin? Unless, of course, the sun were to rise from the west tomorrow. Yet, he pondered how to allocate the wealth he had acquired. Considering his training regimen and the rewards received, purchasing too many items might attract unwanted attention. It seemed he would have to start with weights. He recalled the breathtaking moment from the anime when he first shed his burdens, his rapid movements astonishing all. That remarkable speed stemmed from the immense weight he bore. Purchasing weights with the distributed rewards should be entirely reasonable. His initial training goal was to don those weights. They not only honed physical strength and speed, but also tested one's resolve. In the original story, Little Lee's determination was unparalleled in the entire Naruto universe. Now, he was Little Lee anew, a transformed version of himself, confident that his will would not falter. The training of the martial arts assassin organization far surpassed mere physical exertion and challenge, with tasks fraught with peril and uncertainty. As missions were not a daily occurrence, following a D-rank mission, one might have to execute another the very next day, while C-rank missions allowed for a 2-day respite for adjustment and reflection. This morning, after practicing his breathing techniques, Little Lee ventured out for breakfast before seeking out the ninja tool shop. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure. What brings you here, Tenten? Are you also in need of ninja tools? Xiaoli decided to take the initiative to greet others. He stood before a row of ninja tools, examining them closely. Upon hearing a familiar voice behind him, he turned around and was somewhat surprised to find it was Tian Tian. However, when he heard her ask if he was there to purchase ninja tools, she covered her mouth and let out a quiet, amused laugh. Xiaoli, perplexed, wondered what was so funny. After a moment, Tian Tian managed to compose herself, and with a serious expression, she said, "This ninja tool shop belongs to my family." There was no astonishment as one might expect. Instead, Xiaoli merely pouted and muttered, "Damn, so she's a rich second generation." Chapter 11. Bearing 200 pounds. Every ninja village boasts its own specialized tool shop, and to Xiaoli, these shops are akin to arms dealing in his previous life, a lucrative business. He understood that those who run these shops typically have power and influence behind them, and Tian Tian certainly belonged to that elite circle, often referred to as the rich second generation. Noticing Xiaoli's silence, Tian Tian ceased her laughter and inquired, "Xiaoli, what ninja tools do you wish to purchase? As a fellow companion, I can offer you a 20% discount." With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she observed Xiaoli, who was undoubtedly there to shop, though she hadn't anticipated it to be a family-owned establishment. Xiaoli sighed. "Oh, this isn't my shop, it's my father's. I merely assist in managing it during my free time, and today I came by to help out since I had nothing else to do." Tian Tian whispered, though her expression betrayed her. So this is your family's shop. You must be quite knowledgeable about ninja tools. I'll be straightforward. I want to buy a set of heavy weights. Xiao Li immediately stated his intent. Tian, intrigued, raised her head and mused. Xiao Li, are you looking to enhance your speed? Xiao Li nodded. Sigh, you're just like Teacher Guy. However, even Teacher Guy no longer uses weights. Now, you need to tell me if you want weights for leg training or wrist training. Leg weights. Let me think. Tian pondered as she walked to a corner filled with equipment, meticulously searching until her eyes lit up upon finding the section for weights. Xiao Li, the lightest weight here is 100 pounds. Are you absolutely certain you want that? Since this is a ninja tool shop, I know a fair bit about these items. Especially weights. If misused, they can cause serious injury. I once heard my father say that a ninja bought 200 pounds of weights and, due to improper use, severely injured himself and ultimately succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. Of course, that's an extreme case, but for Team Guy, lacking strong physicality is simply not an option. Do you know how much weight Teacher Guy bought on his first attempt? Xiao Li ignored Tian's concern and instead asked about Guy's initial weight purchase, piquing his curiosity. That seems like ages ago. My father mentioned that Teacher Guy bought 200 pounds. Wait, Xiao Li, you. Realizing something. Tian's eyes widened as Xiao Li resolutely declared, I want to buy 200 pounds of weights. Xiao Li, are you insane? Only a Jonin can withstand that weight. You're just a genin. You should opt for 100 pounds instead. Tian exclaimed, deeply concerned for her companion's safety. Don't worry, Tian, I know my limits. Just help me purchase the 200 pounds. If it proves too much, I'll exchange them. Xiao Li smiled reassuringly. But there are no buts. Just do as I say. All right, but you must promise to exchange them if it's too much. Are you listening? Tian's tone softened, and Xiao Li nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. In the past, he would never have engaged in such lengthy discussions, but now he sought a new life, one that differed vastly from his previous existence. Fine. I will get you the 200 pounds right away. As she reached for the weights marked at 200 pounds, Tian struggled to lift them. Sweat trickling down her forehead after considerable effort. Let me handle it, she huffed, her frustration flaring as she declared, It's all right. I have a solution. With that, she produced a scroll from her back, unfurling it to reveal a blank page. Tian quickly formed hand seals and pressed her palms to the ground, exclaiming, Seal. Whoosh. The 200-pound weights were sucked into the scroll with a gust of wind. Upon closing it, Tian's complexion paled considerably, her breath coming in short gasps. I'm exhausted. Take this scroll back with you. You should know the unsealing technique, but remember to return it. It costs money. Panting heavily, Xiao Li took the scroll and extended his hands to support Tian. The moment their hands touched, she trembled slightly, her face flushing from pale to a rosy hue. I'll help you sit down over there. 200 pounds is quite taxing on your stamina. He gently assisted her to a nearby chair. Meanwhile, Tian's thoughts soared to new heights. What is this sensation? Xiao Li's hands are rough, but so warm. Could it be that I have feelings for him? No, that cannot be. How could I possibly fall for someone so mediocre? But is he truly mediocre? Reflecting on Xiao Li's recent actions, she realized he possessed a manly spirit even surpassing Niji's, especially when he spoke of rescuing the kidnapped hostages. Her mind swirled with countless thoughts. Xiao Li maintained a calm demeanor, merely fulfilling his duty of support. Tian, how much do the 200 pounds of weights cost? He inquired about the price, but it seemed Tian did not hear him, lost in her flustered thoughts. Understanding her state, Xiao Li gently tapped her head, saying, Tian, wake up. We need to settle the payment. Her face reddened further as she jumped up, pointing at Xiao Li in indignation. What nonsense are you talking about? You, jerk. Tian, shouldn't we address the payment now? Payment. At that moment, Tian regained her composure. Her irritation subsided as she became serious, pulling out a ledger. After glancing at the price marked on the weights, she paused before slowly stating, with the discount. It totals 5,000 Rio. 5,000 Rio? How exorbitant. Xiao Li frowned. Although he possessed over 300,000 Rio, 5,000 seemed unreasonable for a single set of weights. However, He understood the labor-intensive process of creating weights far exceeded that of any other ninja tools, particularly in sourcing heavy materials. Here, he produced a 10,000 Rio note and handed it to Tian Tian, who gaped at him in astonishment. Shaoli, how are you so wealthy? The C-rank mission rewards were only 1,000 Rio per person, and that was after Teacher Guy refrained from taking too much. The 10,000 Rio note was neither excessive nor insufficient, but for an ordinary genin, it held significant value. You know I'm an orphan. Although the village provides some support, it merely sustains my existence. When I have the chance, I catch small game in the mountains and sell them to restaurants or help out with chores for extra pay. All this money has been saved from those efforts. Shaoli feigned a sorrowful expression, as if recalling a painful memory. Realizing she had spoken inappropriately, Tian Tian felt guilty and quickly expressed concern. I see. Shaoli, I truly admire your independence. You know, my parents strongly oppose my becoming a ninja, citing the dangers and the potential for losing my life on missions. They have always discouraged me, but when they learned I was assigned to Teacher Guy's class, surprisingly, they did not object and even seemed to give their tacit approval. Every day, Tian Tian expresses her yearning for a solitary life like that of Shaoli. If her thoughts were to be overheard by many, it is likely that they would be met with incredulous outrage. Reflecting on the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki and the tragic fate of Sasuke Uchiha, who lost his entire clan, one cannot help but recognize the naivety of her aspirations. Indeed, she is akin to a delicate flower sheltered from the harsh realities of life, oblivious to the value of sustenance and the chilling hardships that lie outside. Tian Tian, your parents care deeply for you, and it is only when you truly experience the solitude of living alone that you will understand that such a life is hardly enviable. Therefore, cherish your current circumstances and do not let regret haunt you for a lifetime. As for the infatuated Tian Tian, she chose to say little, retrieving the money she had given Shaoli before gradually departing from the ninja tools shop. Tian Tian gazed vacantly at Shaoli's retreating figure, her emotions swirling in a complex mix, as if she had once again misspoken. Chapter 12. The Emergence of Bright Strength. On a scorching summer day, as the sun cast its first rays, young Li sprang from his bed. After a month of relentless dedication, he had finally adapted to the burdens he had been carrying. Throughout this month, Li remained confined to the aid house, not stepping outside even once. This rigorous training, although conducted within the confines of a small room, proved sufficient for developing his leg strength. During this period, Mike visited twice, and Tian came 3 times, both inquiring why he had not participated in the D-level missions. Li candidly shared his training progress with Mike, who was moved to tears, wholeheartedly supporting Li's decision to train with weights. Initially, Mike had planned to introduce weighted training to Li after some time, but to his surprise, Li had already procured his own weights. Consequently, all matters concerning training leave were entrusted to Mike. On the other hand, Tian was concerned about the potential harm of the weights, visiting 3 times over the month, each time bringing fruits and urging Li to switch to a 100-pound weight, but each time Li politely declined. The effects of training with weights transcended mere leg strength, leading to significant advancements in martial arts. Practicing martial arts in such a cramped space posed challenges, yet the added weight considerably limited his movement, making it initially difficult. In the first week, accustomed to the burden of 200 pounds while practicing martial arts, he found himself fatigued and pained after just a short while. He had heard of a state where lifting felt effortless. It was said that a martial artist who reached the pinnacle of their craft could wield heavy weapons with ease. Although he felt a semblance of that effortless lifting, he recognized the vast distance he still had to cover. The path of martial arts is profound, with each level demanding relentless perseverance and exceptional insight. With his feet firmly planted, he glided forward, hands poised, upper body relaxed, lower body agile. Taking a deep breath while carrying the weights, he began executing the snake fist technique. Initially, his lower body struggled to adapt, and his punches felt less like strikes and more akin to a catfish thrashing in the mud. Yet, with concentration and determination, Li's gaze transformed from focus to ferocity, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. Like the roar of a tiger, a sound reverberated through the aid house, shaking it slightly, causing everyday items to tumble to the floor. Wow! An earthquake! An earthquake! Outside, chaos erupted in the streets as people cried out. The once lively market descended into disarray, with adults panicking and children wailing. Shattering the earlier bustle, while inside the aid house, Lee smiled with satisfaction. Bright strength had manifested. According to past experiences, achieving this state usually required at least 5 months of practicing punches and palm techniques. However, due to the pressure from weight training, his martial arts proficiency accelerated, allowing him to attain this state in just 1 month. Bright strength, dark strength, transformative strength. The 3 stages of martial prowess marked a significant step toward mastery. The power of bright strength is primarily external. The force of punches and palm strikes generates momentum, bolstered by the sound of bone friction. The emergence of bright strength grants even those untrained in hard techniques an unparalleled striking force. With my current strength, I am no less formidable than an average upper ninja in close combat. Lee reflected, realizing that to approach the strength of an upper ninja in close quarters, he also needed to enhance his body techniques. Training ground. Mike and Tion were engaged in a sparring match, wielding nunchaku. Mike seemed particularly fond of the nunchaku, and after about 15 minutes of combat, when Tion's weapon fell to the ground, Mike halted the training. Tion sighed, casting a mildly reproachful glance at Mike, who simply smiled and said, "Tion, your martial skills have improved over the past month, but you must continue to work hard." "Oh, Teacher Kai, what is the use of just practicing these? I want to learn something new." Look at Niji and Lee. Niji is mastering the 8 trigrams 64 palms. And even the powerful defensive technique, Heaven's Return, is nearing completion. Lee has been training at home for a month, and they both have their goals. Meanwhile, I'm stuck doing the same exercises every day. Teach me something, please. Mike felt a pang of unease. It wasn't just Tion who was frustrated. He too was concerned. As a seasoned upper ninja, he had much to impart, yet his 3 students were quite peculiar. Niji, though from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, was an exceptional talent, having inherited a complete set of techniques from his father, leaving Mike unable to intervene. Tion, being a girl, did not possess the same natural aptitude for physical skills, which only enhanced her physical abilities without allowing her to progress in other areas. Lastly, there was Lee, whose independent training approach left Mike somewhat perplexed. Thinking of Lee gave Mike a headache. He had plenty to teach him, yet it seemed Lee understood his own path, even purchasing weights on his own. It could be said that no upper ninja had it as easy as Mike, nor was there one as troubled. Tion, what was I saying? Teacher Kai, are you thinking of teaching me ninjutsu? Tion's question made Mike's expression sour. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach her, but if he had been able to, he would have done so long ago, showing off in front of Kakashi. The truth was, aside from physical techniques, he was not proficient in ninjutsu at all. Tion, your strengths do not lie in physical techniques or ninjutsu, but rather. Mike began, but Tion excitedly interrupted. Could it be that I am suited for learning illusion techniques? Girls are indeed suited for illusion techniques. Tion, you might not actually be suited for illusion techniques either. Tion fell silent, staring incredulously at Mike. If I'm not suited for ninjutsu, illusion techniques, or physical techniques, what can I learn? How can I become a ninja? What am I suited to learn? Her spirits sank, despair evident in her voice. Tion, you are suited for learning space-time ninjutsu. A voice called from outside the training ground, prompting Mike and Tion to turn their heads. Lee, what brings you here? Having completed his weight training and ready to engage in normal activities, Lee responded with a smile, strolling over to sit in front of Mike. Turning to Teacher Kai, he declared, I was right, wasn't I? Tion is indeed suited for learning space-time ninjutsu. Yes, Tion is suited for learning space-time ninjutsu. Tion looked confused, her expression reflecting her lack of understanding as she gazed at Mike. Teacher Kai, what is space-time ninjutsu? Space-time ninjutsu is. Mike stammered. I'll explain, Lee interjected. Tion, don't you often use scrolls to unseal items? This technique of transferring objects from another location to the present is a form of space-time ninjutsu. Many of the ninjutsu we see have traces of space-time ninjutsu, such as the body flicker technique learned by upper ninjas, which is also a form of space-time ninjutsu. Additionally, there's the summoning technique, which allows one to summon powerful beings to assist in battle by signing a contract with them. What you are suited for is indeed space-time ninjutsu, using scrolls to summon items from another space. Lee articulated his insights, which were more akin to Mike's intended teachings for Tion. But I can only seal everyday items. How can that help me in battle? Every day? A look of confusion persists on Tion's face. Shali shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Instead, he said, contemplate this on your own. I have already articulated it quite clearly. If you remain perplexed, feel free to consult Teacher A. Kai. Chapter 13. The Clash of Martial Arts Masters and Physical Arts Grandmasters. In life, one must discover their own path. Others can only offer occasional guidance without intervening entirely. It is commendable to assist others wholeheartedly, but such an approach belongs to the realm of the virtuous. Little Lee, however, does not consider himself virtuous. Rather, he acknowledges his own profound transgressions. He has already provided all the insights he could. A master can open the door, but the journey of cultivation must be undertaken personally. The discoveries one makes on their own are far more meaningful than those found by others. With determination, Little Lee focused on Mike K., his mentor. I wish to test my skills against you, he stated solemnly. Little Lee was acutely aware of his limitations, even at the pinnacle of his dark energy. He would struggle to defeat Mike K., who had truly elevated physical arts to an extraordinary level, rendering him nearly invulnerable to scrutiny for weaknesses. The essence of martial arts lies in speed, and although Mike K. had not studied traditional martial arts, he had mastered speed to an astonishing degree, particularly in his 8-gate activated state, where his movements were virtually imperceptible to the naked eye. Ah, Little Lee, your vigor has returned. It seems my beloved disciple remains unchanged, still brimming with youthful passion. Mike K. exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he wiped them away. His spirit ignited. Let us begin, Little Lee. Hey, wait. I haven't finished my question. A voice cried out, but the two combatants paid no heed. Little Lee stepped forward, firmly planting his legs into the ground, positioning his hands at his chest. This stance was different from his usual fighting posture. As he steadied himself, a transformation occurred in his gaze. It became sharp and ferocious, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the grass, fixating on its prey. Mike K. was prepared, yet when Little Lee's eyes gleamed with intensity, his pupils constricted, and a grave expression settled on his face. This was the aura of a formidable adversary. Initially, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. However, as Little Lee assumed his stance, Mike K.'s heart raced. Though Little Lee's posture appeared limp, akin to a strong man on the verge of collapse, Mike K., with years of experience and countless encounters, sensed an innate sensitivity to martial arts. Is it an illusion, or am I simply too anxious? Can Little Lee's recovery truly be this exhilarating? No, it cannot be. How can an 11-year-old possess such profound martial prowess? Before Mike K. could contemplate further, Little Lee struck first. His foot slammed into the ground, and his fist shot forth like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a resonating sound that echoed through the air, startling Tion, who stood nearby, causing her to believe an earthquake had struck. Come at me. Mike K. did not underestimate Little Lee's assault. While Little Lee's fists were swift, Mike K.'s were swifter. Unbeknownst to Mike K., the moment he generated his bright energy, his fist was enveloped in a protective layer akin to steel. A mere flesh and blood punch would find it difficult to contend with this, especially since Mike K. had never trained in hard techniques and was unaware of the formidable nature of bright energy. Startled, Mike K. quickly retracted his fist, fingers trembling slightly. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he clenched his fist tighter and shifted rapidly, his form disappearing from view. Little Lee stood vigilant, aware that Mike K. was serious now. His speed is astonishing. I cannot keep up. I must remain patient, Little Lee thought, recognizing that Mike K.'s velocity was so great that it eluded the naked eye. Unless one possessed extraordinary perceptive abilities or had reached a heightened state of awareness. Little Lee, Mike K. shouted, a phantom image shimmering before Little Lee's eyes. Taken aback, Little Lee marveled at the swiftness. His limbs moved with agility, employing the 8 trigrams cloud step to transform his fists into palms, coordinating his movements swiftly. A fierce kick landed with empty air, leaving Mike K astonished. How is this possible? Why did I miss him when he was right in front of me? Mike K had intended to warn Little Lee to avoid causing him harm, knowing that the force generated by his leg could be overwhelming. A strike from a typical Nin could easily lead to severe injury. However, Mike K had not anticipated that his warning would not only prepare Little Lee, but also enable him to evade with an enigmatic step. Despite his incredible speed, Mike K believed it would be no simple task for someone to dodge effortlessly. Yet Little Lee achieved it, validating the earlier sense of encountering a formidable opponent. Little Lee's peculiar punches left Mike K's fingers tingling, and the oddity of his footwork was both marvelous and perplexing. He had witnessed numerous martial arts techniques and forbidden moves, but none resembled Little Lee's style, which seemed to transcend conventional physical arts, yet could not be dismissed. Little Lee's actions and responses, coupled with his counterattacks, bore no resemblance to those of a practitioner of ninjutsu or illusion arts. Am I being overly suspicious? Mike K pondered. Without any experience in traditional martial arts to draw upon, any speculation was futile. The only one who truly understood this was Little Lee himself. Master Kai, receive my strike. Little Lee declared, converting his punch into a palm strike. The wind howled as he moved, and Mike K witnessed Little Lee's form transform into a fleeting white specter akin to a wraith traversing the realm of the living. What in the world? Mike K gasped as Little Lee became a white apparition, hovering before him, obscured from clear view, with eyes that glowed menacingly. In that moment, he felt like prey, ensnared by a hunter, a trapped creature in a jar. With a powerful thrust, Little Lee's foot sank into the earth, and the force in his legs erupted explosively. The white figure vanished as Little Lee unleashed a ferocious palm strike, echoing with the roar of a tiger, shaking the very mountains. Tian, witnessing the spectacle, was rendered speechless. It felt like a dream. When had Little Lee become this formidable, overpowering his mentor and evading his lightning-fast kick? Impossible, impossible. It must be an illusion, she thought. Faced with Little Lee's palm strike, Mike K's eyes blazed crimson, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. As he countered with a punch, a torrent of force erupted from their collision, creating a deafening sound. Little Lee could not withstand the pressure and was sent flying, blood spilling from his lips as he managed a rueful smile. Master Kai, I concede, Little Lee admitted, humbled. Mike K was a true master of physical arts, a figure who had elevated the simplest techniques to their utmost potential. The pinnacle of martial arts lies in the simplification of complexity, and Mike K had leapt straight to the essence, executing basic strikes flawlessly without a hint of flaw. In the realm of shinobi, the only individual Little Lee truly revered was Mike K, who relied solely on his own efforts, devoid of any external assistance. In Little Lee's eyes, the label of genius was a mere facade. True genius is born from 99% effort and a sprinkle of innate talent. Thus, Little Lee felt a profound sense of fulfillment in becoming his disciple, for the guidance of a master of physical arts was far more exhilarating than learning ninjutsu. Mike K's flushed face returned to normal as he rushed to Little Lee's side, concern etched on his features. My dear disciple, Little Lee, are you all right? It's my fault for overexerting myself. While Mike K was not one to succumb to ordinary physical injuries, the true force of his recent strike could have inflicted deeper internal harm. Tian, snapping back to reality, rushed over to Little Lee, bloodied and lying on the ground, and angrily confronted Mike K. Master Kai, how could you do this? Little Lee was never your match, and yet you use such force. Hearing the incessant scoldings from Tian, Mike lowered his head, hesitant to speak. Xiao Li, on the other hand, simply smiled, for he understood that Mike was not to blame. In a battle between foes, every moment counts, especially for individuals like Mike, a master of physical arts, and himself, who had only barely reached the level of a master in martial arts. In such confrontations, the stakes could be life or death. Mike's reactions were merely instinctual. Had he shown mercy, Xiao Li would have lost all respect for him, questioning his worthiness of the title of master in physical arts. Tian, did you observe the duel between me and Teacher Kai? He inquired, not to criticize but to ascertain her understanding. Tian looked perplexed, utterly bewildered. Xiao Li shook his head, explaining, our earlier confrontation with teacher A Kai was a genuine battle, not a child's play. As we are still genin, if we continually allow teacher A Kai to go easy on us, we will inevitably perish in the fierce clashes of ninjas. The reason we are guided by higher-ranked ninjas is to strengthen ourselves, to gain sufficient power and experience, and ultimately to become independent, true ninjas. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Tian gazed at Mike with a look of grievance, unable to articulate her thoughts. Xiao Li's reasoning was sound, yet she found herself at a loss for a counterargument. Mike, too, regarded Tian with a serious expression. Xiao Li's words resonated deeply, leaving even Mike astonished at the wisdom he had expressed. If asked, Mike doubted he could have articulated such reasoning himself. Chapter 14, Niji's Challenge. However, Li, the taijutsu techniques you employed during our battle were remarkably peculiar. When our fists clashed, my fingers were left tingling. How did you achieve that? Mike Kai, casting aside Tian's forlorn expression, inquired with curiosity. That moment was etched in his memory. The sudden tingling in his fingers could not merely be attributed to strength, for Li's power could not possibly surpass his own. Moreover, the explosive sound resembled a tiger's roar, nearly affecting him as well. After a moment of contemplation, Li replied slowly, this is the power of Ming Jin. Ming Jin? What is that? Mike Kai's interest deepened. And even Tian, who had been disheartened, perked up to listen intently. How can I explain it? Ming Jin is neither chakra nor merely the strength of the wrist and arm. Rather, it emanates from the bones. During our training, it's exceedingly rare to engage the bones. For no matter how resilient our fists may become, they pale in comparison to the fortitude of our bones. As we move, our bones generate friction, which produces a subtle force. To the untrained eye, this force appears inconsequential. Yet for practitioners of taijutsu like us, every part of the body and every action can elicit this delicate friction. Teacher Kai, you too can hear the sound of bones grinding. I can hear it. That's impossible. Mike Kai exclaimed, astonished yet still perplexed. How could one hear the sound of bones? It is not a matter of hearing with your ears, but rather sensing it. When the six senses are closed off, one must rely on the remaining faculties to listen. This explanation left both of them even more bewildered. As traditional martial arts are inherently esoteric, often beyond verbal articulation, the only way to convey such concepts is through action. However, for Mike Kai, generating Ming Jin would be a formidable challenge, as his training methods had already solidified. Ming Jin is intrinsically linked to martial arts. Much like how the gentle fist must align with the Byakugan, both elements are indispensable for unleashing true power. At that moment, Hyuga Niji emerged from the forest. He had been training but was drawn to the training ground by the sound of a tremendous impact. Upon seeing Li seated on the ground, Mike Kai standing, and Tian crouching, Niji was at a loss. What are you all doing here? Niji inquired, his tone conveying a sense of being superfluous. Niji, Li is explaining the power of Ming Jin to us. It's quite extraordinary, something even teacher Kai doesn't understand. Tian responded, her spirits lifted at Niji's return. Ming Jin? What is that? Surely it's just another gimmick from the tail end of the class. Niji remained unfazed, entirely disinterested in Rock Lee, as he believed that sheer effort was insufficient to surpass a genius. No, this is no mere trifle. Just now, Li's Ming Jin caused my fingers to tingle and produced a thunderous sound. Mike Kai asserted, raising a finger in seriousness. Thunderous sound? Niji's expression darkened. So that noise was your doing? Your so-called Ming Jin is nothing but a deceptive trick. If you lack strength, resorting to such dubious tactics to fool teacher Kai and Tian is quite pathetic. Niji sneered coldly, seizing the opportunity to express his bruised ego from being overlooked by Li. Oh, dubious tactics, you say? That is precisely what it is. However, I find this conversation irrelevant to you. Do you not feel like a dog barking behind my back? Li replied with a nonchalant smile. You dare call me a dog? You misheard. I said there is a dog barking, and it sounds quite unpleasant. Both of you should refrain from speaking further. Tian interjected, sensing the escalating tension. While Mike Kai felt a headache brewing, he dreaded such confrontations. Niji's expression turned fierce, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. As he fixed his gaze on the seated Li, tail end, do you dare to test your skills against me? I assure you, I won't kill you. Niji was not one for idle chatter. He preferred to act. Very well, but I assure you, I won't kill you either. The two locked eyes, a fierce spark igniting between them. A prodigy from the Hyuga branch against a student who ranked at the bottom of his class. Tian felt utterly bewildered. Having witnessed the earlier exchange between Li and Mike Kai, she understood that Li's prowess was formidable, especially since he had compelled Teacher Kai to employ his true strength. She had observed Niji's battles against Teacher Kai, where Niji could never land a hit, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Even Tian, despite her navet, recognized that under the current circumstances, it would be challenging for Niji to gain the upper hand against Li. Tian's mind raced with apprehension. Li, you just fought against Teacher Kai and sustained injuries. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from engaging in combat. Could you not rest for a moment? She implored, her expression earnest, while Li remained impassive, believing that Niji truly warranted a thorough lesson. Otherwise, he would continue to assume Li feared him. Very well, tail end. Today, I shall show you the tragic fate of being a hindrance, the anguish of existing in such an unfair world, Niji proclaimed, his pride radiating as if he held dominion over fate itself. How utterly laughable. If you wish to fight, then do so swiftly. What purpose does this idle chatter serve? Fate? You, a weakling, dare speak of fate? How absurd. Li's scornful words stirred a tempest within Niji, causing his lip to twitch in agitation, his face contorting in displeasure. I will grant you your wish. Teacher Kai, please intervene. Tian cried, yet Mike Kai remained focused on Li, eager to discern the elusive sound of friction through Niji's challenge. What exactly was Ming Jin? Li's explanation had sparked a flicker of recognition within him, yet he remained unable to fully grasp the concept. He felt akin to a person poring over an incomprehensible tome, aware that he was the only one qualified to delve into its depths. On the training ground, Niji assumed the classic stance of the gentle fist, while Li adopted the posture of the snake fist. The lingering pain in Li's chest from his earlier clash with Mike Kai prevented him from reaching his peak condition. Yet facing Niji was a different matter entirely. Behold the prowess of my gentle fist, and witness how you shall defend against it. With that, Niji surged forward, his palms gathering chakra, showcasing the intricate beauty of the gentle fist. By channeling chakra into his hands and utilizing the Byakugan's ability to perceive the body's chakra points, he aimed to strike at Li's vital points. The strength of the gentle fist lay not only in its finesse, but also in its capability to bypass superficial wounds, inflicting internal damage instead. It bore a striking resemblance to the concept of dark Jin. The force of the palm stirred the sound of the wind as Xiao Li stood his ground, unmoving. He and Hyuga Niji belonged to the same category. Both were adept in close combat and skilled in exchanging blows. Had it been Mike Guy, he would undoubtedly have been on the move, for his speed was unparalleled. Niji's velocity was not on the same level as Mike Guy's, yet it was comparable to Xiao Li's. The contest between them would ultimately hinge on their respective techniques and combat experience. Xiao Li relaxed his lower body, tilting his waist back, as his snake-like fist darted through the air like a serpent weaving through grass. Suddenly, he pressed his hand against Niji's wrist, catching him off guard. Niji attempted to retract his palm, only to realize it was too late. A forceful pressure descended upon his palm, causing his fingers to weaken and tingle. Sensing the imminent danger, he retaliated with another hand strike aimed directly at Xiao Li's chest. Xiao Li's eyes flickered as he stepped back slightly on his heels, deftly evading the attack. With one hand, he seized Niji's wrist, while his snake fist thrust forth a middle finger, striking Niji's forehead with a flick. Pop. Chapter 15, Niji's Defeat. The ninja forehead protector fell, and Niji staggered back, creating distance between himself and Li. A sharp pain throbbed on his forehead, and his expression oscillated between disbelief and confusion. His Byakugan fixated on Li, who remained steadfast in his position, not having moved even a step. Yet, turmoil raged within Niji. Unable to fathom the reality, I am being forced to retreat by an underdog? In the past, he had dominated Li effortlessly, but everything had changed since Li's hospitalization. It was as if the pride of his genius was slowly being called into question. "I promised I wouldn't kill you," Lee said with a light chuckle. To Niji's ears, it felt as if he had been slapped across the face. "You brought this upon yourself." Niji's stance shifted, and his aura transformed. Lee's countenance grew grave, as if he had suddenly realized something, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "You have already entered my Bagua. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the 8 trigram 64 palms. This is my first exhibition since mastering it. You should feel fortunate, underdog." Byakugan activated. Niji's vision sharpened, allowing him to discern the 64 chakra points on Lee's body. "Then I shall observe with great anticipation," Lee replied, standing firm, his mind recalling the 8 trigram 64 palms. This technique belonged to the Hinata clan's secret arts and required the ability to perceive chakra points in a 360-degree radius to execute effectively. This method bore resemblance to pressure point techniques, yet surpassed them in intricacy, for the Byakugan could directly reveal the chakra points. In the past, a seasoned master had remarked that all martial arts originated from Shaolin, while pressure point techniques were derived from the founder, Bodhidharma, who meticulously studied the body's chakra points and ultimately founded this art. Lee himself did not practice pressure point techniques, but had often heard tales of their miraculous abilities. Striking a death point could lead to instant demise, while a fainting point could induce deep slumber, and a laughing point could provoke uncontrollable laughter. "What is Niji doing?" Day-Day exclaimed, observing the transformation in Niji's stance, now enhanced with his Byakugan activated, as if preparing for a formidable technique. Mike Guy nodded, explaining, "This is the Hinata clan's secret technique, the 8 trigrams. Executing 64 palms within the Bagua range, each palm sealing a chakra point. How formidable. Does this mean Lee is in grave danger?" Day-Day anxiously inquired, glancing at Lee. Mike Guy shook his head, now composed. In terms of true strength, Lee was not inferior to Niji. In fact, observing Lee's calm demeanor, Mike Guy's concern shifted to Niji. It would be a formidable challenge for Niji to overcome Lee. This conclusion echoed within him. A month prior, Lee had been just an ordinary boy, exuberantly shouting about youthful passion, yet now he had undergone a complete transformation, possessing a serene mind, decisive actions, and peculiar martial techniques. Day-Day, do not worry. I trust Lee will exercise prudence, Mike Guy reassured. Day-Day thought he must have misheard, astonished that Teacher Guy would express such faith in Lee. Did that imply that even if Niji unleashed the 8 trigrams, he would still fall short against Lee? No. That couldn't be right. Niji was a true genius. Niji initiated his attack, his Byakugan granting him clarity of vision, his speed doubling, swift as lightning. His powerful strikes disrupted the air. Once locked within the Bagua by the Byakugan, escaping was nearly impossible unless one possessed incredible speed or formidable defensive capabilities to withstand the gentle fist's onslaught. These were the only 2 methods to counter it. Lee, however, had no intention of retreating from the Bagua's range. He would seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to determine whether Niji's gentle fist was superior to his 8 trigrams. As Niji advanced, Lee's form suddenly became elusive, his white martial arts uniform creating ghostly illusions. He glided forward, transitioning from fists to palms, harmonizing his movements. "Under my Byakugan, all your actions are futile." Lee's movements were peculiar, yet they eluded Niji's perception. The Byakugan could discern Lee's trajectory with astonishing clarity. Even his footwork was laid bare before Niji's eyes. First palm of the 8 trigrams. Second palm. Niji roared, "Do you believe you can evade me?" However, both strikes missed their target, and Niji's expression contorted with rage. This was his first use of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, yet he had not anticipated such failure. Fifth palm. 11th palm. This is bad, Niji thought, his composure unraveling. Mike Guy observed intently, each of Niji's movements captured in his gaze, while Day-Day's expression tightened with worry, hoping the two would not go too far. 31st palm. No. How can I not land a hit? I refuse to believe this. With a furious roar, his long hair surged wildly, his sanity slipping. 44th palm. 54th palm. 64th palm. The final palm struck, and Niji's face twisted into a terrifying grin. He finally made contact, lifting his gaze towards Lee, who met him with piercing eyes. The power of the 8 trigram 64 palms was formidable, yet its flaws were glaring. Particularly as Niji's execution lacked refinement, falling short of perfection. The technique focused on sealing chakra points, lacking the internal damage of a standard gentle fist. Most of Niji's attacks were deftly evaded by Lee, and the last strike had missed its target entirely. 64 palms have concluded. Now feel the might of my 8 trigrams. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Niji trembled, unable to accept the reality before him. How could his technique fail? How could his opponent remain unscathed? Had his eyes deceived him? Wasn't Lee merely a hindrance? How could he possibly lose, being the universally acknowledged genius? Lee paid no heed to Niji's turmoil. With a surge of energy, he transformed his fist into a palm, relaxing his shoulders and elbows as his palm unleashed its force, striking Niji's abdomen silently. Niji coughed out saliva, dazed, yet Lee did not cease his onslaught. He executed a series of fluid movements. As graceful as a dragon and as fierce as an eagle, his palm's power akin to that of a raging tiger. With a powerful impact, Niji was sent flying, subsequently losing consciousness. The battle between them lasted less than 10 minutes, concluding with Niji's defeat, while Lee approached Might Guy with an air of calm, not casting a single glance at Niji. Day-Day burst into tears, rushing to Niji's side to assist him. Might Guy's heart was a tumultuous sea, watching Niji, defeated by Lee, left him in disbelief. He had predicted Lee's victory, yet he had not anticipated it to be so effortless. Lee had evaded every attack of the 8 trigrams 64 palms with an uncanny agility. Could he have achieved the same feat? Though Might Guy could easily triumph over Niji, that was a result of years of rigorous training and experience. But what of this young boy? The battle experience he had just displayed was far beyond what an 11-year-old should possess. If true genius existed, then Niji was not truly a genius, but merely an exceptionally talented individual. What then defined genius? Kakashi had been hailed as a genius when he became a jonin at 13. Yet, many years later, he remained a jonin. As for Might Guy, he understood that his strength had long surpassed the jonin level. What, then, constituted true genius? This question lingered in Might Guy's mind, leaving him with a sense of wonder. If true genius existed, it should embody someone like Lee. Observing the approaching Lee, Might Guy murmured to himself. Chapter 16. The Escape in Progress, Part 1. Thus it was. My disciples, I wish to hear your decisions. Mike K. completed the reading of the document in his hand, gazing intently at the figures perched on the railing, particularly at Xiao Li and the others. The document pertained to the annual Chunin exams of Konoha Village, which were traditionally held in the summer, precisely 2 months following the graduation of the ninja school students. The three remained silent, with Tian hesitating and Ning Ci observing Xiao Li. It had been a week since Xiao Li had last triumphed over Ning Ci, a week that could be considered a second dark period in his life. Although he felt slightly better now, a sense of unease arose within him at the thought of Xiao Li. Noticing the trio's silence, Mike K sighed in resignation. Xiao Li, what is your decision? Among the three, Xiao Li was currently the strongest, and they had unconsciously begun to regard him as the captain of their small team. Thus, Mike K's first inquiry was directed solely at him. We shall not participate in this Chunin exam, Xiao Li declared, jesting that joining would be incongruous with the narrative. Certainly, given their current capabilities, participation would not pose any problem, and they could indeed succeed. However, this was not the crux of the matter. This year's Chunin exam was rather commonplace. It was the next one that held greater significance. In this world, Xiao Li would not shy away from danger, but instead seek to challenge formidable opponents. Only through such challenges would his rebirth hold meaning. Otherwise, what was the point of being reborn but to languish for a few more decades? Is this your final answer, Xiao Li? Mike K inquired, somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that Xiao Li would eagerly participate in the Chunin exam. Although slightly disappointed, he regarded Xiao Li with an approving gaze. Tian and Ning Ci exchanged astonished glances. Given Xiao Li's current strength, becoming a Chunin was certainly within reach. Yet, why did he choose to decline? Can you elaborate on your reasoning? Mike K pressed, eager to hear Xiao Li's explanation. First and foremost, we have only recently graduated from the ninja school, merely 2 months ago. Our experience with missions is insufficient, and we possess little understanding of the Chunin exam's dynamics. By waiting until after this year's Chunin exam, we can analyze the results and compare them with previous years, thereby gaining a comprehensive understanding and ensuring we are adequately prepared before participation. Very well put, nodded Mike K. The second point is that our teamwork is still lacking. As you know, my personality does not align well with Ning Si's, and Tian's strength is still too weak. If we rashly enter the Chunin exam, our chances of success would not exceed 40%. I have researched that the Chunin exam assesses not only a ninja's individual abilities, but also their capacity for teamwork. Sometimes, collaboration is even more crucial than individual prowess. And this principle is one of the foundational tenets of being a ninja. Actions must prioritize teamwork. Excellent. As expected of Shaoli, your analysis is astute. What you three currently lack is indeed teamwork. If you and Ning Ci could collaborate effectively, I would assert that your chances of surpassing this year's Chunin exam would increase to 60%. However, Tian's limitations are evident. Even if you two manage to establish a semblance of teamwork, Tian may struggle to contribute and could even hinder your progress. The candidness of their discussion was disheartening, and the mention of Ning Ci's discord and Tian's weakness cast a shadow over their faces. Yet, these concerns were secondary. If they could not acknowledge their shortcomings, they would indeed forfeit their eligibility for the next Chunin exam. Since we have broached this subject, you need not participate in this year's Chunin exam. Accumulate experience from missions, and when your sense of teamwork becomes instinctual, prepare for an explosive performance in the next Chunin exam. Mike K proclaimed, clenching his fists with enthusiasm. Teacher Mike K, there is something else I wish to address, Shaoli interjected. Please, share your thoughts freely. Shaoli, Mike K replied, calming his excitement. Currently, the three of us need to enhance our abilities, and the training you have provided thus far is insufficient. I believe we should incorporate something that could facilitate significant improvement. Curiosity piqued among the trio. What do you mean by significant improvement? What methods do you propose? Will it be beneficial for our teacher? Mike K inquired, eager for any suggestions that might enhance his stagnant abilities. It may not benefit you, but it would be immensely advantageous for us, Shaoli responded, causing Mike K to feel a twinge of disappointment, yet prompting him to press on. What method are you suggesting? I propose that we divide the next year into 3 plans. Starting with our first plan, you will train us. What kind of method is that? Do not speak nonsense. Ning Ci frowned in discontent, having grown accustomed to Mike K's training. Asking him to train them seemed redundant. I have not finished my point. Let us hear the entire proposal before making a decision, Shaoli retorted, casting a glance at Ning Ci before continuing. The first plan is to hone our teamwork. From this moment onward, for 1 week, we will become the targets of pursuit, with our sole mission being to survive. Teacher Mike K, you will take on the role of a merciless hunter, showing us no mercy. We must view you as an enemy with the intent to kill, and you must adopt the same mindset towards us, withholding any compassion. Ideally, I hope you can enlist the assistance of an idle jonin, as the most effective way to cultivate teamwork is through life and death experiences. Only through such trials can we achieve a qualitative leap in our abilities. Shaoli, are you suggesting that Teacher Mike K should attempt to kill us while we try to defeat him? Tian stammered, her mind racing with confusion and fear. Ning Ci remained silent, clenching his fists, surprisingly refraining from rebuttal. He recognized the validity of Shaoli's perspective. Only through life and death experiences could their skills and teamwork be sharpened. Mike K's brow furrowed as he spoke gravely. Shaoli, are you serious? Shaoli nodded affirmatively. However, I need to hear the opinions of the other two. I cannot make this decision alone. Ning Ci, what say you? I have no objections. Life and death training. Humph, do you think I would falter? Ning Ci replied, his agreement clear. All that remained was Tian. Tian, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and fear, was faced with an incredibly difficult decision for an 11-year-old girl, especially as the target would be her closest teacher. However, to everyone's astonishment, she resolutely nodded, her tears threatening to spill, yet retreating instead. Shaoli, I shall relay your proposal to the Hokage, allowing him to make the final decision. For now, I grant you the evening to rest. Tomorrow, we shall become enemies, and I will inform you of the chosen location later tonight." With that, Mike K departed, leaving the trio in contemplative silence. Both Ning Si and Tian Tian grappled with their compelled Chapter 17. The Ongoing Escape, Part 2, Hokage and Appo's office. The situation is as follows. Hokage-sama. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, glanced at the documents in his hand and raised an eyebrow. It was unexpected for Lee to harbor such thoughts. Reminiscent of the Umbu's approach, tempering life and death, an admirable notion. "So, Guy, who do you require to assist you?" The third Hokage did not dismiss Lee's training plan. On the contrary, he wholeheartedly supported it. A ninja with the heart of a warrior was precisely what he wished to see. Despite the current tranquility in the Hidden Leaf Village, countless eyes lurked in the shadows, waiting hungrily. A village needs the invigorating force of new blood, and Lee embodies that vigor. In light of such circumstances, he eagerly anticipated more genin to emulate Lee. "Indeed, Hokage-sama, you agree," Guy exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. However, the third Hokage doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "Based on the information you provided and Lee's recent performance, you alone would not be able to contend with them. How about this? Lee mentioned that you should invite another ninja to assist you. I have an excellent candidate in mind. What do you think?" The third Hokage had already received a detailed account of Lee's recent actions from Guy, which led him to pay closer attention to Lee. Remarkably, the student ranked at the bottom of his class had managed to defeat the top-ranking genius. Truly fascinating. "Hokage-sama, you are right. It would indeed be difficult for me alone to deal with them, especially considering Lee and Appo's recent mission performance. Coupled with his formidable taijutsu skills comparable to those of a seasoned jounin, and a genius from the Hyuga branch, an expert in ninja tools." At this point, Guy genuinely hoped for assistance. Yet, upon hearing the third Hokage's suggestion, a shiver ran down his spine as he pondered. "Hokage-sama, are you suggesting sending Kakashi to assist?" As expected of Kakashi's rival, Guy, "I intend to send Kakashi to aid you." That might not be appropriate, although this was a life-and-death trial. The three children were still his students. Kakashi might hold back, but when it came to Kakashi, it would be a different story. Kakashi had an extremely rigorous approach to missions and was notoriously ruthless towards his subordinates. Any enemy he encountered would be ruthlessly dispatched. Given that Kakashi was also the captain of the Umbu, this would be nothing short of a nightmare for the three children. "You voiced this idea. Now you wish to retract it?" "Guy, that would not do, and the decision is made. As for the location, I have already considered that as well. The Forest of Death." Guy trembled and sank heavily to the ground. The Forest of Death after a night of preparation. The three arrived early at the location Guy had specified. Upon entering the training ground, a Chunin approached them and calmly stated, "So you are Guy's three students? How young you are to seek death." This Chunin, in his 30s, spoke with a tone of regret, as if lamenting the fragility of their youthful lives and wondering what Guy was thinking. "Senior, the fact that we dare to come means we are mentally prepared." Lee stepped forward to respond. "Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin." "Very well, since we still have time, let me enlighten you. Behind me lies the Forest of Death, a place forbidden to both ninjas and civilians due to its myriad dangers. First, the wildlife. The creatures within are formidable. You will understand the extent of their size once you enter. Additionally, refrain from picking any flowers or plants, as they may contain deadly toxins. That is all I can say. I will now open the gate, and you may proceed." The Chunin's words resonated with the trio. Lee had initially wondered about the location, but did not anticipate that Guy would choose such a perilous place. The Forest of Death was a forbidden zone within the Hidden Leaf Village and the site for the second examination of the next Chunin exam. Having learned of its dangers through anime, he felt a surge of excitement as he stepped into the forest, while Niji and Tintin appeared somewhat nervous. As the gate swung open, Tintin and Niji followed closely behind Lee into the forest. The sound of the gate closing echoed ominously. They were to survive for a week in this place, and the true test of life and death was about to begin. Not far from the enclosure, the three gathered together to discuss their next course of action. "Lee, what should we do next?" Tintin asked anxiously. The dampness of the forest of death and its eerie atmosphere sent shivers down her spine, while Niji, although proud, also felt a tinge of unease. First, let me clarify the situation for you, Lee said with a grin. The two listened intently. You must understand that this place is called the Forest of Death. The fact that it has been designated as a forbidden area by the Hidden Leaf Village indicates its perilous nature, and it is not merely ordinary danger. To survive here for 7 days, we must contend not only with being hunted by Teacher Guy, but also with the forest itself. Both nodded in understanding, and Lee was pleased to see Niji obediently listening to him. He continued, every step we take here is fraught with peril. We must be vigilant. In addition to being pursued, we must also pursue them. Remember, this is a game of life and death. It is either our demise or theirs. Lee's expression morphed into a terrifying smile. ISNT that a bit extreme Tintin stammered, struggling to process Lee's words. This is a matter of resolve. I believe Niji understands. I anticipate that our forthcoming actions will be quite entertaining. Tintin, did you bring everything I mentioned yesterday? Tintin, taken aback, felt a surge of joy at being regarded as important. I brought everything, and even more than you suggested. Excellent. Now that we are well prepared, we need a code word. This code will serve as our sole method of identifying friend from foe. Indeed, a code word is necessary, Niji commented, smirking slightly. What should it be? Pay attention. I will only say this once. If any one of us becomes separated, upon reuniting, we must use this code. We will ask what our objective is. The answer will be to eliminate Teacher Guy. Then we will inquire why we must do so, and the answer will remain the same. To eliminate Teacher Guy. Finally, we will ask what the 3 great taboos of ninjas are. The answer will still be to eliminate Teacher Guy. Is that clear? Niji and Tintin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of such a measure. Then let us proceed. We will let the 2 Jounin experience some hardship first, Lee said with a cold smirk. Kakashi, you scoundrel. It's already noon, and you've just arrived. Guy exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He had known that Lee and the others had already entered the forest of death and felt anxious, waiting for Kakashi to act together. To his dismay, Kakashi was as tardy as ever, arriving a full 3 hours late. At that moment, Kakashi strolled over, his white hair tousled, engrossed in reading Make-Out Paradise. Upon hearing Guy's words, he replied nonchalantly, I got lost on the road of life. What kind of excuse is that? Being late is being late. This is a mission from Hokage-sama. Can you not take it seriously? Guy roared. All right. But you really are bold to put your students through such trials. This is not a time of war, Kakashi remarked, putting away his book and adopting a serious demeanor. Humph, I trust my students, Kakashi added. Guy turned away, dissatisfied. Your trust has nothing to do with us. I only wish to convey that since this is a mission, I will give it my all, including eliminating them. Now we can proceed. Kakashi's disposition was well known to Akai, whose countenance darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. He understood that their very survival was now at stake. Had it been any other Jonin, he might have been reassured, but with Kakashi, the circumstances had spiraled beyond his initial comprehension. Chapter 18, The Flight in Progress, Part 3, Kakashi, Guy, you have arrived. Those 3 youngsters have already entered. Greeted a Chunin as he spotted the 2 at the training ground. Ding Lu, it has been a while. We are already aware of the situation. You need not concern yourself any further. Simply wait a week before you open the gate. Guy replied, I'll take my leave then. With that, the Chunin departed, and the 2 stepped through the gate. Immediately, a chilling breeze swept across their faces. Kakashi inhaled deeply, remarking, It has been quite some time since I felt this sensation. Guy remained silent as they continued onward. Kakashi observed Guy's figure, but soon turned his gaze to their surroundings. They halted at the very spot where the 3 had previously conferred. We have been here before. What are your thoughts, Kakashi? Guy inquired, knowing full well that Kakashi was far more adept at handling missions and operations, especially in scenarios like this one. It appears they have thoroughly prepared for the operation. At the very least, they possess a certain resolve, Kakashi stated, clearly intending for Guy to hear. However, Guy paid it little mind and took another step forward. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed something amiss and shouted, Guy, be careful. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated, akin to a clap of thunder. The explosive tags that had been set around them detonated in rapid succession, sending a jolt through Guy's body. Kakashi, reacting swiftly, pushed Guy to the ground. As the explosion subsided, the once serene landscape lay in ruins, with deep craters punctuating the ground. Kakashi estimated that at least 30 explosive tags had been employed. The two lay on the ground, covered in dust and looking somewhat disheveled. Kakashi stood and brushed off the debris, calmly observing. It seems those three brats are even more resolute than I anticipated, having preemptively buried explosive tags with the intent to eliminate us. Guy, I must admit, I have come to regard you more highly than before, having trained such competent youngsters. However, the blast has already alerted them, and we now find ourselves at a disadvantage. Kakashi spoke thoughtfully, recognizing that he had yet to encounter Lee and the others. But this level of preparation indicated that their opponents were far from simple. They had clearly considered them deadly adversaries, as evidenced by the sheer number of explosive tags planted. Recovering from the chaos, Guy felt a surge of determination replace his earlier anxiety. So what shall we do next? He asked Kakashi. Based on what you have told me, that prodigy from their branch family should be a sensory-type ninja. Our every move is likely to be detected. The recent explosion has certainly drawn their attention. I suspect many dangers lie ahead. I never expected we would become the hunted right from the start. This is exhilarating. Kakashi chuckled softly at Guy's enthusiasm. Indeed. The next act is where the real excitement lies. We have applied perfume to mask our scent. They will have to tread carefully, especially with Niji's sensory abilities. They cannot afford to confront us too boldly, particularly after we have shown our intent to eliminate them with the deployment of over 30 explosive tags. They will be more cautious than we are. Isn't that a bit cruel? Guy asked, his voice laced with concern, fearing for the safety of his students. Humph, cruel? These are our enemies. It is a matter of survival. Either they perish or we do. If you lack the ruthlessness, it might very well be your own life on the line. And have you not noticed the beast lurking nearby? Niji remarked, his insight sharp, reflecting his formidable inner strength, a quality that had enabled him to master the secrets of the Hyuga clan on his own. His warning, however, startled Guy. What beast? Guy exclaimed in alarm. It seems you have noticed it too, Lee said with a faint smile. He had sensed it upon arrival, just as Niji had. Meanwhile, a massive serpent, hidden within the underbrush, lunged forth with lightning speed, measuring 100 meters in length, leaving Guy frozen in shock. We'll feast on snake meat tonight, Lee declared coldly, his eyes transforming in an instant from clarity to a profound depth, radiating an aura of lethal intent, as if he were a traveler in the shadows. What? Niji felt the palpable bloodlust emanating from Lee, a clear indication of past violence. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. While Guy was left unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, the mere appearance of the serpent had shattered the innocence of an 11-year-old girl's heart. Niji, I will hold the serpent at bay. You need to buy time for Guy to regain his composure. We require his scroll's power. After Shaoli brandished his kunai, he leaped down from the large branch and engaged in a fierce battle with the python. Ning Xi grasped Shaoli's intention. Their adversaries were not only two elite shinobi, but also the formidable forces of nature within this forest. His initial prejudice against Shaoli began to dissipate gradually. The python exhibited astonishing strength, while Shaoli's attack speed was remarkably swift. However, the python's reflexes were equally quick. Within less than a minute of their standoff, Shaoli was hurled away, crashing into a tree, accompanied by the resounding roar of the python that reverberated through their very souls. One of the python's eyes had been blinded, a kunai embedded deeply into its eyeball, the orb drenched in blood and oozing a yellowish liquid. It was your turn. Tion. Chapter 19. The composure of the wealthy heir. Yesterday, I did not post an update as I returned home. Today, I hurried back to provide an immediate update and discovered an increase in recommendation votes. I am grateful to my fellow readers. After being summoned by Niji, Tion finally shook off her panic. Upon seeing Shaoli pinned against a tree, along with the menacing sight of the long python on the ground, her heart was gripped by fear, a feeling that would not dissipate easily. Nevertheless, one could not deny her awareness and quick reflexes. In an instant, a scroll appeared in her hand. As she unfurled the scroll, A massive fire seal inscribed upon it was swiftly released under her rapid hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. With the scroll held firmly between her hands, she aimed at the serpent. The python, highly alert, lost all semblance of reason due to Xiao Li's actions, particularly the injury to one of its eyes, which drove it into a frenzy. As Tian Tian launched her fireball, the python revealed its sharp fangs and let out a deafening roar. The fireball erupted with formidable strength, engulfing the serpent in an instant. The air was filled with the sounds of its fury and terror, so loud that it drew the attention of other creatures nearby. In the deadly forest, where the long python was a top predator, its roar created ripples that extended beyond a small radius. Various birds and reptiles fled in haste. Despite the well-laid plans, it was evident they still lacked experience. Kakashi, hearing the distant commotion of the snake, understood a fierce battle had erupted ahead. His figure swiftly emerged from the concealed thicket, capturing a small creature in one hand, a satisfied smile momentarily gracing his face, until a tremendous explosion reverberated in the air. In another direction, Mike and his companions heard Kakashi's muffled grunt and turned to see his complexion had paled significantly, his eyes reflecting a sense of exhaustion. Akai, concerned, inquired, "Kakashi, what happened? Are you all right?" Kakashi could only manage a wry smile. After performing hand signs to disperse his shadow clone technique, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Breathing heavily, he finally said, "I have discerned their precise location." His heavy breaths continued, prompting further inquiries from his companions, who were puzzled by his pale and weak demeanor. Kakashi lamented, "One of my shadow clones was obliterated by an explosive tag, and I sustained considerable damage in the process." The shadow clone technique is indeed a formidable ninjutsu. From its use by the protagonist in the original series, one can understand that a ninja with ample chakra can create multiple clones to assist them, whose strength closely mirrors that of the original. More significantly, the shadow clone serves as an invaluable tool for reconnaissance, relaying all information it has gathered upon its demise, including insights into training. The efficiency of training is drastically enhanced when one person trains alone compared to when 3, 5, or even 100 train simultaneously. The profound experience and results from such a collective effort are staggering. In the original narrative, Uzumaki Naruto explicitly credits half of his achievements to the shadow clone technique, with the other half attributed to his protagonist's aura and the power of the tailed beasts. Without it, he would have lagged behind Uchiha Sasuke, expending an extraordinary amount of energy to keep pace. Observing Kakashi's expression of helplessness, Mike adjusted his mindset. He had not anticipated that these three youngsters could leave someone of Kakashi's repute and strength feeling so dejected. His initial dismissive attitude towards them was gradually waning, replaced by heightened vigilance. "What shall we do next? Do you need a moment to recover?" Mike asked. "That would be ideal," Kakashi replied, leaning against a tree as he consumed a soldier pill and took a few sips of water. Parker jumped in front of Kakashi, saying, "You already know the specific direction. I have no further role here, so I shall return." "Thank you, Parker," Kakashi acknowledged as Parker disappeared, leaving Mike and Kakashi to sit beneath the great tree, both feeling a mix of regret and frustration. They had initially believed they would easily overpower the three youngsters, yet here they were, injured before even encountering them, which left both feeling humiliated. Meanwhile, Xiaoli queried, "Are we really going to eat snake meat tonight?" Tian Tian, somewhat apprehensive, asked the question, while Niji turned his gaze towards Xiaoli. Xiaoli nodded slightly. "Of course we will, and it must be perfectly grilled to release an enticing aroma." Tian Tian, "Did you not bring the seasoning that enhances the fragrance of food?" Thus, Tian Tian rummaged through her backpack and eventually produced a bottle of red sauce. This is the currently popular Lao Gan Ma, which has made its way to every country. It cost me 100 silver notes. Without connections, I might not have been able to acquire it. Tian Tian lamented, "This Lao Gan Ma is truly remarkable. It can enhance the aroma of ordinary food tenfold, captivating all who encounter it. It is said to be a miraculous creation of culinary ninjas, and its price is exorbitant. Spending 100 silver notes pains me, as my family strictly manages my expenses. This sum equates to 1/10 of my monthly allowance." All right, Tian Tian. Next time, I shall treat you to a grand feast. I understand you spend a significant amount on this occasion, but our lives are at stake here. Spending a little for our survival is unavoidable, Xiaoli declared, adopting a tone that made Tian Tian want to strike him. If it's my money being spent, why should you be so casual about it? Why do you not use your own money? You and Niji are both boys. Why should I, a girl, be the one to foot the bill? This is infuriating. Tian Tian's face flushed with indignation as she turned away. Tian Tian, you must embody the composure of a wealthy heir. A wealthy heir should not concern themselves with money. As a wealthy heir, you should learn to be rational and generous. Otherwise, how could you justify your status? Xiaoli innocently asserted, immediately redirecting the focus onto Niji. Niji, forced to suppress a smile, shot Xiaoli a sharp glare. Xiaoli is correct, Tian Tian. However, as Xiaoli mentioned, after we get through this, he will treat us to a feast, and the money you spent can be compensated then, right? Niji said with an ulterior motive, thinking, perhaps I cannot defeat you, but I can make you feel embarrassed. Hearing Niji's words, Xiaoli felt the weight of his own words hit him like a stone on his foot. It seemed he had only mentioned treating Tian Tian and had not included Niji in the invitation. However, Xiaoli chose to remain silent, sensing an inexplicable change in the dynamics between them at that moment. I will heed Niji's words. Once this week is over, I will ensure you feel my wrath, and you will find yourself as broke as I will be next month. Let us discuss other matters once we have survived this ordeal. For now, we must focus on the task at hand, Xiaoli said, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. Both of them snapped back to attention as Xiaoli continued. The roar of the long python has revealed our position. The effect of the aroma's counter-tracking has dissipated. Now, we must set our next trap. With that, she approached the python's carcass, brandishing a kunai, and began to slice through the charred flesh. Do not just stand there. Come help me. I need to extract the meat from the python. Prepare some firewood. We must hurry to roast the meat while we still have time. Without uttering a single word, the two individuals promptly complied with Xiaoli's instructions. However, Ningji and Tian Tian were utterly perplexed, unaware of Xiaoli's intentions. Yet, their minds were free from any doubts, as the preceding actions involving the explosive talisman and the fragrant masking of odors had already positioned Xiaoli at the center of their focus. Even the proud and arrogant Ningji conceded that he could not rival Xiaoli's meticulous preparations. Xiaoli procured a substantial 20 pounds of snake meat and set it upon the fire rack to roast. After 5 minutes, he assessed the time and deemed it insufficient, prompting him to urge Tian Tian and Ningji to increase the quantity of firewood. What would ordinarily require an hour of roasting was completed in a mere 15 minutes. Just as he was about to commence the next phase, Xiaoli unveiled a bottle of Laogan Ma, a mere 250 milliliters in total. Upon twisting off the cap, an alluring aroma immediately enveloped the trio, its scent profoundly enticing. Xiaoli liberally doused the perfectly roasted python meat with the entire bottle of sauce. Xiaoli, what are you doing? That is far too much. Such a waste. Tian Tian exclaimed hastily. Xiaoli paid her no heed, and just as Tian Tian attempted to intervene, Ningji pressed down her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Do you sense the commotion? At that moment, Ningji had an epiphany, while Tian Tian remained in a state of confusion. Without delay, Ningji grasped Tian Tian's hand and urged, we must flee. Chapter 20. The Outlier. What a delightful aroma. A captivating scent wafted through the forest, causing Akai's eyes to sparkle with uncontainable excitement as he exclaimed, is it the fragrance of food, or perhaps the lingering scent of the grilled meat I've been devouring lately? It is simply irresistible. Kakashi, let us hasten to find this food. I yearn to savor it. The enticing aroma had entirely eclipsed Akai and Appo's original purpose. A peculiar sensation washed over him. Why did he feel an impending danger ahead, an overwhelming peril? Yet he knew with certainty that they must proceed in that direction. Could it be yet another trick orchestrated by those mischievous little rascals? This time, however, Kakashi was devoid of his usual nonchalance. He remained acutely aware of their objective amidst the alluring scent of food. No, this sensation is far too intense, Kakashi cautioned. Akai, be wary. The forest of death does not conjure roasted food without cause. It is likely a ploy devised by those three troublemakers. Instantly, Akai's excitement waned, replaced by a tinge of dissatisfaction. But it's just food. They probably hunted some animal and are grilling it. I believe you are being overly cautious. Just because you have encountered danger twice before does not mean you should be reduced to this state of fear. This is not the Kakashi I know. With a hint of disdain, Mike Kai interjected, but Kakashi chose to ignore him. We are nearly there. At last, they arrived at the site where Xiao Li and the others had battled. Kakashi's keen observational skills had led them here without error. However, upon witnessing a row of grilled meat sizzling over a fire, emitting an intoxicating aroma, Akai's eyes gleamed with desire, and he lunged forward. Kakashi swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "You fool! Do you not see the situation? We are surrounded." Only then did Akai regain his senses. Surrounded? Are you suggesting that enemies are encircling us? You imbecile! Do you not comprehend the source of that delectable scent? Look around you. Those predatory eyes lurking in the underbrush. Kakashi exclaimed in exasperation, realizing that Akai was still fixated on food despite their dire circumstances. As Akai surveyed his surroundings, he indeed noticed numerous pairs of eyes fixated upon them, emanating a brutal aura from the concealed thickets. Those rascals have laid a trap for us, and they did so while we were none the wiser. Kakashi seethed with fury. The moment the aroma wafted by, he had sensed something amiss. Had he been a seasoned jonin, he would never have ventured forth recklessly. Yet, facing Mirchunin, he believed that, with his experience and prowess, he could navigate the dangers with adequate caution. Alas, a single moment of negligence had led them into peril. Suddenly, three towering tigers, each standing at least 100 feet tall, emerged from the jungle. Following closely behind Kakashi and Akai was a grotesque, monkey-like creature, radiating a suffocating malevolence. Above, colossal flying beasts circled ominously. In that instant, the thought of food vanished from Akai's mind. They had stumbled into a trap far more terrifying than before. Xiaoli, did you plan this from the very beginning? The trio had fled a considerable distance, eventually discovering a small stream where they paused to catch their breath. Tian, still perplexed, pondered why Niji had pulled her back until she realized that the snake meat was a ruse, a trap laid with precision. She gazed at Xiao Li with admiration, inquiring if everything had been meticulously orchestrated from the start. If I had planned everything from the outset, would I not be a god? Xiao Li replied, sipping from the stream. Every situation harbors uncertainty. Typically, people are filled with trepidation when confronted with the unknown, as fear breeds discomfort. However, by preparing in advance, we can exercise some control over potential uncertainties. We were unaware of where we would undergo our training. It was only when a ninja led us to the forest of death that we realized the nature of our trial. Our understanding of this place was virtually non-existent, limited to the brief accounts from that Nin. Given that scant time, we had no opportunity to prepare. Thus, nothing was preordained. Rather, it was a matter of strategy or instinct. Xiaoli refrained from divulging too much truth. He had learned about the forest of death through anime. It was home to formidable creatures, each colossal and immensely strong. Ordinary chunin and civilians would face certain doom should they encounter such beasts. In the face of such peril, his decision to have Tian gather supplies was merely instinctive. A trial must be set in a dangerous locale, and in Konoha, the forest of death was unparalleled in its hazards. Other locations might not compare, as this was a natural arena, an optimal training ground. This seems plausible. We truly were oblivious. But you had me procure so many items, including that sauce. Was that merely coincidence or instinct? Xiaoli mused. Coincidence combined with instinct accounted for half the mastery over the unknown. With 6 days remaining, nightfall approached, and the real dangers were just beginning. The night would unleash a frenzy among the animals, especially as the enticing aroma might provoke even fiercer confrontations. One could only hope that Akai-sensei would survive. Xiaoli chuckled softly, yet the mirth in his expression caused Niji and Tian to stiffen, recalling how they might have fared had they pursued Xiaoli. They could scarcely fathom how many times they might have met their demise. Was this the same spirited youth they once knew? If he was indeed the underdog, what then of Niji? A chill crept down their spines. leaving them with lingering trepidation. Enough with those looks. We are a team now. I am not as fearsome as you envision. This trial is likely to commence in earnest tomorrow. After that, there will be no more traps. Otherwise, even if we survive for 7 days, we shall gain nothing. Now, let us find a suitable place to rest for the night. Xiaoli rose and surveyed the area, spotting an expanse of forest across the stream, beckoning the others to follow. No, the number of animals must exceed 20. They have marked us as foes. This is absurd. Kakashi lamented, utterly exhausted. While he could have easily dealt with 1 or 2 creatures, the sheer number posed a formidable challenge. Each beast was savage and powerful, perceiving both him and Akai as threats. Had they not recklessly ventured into that area, the animals would have ignored them, captivated instead by the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat. The alluring scent was irresistible even to the beasts, devoid of humanity and driven solely by instinct. They were now caught in a most unfortunate predicament, having taken the role of the outlier. Damn it! Defying the fatigue coursing through him, Kakashi pulled down his eye mask, revealing a blood-red Sharingan. With a crackling sound, a surge of lightning crackled in his hand, the chakra materializing as he shouted, Chidori. Lightning release. Chidori. The swift movement of the 1,000 birds, coupled with formidable piercing force, caused a tiger to collapse in the blink of an eye under Kakashi's rapid assault. Enraged, 2 more tigers surged forward, barreling towards Kakashi. Danger loomed. At this moment, Kakashi faced not only the 2 tigers before him, but also a gorilla behind, swinging its colossal fists towards him. Guy, realizing the peril too late, could only react in horror. Roar. Thud. Substitution jutsu. Unbeknownst to time, Kakashi had positioned himself behind Guy, his form wavering in uncertainty. The relentless series of battles had left him utterly fatigued, particularly following the severe injuries he had sustained earlier that day. Now, he bore further wounds. Guy, with a tense expression and fury etched upon his face, stood resolutely before the wild beasts as the surrounding air shifted dramatically. The 8th gate of healing opened. Chapter 21. Fatal weakness. The trio swiftly discovered a colossal tree, excavated a hollow within it, and utilized a concealment technique to obscure the entrance. Thus, they spent the night resting in the tree's cavity. Xiaoli fell asleep naturally, and Ning Xiai nearly followed suit. Only Tian remained inexplicably anxious, for outside the hollow, the fearsome roars of wild beasts echoed, accompanied by an array of bizarre howls, creating an ambience akin to a descent into an abyss. However, upon seeing the 2 beside her succumb to exhaustion, she too eventually drifted into slumber. The following day, the Death Forest regained its eerie tranquility. The trio awoke early, emerged from their hideaway, and partook of the breakfast that Tian had prepared. Xiaoli proclaimed, Next, it is time for us to lay an ambush. Ambush? Are we really going to ambush Teacher Kai and the others? They are Jonin. Isn't it tantamount to courting death if we choose to confront them rather than flee? Tian believed this to be an utterly reckless endeavor. Even Ning Xiai shared her sentiments. Yet Xiaoli shook his head and continued, First, let us clarify our purpose for being here. We are here to hone our skills, not merely to escape. If they wish to pursue us, they must also be prepared to be pursued by us. After enduring several traps, they are now mentally and physically drained, and they would never anticipate that we would ambush them. Feigning an attack elsewhere, Ning Xiai began to grasp Xiaoli's intention. Yesterday's demeanor was merely a ruse. Xiaoli's primary objective was indeed to set a trap for them, though it seemed somewhat overambitious. Precisely, if we solely focus on escape, such so-called training would hold no significance. Now, let us deliberate our battle strategy. The 2 drew closer to Xiaoli, commencing a detailed discussion regarding their forthcoming tactics. Has Kakashi recovered? Kakashi sat on the ground, his eyes having regained clarity after a night of rest, and his body and chakra had recuperated substantially. However, the previous day's battle had been quite grueling. Although neither had sustained any significant injuries, they had endured considerable hardship. It seems we were overly confident, failing to regard these 3 youngsters as mere genin. Their skills and ingenuity truly qualify them as competent ninjas, employing techniques with remarkable finesse. If I were in their position, I would not have fared any better. I have perused the records of those three under Guy, but I have yet to encounter them in person. Could it be that all of this is the brainchild of that prodigy from the Branch family? If so, the Hyuga clan may soon witness the rise of an extraordinary individual. Kakashi mused, his tone reflecting a mix of admiration and concern. Guy, listening to Kakashi's insights, appeared visibly illuminated, though he shook his head in refutation, stating, I believe it is primarily Xiao Li's ingenuity at play. In our recent missions, Xiao Li has taken the lead in strategizing and assessing our plans. Kakashi was taken aback, struggling to reconcile this new information with the image of Rock Lee as a struggling student during his time at the Ninja Academy. It became increasingly evident that many things were not as simple as they seemed. Guy, we must proceed with caution. We are in a precarious position. Firstly, we cannot afford to approach them too closely. If the prodigy of the Hyuga branch family detects us, they will undoubtedly flee with all their might. Secondly, we must remain vigilant for traps. They may have set even more formidable ones. Lastly, I must make it clear, upon encountering them, I will unleash my full strength to eliminate them in one swift strike. As he spoke, an icy aura emanated from Kakashi, a presence befitting one who has long dwelled in the shadows of the world. I understand. Guy offered no further comment, outwardly affirming Kakashi's approach, while his internal thoughts remained his own. After a brief respite, the duo resumed their pursuit of the three. They soon arrived by a stream where the soft, damp soil bore the imprints of three distinctively sized footprints. They have been here, Kakashi observed. Continuing onward, Kakashi meticulously noted additional footprints in the mud, leading up to a tree where he quickly discerned a hollow. They rested here, and not long ago, he continued. Beside the tree, remnants of breakfast lay scattered, indicating that they were drawing nearer to the three. We must tread carefully. There may be traps ahead, Kakashi cautioned. Suddenly, from the depths of the dark forest, three shuriken hurtled forth with alarming speed. Startled, Kakashi instinctively shouted to Guy, we must retreat. A trap is upon us. Both were exceedingly cautious. Yesterday's events had made them acutely aware that the traps set by the trio were anything but ordinary, rivaling those crafted by expert trapmakers. They evaded the shuriken's assault and swiftly distanced themselves from the hollow. A minute later, they found themselves back by the stream. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. What? Ning Ci had already been waiting by the stream. In their panic, they had failed to notice the surroundings, mistakenly believing they were facing a trap. Little did they expect that a genin would confront 2 jonin, especially those of such exceptional caliber. Within my 8 trigrams range, you shall not escape. Ning Ci charged forward. And as Guy prepared to intervene, another shuriken flew from the forest, affixed with an explosive tag. As he leaped into the air, the shuriken detonated, forcing Guy to execute a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained ensnared within Ning Ci's 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams, palm 1, palm 2. Kakashi, Guy cried out. But what awaited him were more shuriken, each bearing explosive tags. As the distance between him and Kakashi widened, Guy's heart sank. It was not that he doubted Kakashi's prowess in close combat. He knew Kakashi was more than a match for Ning Ci, but the unique techniques of the Hyuga clan, especially those that sealed chakra points, posed a grave threat. If Kakashi were struck, the consequences would be dire. Kakashi had anticipated this as well. In close-quarters combat, the Hyuga clan was undoubtedly at the pinnacle, particularly with their formidable secret techniques. I refuse to believe you can block them all, Ning Ci bellowed, his speed increasing as his strikes grew relentless. Initially, his assaults caught Kakashi off guard, but Kakashi's reflexes proved swift. With a deft turn, he produced a shuriken just as Ning Ci aimed for his chakra point. The shuriken found its mark in Ning Ci's shoulder, breaking the momentum of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Kakashi exhaled in relief, his focus sharpening as he closed in on Ning Ci, unleashing a series of precise strikes that showcased his superior combat skills, placing Ning Ci at a clear disadvantage. Kakashi, watch your back. What? A chilling sensation coursed through him, akin to the breath of death itself. A shuriken pressed against his throat, silent and undetected. Kakashi had not perceived the danger. While Guy seethed in frustration, the assailant was none other than Xiao Li. He loathed the prospect of Kakashi and Xiao Li engaging in close combat. The peculiar strength of Xiao Li would undoubtedly prove troublesome for Kakashi. Yet, he found himself immobilized, unable to extricate himself without risking a barrage of shuriken, each accompanied by explosive tags. Even in his rage, he could scarcely restrain himself from exclaiming, "Damn it! Tian, enough!" As his voice echoed, the shuriken from the forest abruptly ceased. Xiao Li and Ning Ci exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. Tian had inexplicably halted her assault. With determination, Xiao Li launched his shuriken, narrowly missing Kakashi's throat as the latter instinctively shifted, sustaining a wound on his left shoulder instead. Discarding the shuriken, Xiao Li transformed his hands into fists, releasing a powerful strike accompanied by a resonating roar akin to thunder. With a decisive blow to Kakashi's back, he commanded, "Ning Ci, we must retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, Niji and Xiao Li swiftly dashed into the forest. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Tian, who had launched her hidden projectiles, realized her grave mistake. Just moments ago, she had been intimidated by Teacher Akai, leaving her unable to continue her assault and even stirring unexpected emotional sentiments within her. This compelled both Xiao Li and Niji to hastily make their escape. Chapter 22. The counter-pursuit. Little Li, Niji, and Tian were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Tian murmured, her voice barely audible, yet she was consumed by regret and anguish, her face pale and devoid of color, unsure of how to confront either Little Li or Niji. Little Li, with a cold demeanor, cut through the silence. "Enough with the trivialities. We must leave this place now. Niji needs to find a location to tend to his wounds." Niji had been struck by Kakashi's kunai, blood streaming from his hand. Tian, terrified, dared not utter another word as she hastily followed the two in retreat. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Akai supported Kakashi, his eyes filled with sympathy. The blow Kakashi had received was indeed severe. He had not sustained such injuries in a long time. Even during his time in the Umbu, he had never encountered such a wound, typically only suffering injuries in battles against other jonin. Yet today, he had been wounded by two chunin. Numerous factors contributed to this misfortune, but he could not shake the feeling of wanting to vomit blood. Observing Akai's concerned expression, Kakashi felt an inexplicable urge to lash out at him, attributing the predicament to Akai's influence and the overwhelming deviation from their expectations. However, he could hardly blame Akai. After years of camaraderie, he knew well his temperament. The pain radiating from his back was unbearable. The slap from Little Li had felt akin to being struck by a massive boulder, and he questioned whether any bones had been fractured. "Akai, may I inquire something? The person who ambushed me from behind must have been Little Li, correct? Why did he give me the impression of a killer?" The blow to my back felt far from ordinary. It was not like a typical palm strike. "Surely you understand what I mean." Akai scratched his head, somewhat bewildered by Kakashi's insinuations, especially regarding Little Li resembling a killer. He had never thought of it that way. However, he did comprehend Kakashi's reference to the palm strike. Thus he clarified, "You were struck by Little Li's Mingjin power, which explains why it felt like being hit by a stone." Kakashi was taken aback. "What is this Mingjin power? I've never heard of it." Kakashi prided himself on his extensive knowledge, far surpassing Akai's, yet he had not anticipated this concept. "I once heard Little Li mention Mingjin. He described it as the power derived from the friction of bones. When he approached, did you not hear a sound akin to a tiger's roar when he struck?" Kakashi nodded, initially believing a tiger had emerged, only to realize he was mistaken. That was the precursor to the Mingjin power. "I am not entirely certain of the underlying principles, but I know the force of his strike comes not from his arms or joints, but from the strength of his bones. Is that even possible? Could he be from the Kagaya clan?" Kakashi pondered, though he quickly dismissed the notion. It was impossible for him to be a member of that clan. Years ago, the Kagaya clan had been eradicated by the shinobi of the Land of Water, vanishing entirely from the shinobi world. "Do you think Little Li could possess a bloodline limit?" Kakashi queried. Akai scratched his head again. "Kakashi, surely you jest. How could Little Li possess a bloodline limit? Have you forgotten how he was during our training days at the Ninja Academy? That talentless, overly enthusiastic student who held us back." Kakashi interrupted. "I know it's him, but it feels somewhat implausible. Has he been concealing his abilities all along? Regardless, it is futile to dwell on these thoughts. Akai, I need to rest. My shoulder and back wounds require attention. Damn it. I initially thought this would be a simple task, but it has turned into a debacle. I scarcely brought any medicinal supplies and now regret it. Humph. Who told you to underestimate my student? This is the fruit of my teachings. Are you not in awe of me, Kakashi? Get lost. Let us rest here. Niji, tend to your wounds. Little Lee said, retrieving bandages from his backpack and tossing them to Niji, who caught them and began to dress his own injuries. Their conversation seemingly disregarded Tian, who at that moment felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate her. Had she successfully restrained Akai earlier, their chances of killing Kakashi would have significantly increased. While killing might be difficult for them, it would be effortless for him. Little Lee had no intention of adhering to the plot of the anime. He sought to present a completely new life, unfettered by the constraints of the narrative. Any enemy, regardless of who they were, including Akai, would be met with lethal force. Tian, do you comprehend how dire the situation was? Kakashi intended to kill us without the slightest hesitation. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Niji. Had I not ambushed Kakashi from behind, you would not be seeing Niji alive, but rather a corpse. Your blunder nearly cost us our lives, and should you continue to act recklessly, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Tian felt as if struck by lightning, tears streaming from her eyes as she trembled at Little Lee and Niji, too frightened to cry out. Her heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. She had never felt such sorrow or been subjected to such scorn. Enough, Little Lee. We have done as you suggested. Tian has done remarkably well under the circumstances. We should focus on how to confront TH following the recent ambush. I surmise they must be in quite a predicament. Initially, they intended to eliminate me in one fell swoop, but your single utterance caused the girl, who once called upon the heavens, to hesitate, thus sparing me from their lethal intentions. Now, I imagine they are exerting every ounce of their strength to escape. Furthermore, the traps they laid yesterday were mere illusions crafted to mislead us. At this moment, Kakashi is fully confident that from the outset of their traps arrangement, everything revolved around one pivotal question: how to launch a surprise attack against them. In the realm of ordinary thought, the notion of a lowly ninja ambushing a higher-ranked one is utterly absurd. It is akin to an ancient sage consuming arsenic while casually prolonging his existence. The two of them have been ensnared by this very belief, rendering them perpetually passive and blind to the possibility that three lower-ranked ninjas could employ an unconventional strategy, thereby engendering a myriad of misconceptions. Now, it is our turn to pursue them relentlessly, Kakashi remarked with a sardonic smile. Chapter 23. The power of progress. They were closing in, their speed alarming. Niji, running at the back, suddenly became vigilant. With his Byakugan, he could perceive every movement within a radius of several miles. His expression darkened as he noted that only Teacher Guy had caught up. Yet Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Aren't there two of them? Lee muttered, then suddenly shouted, Niji, check the ground. With a swift motion, Niji activated his Byakugan, and indeed, he detected a shadow moving beneath the earth. He was taken aback, for the figure had already surfaced beneath them. The ground cracked open, and Kakashi's form emerged before Lee, his demeanor grim. With remarkable speed, he completed a hand sign. Retreat. In a moment of panic, Lee grasped Tenen's collar and yanked her towards a nearby tree. Niji was not far behind. Perhaps the strain of recent events had heightened his reflexes, allowing him to respond more swiftly than before. Instead of taking cover by the tree, he landed directly on the ground. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A roaring inferno surged past, obscuring Kakashi's figure. Lee swiftly drew his kunai, leaping onto a branch to evade the fireball's edge. The two kunai clashed, producing a resounding clang. As the flames dissipated, the two stood locked in combat, their kunai clashing incessantly. Confronting a Jonin head-on was not Lee's desired outcome. It was tantamount to courting death. However, there was no escape route available. Tenten, assist Niji and follow the plan we discussed, Lee shouted, spinning as he wielded his kunai, each strike a lethal maneuver. Kakashi matched him blow for blow. Close combat was his forte. He had once wielded a sword, but now he fought without one. The Hatake clan was renowned for its mastery of blades, especially Kakashi's father, who commanded respect from even the legendary Sannin. It was said that a tiger begets no dog, and Kakashi's talent with a blade was exceptional. Although he could not surpass his father, he faced Lee without fear. Nevertheless, he was taken aback. Previously, they could not unleash their full potential due to Kakashi's dominance, but now they were engaged in a direct confrontation. Lee's kunai technique flowed effortlessly. Each strike was precise and deadly. Is this truly an 11-year-old boy? Kakashi marveled, astonished. Seizing an opportunity, Lee thrust his kunai forward, transitioning from a strike to a palm thrust that rippled through the air. Kakashi felt a blow to his abdomen and retreated abruptly. Kakashi, I told you not to underestimate my beloved student, Guy exclaimed, catching up to them. Neji then leaped in front of Guy, employing gentle fist techniques. Suddenly, 3 needle-like projectiles appeared behind Neji. Guy's speed was astonishing. Neji could only hold his ground for a few seconds against him. With Tintin's interference, Guy felt a tingle of anxiety. Tintin and Appo's marksmanship was impeccable, and he had no choice but to create distance from Neji. This is bad. My chakra is running low. Lee realized that the previous strike, while powerful, did not reach its full potential because it required precise chakra manipulation. Unlike his past self, Lee had gained invaluable experience in martial arts, which had honed every part of his body, including his spirit. Such rigorous training deepened his self-awareness. However, the strength of the last attack fell short, as most of his chakra had been squandered, preventing him from achieving a significant result. Tintin, set the trap. Kakashi retreated strategically. Lee shouted a warning, dropping several black bombs from the air. Kakashi's expression shifted in surprise. Was the boy truly contemplating mutual destruction? Guy, be cautious. Those are landmine bombs. But the reality was different from Kakashi's assumption. The black spheres were not explosives, but smoke bombs, cleverly designed to mimic landmines. As they burst, white smoke enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. We've fallen for their trick. Once the smoke cleared, only Kakashi and Guy remained. Guy wore a satisfied expression. The idea of truly harming his student was more daunting than facing death himself. Kakashi's expression soured, realizing he had been deceived once more. This series of traps and schemes, combined with Lee's earlier shout, had been expertly orchestrated. It was not that Kakashi lacked intelligence. Rather, his opponents had meticulously gauged their psychological tactics. If they had truly intended to perish together, they would not squander their lives along with 3 genin. It seems they have escaped far. Gazing into the distance where the trio had vanished, Kakashi sighed. Is Guy really the bottom of the class? He inquired, prompting a moment of silence between them. The wound is bandaged, Lee, Tintin remarked, her eyes glistening with concern. After their brief skirmish with Kakashi, Lee understood the gap between them. Despite his mastery of deadly techniques, he still fell short compared to Kakashi, whose skill with a blade surpassed his own. A moment's inattention had led to his injury. There are 3 days left. We must seize this time wisely, Lee stated calmly. Tintin did not grasp his meaning. She longed for immediate escape. Neji, having closed his eyes to meditate, understood Lee's intent. Over the past 4 days, his progress had not lagged behind Lee's. On the contrary, the encounter with Kakashi had deeply motivated him. Throughout these days of fleeing and traveling, he had devoted nearly all his time to training, shedding any previous laxity. Tintin, how many offensive jutsu are left in your scroll? Only one remains, a water-style technique. That's fortunate. One water-style jutsu can still serve a practical purpose. Bathe. Lee, are you joking? Neji had awakened from his training, realizing the gravity of such a technique. It was a life-saving tool, not something to squander on bathing. Tintin, have you been troubled by your lack of direction? Lee asked, igniting her curiosity. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched him, only to blush and release him moments later. Your space-time jutsu is an exceptionally powerful technique. However, it demands a significant expenditure of both mental and chakra energy, making physical training essential. Strengthening your body enhances your physical and mental fortitude, allowing you to wield more formidable jutsu. If your spirit and chakra grow stronger, the techniques you summon could exceed even the might of the great fireball jutsu tenfold. Imagine if your water style could conjure a river. Do you think Kakashi and Guy could withstand that? Tintin fell into a trance, envisioning various scenarios. She realized Lee was correct. The jutsu she had previously prepared were merely those purchased from a ninja tool shop. It wasn't that she had not desired stronger techniques, but rather that such jutsu could only be wielded by Ch Nin and J Nin. She believed herself merely a genin, thus refraining from acquiring scrolls meant for higher ranks. Perhaps you have not noticed, but over the past 4 days, your physical and mental capabilities have significantly improved. Niji has progressed as well, and I too have advanced. You mean I've also made progress? She questioned, incredulous, but I haven't noticed at all. The experience of progress is best felt in battle. If you engage an enemy, you will discover how much you have grown. If you still doubt, let us conduct an experiment right now. What experiment? Shaoli unsheathed a kunai and, with a surge of strength from his arm, felled a timber as thick as a water barrel. He glanced at Ningji, who nodded in understanding. Ningji then unleashed a series of gentle fist strikes upon the tree. After the passage of a brief moment, the ground was strewn with an abundance of timber, totaling no less than 70 or 80 logs. Now, Tian proceeded to seal these logs within your scroll. Chapter 24, The Final Counterattack. Tian stood in disbelief before the immense pile of wooden branches, astonished that she could gather such a quantity into her scroll. You must believe in yourself, Tian. Do not be daunted by these numbers. You may need to summon even more in the future. Now, try to absorb all these branches into the scroll. I'll give it a try, she replied, approaching the heap of wood. With the scroll in hand, she opened the blank side, retrieved her black brush, and inscribed various sealing symbols. Forming hand seals, the trees began to sway, and with a whoosh, the branches flew into the scroll one by one, vanishing from the ground. After carving the seal and writing the character for wood, she sighed with relief, wiping the sweat from her brow, incredulous at the reality of her accomplishment. Am I not correct? Tian, we shall rely on your ninjutsu from now on, said Ningxi. Yes, but what should we do next? This place doesn't seem very safe, she replied. Ningxi spoke first. We have essentially achieved our goals here. Though only 4 days have passed, this has been more productive than a month of our usual training. We should continue to cultivate our skills and engage with the fierce beasts of this land. Train? But what if Teacher Kai and the others catch up to us? They are coming to kill us. Tian exclaimed. That is of little concern. With my Byakugan, I can see beyond 100 meters, so my task is heavier. I'll train while keeping watch, Ningxi reassured her. Is that really feasible? Tian questioned. That is settled then, we shall train. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity, he declared. Shaoli, feeling invigorated, silently followed behind as they departed. On the 7th day, it's strange. Why has everything been so calm lately? Tian pondered. Today is the final day, and despite searching for 3 days, we haven't seen any sign of them. All we've found are animal carcasses and some charred materials. Do you think they don't want to fight us anymore? Kakashi? After knowing you for so long, I realize you have finally spoken correctly. They indeed do not wish to engage us in battle. Instead, they have turned to fight the animals, completely abandoning us, Kai said, visibly frustrated. The Forest of Death is teeming with large beasts, making it an optimal training ground. They likely understood their own strength after our earlier encounters and might be trying to bridge the gap through a few days of training. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of them scheming something grander. Caution is prudent. I understand, Ningxi replied. As the two spoke, the trio had spent the last 3 days almost without rest, relentlessly hunting animals to test their improved strength. Together, they could easily overpower a single creature. Yet they encountered formidable beasts, the kings of the forest, whose size and strength were overwhelming. Their agility had posed significant challenges, leaving all 3 battered and bruised. With an hour until 6 o'clock, it seems this will soon conclude, Kakashi mused, unable to locate the 3. He had grown to admire the trio more than at the beginning. In wartime, he would not have been surprised to see such talented youngsters. But in this era of peace, how strong could a ninja raised in a comfortable village truly be? Having survived battles, he understood the harsh realities of war. how it forged countless strong warriors while countless weak perished on the battlefield. Is this the final operation? Strike with all your might and show no mercy. Remember, the moment you see them, launch your attack immediately, he instructed. Tian nodded gravely, her youthful demeanor hardening into one of determination. Can we truly kill them? Ning Xiai asked, his wild aura palpable. The past 3 days of hunting had infused him with a hint of killing intent, and he exuded the energy of a coiled predator. To defeat them, we would need another 2 years of training. For now, let us unleash our full potential and make them feel the pressure, Shaoli responded with a cold smile. Only 1 hour remains. Where's Dinglo? When will those 3 return? Kai wondered aloud, his expression perplexed. They should be arriving soon. I sense a fluctuation in chakra. Kakashi replied, relaxing. I feel it too. At last, those 3 have finally returned. Half an hour passed, didn't you say you felt them? Why haven't they arrived yet? The 16th gate has been marked. They shouldn't have gone astray. The 2 waited, but still, no sign of their return. My intuition hasn't failed me. Only 10 minutes left. Look, here comes Dinglo. Outside the gate, they spotted a middle-aged Nin approaching. They turned to watch him, but were taken aback by his stunned expression. Suddenly, a torrent of wooden branches erupted from behind them, shooting forth like arrows released from a bowstring. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Kakashi, ever the formidable Nin, swiftly activated his Sharingan, completing a series of hand seals in the blink of an eye. A wall of earth rose up to shield them, halting the barrage of branches. Xiao Li and Ning Xiai sprang from the underbrush, weapons drawn, while Tian unfurled her scroll. Instantly, a powerful water-sealing technique was unleashed, inundating the ground with immense waves, transforming the terrain into a watery expanse. The trio stood upon the surface, their mastery of ninjutsu allowing them to walk effortlessly on the water. Well done, Tian. You summoned such a formidable water technique. I am truly delighted, Kai exclaimed, emerging from the depths, his body ablaze in crimson. The trio, momentarily dazed, wondered about the change in Kai's appearance, while Shaoli recognized it as the 8 gates release, realizing they had indeed pushed their teacher to the brink. I must commend your intricate and flawless strategy. I am genuinely astonished by your talent and current prowess, so vastly improved from before. Kakashi emerged from the water, his eyes glinting with cold intensity as they locked onto Xiao Li and his companions. Indeed, teachers, you are remarkably strong. Even if we exert ourselves to the utmost, our efforts would scarcely harm you, especially since we have already lost this round, Shaoli replied. This time, Kakashi was not easily deceived, having learned from previous encounters. He would not fall for the same trick again. Suddenly, Kai's 8 gates dissipated, and just as he began to commend them, he was met with Kakashi's furious rebuke. Kai, are you a fool? Ning Xiai unleashed a flurry of gentle fists, the water splashing around them as he activated his Bagua style, a wicked grin crossing his face. Teacher Kai, you are now within my Bagua range. Chapter 25, The Answer Alas. Having just executed the 8 gates technique, Kai found himself in a weakened state. Faced with Niji's sudden assault, he retreated hastily. Under normal circumstances, he would have fared better, but now his feeble condition reduced his speed by nearly half. Within the confines of the Bagua, Niji unleashed a torrent of fierce palm strikes, akin to a roaring beast. Damn it! Kakashi seethed in frustration, not due to Kai's foolishness, but because he had known it was a trap, yet failed to act preemptively. As he prepared to move, he flipped his body, revealing a kunai to block the attack emerging from the shadows. Xiao Li's kunai intercepted before him, while a distant kunai was launched towards them. Boom! Kakashi found himself retreating, bemused, realizing that he could not afford to be careless. The trio of genin had cornered him, leaving him with no escape, even compelling him to activate his Sharingan. Water release, water dragon bullet. He called out, an A-rank ninjutsu. Tian, evade. My target is you. Among the 3, Kakashi deemed it imperative to neutralize Tian first, for she posed the greatest threat with her relentless barrage of shurikens. Regrettably, Tian failed to anticipate the imminent danger. The water dragon bullet's execution was executed with flawless precision, devoid of hesitation. In an instant, Darkness enveloped Tian Tian's vision as a figure shielded her. The water dragon bullet struck Xiao Li's back. Xiao Li did not stifle a cry. The immense pain radiated through him. Had they not trained in taijutsu, it was likely that an ordinary genin would have succumbed to this jutsu. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Xiao Li leaned on Tian Tian's shoulder, forcing out a bitter smile. You, all right? Xiao Li. Xiao Li. Niji, sensing the shift in the battle, ceased his assault on Akai. A surge of inexplicable rage welled up within him as he witnessed the scene before him. Though he had previously harbored disdain for Xiao Li, he now felt an unfamiliar pang of anguish. Ignoring Akai, he leaped into the fray, unleashing a fierce Bagua palm strike at Kakashi. Kakashi stood momentarily dazed, seemingly lost in a recollection from the past. Suddenly, he was propelled backward, the Bagua palm striking him fiercely in the back. Enough. The 10 minutes are up, Akai exclaimed, anxiety coursing through him. With the time elapsed, it signified the conclusion of the ordeal. Niji rushed to Xiao Li's side, relieved to find he had not lost consciousness despite the severe injury on his back. Tian Tian carefully supported Xiao Li. He is not dead, is he? Niji inquired, approaching Tian Tian. Just barely. The training is done. And we should rest for a couple of days, Tian Tian replied. Xiao Li managed a strained smile. Upon hearing that Xiao Li was safe, Akai exhaled in relief. But his attention was drawn to Kakashi, who lay slumped against a tree. He leaped up to assist Kakashi. Kakashi, are you all right? You should be okay, right? Kakashi shot him a glare. I'll let you test a gentle fist strike on me next time. Nevertheless, he bore a wry smile. I suppose I've fallen to your students. I can scarcely fathom how fortunate you are to have 3 remarkable students. He gazed deeply at Xiao Li's back, experiencing a moment of nostalgia as memories of the past flooded back. Can I open the gates now? Ding Lu, the ch-nin, stood in shock, bewildered by the fierce clash he had witnessed between the genin and Jane-nin. When did I ever see genin and Jane-nin fight so desperately? It felt like a duel between Jane-nin. I previously thought they were courting death. His face twitched, as though he had received a hard slap. Of course. If you don't open the gates, do you want us to die here? Akai shouted, supporting Kakashi as he urged Xiao Li and the others to leave. Finally, Weevee escaped that damned place. Xiao Li, are you all right? He won die, Niji scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Li, who lay in Tian Tian's arms. As if he were a burden, Xiao Li managed a faint smile in response. All right, you 3 little rascals, consider this mission accomplished. You may rest for a few days. But I have a few questions for Xiao Li, Kakashi said, approaching Xiao Li with measured steps. Their eyes met, and after a pause, Kakashi asked, Xiao Li, I want to know if the various traps and strategies devised over the past week were solely your creation or a collective effort among the 3 of you. Kakashi wished to ascertain the truth. If it was indeed Xiao Li alone who crafted such elaborate plans, he could hardly comprehend that an 11-year-old boy possessed such remarkable foresight. With proper training, he could undoubtedly become a strategist on the battlefield. Kakashi-sensei, I'm not that impressive. Both the plans and traps required collaboration. The essence of this training was our teamwork and synergy. Without Tian Tian's scrolls, we would have lacked sufficient resources. Without Niji's Byakugan, we would have been in constant peril, perhaps even ambushed and killed. My strategies and traps could only be executed under ideal conditions. Kakashi nodded, finding Xiao Li's self-assessment remarkably astute, particularly the emphasis on teamwork, which resonated with him. The next question was more personal. Why did you place yourself in front of Tian Tian? You must know that the water dragon bullet is quite formidable, especially when I utilize the Sharingan, enhancing its power further. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Kakashi's inquiry piqued Akai's interest, and even Ding Lu, standing nearby, was captivated. The answer is quite simple. As a man, it is my duty to protect women. It is only natural. If I cannot shield a woman, what difference is there between living and being a dog? Moreover, we are comrades. If I were to face the water dragon bullet, I believe my 2 companions would risk everything to shield me. That is how it should be. Niji was rendered speechless. Tian Tian stared, while Akai found himself at a loss for words. Even Ding Lu, a second-time ch-nin, stood there, bewildered. You're far stronger than I am. Kakashi muttered a phrase understood only by the two of them before vanishing. As Kakashi departed, Akai's emotions surged once more. Xiao Li's response had deeply moved him, tears streaming down his face like rain. He grasped Xiao Li's hands tightly. "My dear disciple, your words have touched me profoundly. Akai-sensei, could you refrain from being so utterly nauseating?" Xiao Li felt an urge to retch at the sight of Akai's tears on his face. Yet, who could truly fathom Xiao Li's thoughts? He simply knew that this experience had been flawless, with only minor hiccups along the way, which seemed inconsequential, as a new idea began to blossom in his heart. Chapter 26. Learning Shadow Clone Technique. I have reviewed the reports you submitted, and it appears that the performance of these three little spirits is quite commendable. Your assessment is surprisingly an A grade. Kakashi, the third Hokage, inquired, placing the documents on the table and observing Kakashi's demeanor with a subtle gaze. "Are you suggesting that we recommend Lee for the Umbu?" Kakashi nodded heavily, while Guy, standing beside him, seemed visibly anxious and interjected, "Lord Hokage, I cannot agree. Lee is only 11 years old. How can he possibly join the Umbu? Moreover, his skills are still lacking. He should continue as a genin." Guy's heart raced. If Lee were allowed into the Umbu, he might one day become another Kakashi, mercilessly taking lives without a hint of hesitation. He certainly did not wish for his beloved pupil to transform into a cold-blooded killer. "Kakashi, I became a Nin at the age of 11. Battling enemies on the battlefield. Do you believe there is anything more brutal than Lee joining the Umbu?" Kakashi retorted, "You are undeniably a genius. But what is Lee? He is merely a student who graduated from the Ninja Academy less than 3 months ago. Are you suggesting he joined the Umbu to undertake perilous missions in hopes of an early demise?" Guy exclaimed, filled with rage. He would never consent to Kakashi's proposal. He would prefer Lee to be an ordinary Nin rather than venture into the shadowy depths of the Umbu. At that moment, Kakashi stared at Guy in astonishment. Guy's expression was utterly serious, devoid of any jest. Observing their heated exchange, the third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke and calmly suggested, "How about this? As Kakashi mentioned, Lee currently possesses the qualifications to become an Umbu member, yet he still lacks strength. Let us allow Lee to train for a while longer. In 5 months, the next Chunin selection exam will be held. If he passes, he may directly enter the Umbu. If not, he will continue under Guy's tutelage. How does that sound?" The third Hokage's proposal was indeed commendable, as both parties made significant concessions, and they nodded in agreement. In 5 months, it was believed that their abilities would undergo substantial growth, and one couldn't help but look forward to the performance of these three little spirits. The third Hokage smiled, his wrinkled face softening. Lee sat cross-legged on his bed, feeling the flow of chakra within him and the sensations coursing through his fists. He understood that after a week of rigorous training, he had progressed from the initial stage of his energy to the intermediate stage, with signs of a potential breakthrough. Once he reached the peak, his close combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of an average Nin, with Kakashi and Guy being exceptional cases. Leaping off the bed, Lee bent his legs into a stance, his palms open, moving slowly as if floating on a serene stream, resisting the current with each motion. He practiced the 8 trigrams palm 3 times, the sound of his bones cracking echoing through the room, before transforming his palms into fists and practicing the snake fist, alternating between ferocious lightning-like strikes and stealthy ambushes. 3 days of tranquil recuperation had restored the trio to their prime, especially after leaving the Forest of Death, where they felt a marked difference in themselves. Today, the three arrived early at the training ground, where Guy stood, gazing at them with enthusiasm. "Let our youth explode. Our passionate youth needs no explanation. Hey, didn't you say we had a mission today, Guy-sensei?" Tintin began to complain. "A mission? It seems there is indeed something of the sort. Let me think. Oh, today's task is to help clear weeds at a nearby ranch. It's a D-rank mission with modest rewards, but it offers us a splendid opportunity for training," Guy explained. "Oh, so it's weeding, huh? Can't we switch to something else? What significance does such a task hold?" Tintin's face fell, extinguishing Guy's previously fiery enthusiasm. He, too, did not wish to undertake these D-rank missions, but alas, it was unavoidable, Lee and the others were still Genin. Had they all been Chunin, they could have directly tackled B-rank missions, which would have posed a genuine challenge. This is all arranged by the Hokage. I have no say in the matter, Tenten, Guy replied. Guy-sensei, I have an idea that has been weighing on my mind, which I would like to share now, Lee stated. What idea, Lee? Please, go ahead, Guy encouraged. Isn't it time you taught us ninjutsu? After all, when we encounter enemies, many of them will employ ninjutsu, and even some peculiar foes may arise. If we only know taijutsu without ninjutsu, we will be at a disadvantage. Tenten is fortunate to have a clear goal in mastering space-time ninjutsu, but our aim, while commendable, lacks offensive capability at a distance. Lee's inquiry struck a chord with Guy's pride. Little did they know, it was not that Guy did not wish to teach ninjutsu, but rather that he himself was unacquainted with it. He was solely proficient in taijutsu. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, he uttered a disheartening confession. Actually, I don't know any ninjutsu either. What? The three stood in shock, and Lee couldn't help but exclaim, Come on, sensei, please tell me you're joking. You are AJ Nin and you don't know ninjutsu? Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Tenten looked at Guy in disbelief, while Lee was both amused and exasperated. In the anime, he had always admired the dynamic between Guy and Lee, not merely for the supposed fervor, but for the earnestness of their efforts. In his previous life, there existed a saying that resonated deeply: hard work never disappoints. He also held great respect for Might Guy, who, without relying on any external aids or assistance, had fully opened all 8 gates, rivaling Uchiha Madara's power, truly formidable. Upon hearing that Guy was unfamiliar with ninjutsu, Lee had somewhat anticipated this, yet it was still a confirmation of his fears. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I genuinely do not know a single ninjutsu. However, I can teach you formidable taijutsu techniques. That is my forte. Guy quickly regained his confidence, recalling some powerful techniques he had yet to impart, such as the lotus and the forbidden technique, the hidden lotus. How about this, Guy-sensei? What I suggested regarding learning ninjutsu was not about acquiring offensive techniques, as that would conflict with our developmental goals. We merely wish to learn a ninjutsu that can significantly enhance our strength. Huh, what ninjutsu is that? Please share. And if possible, I will request it from the Hokage. Perhaps he will grant approval. At this moment, Niji and Tenten were both curious about what ninjutsu could lead to such remarkable growth. In the world of ninjas, the transmission of ninjutsu is highly regulated. Typically, only teachers can impart techniques to their students, or family lineage techniques can be shared. Acquiring other ninjutsu requires official approval, as unrestricted sharing could lead to dire consequences if enemy spies infiltrated Konoha, learning various ninjutsu and escaping. Guy-sensei, the ninjutsu we desire is not particularly complex. We seek to learn the shadow clone technique. Shadow clone. Surely you jest. How can that possibly enhance your strength? Guy was perplexed, unable to fathom how the shadow clone technique could contribute to their advancement. Alas, it would be beneficial for you to peruse the foundational teachings of the Ninja Academy, particularly a chapter dedicated to the technique of shadow clone jutsu. You may have overlooked that shadow clone jutsu is also classified as an A-rank ninjutsu and is, in fact, a formidable technique. The clones produced by this method are created by evenly distributing the chakra of the original body, resulting in each clone possessing half the strength of the original. Unlike other forms of cloning techniques, shadow clones can train simultaneously with the original. For instance, if an individual's training effectiveness is quantified as 1, then creating 2 shadow clones would enhance the effectiveness to 2, effectively doubling it. However, this also imposes significant strain on the original body, as the clones transmit 1/10 of the pressure they endure back to the original. Tenten and Lee appeared utterly perplexed, while Niji seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes gleaming with insight. Indeed, this is a powerful ninjutsu. A person's energy is inherently limited. Thus, enlisting the aid of shadow clones in training can significantly reduce the time spent on practice while accelerating one's progress. However, this comes at a considerable cost. The body must withstand immense pressure. Hey, what on earth are you two discussing? I can't comprehend a word. Tenten exclaimed, bewildered. You'll understand once you learn shadow clone jutsu, Niji replied disdainfully, casting a glance at Tenten, as if to say that such a simple principle should be self-evident. Chapter 27. Completion of the task. Since you have all decided to learn the shadow clone technique, I shall apply for it on your behalf tomorrow. However, today we must carry out our weeding task. Let us unleash the fervor of our youth. Akai agreed and led the trio away from the gates of Konoha, heading straight to the fields for weeding. The following day, the three were filled with anticipation regarding the shadow clone technique, especially Lee, for whom this technique was the sole path to becoming stronger. Regardless of his lackluster talent for ninjutsu, he firmly believed that with diligence, even if it took him 10 times longer than others, he would master this technique. Standing in the training ground, Ningxi and Tiantian were engaged in a sparring match while Lee continued to practice his fist and palm techniques. The atmosphere was entirely different from before. By 9 o'clock, Akai had yet to arrive, causing the trio to feel a twinge of anxiety. What if the application had failed? Even Lee, who usually remained unfazed, felt a bit nervous. However, at 10 o'clock, a figure appeared on the training ground, casually strolling towards them with a book in hand. It was none other than Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? Where is Akai-sensei? Tiantian asked in surprise. The three gazed at Kakashi, who nonchalantly replied, Akai has some matters to attend to and may not be here for the next few days. I've been sent by the higher-ups to teach you the shadow clone technique. That's the situation. Wonderful. I've heard that Kakashi-sensei is renowned as the copy ninja, proficient in various ninjutsu. Having you teach us is far superior to Akai-sensei. Tiantian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. If Akai had heard this, he might have been heartbroken. Kakashi, scratching his nose as was his habit, smiled wryly. Don't celebrate too soon. Learning the shadow clone technique comes with a price. After all, this isn't a technique passed down by your teacher. It's me who is teaching. So you must pay a price for me to impart this knowledge. A price? Lee interjected, stepping forward with curiosity. What exactly do we need to offer for you to teach us this ninjutsu? Kakashi regarded Lee with satisfaction. Conversing with an intelligent individual was always a pleasure. Since you wish to know, I shall be direct. The cost is not exorbitant. You must complete 15 D-rank missions within the next week. The rewards earned will not belong to you individually. They will serve as the cost for learning this technique. It seemed the price was indeed modest, and Lee expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Completing 15 D-rank missions in a week is hardly a burden, and the experience gain will be invaluable as we prepare for C-rank and B-rank missions. But Lee, accomplishing 15 D-rank missions in a week is impossible. We still need to eat and sleep. There won't be enough time. Tiantian protested. Come now, Tiantian, don't complain. Which do you think is more arduous, spending 7 days in the Forest of Death or completing 15 D-rank missions within a week? Lee countered. Tiantian fell silent, realizing Lee was right. Compared to the days spent in the Forest of Death, these 7 days of tasks were a trivial challenge. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us move on to the tasks. Kakashi retrieved a list from his bag, detailing precisely 15 missions. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lee, fully aware that Lee would agree to the terms. I shall take my leave. Today is Monday. If you complete the tasks by Sunday, I will come to teach you the shadow clone technique. Should you fail to finish by then, you will have to wait until the next week. Farewell. With that, Kakashi vanished. Lee caught the task list floating in the air, beckoning his companions to gather around. The locations and timings of the tasks vary. The furthest is at the relay station, while the nearest is in the village. There are 2 tasks at the relay station, scheduled for Wednesday and Thursday mornings and evenings. The rest are a bit convoluted time-wise, so we should prioritize the shorter tasks first, leaving the longer ones for later. These tasks don't have strict deadlines, meaning they can be completed any day this week. Lee jotted down notes, reorganizing the 15 tasks on a blank sheet of paper. What do you think of this plan? I think it's feasible. This will save us a lot of time and allow us to finish early, Tiantian replied. And you, Tiantian? I'll follow your lead, she responded. All right, let us get to work. Our first task is to escort a child. With a whoosh, the trio vanished. From a distance, 2 figures observed, and Kakashi offered his assessment, breaking down the tasks and refining the approach, rather than blindly attempting to complete the 15 missions. Shows that these young ones are already capable of handling matters independently, especially without the guidance of AJ Nin. Of course, my students are anything but weak. They truly reflect my teachings. Akai boasted proudly. Have you no shame? Kakashi, you scoundrel. I challenge you to a duel. The weight of the 15 tasks was significant for the three, who hardly enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. By the 6th day, they arrived at the training ground, exhausted, marking off the last item on their task list, and collapsing onto the ground with a sigh of relief. It's exhausting to learn a ninjutsu this way. If only Akai-sensei had been able to teach us, we wouldn't have had to struggle so much. It's infuriating. Tian lamented. Lee stood up, addressing the two. We needed to complete this task list by Sunday. Today is Saturday, and we've finished a day early. You both should head home to rest while I submit the tasks. Tomorrow, we should be able to learn the shadow clone technique, which will repay our efforts manifold. Agreed. They nodded. As Lee vanished from sight, Ningxi turned to Tian and asked, Tian, have you developed feelings for Lee? Huh. At the Hokage's office. Jinin, you must be referring to Lee. What can I do for you? A staff member seated before Lee recognized him as the notorious underachiever from his former class. Lee had been a well-known figure in the Ninja Academy, albeit for all the wrong reasons. Lee smiled calmly, presenting his task list to the staff member. Here is the list of tasks we completed this week. Please take a look. Task list, you say? Very well, let me inspect it. The Nin's expression shifted slightly as he took the list, not expecting much from a set of D-rank tasks. However, upon reviewing the list, his expression froze. Completing 15 D-rank tasks in less than 6 days. Chapter 28. Each with their strengths, you have surpassed my expectations, without the guidance of a Jonin. You completed the D-rank mission in just 6 days. I must say, this year's Jinin are unparalleled. Kakashi expressed his thoughts in the training field, particularly impressed by Lee's performance. Kakashi-sensei, you were supposed to teach us the shadow clone technique as agreed, Lee inquired. Of course, Kakashi replied. I keep my promises. I will teach you the shadow clone technique now. However, I have spoken with Guy about your reasons for wanting to learn it, and while your intentions are commendable, you have overlooked a serious issue. The three of them were taken aback. What serious issue? Firstly, your understanding of the shadow clone technique is insufficient. In the Hidden Leaf Village, it is classified as a B-rank forbidden technique, but in other countries, it exists and is not deemed forbidden. Do you know why? Kakashi questioned. They shook their heads. Because the technique divides a person's chakra evenly among the clones. If you are not careful, the original body could perish from chakra depletion. Originally created by the second Hokage for espionage, it was later discovered that not everyone can use it. Only those with an extraordinarily large chakra reserve can do so freely. Given your current chakra levels, it is too early for you, especially since you intend to practice it, which could result in fatal consequences. The trio fell silent. Lee, while determined to learn the technique, was aware that he could not influence Niji and Tintin's decisions. His understanding of the shadow clone technique was primarily derived from anime, and he was not fully aware of its dangers. Then, Kakashi-sensei, how should we decide? Lee asked, his keen eyes revealing his perceptiveness. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. You are 3 individuals, and I can impart different techniques to each of you, but only one for each. Lee's eyes sparkled with realization. Kakashi clearly valued the trio. His willingness to address the concerns surrounding the shadow clone technique and allow them to choose different ninjutsu demonstrated his regard for them. As Lee had anticipated, Kakashi hoped for Lee to grow stronger, the reasons for which were known only to him. Kakashi-sensei, I have decided to learn the shadow clone technique, Lee declared resolutely. As soon as he spoke, Niji chimed in. I will also learn the shadow clone technique. Seeing both Lee and Niji opt for the shadow clone, Tintin raised her hand. But Lee quickly interrupted her. Tintin, your space-time ninjutsu is lacking in technique. Most of your abilities revolve around weaponry. You need to be cautious. The shadow clone technique is not suitable for you. You should choose another ninjutsu. What? Tintin was taken aback by Lee's words, and both Niji and Kakashi looked at him with curiosity. Weaponry is related to accuracy, and I should not miss my target. What should I be cautious about? Tintin said, feeling a bit unjust, wondering why she was excluded from learning the shadow clone. Do not feel this way. Let me explain. While weaponry indeed concerns accuracy, It has a critical flaw. You are completely countered by wind-style ninjas. Unless you can master more ninjutsu scrolls to counter wind users, you will find yourself in dire straits against them, Lee elaborated. In the upcoming Chunin exams, your opponents will be formidable wind-style ninjas. Is it that serious? Tintin asked softly. Very serious. I suggest you learn Earth Release Ninjutsu, specifically Earth Flow technique. It will provide you with a layer of protection. Your offensive capabilities are sufficient, but your defense is lacking. Niji and I are close combat types and have our methods of defense, but you do not. Tintin seemed unsure, but found herself compelled to heed Lee's advice. She was unsure when it had begun, but Lee's words seemed to possess a magical quality that captivated her attention. Upon hearing Lee's guidance regarding Tinnin's strengths and weaknesses, Kakashi was struck by how Lee resembled a teacher instructing a student, leaving him profoundly impressed. All right, I will learn Earth Release Ninjutsu, Earth Flow technique, Tintin decided, while Niji and Lee committed to mastering the Shadow Clone technique. It seems you have all made your decisions. Now, I will begin teaching you the hand signs. With that, Kakashi created a Shadow Clone, which turned to Tintin and said, "Let us move over there to study." Tintin nodded and followed the clone, leaving Lee and Niji behind. Kakashi demonstrated the hand signs and reminded them of the importance of chakra before departing. The hand signs are straightforward, but the chakra requirements are quite demanding. Indeed, Niji remarked. But let's focus on mastering this technique first. They exchanged glances and entered a state of practice, concentrating on the hand signs and chakra control. As the morning passed, Niji stood up and executed the hand signs, promptly creating a perfect clone of himself. Realizing he had mastered the technique, he turned to Lee, who he knew had yet to succeed. This brought Niji a small sense of pride, recognizing his talent as a genius. For he had learned the Hyuga style of taijutsu independently. The shadow clone technique was not particularly complicated. The hand signs were simple, and as long as one paid attention to chakra control, it should not pose significant issues. As for Lee, he too opened his eyes and stood, somewhat astonished by Niji's accomplishment. Deep down, he felt a surge of admiration. It was indeed remarkable how someone with a genius aura could learn a ninjutsu in mere hours, while he himself had not yet mastered it, merely attempting it for practice. Lee swiftly performed the hand signs, and soon a shadowy figure emerged, but it collapsed to the ground and vanished in an instant. Lee felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, as though something vital had been drained from him. This is due to insufficient chakra control, he realized. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noticed Niji observing his failure without the usual derision. Lee ventured into the forest alone to embark on a new phase of training. My chakra is comparable to Niji's, perhaps even surpassing it in some aspects. Yet I still struggle with chakra control, wasting a significant amount during the process. Determined, Lee endeavored to refine his chakra. Once he felt rejuvenated, he resumed practicing the shadow clone technique. However, the second attempt yielded the same result as the first. The clone disappeared almost instantaneously, and he found himself repeating the process. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Niji emerged from the forest, noticing Lee still engrossed in his training, but chose to remain silent and departed. Shortly after Niji left, Tintin returned and saw Lee focused on his practice. Initially intending to greet him, she reconsidered and quietly slipped away. As evening fell and the stars illuminated the night sky, Lee rose slowly, stretching his back before attempting the shadow clone technique once more. With a puff, this time the clone materialized successfully. Lee smiled wryly, though it faded quickly as the clone's duration was brief, vanishing after only 10 minutes, leaving him with a sense of exhaustion. Indeed, it is a chakra issue. If only I had a tailed beast like Naruto, I could expend chakra freely, Lee muttered to himself, gazing at the moonlit sky, realizing it was evening. Concluding his training for the day, he gathered his belongings and departed the training ground alone. Chapter 29. The Invitation on the Tranquil Road. Little Lee's mind was consumed with thoughts on how to enhance his chakra. The most effective method would be to acquire a tailed beast. However, that notion was nothing short of whimsical folly. Setting aside the fact that Naruto Uzumaki was still being monitored at the Ninja Academy, he also harbored two formidable sources of chakra concealed within him, apart from the Nine Tails. If he were to provoke him, he might not even grasp how to perish. Even if he could capture Naruto, how could he earn the trust of the Nine Tails? Gaining its confidence would be akin to attempting to throw oneself against a wall with a piece of tofu, utterly futile. Yet, apart from tailed beasts, there seemed to be other means to augment chakra. The cursed seal power of Orochimaru was indeed potent, but it was exceedingly challenging to obtain. The simplest way to acquire such power would be to seek out Orochimaru. But where was he? In the land of Rice's Sound Village. Who possessed his precise whereabouts? Contemplating this, Little Lee shook his head, suddenly realizing how mundane his own journey had been. Besides his martial arts experience, he lacked any distinctive qualities. A gentle summer breeze caressed Little Lee's face, causing his eyes to shift suddenly, his hand gripping tightly onto his kunai. An elusive presence was drawing near. Raising his alertness significantly, Little Lee hastily moved to the shelter of an eave, and in an instant, his aura vanished completely. As a trained assassin, he possessed unique skills in concealment. The approaching individual bore ill intent, and the street was eerily desolate, particularly on the route Little Lee took home. The morning bustle had faded into the somber shadows of night, with only a few flickering street lamps casting a faint yellow glow. Two figures clad in black emerged on the street, one radiating a palpable aura of menace and danger. Hidden beneath the eave, Little Lee felt a surge of trepidation toward this formidable foe. Had they lost track of him? No, he was hiding nearby. He must have sensed our presence. The mission must not falter. I understand. The other figure formed a series of seals, causing the surroundings to shift, a jarring sound wave reverberating through the air. Little Lee's ears throbbed violently, and his expression changed dramatically as he dashed from the eave into the dimness of an alley. There, over here, he moving swiftly. Swish. The two figures pursued him rapidly. The alley was thick with humidity and strewn with heaps of refuse. Little Lee concealed himself among the trash, his once clear eyes now a ghostly pale. The night was dark, and his aura grew chillingly cold, blending seamlessly into the damp surroundings and the fetid stench of garbage. Gone. I can't sense his chakra fluctuations. Can't sense chakra fluctuations? Could it be a high-level concealment technique? A mere genin? One of the figures scoffed. Perhaps this is precisely why we were tasked to capture him. However, I can sense he has not departed this vicinity. The ground bore no footprints, and the air lacked any trace of humanity, as if no one had passed through. Yet, as a sensory-type ninja, my instincts compelled me to believe he was here. The self-proclaimed sensory ninja insisted, we cannot overlook even the slightest possibility. The black-clad figure turned to face the mound of garbage, removing the black cloth from his face. He formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, the fireball roaring as it swept through the refuse, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Is there truly no one? As the garbage began to burn ever higher, silence lingered from within, and the black-clad man stepped forward to inspect closely. Suddenly, he felt an icy chill at his back, a kunai pressed against his throat, silent and stealthy, without any forewarning. The man was seized by terror. Had he known of the impending danger, he might have prepared himself. Yet the arrival of the kunai bore no indication. And even within their organization, individuals with such stealth abilities were exceedingly rare. Swoosh! The kunai plunged, and with a soft gasp, the figure vanished, turning into a mere wooden effigy. Little Lee retreated rapidly into the shadows, revealing his pale eyes once more, disappearing into the obscurity. The attacked black-clad ninja emerged from somewhere, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, concluding in his mind, a frightening individual. The sensory ninja approached his comrade, equally startled by the previous events. Had it not been for this black-clad man's rigorous training in assassination since childhood, he would likely have perished. Both felt a tightening in their hearts, wary of the darkness that loomed too close. We bear no ill will. We merely wish to extend an invitation. The attacked black-clad ninja spoke, his tone tinged with admiration. Yet he was met with Little Lee's fierce assault. A rush of wind propelled forth, echoing with the thunderous sound of a tiger's roar. The black-clad figure furrowed his brow, drawing his long blade and retaliating against the gust of air. Find him, quickly. Frustration mounted within the black-clad figure. He had genuinely not deceived little Li. He had come with an invitation, devoid of malice. Who could have anticipated that their adversary would prove so formidable? Initially perceived as merely a genin, they had underestimated his lethal skills, particularly in taijutsu. I see him. He is closing in. What? Watch out behind you. The sensory ninja shouted, his voice amplified by the confined space of the alley, combined with the roaring flames that illuminated the darkness. The flickering sparks danced in the air as a white figure moved like a phantom, wielding a glimmering blade. Clang! The long blade cleaved through the air, several slashes sweeping past the white figure, which dissipated into nothingness. Gasp! The sensory ninja felt a weight in his chest as a kunai mercilessly embedded itself deep within his innards. The black-clad figure, wielding the long blade, remained unfazed. Although they belonged to the same organization, he felt no sorrow for his fallen comrade. Death was merely a part of their existence, and he had not anticipated such swiftness and demise. The sensory ninja collapsed, his eyes wide with shock and pallor. We came to invite you, not to engage in combat. You should cease your resistance. You Chapter 30. Preemptive Strike Hokage Office. The investigation into the Hokage's corpse has been completed. The cause of death is consistent with that of the bandits from the relay station. However, there are some discrepancies regarding the identity of this cloaked figure. Oh, what discrepancies? Their mouths were sealed with a curse, a seal you are quite familiar with. Kakashi handed the documents to the third Hokage, who furrowed his brow upon reviewing them and sighed. I understand. Kakashi, that alleyway is rather deserted at night. Please investigate if any suspicious individuals have emerged in the vicinity recently. Hokage-sama, I have already looked into it. There have been no suspicious persons in the last few days. The only concern is a relief house nearby, inhabited by orphans of the war, including Lee. Kakashi emphasized the name Lee. It appears the issue is more complex than it seems. Investigate if any recent information has leaked to Root. The third Hokage stated sternly. Yes. Tozan, what are you planning? The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, lamenting. The relief house. Lee is currently in a state of agitation. If he is correct in his assumptions, trouble is soon to arrive at his doorstep. Given the previous circumstances, many connections could be drawn. He had meticulously arranged his goals, never anticipating the involvement of Root. To be clear, Lee does not fear Root. Rather, he is aware that an encounter is inevitable, yet the timing is unsettlingly abrupt, leaving him somewhat disoriented. It seems there is no other option. Lee resolved that the only person who could assist him in resolving these matters is the third Hokage. Given the Hokage's character, he would undoubtedly protect him, as he is compassionate and soft-hearted. Moreover, as an orphan at the tender age of 11, he would never stand by and allow Lee to come into contact with Root. Having made his plans, Lee bandaged his back wounds and hastily sought rest. This was not a suitable time for training. Upon awakening, it was already the next day. The fire from the garbage heap was a mere 200 meters from Lee's relief house. Early in the morning, the streets buzzed with discussions about the events of the previous night. Lee felt a rising irritation in his ears as he hurried toward the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, a genin named Lee is here to see you, a staff member reported to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage squinted and replied, have him come in. Yes. Lee entered the Hokage's office alone, pushing the door open. The third Hokage sat in his chair, puffing clouds of smoke, his gaze flickering towards Lee. Lee said nothing further as he approached the Hokage and began recounting the events of the previous night. Hokage-sama, I was attacked last night, Lee stated calmly. Oh. The third Hokage was slightly taken aback, not expecting such directness from Lee. The determination in Lee's expression conveyed no hint of anxiety, which prompted a newfound respect from the Hokage. I am aware of this morning's report. You killed that cloaked figure? The third Hokage inquired. Yes, they intended to kill me, and I could not afford to hold back. But you must understand that the person you killed is no ordinary ninja. I do not know who they are. I just know that they nearly killed me on my way back last night. Had I not reacted swiftly, it could have been my corpse being collected today. Lee. We are already investigating this matter. Initially, we believed it to be a simple conflict, but we did not foresee that you would be the one to eliminate that cloaked figure. However, I have a question. You should have reported the situation last night. The Umbu needed to act promptly. Lee remained silent, removing his white attire to reveal his bandaged waist, the blood freshly visible on the white bandages. With his entire back stained crimson, the third Hokage was taken aback. Lee's actions were telling. The wounds on his back indicated he had no time to report. The relief house he resided in was at least a 10-minute walk from the Hokage's office, and the severity of his injuries could not be delayed, as excessive blood loss could be fatal. Lee, your injuries are severe. You need to go to the hospital for treatment. After speaking, he summoned a staff member to escort Lee to the hospital. Lee nodded, feigning discomfort as he left the Hokage's office. Kakashi, I suspect that Lee was responsible for the deaths of those bandits at the relay station. I believe so too. Kakashi leaped through the window, agreeing with the third Hokage's assessment. In truth, he had suspected since the first day of the 7-day training that Lee might have killed those bandits. This is Lee's file. Kakashi handed over Lee's information. The third Hokage glanced at the file, sighed, and noted the contents. 11 years ago, both of his parents, who were Chunin, perished in the Nine Tails incident. Kakashi, please inform Tozan that I require an explanation. The third Hokage stated firmly. Yes, Tozan Dano, the Hokage wishes to see you. Tozan appeared somewhat surprised but showed no change in expression as he nodded. An hour later, Tozan arrived at the Hokage's office and sat in a chair that had been prepared for him. The third Hokage refrained from continuing to smoke, instead handing Lee's file to Tozan. Tozan caught it, and, glancing at it, asked in confusion, "Why am I being shown the file of a genin? Some matters do not require elaborate explanation. He came to see me this morning. But what I want you to see is not just his file, but that of his parents. They fell during the Nine Tails attack 11 years ago. I hope you understand that these sacrifices represent the spirits of Konoha, and their descendants deserve protection. I urge you to refrain from any action against him, regardless of what Lee may have done to provoke you. Sarutobi, I do not comprehend your words. Why would I wish to harm a mere genin? I also expect you to conduct a thorough investigation before approaching me." Tozan responded calmly, his expression betraying no signs of change. The seal mentioned by the cloaked figure that Lee killed last night undoubtedly belongs to Root. I am confident of this. Currently, Lee lies gravely injured in the hospital. Let this matter end here. Do not let me witness anything similar again. Tozan regarded Sarutobi's furious expression in silence before opening the door and departing. Root, damn that brat. He acted first. Tozan seethed with anger, feeling a surge of frustration. He had never intended to target Lee, merely hoping to invite him to join Root. Had he been more perceptive, he might have included Lee in their ranks. Recent intelligence and Kakashi's commendation of him piqued his curiosity. A person who garnered such praise from Kakashi was undeniably exceptional. Thus, he aimed to recruit Lee before the third Hokage could. Yet, this well-meaning attempt had turned into a grave miscalculation. The third Hokage had already implicated him, and he had no opportunity to refute it, for the deceased was one of his own, and the seal was an undeniable fact. Furthermore, he could not approach Lee for an extended period. Having been at odds with the third Hokage for many years, they understood each other's natures all too well. To have been outmaneuvered by a mere child, how infuriating. Chapter 31. Secured. Lord Danzo, here is the information you requested. Danzo received the documents handed over by a ninja, meticulously flipping through several pages, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Those worthless Yamaki were undoubtedly slain by this individual. Such extraordinary killing techniques surpass even those of Tenjutsu. I suspect someone is nurturing him from behind. Danzo surmised that the past 11 years of this young Lee had been quite ordinary, but in the last 2 months, following a hospitalization, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. The peculiar might of his chakra and his enigmatic assassination skills, demonstrated through the deaths of Yamaki and his encounters with Tenjutsu, indicated that there must be substantial support behind this youth. Tenjutsu, do you think Sarutobi could be orchestrating this? A low-ranking ninja, once deemed the bottom of the class, suddenly gains enlightenment, defeating the self-proclaimed genius Hyuga, and even Kakashi commends his quick wit and decisiveness, recommending him to the Umbu. While there are many instances of mediocrity transforming into genius, the notion that one could evolve from the weakest link to a figure of prominence in merely a couple of months seems utterly fantastical. I firmly believe there is someone backing him. Danzo spoke thoughtfully, his keen eyes glinting with curiosity and caution towards the individual standing behind Lee. Such a person capable of transforming a mediocrity into a genius is undoubtedly formidable. Does Lord Danzo wish for me to capture him? The cloaked figure Tenjitsu inquired. There's no need for haste. This is merely my conjecture, as other possibilities exist. For now, let us wait. The current batch of graduates is soon to complete their training, and the conditions I discussed with Orochimaru are also approaching. We must not allow Sarutobi to become suspicious. Should our plans falter, all our efforts will be in vain. Understood. Very well, you may withdraw and also summon Kabuto for me. The subordinate bowed and departed. Rock Lee, the might of your chakra, your assassination techniques. The transformation from mediocrity to genius, truly a remarkable lad. Meanwhile, Lee stepped out of the hospital with calmness, the wound on his back being no more than a ruse for the third Hokage. Thankfully, the third did not approach to scrutinize it closely, likely already addressing my troubles. Lee made his way towards the training ground. Hokage-sama, why have you summoned me? Is there an enemy lurking in Konoha? Akai, standing before the Hokage, suddenly grew animated, appearing convinced there was indeed a lurking threat. Hokage-sama, I want to inquire about Lee's recent peculiar behavior. As his teacher, you should be the most aware of his transformation from a hindrance to his current state. Frankly, I find it hard to believe and require a detailed report from you. The third Hokage said sternly. Upon hearing this, Akai's expression faltered, quickly shifting to concern. Hokage-sama, you don't suspect Lee of being an enemy, do you? I would stake my honor that he is absolutely not a foe. Although his recent behavior is strange, I trust my student without doubt. Hokage-sama, seeing Akai's frenzied demeanor, the third sighed. I harbor no suspicions regarding Lee. I merely wish to understand certain matters. There are individuals watching him, and if we do not clarify these issues, he may inadvertently invite calamity upon himself. Is it truly that serious? Indeed it is. Then allow me to elucidate Lee's situation. Akai detailed all of Lee's actions and behaviors from his last hospitalization to the present, including his performance during missions and his training regimen. It took an hour to convey. Despite Akai initially intending to take nearly 3 hours, only to be interrupted by the third, who urged him to get to the point. I see. You mentioned that Lee possesses a peculiar form of taijutsu, and during your battle, you even found yourself at a disadvantage. Also, he was burdened while contending with Hyuga-Niji. No wonder. It appears that many unusual events surround Lee, the third pondered. Not merely reflecting on these issues, but more on Lee's performance during the final day of the 7 trials, which was what the third truly wished to hear. Even the dialogue with Kakashi had profoundly impressed him, causing a faint smile to emerge. Akai, confused by the Hokage's smile, felt a volcano of anxiety brewing within him, hoping the third would swiftly reach a decision. Very well, Akai, you may return. I will personally address Lee's matters, allowing you to focus on your training and missions. Is this true? Thank you so much, Hokage-sama. I am deeply grateful. Akai, brimming with excitement, departed. Kakashi, what Akai reported should be accurate, correct? Kakashi appeared, casting a glance at Akai in the distance. His character is well known to the Hokage. As Akai said, it is indeed so. A person willing to sacrifice their life for comrades. Do you believe he could possibly be a spy or a traitor? I suspect he simply had hidden talents that he was reluctant to reveal. The third smiled. Indeed, that is more likely. And it may be connected to his early loss of parents. Very well. Please report to Danzo regarding the situation with the bandits. I believe you will know how to proceed. Understood. The Hokage would even risk offending Danzo for the sake of a mere boy. It seems Lee has saved himself. Kakashi recognized that he and Lee had only met twice. Although he thought well of him, facing the likes of Root was no trivial matter. Root represented the darkest aspects of Konoha, beyond the reach of the Elder Council, operating independently, with only the Hokage's Umbu capable of contending with them. On the surface, both factions appeared to coexist peacefully, yet unbeknownst to many, they had been embroiled in a covert power struggle for years, each aware of the other's machinations. The Hokage's directive to relay the report on the bandits to Danzo was a clear message. I have secured this individual. At the training ground, Lee noted a slight increase in his chakra, realizing that combat was indeed the quickest path to enhancement. My chakra has noticeably increased since yesterday, he mused quietly. Having reached a new level of understanding, he felt subtle changes in his body, not as extreme as the Byakugan, yet still far beyond that of an ordinary person. As for last night's events, Lee had refrained from mentioning anything to his companions, knowing it would be futile. To his surprise, Lee did not practice those peculiar punches and strikes today. Tintin observed with curiosity, I bet his shadow clone technique is still beyond him. Niji scoffed at Lee, sharing a glance with Tintin. Haha, it seems Lee's ninjutsu talent remains consistently poor. Fortunately, I practiced at home last night. Another day of practice should suffice. Hearing their banter, Lee opened his eyes, slowly standing up. He stepped forward, swiftly forming hand seals, and with a puff, another identical Lee appeared beside him. Ah, Lee has succeeded. My goodness, I'm last again, Tintin exclaimed, a hint of disappointment on her face as she had hoped to gain some confidence, only to find herself still the slowest learner. Lee beamed, revealing his bright teeth. Tintin, I'm not last. My dear disciple Lee, I heard you were injured. Woe is me. A swift green flash, like lightning, darted toward Lee, startling everyone in the vicinity. Chapter 32. The Transmission of the Lotus of Expression. Gratitude to my friend Dandelion. Tomorrow I shall return with 4 chapters. Having just recovered from illness, today I present but one. What is the matter with Teacher Akai? Has Shaoli been injured? Yet he stands here perfectly well. Does he not? Tian questioned, her heart racing with anxiety, while Ning Xiai turned his gaze towards Akai as well. Teacher Akai, you already knew about my accidental injury during practice, huh? Haha, as expected of you. Shaoli smiled, his sharp eyes glancing at Akai, who hesitated, covering his mouth, instantly comprehending Xiao Li's intent as he gazed skyward. Hey, Teacher Akai, I'm asking you a question. When did Xiao Li get hurt? Why are we unaware of it? There must be something concealed. Speak up. Tian rushed to catch up with Akai, gripping him tightly. Beads of sweat dripped from Akai's forehead as he recalled Xiao Li's inadvertent remark. He understood Xiao Li's desire for discretion. Revealing such matters would lead to unfavorable outcomes for all involved. Though Akai may be rather dull, he was not foolish. Didn't Xiao Li say he was injured while practicing? What? How could that be? He seemed perfectly fine just yesterday. Could it be? Tian's expression turned serious as she glanced at Xiao Li. Xiao Li, you didn't sustain an injury while practicing the shadow clone technique, did you? I heard from Kakashi-sensei that it can be life-threatening. You should refrain from practicing it. Why is Tian so concerned about Xiao Li? Could it be that she has developed feelings for him? Ning Xiai pondered this, while Xiao Li merely nodded in response. Is everything all right? Do you want me to accompany you to the hospital? Upon uttering these words, Tian sensed something amiss, as Xiao Li, Ning Xiai, and Akai regarded her with peculiar expressions. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Xiao Li is injured. Shouldn't you show some concern? Well, Tian, I didn't actually sustain any serious injury. It was merely fatigue. Just as you said, it was the shadow clone that could have killed me. So there's no need to overreact. A bit of rest will suffice. Xiao Li approached Tian, speaking apologetically. She stared at him intensely, then sighed in relief, muttering, Then can you please refrain from practicing the shadow clone technique? Haha. Xiao Li pretended not to hear, turning to Akai. Teacher Akai, didn't you say yesterday that you would teach us a powerful technique today? Our morning exercises have already concluded. Oh, did I say that? But I recall I haven't been here for several days. Akai fell into contemplation. Xiao Li felt a pang of frustration, thinking, this fool can't even grasp the obvious. He's as dull as a pig. He's clearly trying to change the subject. Meanwhile, Ning Xiai's white eyes lit up. Perhaps Xiao Li truly was concealing an injury. Unlike Tian, whose mindset was still that of a child, Ning Xiai had grown up in the harsh reality of the Hyuga branch family, cultivating a mature mentality. In terms of sharp insight, he found only Uchiha Sasuke could be compared to him among his peers. Oh right, I just so happen to have a powerful technique to impart to you. As my students, you must become great ninjas, Akai declared grandly. Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly forgetting her previous concerns, while Ning Xi was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Li sighed with relief. Akai had finally shifted the topic, averting unnecessary troubles. What powerful technique is it, Teacher Akai? Please tell us quickly. All right, Tian. There's no need to rush. I will explain it slowly. After being shaken by Tian, Akai felt dizzy. She released her grip, and he cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression. Listen well, you three little rascals. The technique I am about to teach you is called the Lotus of Expression, a forbidden technique within the realm of taijutsu, possessing immense power. Lotus of Expression? Ning Xi muttered. Lotus of Expression? Tian echoed in surprise. Xiao Li was taken aback for a moment, his heart ablaze with excitement, hands trembling. The moment had finally arrived, the Lotus of Expression, along with the 8 gates. A formidable forbidden technique, one of the most powerful in taijutsu. He believed there may be other techniques. Yet he was convinced he had never encountered anything as fearsome as the 8 gates in any anime. Yes, a truly powerful yet terrifying technique. How powerful is it? Tian countered. If utilized to its fullest potential, it could surpass the strength of the Hokage. Wouldn't you agree that it's impressive? Akai's tone was grave, his expression filled with pride. The 8 gates had been imparted to him by his father, the person he admired most in his life. As a lowly genin, he had opened the 8 gates and defeated the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, a feat that had shocked the entire ninja world. Each of the 7 swordsmen was a formidable wielder of the blade, and their sudden demise at the hands of a mere Leaf Village genin was beyond anyone's imagination. TCH. Teacher Akai, you're exaggerating again. A mere taijutsu technique surpassing the Hokage? You must be joking. Tian's earlier enthusiasm had dwindled. Ning Xi, too, remained unimpressed, while Xiao Li trembled with excitement, a strange fervor igniting within him, as if he were a dragon ready to break through the heavens. Seeing Tian's skepticism, Akai refrained from explaining further. Those who had witnessed the 8 gates had perished, and those who wielded the technique had also met their end, leaving only the legacy of the 8 gates behind. Teacher, could you demonstrate it? Xiao Li asked, suppressing his excitement. Akai looked at Xiao Li and smiled slightly. Certainly. He approached a large tree, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the trunk, stripping it of its branches, leaving a long, bare log. Akai took a deep breath, saying, "This forbidden technique is perilous, thus it cannot be tested on a person, only on wood." The 3 watched intently as Akai began his demonstration. They observed as the calm aura surrounding him transformed into a frenzy. Veins throbbed on his forehead like serpents. Hiya! The log soared into the sky as Akai vanished. Reappearing in midair, feet aimed at the ground, delivering a fierce kick. He didn't exert excessive force, for a miscalculation could cause the wood to break. Yet, to the trio, Akai's speed appeared unfathomably swift. Suspended approximately 10 meters in the air, Akai grasped the log, leaving the 3 astonished. A mighty whirlwind erupted, the air thrumming with energy, causing the grass and trees in the training ground to sway and dust to rise. What a powerful wind! What technique is this? Ning Xi shouted. In Xiao Li's eyes, a fire seemed to blaze. The ground of the training field erupted with a deafening roar, dust enveloping the surroundings and obscuring their vision. Only Akai emerged slowly from the swirling dust, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. As the 3 regained their senses, the dust settled, revealing a massive spiral crater beside Akai, the log reduced to splinters scattered about. How formidable! How terrifying! Truly the most powerful forbidden technique in taijutsu. Chapter 33. Telepathic Communication. Biao Lianhua launched a rapid strike aimed at the opponent's chin, executing a flying kick while airborne and maneuvered behind the adversary, locking them in a tight embrace. At this moment, Akai emphasized the necessity of 2 critical points. What are these crucial points? Tian inquired immediately. During high-speed movements, one requires immense self-regulation, particularly at great heights. Moreover, in such rapid conditions, while attempting to hold on to the opponent, there's a risk of them regaining their composure, which could be disastrous. They might unleash a ninjutsu at a critical moment, and the burden of high-speed movement can induce severe pain in both bones and flesh. Is that so? This technique sounds rather peculiar, and from what I observed, teacher Akai executed it with relative ease. It seemed as though merely clinging to the opponent as one descends from the sky would suffice, wouldn't it? Tian, please allow me to finish before you interject. Akai's irritation was palpable. He aimed to elucidate two vital points. The one he had just mentioned was a flaw in Biao Lianhua, particularly when suspended in the air, teetering on the brink of danger. However, the second critical point was of utmost importance, and he wished for no interruptions. Very well, I shall remain silent. Tian obediently closed her mouth. You may observe that while I appear to execute Biao Lianhua effortlessly, I am actually enduring tremendous pain, which I am merely suppressing. This is another key aspect of employing Biao Lianhua. Once the technique is activated, the practitioner is plunged into agony, rendering them incapable of further action. This technique is a double-edged sword, inflicting equal harm upon the user and the foe. Tian exclaimed, while Ningxi's expression grew serious. Only Xiao Li comprehended Akai and Appo's words. In the original narrative, only Li Lok had mastered Biao Lianhua. Despite its seemingly simple execution, the effort and sweat required were immense. Hinata Ningxi may have possessed talent, but he fell short of Li Lok in terms of willpower and dedication. Since his youth, Li Lok had sculpted his resolve from raw potential into a refined gem. Thus, while suspended in the air, one must immobilize the enemy, preventing them from utilizing ninjutsu or illusions, for only then can the true power of this technique be unleashed. Now, you may attempt it, Akai concluded, casting his gaze toward Xiao Li. In Akai's eyes, Xiao Li was the only one he believed in, as if fate had deemed him the sole successor to his legacy. Tian and Ningxi were not deemed worthy. Noticing Akai's attention upon him, Xiao Li gazed upward, letting out a sigh. Subsequently, Ningxi and Tian began their practice, while Xiao Li refrained, mindful that his knife wound could not withstand vigorous movements. He decided to postpone his training in Biao Lianhua until his injury healed, lest he learn the technique only to suffer debilitating consequences. As time flowed by, a week passed, during which Ningxi and Tian diligently practiced Biao Lianhua, yet neither succeeded. They observed Akai's demonstration, perceiving no difficulty, but upon attempting it themselves, they found an insurmountable chasm, as if they were inherently devoid of the requisite talent to master this forbidden technique. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared. The two turned their gazes toward Xiao Li, who was seated in meditation, seemingly not practicing, while the other Xiao Li was executing consecutive flying kicks at a wooden post. Just as they expected him to maneuver behind the post, Xiao Li made a peculiar gesture, unexpectedly unraveling a white bandage from his hands to envelop the wood entirely. Resembling a mummy, Biao Lianhua, a powerful centripetal force whipped up a fierce wind, stinging Tian's eyes, as dust swirled, grass danced, and smoke enveloped the air. Xiao Li's heavy breaths echoed, his white attire now tarnished, transformed into a muddy hue, his body marred with wounds. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, joy radiated from his eyes. He had succeeded, ultimately mastering Biao Lianhua. It seemed that only Xiao Li could grasp this technique, while Ningxi and Tian remained deprived of such an opportunity. Biao Lianhua was the gateway to the first and second gates of the 8 gates. Only through mastering Biao Lianhua could one qualify to unlock the 8 gates. Those unable to learn Biao Lianhua would forever be barred from transcending the threshold to study the 8 gates of Duanjia. Xiao Li, you have succeeded? Tian rushed to Xiao Li's side, assisting him as he knelt on the ground. Sort of, he replied. Ningxi sensed an inexplicable foreboding. Reminiscent of the peril he encountered in the forest of death, the sensation of nearly being slain by Kakashi resurfacing. He turned away to continue practicing Biao Lianhua. Xiao Li, take a break. I wish to speak with you privately, Akai stated with a grave expression. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. According to the original narrative, after Li Lok had mastered Biao Lianhua, Akai would impart the secrets of the 8 gates to him, not out of favoritism, but because he recognized that Tian and Ningxi lacked the qualifications to learn it. The 8 gates were not suited for geniuses, but rather for diligent fools. It was only such fools who could master them. Geniuses, with their arrogance, could never comprehend the mindset of those who relentlessly strive to unleash their potential through sweat and perseverance. 2 hours later, Shaoli sensed that the pain in his body had subsided. Rising, he glanced at his shadow clone. While learning other skills, Shaoli had not neglected the importance of traditional martial arts. The shadow clone was employed to hone his skills. As the practice of traditional martial arts bore similarities to physical techniques, requiring more than mere brute force. Teacher Akai, is there something you wish to discuss with me? The two retreated to a secluded grove, where the cool summer breeze wafted through, elevating their spirits while alleviating their troubles. Shaoli, you are a perceptive child. I have always believed in you because you are akin to me. However, I have noticed your uniqueness over these past days. Not only are you similar to me, but you also possess talents that surpass even my own. My knowledge is rather limited, primarily focused on physical techniques. Do you know why? Shaoli was momentarily taken aback, finding the statement peculiar. He understood that Akai intended to teach him the 8 gates, yet Akai's words hinted at his own complexity. When one reaches a certain realm, their thoughts and insights diverge from the ordinary. It is akin to a child and a mature adult. The child is consumed with play, while the adult grapples with the harsh realities of life. Regardless of whether you have previously concealed your talents or learned peculiar abilities from others, I hold no concern. For you are my student, and I believe in you. Your heart undoubtedly yearns for righteousness. One who does not offend others will not be offended. This is something I can discern, Akai stated. The simplicity of Akai's words belied the profound impact they had on Shaoli, a master of physical techniques. He understood that the path to enlightenment was diverse, yet converged upon the same truth. Even those who may appear foolish, once they attain a certain level of understanding, perceive the world in ways vastly different from the average person. In the presence of Akai, Shaoli felt as though he were receiving guidance from a true mentor, for Akai's own understanding was profound. Few could impart such wisdom, reminiscent of the few esteemed masters he had encountered in his previous life, who had achieved a unity with the cosmos, their every movement seemingly in harmony with nature, like a gentle rain falling silently. Though Akai may not have reached the pinnacle of such unity, his level of understanding was undoubtedly superior, reflecting a complete affirmation of his own spirit. Preserving a pure sanctuary to protect. Teacher hopes you will never betray Konoha. At this moment, a refreshing breeze swept through, enveloping the world in a profound silence, a communion of souls. Shaoli's countenance was as serene as an ancient well, undisturbed, akin to a tranquil lake, while Akai resembled a vast expanse of water, equally placid. Thank you, Teacher Akai. A solemn expression of gratitude emanated from the depths of my heart, devoid of any ulterior motives, untainted by the world's corrupting influences. To thank me is still premature. Now, Shaoli, enlighten me about your philosophy of perseverance. Though you have shared it with me before, I yearn to hear the innermost thoughts that dwell within you. The triumph of the strong allows them to gaze upon the ephemeral nature of all worldly illusions. Chapter 34, The Inner Roar. This night proved to be a restless one. Upon hearing Shaoli's philosophy of endurance, Akai chose silence, reminiscent of an anime scene, as he imparted the knowledge of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The first gate, the opening gate, is represented by the flowering lotus, followed by the rest gate and the life gate, which embody the inner lotus. The injury gate signifies a departure from the inner lotus, marking the true essence of the 8 gates. The full activation of all 8 gates, known as the 8 gates Duanjia array, comes at a heavy cost. Despite knowing the outcome from the very beginning, I could not have anticipated the weight that would settle upon my heart. For Shaoli, mastering the 8 gates was imperative. However, the heaviness within him stemmed not from the training itself, but from Akai's words and the innocent gaze akin to that of a child, continually fixed upon him. Perhaps he wouldn't alter his destiny because of Shaoli, nor could he foresee what fate awaited him, much like his previous life as an assassin, where he remained oblivious to his own future, wherein he could fall to the hands of his comrades or succumb to enemy fire at any moment. As dusk approached, Akai departed, having completed his teachings, leaving Shaoli to tread the lonely path under the waning sunlight. Once, he too had pondered such thoughts of existence. What direction did his life truly take? Though the view from lofty heights may appear vast, it often lacks the detail observed by those grounded below. A broad mind may necessitate the relinquishment of certain desires, much like the notion that paths only emerge when many tread them. To forge a path, one must walk it. I yearn to solidify my own journey. This lifetime shall not be wasted in mediocrity. I require a renewed self, one capable of discerning the world's illusions. Thus, I, Lilach, must grow stronger, to become one who stands at the pinnacle. What of Uchiha Madara? What of the sage? What of the protagonists? Sooner or later, I shall tread upon your bodies and gaze down upon the heavens and the earth. Wandering through the desolate streets, Xiao Li ambled aimlessly, observing the affectionate expressions of parents accompanying their children and the joyous laughter of youths sharing tales of the day. Yet, amidst the merry throng, one solitary figure shadowed him. A boy with golden hair, moving towards an unnamed corner of solitude. Upon returning to the training room, Xiao Li resumed his practice as usual, though inner turmoil gripped him. At that moment, as he conjured another shadow clone for training, he was slightly startled to discover a breakthrough in his bright energy. His power had reached its zenith, a sensation unlike any prior ascent. This time, it came even swifter than his previous transition to dark energy. The path to power requires relentless refinement and enduring dedication. He understood why he had achieved this pinnacle. Akai's words and his own self-awareness had undergone a profound transformation. The peak of bright energy was attained through unwavering resolve and the harmonious convergence of prior training experiences, allowing for a singular breakthrough. Typically, it takes 5 to 10 years of relentless practice to reach the pinnacle of bright energy, yet he had surpassed that stage. The breakthrough was no longer merely a matter of experience or training, but rather a metamorphosis of the spirit. 3 weeks elapsed, and on this day, Xiao Li procured new bandages. His hands bore minimal calluses, acquired solely for the practice of the flowering lotus. In contrast, Ning Xiai and Tian Tian had yet to master the technique, harboring a hint of jealousy towards Xiao Li. They had reverted to their prior training regimen, having abandoned aspirations of progress, unwilling to expend further energy on this pursuit. Day by day, as the final week of the month unfolded, Xiao Li formally embarked on the training of the 8 gates of Duanjia. A month was dedicated to solidifying the strength of bright energy, leveraging his past experiences. His bright energy could now approximate the power of dark energy. The effects of physical load were evident. His speed had notably increased. Should he remove his burdens, he would surpass the speed he once achieved in his previous life. Moreover, he was now exponentially stronger than the Lilach of the original narrative, especially in terms of offensive capabilities, having left his past self far behind. Throughout this period, he sought opportunities to spar with Akai daily. Yet even when unleashing the entirety of his bright energy, he could not defeat Akai. The latter's speed remained at least double his own, with reflexes that were astonishingly sharp, reaching an almost supernatural state of awareness. Daily, as he observed the duels between Xiao Li and Akai, Ning Xiai felt as if pricked by needles. He sensed Xiao Li's growing strength, while Akai too was taken aback. He could not fathom the nature of Xiao Li's progress. Within this month, Xiao Li's prowess had effectively doubled, and with each encounter, Akai felt the weight of Xiao Li's advancements. Presently, they stood on equal footing, yet Tian Tian believed Akai was intentionally holding back. Little did she know that even if Akai wished to do so, it was no longer feasible. Xiao Li's attacks were increasingly enigmatic and powerful, each clash akin to striking a boulder, sending waves of pain through his body. All right, Akai, let us conquer. Blocked by Akai, Niji was engulfed in fury. Without hesitation, he directed his attack towards Akai. Startled, Akai vanished just as Niji's strike was unleashed, swiftly delivering a powerful kick that sent Niji flying. The jarring impact left Niji disoriented, his body soaring through the air in a pitiful manner. What on earth is happening? Why must you act like this? Why? Day after day, he cried out, the grievances within him erupting in an instant. Over the past few days, their team had seemed more like a collection of soulless beings than a cohesive unit. What was truly unfolding? A sharp pain pierced through Tian Tian's heart as he sank to the ground, weeping incessantly, his sobs punctuated by tears. Chapter 35. The onset of destiny. As the narrative formally commences, the preparatory endeavors of the previous chapters have reached their zenith. Initially, the intention was to unveil the plot after the 50th chapter. However, due to circumstances in the preceding chapter, I have opted to delve directly into the storyline, allowing the audience to witness the forthcoming display of prowess. Regarding the training process of the 8 gates, I wish to refrain from excessive elaboration, as it may appear as mere filler. Thus, I shall proceed directly into the plot. Irika. The graduates of this cohort are set to undertake their graduation examinations in 2 days. It is imperative that your school prepares adequately, particularly those few troublesome students whom you know all too well. Indeed, it is you, Mizuki, Irika replied. Rest assured, I have faith that those problematic students will pass the exam. After all, they hail from esteemed clans of Konoha. However, Naruto presents a conundrum. This boy has yet to master the shadow clone technique, which is quite vexing. I sincerely hope he surprises me. I am also eagerly awaiting the outcome, Mizuki replied. As the graduation exam approaches, it seems I must take action, given the timeline and the information I have gathered from the elementary students. Lee is aware that the graduation examination is merely 3 days away. At that time, Naruto Uzumaki plans to pilfer a sealing scroll. However, he remains under the vigilant watch of the Hokage, making him a dangerous individual. Any association with him may necessitate my preparation for a hasty escape. In the forest, 3 days hence, a confrontation will occur as Naruto Uzumaki attempts to steal the sealing scroll to acquire its jutsu. It seems he must rely on his formidable memory and swift execution to achieve this undetected. While the notion is appealing, Lee is acutely aware of the perils involved. Setting aside the significance of the sealing scroll, Naruto himself is a problematic figure, closely monitored by the 3rd Hokage, although the Umbu may not be present at that moment. The crystal ball of the 3rd Hokage offers a clear view of the surroundings. I must seek the blind spots. Every jutsu possesses its flaws. I refuse to believe that the 3rd Hokage can perceive everything around him, especially in the darkness, where even the most formidable techniques weaken with distance. After contemplating this, Lee produced 2 shadow clones, one to practice martial arts and the other to refine chakra, while his original self continued with the training of the 8 gates. 3 days later. Naruto, you fool. Who told you to use the seduction technique? You imbecile. Now, show me your shadow clone technique. If you cannot execute it, it merely signifies that you are unfit to be a ninja. Irika's roar echoed throughout the classroom. Before him stood a golden-haired youth, adorned with a forehead protector, squinting with fox-like eyes at Irika, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he clumsily formed hand seals. Ugh! Irika exclaimed in frustration. You foolish boy. How can you excel if you do not apply yourself? Look at your performance over the past 3 years. You cannot even manage a simple clone. It infuriates me. You are unqualified. Hey, Irika, you needn't be so harsh. He has already attempted the test several times. Let him pass, for he has worked diligently, has he not? Mizuki chimed in, though his true thoughts belied this facade. This is unacceptable, Mizuki. Failure is failure. If he were to become a ninja without passing, who knows what fate may await him? Naruto, return to school and retake the course. With Irika's rejection, Naruto hung his head, resentment flickering in his eyes as he trudged out of the examination room. On the desolate path, he observed the joyous figures around him, parents accompanying their children. His own gaze vacant, the swings in the distance devoid of competition. Sitting upon one, he thought, Irika, that looked just now. Irika's heart was torn. He questioned whether his actions were justified. Yet, for the sake of Naruto's future, he felt compelled to act thus. Reflecting on his own background compared to Naruto's, who was seen as a loathed monster, he pondered the burdens one must endure from childhood. Was it humanity's fault or the world's? At that moment, Irika was lost in thought, only returning to reality after 3 students had passed. In a concealed, shadowed corner, a figure lurked, shrouded in twilight. It appears that only that child has failed the exam. Indeed, but if he becomes a ninja, it could spell disaster. Speak not of it. It is a forbidden topic. Let us depart. Mizuki's figure materialized beside Naruto, addressing him with a gentle smile. What are you pondering, Naruto? Shall we converse? Ah, Mizuki-sensei. Is there something you need? Hee, Naruto, do not harbor resentment towards Iruka. He does not intend to make things difficult for you. He merely wishes for you to grow stronger. But I am the only one who has not graduated. Is that not favoritism? Naruto retorted with dissatisfaction. Well, allow me to divulge a monumental secret that will certainly help you pass the exam. Mizuki's enticing voice reached Naruto's ears. In the distance, a shadow flickered momentarily. It is time to act. In the darkness, the white impermanence roamed as a harbinger of souls, for although night does not remain dark, the heart may still harbor shadows. Wherever darkness exists, the white and black impermanence shall abide. It is so simple. A seduction technique to dispatch that old fool. However, I must first find a location to learn a jutsu, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Soon, he discovered an abandoned warehouse. Seated upon the grass as he prepared to unroll the scroll, suddenly, a figure emerged, striking him gently on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. Lee, clad in black, descended silently, without hesitation, as he opened the sealing scroll. Soon, an array of jutsu flooded his mind. Of course, he selectively sought out techniques. For the scroll contained an overwhelming multitude, and he had little time to memorize them all. I found it. The Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, this is precisely what I sought, Lee declared, etching the hand signs of the Flying Thunder God into his memory. He swiftly continued searching for another jutsu, Edo Tensei. Found it. He was captivated by the next technique, Spirit Transformation, a technique of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju's lover. Time is of the essence. A minute passed, and the hand signs for the three techniques were firmly embedded in his consciousness. He flipped back to the first page of the scroll and slapped Naruto's face. As Naruto's bleary eyes opened, he gazed blankly at the sealing book in his hands, exclaiming, "How can I sleep at this moment? I should be learning a powerful jutsu to gain Iruka-sensei's approval. From here on, your destiny unfolds. I am eager to see whether you stand tall, or I do." Lee's figure vanished into the shadows. Subsequently, Iruka appeared, observing Naruto diligently practicing his jutsu with a sense of helplessness. Mizuki emerged, attacking Iruka, prompting Naruto to unleash a powerful technique, summoning shadow clones to rescue Iruka. Back in the recovery room, unbeknownst to all, Lee swiftly produced 3 shadow clones. Abandoning the practice of martial arts and the 8 gates, he was now focused on mastering these 3 jutsu, especially the Flying Thunder God technique, which he deemed paramount, a powerful jutsu that would allow him to traverse spatial barriers and confront enemies directly, far surpassing those of elemental attack jutsu. The following day brought news of the previous day's turmoil. Mizuki had betrayed Konoha and was imprisoned. Lee returned to his daily regimen of training. As the next Chunin exam loomed ever closer, and it was imperative to seize every moment for cultivation. Chapter 36. B-rank mission. Isn't Hokage-sama already apprehended Mizuki? And the Book of Seals has been retrieved. Could there still be issues? The third Hokage summoned several jonin, including Kakashi, and inquired. Mizuki has indeed been captured, and the book has been returned. However, I discovered that others have tampered with the Book of Seals, the third Hokage stated solemnly. What? The jonin present were incredulous. The idea that someone had accessed the Book of Seals right under their noses was unfathomable. It was evident that the theft by Naruto Uzumaki was a consequence of the third Hokage's inability to resist the temptations of seduction. Or perhaps it was a calculated move on his part to allow Naruto to steal it, given the Hokage's formidable strength. I suspect it is someone behind Mizuki. He merely claimed to have been lured by Orochimaru, but it seems highly probable that Orochimaru is indeed involved, Kakashi remarked. Orochimaru. The jonin shuddered at the mere mention of his name, especially Anko Mitarashi, who trembled visibly. Is it too soon to suspect Orochimaru? We may need the Umbu to conduct a thorough investigation. However, as the graduates have completed their training, we require jonin to lead. Kakashi, Asuma, Anko. Tomorrow is the class division. You cannot be preoccupied with this matter. I have decided to assign this retrieval mission to Team Guy. Hokage-sama, that is a judicious choice. Guy, Do not become overly enthusiastic. I must emphasize that if you uncover any trace linking this to Orochimaru, you need not continue your investigation. Leave it to the Umbu. I understand. If it truly is Orochimaru, it will indeed be difficult for Guy to maintain his composure. Nevertheless, having a mission is not without merit. It is certainly preferable to those tedious D-rank tasks, especially since his team has been rather dull lately. A mission will provide an opportunity for the three of them to unwind. Let us leave it at that. Yes. Anko touched the cursed seal on her neck, biting her lip as she departed. In the training room, it became evident that none of these three ninjutsu were easy to master, particularly the Flying Thunder God technique and the Spirit Transformation technique. The former involved spatial manipulation, while the latter pertained to the soul. The only relatively simpler technique was the Impure World Reincarnation, but even that was beyond my current chakra capacity to sustain any of these techniques effectively. As the three of them practiced, Lee focused on the Flying Thunder God technique. With the disappearance of two shadow clones, he realized that even if they attempted to learn the other two techniques, it would be an arduous task since these were S-rank ninjutsu, far exceeding the difficulty of ordinary techniques. He recognized that he had been overly ambitious. He had yet to master the Flying Thunder God before attempting to learn the other two techniques, which were of little use to him. Realizing this, Lee took a moment to rest, refining his chakra and creating two shadow clones. This time, all three would practice the Flying Thunder God technique together. With his current strength, mastering this technique would greatly assist him in his upcoming objectives, especially with a significant battle awaiting him in the Forest of Death. Thus, a day passed. The following day, Guy gathered the three of them. You must have heard about the events from 2 days ago. We now have a significant mission to undertake. Lee's heart raced at Guy's words, but then exhaled in relief upon realizing that the Hokage had indeed assigned them to investigate this task. Wasn't this akin to the thief crying "Stop thief"? The mission was straightforward. Begin by searching for suspicious individuals within the village. Anyone leaving the village would be required to log in their names. However, the search concluded in failure due to the multitude of factors at play: the Nine Tails, Orochimaru, the Book of Seals, and internal power struggles among the higher-ups, indicating that the Hokage merely aimed to placate the pressures from above. On the third day, Guy voluntarily presented a report to the Hokage, ultimately pleading for different tasks. This mission was not only monotonous, but also devoid of any excitement, resulting in a more subdued team. Speaking of the team, the third Hokage was curious about their situation. After Guy recounted the circumstances, the third Hokage laughed heartily. Increasingly pleased with Lee, he had already resolved to recruit Lee into the Umbu, having gathered information regarding Danzo and Appo's motives against him. The actions of the Yamaki bandits were trivial. The real issue was the thirst for talent. However, Guy, today Kakashi has officially led his team on a mission as well, the third Hokage said, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. What? That guy is actually leading a team? Didn't he say his students had all failed? Be cautious. If Kakashi's students catch up with yours, it could become quite embarrassing. The third Hokage intended for Guy and Kakashi to compete, thereby enhancing their resolve and abilities. Hokage-sama, please assign me a mission quickly. Whether it be D rank or C rank, a C rank would be preferable. The third Hokage shook his head with a wry smile. Currently, Jonin are leading the new recruits. The D rank missions have largely been completed, and the Chunin are engaged in C rank missions. What remains are B rank and A rank tasks. For your team, a C rank would pose no challenge. I am inclined to assign you a B rank mission. How does that sound? A B rank mission? Guy exclaimed, leaping into the air in excitement, grasping the third Hokage's arm. This is like a dream come true. Indeed, it is a B rank mission. Ordinarily, your team would not qualify for such a task, but considering your group's capabilities, your overall strength is comparable to that of an average Chunin. Now listen closely. This mission involves a lookout point on the border of the Earth country, where recent disturbances have been reported. Our sentinels have been mysteriously dying, likely at the hands of Earth country ninjas. I want you to investigate the situation there. If any issues arise, act decisively. A B-rank mission was genuinely perilous. Initially, the third Hokage had planned to dispatch a Jonin team, but due to the overwhelming number of missions, all Jonin were occupied, leaving only B-rank tasks for Guy's team, which were still quite hazardous. We will complete the mission, Hokage-sama. Excellent. Prepare yourselves today. You will depart in 3 days for approximately 1 month. Given the imminent Chunin exams, you must exercise utmost caution, particularly when facing the Earth Country ninjas. Although there has been no contact for decades, they are well informed about Konoha. Guy nodded solemnly, recalling the last Shinobi World Wars battle at Kamizakuri and swallowing hard. Can we truly act decisively? Yes, proceed. Tomorrow I will provide you with the relevant materials. If you find them difficult to comprehend, you may have Lee substitute as the team leader. I trust you will be amenable to that. Ah, this is wonderful. Thank you. Hokage-sama. Seeing Guy's exuberance, the third Hokage chuckled heartily, thoroughly impressed by Guy's character. Only those unbound by power could genuinely become formidable warriors. His suggestion for Lee to lead was not only due to his recognition of Lee's potential, but also to gauge how Lee would navigate this challenge. If he succeeded, Lee would undoubtedly qualify for the Umbu, a talent fiercely coveted even by Danzo. As for having Lee as the team leader, Guy was genuinely thrilled. The focal point of the team was no longer him, but Lee. With Lee's judgment and Niji's Byakugan, this team was impeccably coordinated. Let the fervor of youth ignite. Charge forth. Chapter 37, The Banquet B-Rank Mission. Teacher Akai, you can't be serious. We're still Genin. Tian exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. No. The teacher is indeed speaking the truth. Moreover, Lord Hokage has declared that this time the leader of the mission will be Lee, not me. This means I must follow Lee's commands. This is absurd. How can they appoint Lee as the captain? That seems far-fetched, considering Lee is just like us, a Genin. Tian protested, though deep down she felt a surge of joy for Lee. Niji was momentarily taken aback. Lee, too, regained his composure, astonished that the Hokage had specifically chosen him for this task. Could there be some hidden agenda? With this thought, Lee felt less joy and more an ominous sense of foreboding. This is not the time to dwell on such matters. I wish to hear your opinions. Lord Hokage has stated that we have the right to choose whether to undertake this B-rank mission or to abandon it, in which case we would continue with D-rank tasks and perhaps some more challenging C-rank missions. I don't know. Tian felt utterly helpless in the face of such a choice. She was uncertain of the thoughts of the other two, and she couldn't even clarify her own. Truthfully, everyone has a competitive spirit, especially when a B-rank mission is assigned to a team of Genin, which exceeds their capabilities. Yet, on the flip side, if they successfully completed the mission, their reputations would soar, leaving her with a feeling of envy that swayed uneasily within her. And you, Niji? Akai inquired. I vote to participate. Such an opportunity is rare, Niji replied. Akai smiled and turned to Lee. I understand. Then we shall proceed. But I will not assume the role of captain. That responsibility should remain with Teacher Akai. I shall do my best to assist him. Upon hearing Lee's response, Akai noticed that Lee seemed to realize something and appeared to be deliberately evading the topic. But Lee, Lord Hokage specifically said you are to lead. Why would you decline? You are far more capable than Teacher Akai, Tian said, puzzled by Lee's reluctance. Niji frowned in agreement. Do you not recall that the last conflict was instigated by the Land of Earth and the Land of Water? We know nothing of the situation concerning the Land of Earth, and at that time, Teacher Akai was already on the battlefield, having fought alongside many of their ninjas. It is only right for him to lead us, especially since a B-rank mission allows for no mistakes. Her reasoning seemed sound. The mention of war struck fear in Tian. Akai nodded, recognizing that the third Hokage's intention was for Lee to lead only if Akai was unable to. Thus, he had entrusted Lee with the role to hone his skills. Nevertheless, Lee's current reluctance made Akai uneasy. Lee's concerns were valid. The last war was indeed provoked by the Land of Water and the Land of Earth, with the latter's ninjas exhibiting arrogance, as if they were inherently superior. Lee and his teammates had yet to encounter any ninjas from the Land of Earth, which left Akai feeling apprehensive. Regardless, we will gather at the gates of Konoha in 3 days. We will depart at 7 in the morning. In the meantime, prepare your ninja tools and focus on recuperating your bodies. However, before that, I have good news to share. What other good news could there be? Teacher. Please tell us quickly. Tian urged. Don't rush, there isn't much to it. It seems I've never treated you all to a meal since we became a team. So today, I shall treat you to dinner to celebrate our first B-rank mission. Akai laughed heartily. Is that true? That's wonderful. I intend to feast. Tian exclaimed. So, Teacher Akai, where shall we dine? Akai smiled wryly, realizing that Li and Niji appeared not to be listening. Niji was fixated on Li, who seemed lost in thought. Li, Niji, the teacher is treating us to dinner. Why are you both so distracted? Let us hurry and eat. Indeed, we should not delay. Dining is also a form of training. A good meal fuels good practice. Go. With that, Tian tugged at the sleeves of Niji and Li. Following Akai down the street. Teacher Asuma, I want grilled meat. I want grilled meat. A slightly plump boy shouted at a middle-aged man with a full beard. All right. Ding Ci, I'll take you, but you've already completed 2 D-rank missions today. Aren't you tired? I just wish to go home and take a shower. Asuma replied with a wry smile. Ugh, women are so troublesome, the melancholic boy sighed. Fine, let us eat first, and then head home, It's already evening. And we have to eat anyway, Asuma suggested. Okay, Ino relented, while Ding Ci's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Nara Shikamaru appeared hesitant. Teacher Asuma. Those seem to be genin as well. Ino noticed something, her gaze drawn to 4 figures in front of the barbecue restaurant, particularly captivated by Akai's striking presence. Upon Ino's observation, Asuma looked over and recognized Akai. Hey Akai, you're here for barbecue too? Planning to treat us today? Asuma approached with a playful grin. Akai, thinking it was someone else, was taken aback by Asuma's immediate request for him to pay. Asuma, you still owe me money from last month. Is that so? When did I ever borrow money from you? You can't deny it. That day you borrowed money to buy flowers for. Asuma abruptly realized his mistake and quickly covered Akai's mouth, whispering, How could you say that in front of my students? You scoundrel. Your students? Akai remarked, regaining his composure as 3 youngsters approached, piquing his interest. So, you are Asuma's students. Let me tell you, your teacher is quite. Hey. Akai, I may indeed owe you money, but do you really have to be so harsh? Fine, I'll treat you today. Just don't say anything ridiculous. Asuma conceded. Huh, now we're getting somewhere, Akai replied triumphantly. You're the one who always takes advantage of me. Everyone says you're foolish. But I must be the foolish one for letting you pull this on me. Li, Niji, Tian, Asuma is treating you today, so don't hold back. Enjoy. All right. Tian cheered, while Niji and Li paid little mind, heading straight into the barbecue restaurant and finding a seat. Once seated, Li stole a glance at Nara Shikamaru and the others, but chose not to engage further. Asuma, are these 3 students of yours from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans? Akai inquired with curiosity. Indeed, they are, Asuma replied with a sly grin. Who would have thought this generation would have you as their mentor? Having a good father truly makes a difference. Asuma, what are you talking about? Is there something unusual about the 3 of us? Shikamaru asked, sensing something amiss. Don't mind Akai's nonsense. Oh, right. Weren't we supposed to eat barbecue? Now we have 8 of us. That's a splendid idea. Chapter 38. A glass of wine. 8 individuals gathered around a large table, sitting opposite each other, their gazes locked in a silent exchange. 2 barbecue grills adorned the table, with slices of meat sizzling over the charcoal flames. Akai, why not introduce your students? This atmosphere is rather dull, suggested Asuma, who interjected just as Akai was about to speak. Let these youngsters introduce themselves. Shikamaru, why don't you start? Asuma pointed to Nara Shikamaru, who wore an expression of palpable impatience. I am Nara Shikamaru. I am Akimichi Choji. I am Yamanaka Ino. In contrast to Shikamaru's nonchalance, the enthusiasm of the other 2 was evident. However, as soon as Choji finished his introduction, he swiftly grabbed some half-cooked meat with his chopsticks and devoured it in one bite. Choji, how can you be so rude? Others are still watching, Ino exclaimed, her irritation evident at Choji's disregard for Akai and the others at the table. No matter, being able to eat is a blessing. I am Rock Lee. Lee introduced himself with a bright smile. Hinata and Niji followed suit, introducing themselves simply. Yet, they found Choji's voracious appetite quite bemusing, which elicited a satisfied smile from Akai. By the way, Akai, what brings you all here for barbecue? We just completed 2 D-rank missions, so I brought them out for a meal. What about you? Surely you have something to celebrate? Ah, completing 2 D-rank missions warrants a meal? Teacher Akai, you and Appos, quite biased. We barely managed to take on a B-rank mission, and you only treat us to a meal then. How outrageous! Tintin exclaimed, her excitement causing her to rise from her seat. Her words left the 4 across the table exchanging bewildered glances. Realizing she may have misspoken, Tintin felt a twinge of regret, but it was too late. Akai could only manage a wry smile. You heard her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at a barbecue joint. While Akai feigned exasperation, he secretly reveled at the thought. You complete 2 D-rank missions for a meal, while we undertook a B-rank mission, a feat significantly more challenging. Akai, don't jest. Your team is still a group of genin. How could you possibly undertake a B-rank mission? That defies logic. Asuma expressed his disbelief. He had heard of Akai's students, rumored to be quite impressive, even receiving high praise from Kakashi. Yet, no matter how talented they were, it seemed illogical for genin to tackle B-rank missions. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting disaster. Do not underestimate my 3 students. If I were to face them alone without exerting my utmost effort, I wouldn't stand a chance. Even when Kakashi and I teamed up, we suffered considerable setbacks against these 3 youngsters. Asuma was taken aback. While he understood Akai was boasting about his students, he couldn't help but think that such grand claims might backfire. 2 jounin being bested by 3 genin. Wasn't that a slap in the face, especially when stated aloud? Thus, the Hokage allowed us to undertake B-rank missions, it seems, Akai chuckled. Are your students truly that formidable? Asuma scrutinized the 3 genin before him, his mind racing. He had recently returned from a lengthy mission and was not familiar with the previous graduating class. Now, leading his own students, descendants of the 3 prominent clans, filled him with pride, as the Inoshikicho trio was renowned throughout the ninja world. In that moment, Asuma observed the 3 genin closely and realized that their chakra levels were approaching that of Chunin. The chakra volume reflects an individual's mental state, and Asuma, being a jounin, possessed the ability to discern these levels. Having emerged as a strong warrior from the trials of life and death, are they really that strong, Asuma-sensei? Choji, with a piece of meat in his mouth, asked in confusion. Upon hearing the conversation, he sensed that the 3 genin, despite sharing their rank, seemed exceptionally capable. Choji, why are you asking such a foolish question? Didn't you hear Tintin say they already accepted a B-rank mission while we only handled a D-rank? They must be strong, Ino scolded Choji. However, the notion of their strength was underscored by Asuma's expression and the evaluation of 2 jounins. Nara Shikamaru's demeanor shifted from casual to serious. These 3 genin commanded an undeniable presence. While Tintin seemed less imposing, the boy from the Hyuga clan exuded an air of aloofness and confidence. As for Lee, Shikamaru was surprised to find that even the Hyuga boy regarded him with a sense of reverence, as if he were the leader of the group, effortlessly dismissing the conversation between the 2 jounins while he casually picked up his chopsticks and ate. All right, enough of this talk. In 3 days, we will embark on a mission, and who knows how long it will take us to return. Today, Asuma, how about we enjoy a drink? Asuma nodded in agreement, finally shifting his gaze from the 3 genin. Bring us 5 bottles of sake. Soon, a middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying 5 bottles of white sake. The 2 poured themselves a glass, and just as they were about to drink, Lee glanced at his cup, seemingly struck by a thought. For the past few days, visions of training with the Flying Thunder God technique had lingered in his mind. Having set aside his practice of martial arts and body techniques, he now saw the sake and recalled a significant moment from the anime of his past life, when he battled Kimimaro after drinking. In that state, Lee became nearly invincible, easily overpowering Kimimaro, who was no match for him without his cursed techniques. Drunken fist? Lee murmured. What did you say, Lee? Tintin, catching Lee's words, inquired. But he merely shook his head, turning his attention back to the sake bottle. Akai-sensei, I would like a glass as well. Lee, you want to drink sake? Tintin was taken aback, and the 3 across the table seemed equally stunned by Lee's declaration. Lee, you can't drink. There's a village rule against consuming alcohol under the age of 18, Akai chided, observing Li's serious expression and sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Bring another cup. Akai, are you out of your mind? How can you allow a child under 18 to drink? Asuma attempted to intervene, but Akai gestured for him to let it be. Li, why bother with such terrible-tasting alcohol? Just stick to drinks, Tintin advised. I merely wish to conduct an experiment. If I become truly inebriated, you all must restrain me. And Akai-sensei will have to exert himself fully, for a terrible incident may ensue. Even I cannot predict the outcome, Li stated solemnly, his words echoing in the ears of the 7 present, who looked at him in bewilderment. It's just a glass of sake. Surely nothing will happen, Shikamaru muttered. Let him drink, it's fine. Today, the teacher is making an exception for you, Tintin said with an encouraging nod. With a glass in hand, all eyes were on Li, who remained unfazed by their scrutiny. His mind was racing with thoughts about whether he would, like in the original anime, unleash the drunken fist, or if his arrival had altered the original timeline, causing him to lose that instinct. For Li, a single glass of alcohol was trivial. He had consumed far stronger spirits in his past life. Yet, an unsettling anxiety gnawed at him, not from his tolerance for alcohol, but from an inexplicable dread within. Chapter 39. The Eruption of Drunken Fist. The drunkard, inebriated, is known as the 8 Immortals. His head and neck once touched the pinnacle of the Northern Zhou. And who would dare to contest with him? His shoulders are as solid as iron. His elbows strike like lightning. His fists are like pillars, and his palms evoke clouds of smoke. His knees rise to lift others, and his feet hook to harm. With claws and palms unfurled, he leads with his shoulders. His movements are wild and erratic. His steps draw him east and west, making it difficult for others to linger. The traces of the 8 Immortals weave into a splendid crown gazing at the heavens. The drunken 8 Immortals sing within their cups, finding meaning in their intoxication. The spirit entering 3 parts of drunkenness. With a single cup downed, Shaoli's entire being ignites with heat, as if an endless inferno consumes his mind. He attempts to wield his formidable will to maintain lucidity, yet he discovers the fire within his consciousness is boundless. His demeanor begins to shift, and those seated nearby sense a terrifying aura of ice and fire merging around him. Overwhelmed by the searing flames in his mind, he ultimately succumbs to inebriation. Asuma and Akai have already risen, and Shaoli stands as well, while the remaining 5 remain oblivious to the unfolding situation. However, Asuma and Akai were expressions of acute tension. I desire to drink. I must drink. A potent energy radiates from him. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Tintin, Niji, there's danger. Leave at once, don't linger. Akai shouts. What is happening? Ino queries, perplexed. Why should we leave? Even Niji, usually composed, is bewildered. But his keen eyes quickly notice that Shaoli is behaving oddly. What is wrong with you? Choji asks, confused by the bizarre situation. Alas, Shaoli warned you not to drink, and look at you now, thoroughly intoxicated. Tintin observes, though she can see that Shaoli is genuinely drunk. Having succumbed to a single cup, she attempts to press him back into his seat, but in a frightening turn of events, as her hands approach within mere inches, Shaoli suddenly strikes out. A punch erupts with the speed of thunder, the sound of a tiger's roar reverberating as his fists become invisible in their ferocity. Yet Akai is not slow to react. At that moment, an inexplicable tremor courses through his heart. Tintin's actions seem akin to touching a forbidden beast, and as Akai pulls her aside, she narrowly avoids Shaoli's devastating blow. All eyes in the establishment turn toward them. Shaoli, what are you doing? Niji exclaims, rising in anger, but is instantly kicked away, unable to comprehend the trajectory of the attack. He too is sent sprawling. Shaoli! Akai shouts in fury. Quickly vacate this place, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji. Asuma bellows, his scalp prickling with a sense of dread. What is this feeling? The oppressive aura of a formidable adversary. An aura only felt in the presence of the strong. How could a single cup of alcohol render a youth so fearsome? Everyone in the shop, evacuate immediately. What is the meaning of this? Why must we leave? Just because you're ninjas, does that mean you can act with impunity? One disgruntled man retorts, evidently also under the influence. Asuma-sensei warned us to do everything in our power to restrain him before drinking. It seems he foresaw this dilemma, but I cannot fathom why he would act this way. Shikamaru and Choji have already sidestepped, while Ino rushes toward the direction Niji and Tenten were sent flying. Shikamaru, use your ninjutsu to halt his movements. Asuma commands. Shikamaru's mind races as he retreats and forms hand seals. Shadow imitation technique. Shaoli instinctively dodges the dark shadow, his body moving with astonishing speed, defying all expectations. Shikamaru finds his vision obscured as Shaoli's fist strikes his chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Shikamaru, Akai, you fool. What on earth is happening? Wake him up. Akai's anxiety escalates. How could a single cup of alcohol transform Shaoli into this? He swiftly approaches Shaoli, his expression darkening. Shaoli strikes, moving too fast for Akai to react. After 3 exchanges, he too is sent flying. An upper ninja has been cast aside. Choji stands in stunned silence. Such speed, far surpassing Akai's. What could possibly be happening? Asuma moves to intervene, but Shaoli's figure unexpectedly appears before him. His peculiar yet comical assault lands on Asuma, who is adept in martial arts, yet cannot respond in time. It is not a weakness in his skill, but rather the overwhelming strength of Shaoli's technique, which is utterly beyond comprehension, leaving Asuma feeling as if struck by lightning. Asuma is hurled backward, mirroring Akai's astonishment. The entire barbecue restaurant descends into chaos as patrons flee. Witnessing Shaoli's rampage, tables, cups, and chairs are shattered, and he seizes a bottle of alcohol, downing it in one go. Shikamaru, are you all right? Choji, clutching Shikamaru, rushes toward the exit. Akai retreats to the doorway alongside Asuma, leaving only a handful of them behind as the customers hastily escape. Those slower already sprawled on the ground. What on earth is happening? Akai demands angrily. Damn it, who am I supposed to ask? Akai is even more infuriated. Watching Shaoli at the center, endlessly consuming alcohol, his demeanor almost divine, disregarding the quantity as he gulps down a bottle. The heavy scent of liquor wafting through the air. Let us subdue him together. Akai, you distract him while I attack. All right. Without hesitation, they spring into action, fearing Shaoli might unleash further chaos. Meanwhile, Niji and Tenten regain their senses, astonished and enraged by Shaoli's behavior. Niji, you too. Help restrain him. Gentle fist. Hearing Akai's call, Niji swiftly maneuvers to Shaoli's position. As Akai attempts to embrace Shaoli, he finds that Shaoli's reflexes have surpassed their previous limits. Akai's speed cannot keep pace with Shaoli's reactions. Their fists and palms clash in empty air, the sounds of ferocity echoing as Niji's gentle fist is forcefully repelled. Asuma approaches Shaoli's feet, aiming a powerful punch at his abdomen, yet Shaoli's knee rises, launching Asuma into the air. Witnessing 2 upper ninjas being forced back in an instant, Niji realizes that Shaoli's strength is exponentially greater than before, with no room for leniency in his attacks. 8 trigrams palm. Missed. 8 trigrams palm. Another miss. Shaoli's body inexplicably evades, swiftly retaliating with elbows as hard as thunder, interrupting Niji's technique. A sharp pain shoots through Niji's lower body as tears stream down his face, and with claws transforming into fists, Shaoli seizes Niji's clothing, flinging him away. Body flicker technique. Ino, sensing the crisis, activates her secret technique. Success. Well done, Ino. Choji cheers. Chapter 40. The entrance of Naruto Uzumaki. Where's this? Shouldn't I be dominating his consciousness? Why is it so dark all around? As Ino ventured into Lee's subconscious, an eerie sensation washed over her. The realm of his mind was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, resembling an endless abyss. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing Ino to tremble as a pair of white eyes flickered before her. A ghost. Ino's consciousness jolted back to her own body, and after a moment of stillness, Lee's eyes seemed to regain focus, casting a bewildered glance in Ino's direction before dropping the bottle he held. His consciousness was enveloped in darkness. It was terrifying, a veritable hellish abyss. Ino cried out. How is this possible? CHG, supporting Shikamaru, was hearing about this for the first time. This guy is incredibly strong. Not even a Jonin can stop him. What should we do? Suppressing the pain in his chest, Shikamaru began to contemplate strategies to halt Lee's rampage. Numerous plans flitted through his mind, yet he dismissed them all, finding none feasible. The speed of this individual was such that even the eyes struggled to keep pace. The body flicker technique proved ineffective. It seemed they could rely solely on themselves. Guy addressed Asuma, who had just stepped through the shattered door, his expression grave. Are you considering opening the 8 gates? Asuma exclaimed in shock. Guy nodded, realizing that at his current speed, he could not match Lee's velocity, particularly as Lee's attacks were infused with the power of the 8 inner gates. Ordinary individuals stood no chance of approaching him. Only by opening the 8 gates could he fully suppress Lee. However, subduing and defeating were two different matters. If the intent was to eliminate Lee, it would not require the 8 gates, as a coordinated effort from several ninjas could suffice. Yet the individual before him was not an enemy. He was his beloved student. Isn't opening the 8 gates excessive? Asuma cautioned. It is precisely because he is my student that I would resort to such measures. Were he an adversary, I would have cast aside all reservations and fought to the very end. Everyone, step back. Do not approach. Asuma conveyed, and once Ino, Tintin, Niji, Shikamaru, and CHG retreated to a safe distance, only Guy and Lee remained in the barbecue shop. Lee, oblivious to the impending danger, drunkenly searched for a bottle on the ground in a hilariously absurd manner. What is Teacher Guy planning? Does he intend to kill Lee? Tintin's face was etched with fear, anxious that Guy might truly harm Lee, who was, after all, inebriated and uncontrollable. I doubt it, Niji replied, his body marred with wounds, especially pained by the throbbing in his lower body. He felt embarrassed to linger any longer, but knew he could not leave. The priority was to awaken Lee. Shikamaru, do you think Teacher Guy can stop him? He is so strong. I believe there must be a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered us to retreat so far. What on earth has transpired, Asuma? Just as Guy was preparing to strike, a figure emerged behind Asuma. It was Kakashi, accompanied by 3 other genin, all curiously observing the scene. Kakashi, thank goodness you're here. The situation is dire. Guy's student is intoxicated and rampaging uncontrollably. Neither Asuma nor I can contain him. Please use a Jinjutsu to see if you can awaken him. Asuma appeared to have found a glimmer of hope. Kakashi, startled by Asuma's words, surveyed the chaotic scene and noted the weak chakra emanating from Niji and the others, suggesting they had endured a grueling battle. Drunk and causing this chaos. Lee is truly a handful, he muttered. Hey, what is going on in there? Why is everything in disarray? A loud voice boomed from behind. A boy with golden hair stepped forward, shouting, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto, oblivious to the others, leaped onto a table, pointing at the inebriated Lee. Unfortunately, Lee remained engrossed in his search for alcohol, ignoring him entirely. At that moment, Sakura grabbed Naruto by the head, pulling him down. Naruto, don't act recklessly. The situation seems quite serious. Sasuke's voice was cold, having grasped the gravity of the situation. What shocked him most was that, from the earlier conversation between Kakashi and a man named Asuma, it was evident that they were both jonin. Why could they not subdue a drunken genin? Guy, Kakashi has arrived. There's no need to open the 8 gates. Let us attempt to restrain him together. Everyone else, please step back. Who are you to tell us to retreat? That guy over there has turned a perfectly fine establishment into this chaos. I'm going to pound him. Naruto protested. Naruto, step back. Despite his protests, Naruto was restrained by Shikamaru and the others, who had already experienced Lee's terrifying strength. Asuma realized the situation had escalated to such an extent that Guy was even considering opening the 8 gates. I'll try to use Jinjutsu to incapacitate him. Just as you said, the only option now is to use Jinjutsu to calm him. Asuma moved closer to Guy, with Kakashi following suit, facing Lee, who continued to search for his drink, chanting, Sake, sake, I want sake. He's utterly inebriated, Kakashi sighed. Be careful, Lee is frighteningly formidable now. I can only manage a few exchanges. Asuma and I will take the offensive while you cast the Jinjutsu from behind. I understand. witnessing the grave expressions on their faces. He dared not relax. The situation was indeed critical. What on earth has happened here? And why are the teachers confronting that genin? Sakura hurriedly inquired of Ino, who sighed, her face etched with fear. This person is named Lee. He was with us, having barbecue and one drink, and now he's in this state, attacking anyone who approaches. None of us, not even teachers Asuma or Guy, can contend with him. He is terrifying. Ino, is he really that powerful? Not even Jonin can handle him. I think you all are just too weak, Naruto scoffed, visibly displeased. Weak? Naruto, you could give it a try and see how it ends for you, Shikamaru retorted, coughing incessantly as Lee's attacks had inflicted significant damage, even with a mere casual blow. Humph, who was afraid? With that, Naruto dashed forward, swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones sprang forth, leaping over Kakashi and the others, leaving them momentarily stunned before their anger surged. What an idiot. The multitude of Naruto clones charged at Lee, who merely bent down, swiftly exchanging punches and palms in an unusual manner. In the blink of an eye, the clones vanished, and Naruto shouted, "You bastard, I'm going to flatten you." However, as he was knocked back and tumbled to the ground, Lee shifted his position, standing directly before Naruto. "Watch out, Naruto." But it was too late. Naruto was engulfed in darkness as a flurry of strikes rained down upon him, and in no time, he was sent flying out onto the street. "Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, rushing out in alarm. Chapter 41. Is there no way to live? Who is this person, so formidable? Uchiha Sasuke was engulfed in shock, completely disregarding the flung Naruto, his gaze fixated on the drunken Lee. "He is Lee," Ino softly explained to Uchiha Sasuke. "He is a genin. It's impossible. It can't be. A genin. How could he be so strong?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes blazed with intense flames. Although Naruto Uzumaki's strength was weak, Sasuke had not clearly seen how Naruto had been sent flying, in the blink of an eye. Was such speed even humanly achievable? Perhaps we should refrain from moving for now and observe how the teachers subdue him, Shikamaru coughed. "Are you all right, Shikamaru?" "Humph. I'm not one to sit idly by. As a fellow genin, I am eager to witness his strength." Uchiha Sasuke, equally indignant, was a top graduate, and hearing Ino mention that the opponent was also a genin, his pride would not allow him to yield. He was convinced that his abilities surpassed those of his rival, and with his excitement bubbling, he could no longer restrain himself and dashed forward, only to be met with Niji's cold snort from behind. "Idiot!" Uchiha Sasuke halted, turning with a cold glare. "Who are you? Do you wish for death?" Niji raised his chin, responding indifferently. "Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you are courting disaster, fool. Ignorance is no sin, but knowingly challenging an opponent you cannot defeat is sheer folly. Niji, hold your tongue. At least we are a year ahead of them." "Calm down, Niji. This situation is already chaotic, and if you and this Sasuke engage in a fight, it would truly be a troublesome mess. Indeed, it seems the previous year's graduates are not as impressive as they claim. How dare you challenge me? Care to test your mettle?" Uchiha Sasuke taunted, provoking Niji. Niji chuckled in response, feeling both frustrated and constrained. He had endured repeated setbacks from Lee, and now a mere recent graduate looked down upon him, a blow to his pride that was hard to bear, especially as someone with a reputation for brilliance. What in the world is going on? Why is there such a commotion? Asuma fumed, observing the three as they prepared to act against Lee, whose rhythm had just been disrupted by Naruto. Now, with this new development, they needed to focus on bringing Lee back to his senses. "We need to let Lee regain consciousness first," Guy said solemnly. "Sasuke, this is not the time to show off. There will be plenty of opportunities to compete later. For now, stay calm," Kakashi added, equally exasperated. Sometimes, those with the most talent could be the most troublesome, as in this current predicament. They exchanged glances and turned away, while Ino and Tintin let out a sigh of relief. Action. Guy was the first to leap into motion. "Leaf Hurricane." Asuma. Understood. Asuma's legs struck the ground, causing a subtle tremor beneath him. Lee, caught in the epicenter, swayed slightly. There is a saying that the strength of drunken boxing lies in its increasing potency with inebriation. At this moment, Lee was thoroughly intoxicated, lost to the world, his consciousness clouded, relying solely on instinct. Asuma's actions had negligible effect on Lee. In a swift counter, Lee's fingers curled into claws, reaching for the leg that came flying toward him. Oh no! Guy's right leg lost its strength as Lee's grip tightened around it. Asuma attempted to break free but found the force of Lee's grasp even more potent than before, rendering him immobile. Panic surged as he sought Kakashi's help. Kakashi, use a Jinjutsu. Kakashi was already prepared, hands weaving through seals. Art of the Weasel. Bind. A moment passed. Hisn and Appos, team moving. Asuma sighed in relief. But Kakashi's expression shifted to one of alarm. Asuma, it didn't work. What? Lee's claw-like grip flung Asuma away like a stone, sending him crashing into the street outside. Damn it, even Jinjutsu is ineffective. Asuma exclaimed, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Kakashi hurried to Asuma's side, explaining, it's not that the Jinjutsu failed. He is already ensnared within a different kind of illusion, his senses numbed. Jinjutsu has no effect on him. What is this creature, a man or a monster? Ninjutsu is ineffective, Taijutsu cannot compete, and now even Jinjutsu is useless. This is a mere genin? I'm truly astounded by the eccentricity of Gaia's student, who seems to have inherited his oddities. Asuma felt tears of frustration welling up, wishing he could slap Guy. This is not the time for complaints. He is about to counterattack, so be cautious. Lee's body moved again, shouting at Asuma, you want tea, let me drink? Who told you to stop me? I want a drink. Asuma, hold him off for a moment. I need to find a way to wake him up. Sensing the urgency, Kakashi dodged to the side and nudged Asuma forward. Why do I have to take the brunt of this? You jerk, pushing me. Kakashi rejoined Niji and the others, leaving Asuma standing there in shock. Unfazed, Lee unleashed a flurry of strikes, his fists like the wind, palms quick as lightning. Though Asuma was also adept in taijutsu, he prioritized power over speed, but against Lee, who relied on swiftness, his strength became futile. Asuma, with his high combat awareness, did not retaliate. He focused on defense. Despite Lee's relentless assault, each strike was not always imbued with full power. After several breaths, Asuma cursed Guy repeatedly in his mind. No matter how resilient he was, he could not withstand such an onslaught. It felt like being a bull in heat, rampaging without restraint, and the speed was maddening. He couldn't even counterattack. Earth release, decapitation technique. Kakashi emerged from the ground, grasping Lee's legs, and Asuma rejoiced, retreating from Lee's barrage. Something's off. Kakashi and Appos' grip on Lee's arms was instantly broken as Lee and Appos' legs transformed into shadows, striking down toward the ground. Realizing the peril, Kakashi abandoned the ninjutsu and fled back to his original position, scrambling back to Niji and the others. Even ninjutsu is ineffective. I am truly at my wit's end. Lee, in a drunken frenzy, stomped the ground, creating cracks. Observing this, the surrounding genin gasped in disbelief. What manner of being is this? Not even ninjutsu can subdue him. Kakashi, how did you fail? Asuma asked urgently. I don't know. His legs are extraordinarily heavy, and I couldn't teach Chapter 42. The Drunken Fist of 8 Gates. The Open Door of Life. A fiery figure soared into the street, emanating steam, with a flushed complexion and pupil-less eyes. The atmosphere around him shifted dramatically, a formidable aura instilling fear in the few ninjas present. Niji murmured, what an extraordinary technique. Why have I never seen Master Guy utilize it before? If Lee's speed was previously swift enough to leave only an afterimage, then Guy's velocity now transcended the realm of shadows. In an instant, he stood before Lee, commanding, awaken. Though Lee had succumbed to unconsciousness, his instinct for battle remained undiminished. On the contrary, the stimulation from the alcohol intensified his speed and amplified his strength. With a resounding crash, all the chairs, tables, and cups in the barbecue restaurant were sent flying. A whirlwind of chaos ensued, obscuring the scene from view. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi shouted, everyone, evacuate the barbecue restaurant. Now, Guy's unleashing of the 8 gates had created an uncontrollable situation, especially in the confined space of the restaurant. The scene was utter pandemonium, with civilians crowding the streets to witness the spectacle and additional ninjas arriving to assess the situation. Noticing Kakashi's presence, they approached to inquire, but he dismissed them, instructing them to disperse the onlookers. This was a matter involving a drunken debacle, and if it escalated, it could lead to serious repercussions. Yes, 3 arriving ninjas, all ch-nin, immediately complied with Kakashi's orders. You lot, stop dawdling. Go assist in clearing the crowd. He also issued commands to Niji and the others. Asuma approached Kakashi, his expression grave. It seems we are on the brink of a major uproar. Kakashi reassured him that as long as there were no casualties, the situation would not spiral out of control. Guy, having opened the 8 gates, would surely bring Lee back to consciousness. The clamor inside grew louder. Crashes and explosions transformed the barbecue restaurant into a scene of destruction. After approximately 5 minutes, the noise subsided, and through the haze emerged Guy, shouldering Lee, panting heavily. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Facing an enemy would never have drained him so. But having opened the 8 gates, his speed had surpassed Lee's, and his strength eclipsed Lee's as well. Fearing for Lee's safety, Guy had to restrain his own power and avoid striking any vital areas, which ultimately exhausted him. What a troublesome situation you've created. I truly admire your talent, Guy, Asuma remarked, approaching with a tone that dripped with sarcasm. After all, Guy had subjected him to numerous hardships, were it not for his resilience. He might have ended up like Shikamaru, lying incapacitated. Clear the crowd, he directed. Soon, the throng of spectators dispersed, and a middle-aged woman emerged from the barbecue restaurant. Her face twisted in despair as she surveyed the wreckage. What have I done to deserve this? You wretched ninjas, compensate me for my losses. Compensate me. She charged at Guy, grasping his clothing in a fit of rage. Ma'am, I'll make reparations. Just state your price, and I will pay. Guy, taken aback by the woman's fury, stumbled backward, nearly dropping Lee. Kakashi stifled laughter behind his hand. Can you even afford it? The woman shouted, her voice echoing down the street, capturing everyone's attention. Ma'am, please calm down. Just tell me how much, and I will pay. At this, the woman ceased her tears, her eyes gleaming as she fixed her gaze on Guy. 200,000 silver notes. What? That's robbery. 200,000 silver notes. Guy gasped, astonished. How many missions would he have to undertake to earn such an amount? Just then, Lee finally stirred from his stupor, wobbling to his feet. It's your fault. You got drunk and destroyed my restaurant. Pay for the damages. The woman lunged at Lee, attempting to slap him, but he swiftly caught her hand, his grip cold. How much? I will pay you. Why you? Let go. It hurts. Please let go. Tears streamed down the woman's face as Lee's grip tightened painfully. Realizing he had hurt her, he released her hand and surveyed the devastation around the barbecue restaurant, a wave of guilt washing over him. As he turned, he noticed several ninjas, including Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, who was supporting the unconscious Naruto, seemingly aware of the unfolding situation. I'm truly sorry. How much for your restaurant? I will compensate you, Lee stated calmly, his face devoid of emotion, showing no signs of surprise at the chaos he had caused. Everything had unfolded as he anticipated, except for the unexpected arrival of Naruto and the others. The woman, seemingly intimidated by Lee, mustered her courage to demand 200,000 silver notes, no less. Upon hearing the amount, Lee did not dwell on it. He recognized the consequences of his actions, and, having over 200,000 silver notes on him, knew he could afford it. He rummaged through his backpack, producing a pouch from which he extracted 20 notes of 10,000 each, placing them in the woman and Appo's hand. This is your compensation. He then retrieved another 10,000 note, adding, and this is for my apology. The woman, now holding the money, felt lightheaded. 21,000 silver notes represented her operational costs for 3 years, if not more. Especially with the extra 1,000. She began to see Lee in a more favorable light. Kakashi pondered internally, realizing that the bandit group's stolen silver notes had indeed benefited Lee. However, he did not dwell on this, as all information regarding the bandit group had vanished without a trace. While Kakashi was lost in thought, Lee had not considered this aspect. Initially, he believed he would require a substantial sum, only to discover he needed far less. Extra money was of little use aside from daily expenses, and although the notes were ill-gotten, he felt the worth of validating the power of the drunken fist justified the risk. Damn it. Strong as a monster, and a wealthy one at that. 21,000 given away like it's nothing. Meanwhile, my allowance and my earnings from missions barely add up to 2,000. Truly, some people are infuriatingly fortunate. Ino lamented, prompting a chorus of sympathy from her peers. As for Sasuke, he had initially contemplated sparring with Lee, but such thoughts dissipated. The disparity in strength was palpable. Lee was far beyond his capacity to contend. Reflecting on Guy's explosive display of speed and power, he found himself yearning for that very strength to defeat a certain man. Looks like dinner is off the table, Guy-sensei. I think I should head home now. Lee inquired, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, compelling him to seek rest despite the chaos he had caused. Glad to see you're all right, Lee. You head back first. I'll handle everything else, Guy reassured him. Akai's gaze caught a glimpse of fatigue in Xiao Li's eyes. The power of Drunken Fist bears a resemblance to the strength unleashed by the Eight Gates. Both impose significant strain on the body, and Xiao Li now exemplifies this predicament. Hey, you scoundrel. You've turned someone else's shop into this mess. And you think you can just walk away? Just watch me flatten you. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki stirred from his stupor, his eyes landing on Xiao Li, prompting him to shout out. Xiao Li glanced back briefly but chose to disregard him, continuing on his solitary path. How dare you ignore me? I will knock you down. Naruto, be quiet. Kakashi admonished, pressing down on Naruto's head, his expression one of evident discontent. Chapter 43, The Pinnacle of Transformation. As the sun descended beyond the western hills, the evening tranquility enveloped the surroundings, gradually ushering in the night. The cleanup of the training grounds was undertaken by Akai, Kakashi, and others, while Asuma had taken Shikamaru to the hospital for some rest. The dinner they shared that day left an indelible mark on the minds of the younger ninjas. Except for one notable exception, Naruto Uzumaki, who incessantly clamored to confront Rock Lee, only to be met with disdainful indifference from his peers. Particularly, Sasuke Uchiha, who contemplated Kakashi and App's recent remarks regarding Lee and App's team. Kakashi had described Lee as cunning and exceptionally talented, with an unpredictable strength. While Niji Hyuga was recognized as the top graduate of the previous class, and Tintin was poised to become a formidable space-time ninja. This evaluation from Kakashi raised some skepticism among the trio, as their acquaintance with him was still nascent, leaving them largely uninformed about his past and capabilities. However, Sasuke, acutely aware of his own strength, felt a surge of pride and declared, Kakashi-sensei, I wish to spar with them to gauge our true distance apart. Naruto echoed, exactly. I want to take him down. He just annoys me. Sakura Haruno secretly admired Sasuke and App's confidence, thinking to herself that he was indeed impressive. Kakashi, after a moment of silence, recognized Sasuke's ambitions but lamented the harsh reality. Given their current capabilities, confronting Lee's team would be an exercise in futility. Engaging with Naruto and the others would feel like child's play, and such encounters would serve only to extinguish the fervor of these newly minted genin. They were scheduled to undertake a B-rank mission the following day, and if they wished to challenge Lee's team, they would need to focus on enhancing their strength over the next month. B-rank mission? Kakashi-sensei, you must be joking. Arin and App's, they just genin? How can they take on a B-rank mission? Can even genin accept B-rank assignments now? Sakura exclaimed in surprise, with the others equally astonished at the revelation. They were eligible for B-rank missions due to their collective evaluations reaching the level of Nin, particularly Lee, Niji, and Tintin, whose teamwork was seamless. Lee devised strategies. Niji conducted reconnaissance, and Tintin handled surprise attacks and logistics. Such a collaboration was indeed exemplary, provided they had sufficient team synergy. Kakashi-sensei, we shall also undertake a B-rank mission tomorrow, so they won't look down on us. Naruto bellowed. We cannot lag behind if they are taking on B-rank missions. Sasuke added with a scoff. Kakashi sighed but felt a sense of satisfaction, although they were unaware of the vast disparity in strength. This indomitable spirit would undoubtedly foster their growth in time. Very well, Let us see if we can secure a more advanced mission tomorrow. For now, let us return and rest. Understood. Damn it. How could they be so strong? One punch was enough to dislocate my ribcage. No, we cannot lose to them. Despite being genin, I refuse to be outdone. I will be discharged tomorrow and ready to undertake missions. Shikamaru Nara seethed, his feelings of helplessness overwhelming him, a stark contrast to his usual laid-back demeanor. Beside him, his companions looked on in disbelief, as it was the first time they had witnessed the unmotivated Shikamaru express such fervor. Choji, I will be discharged tomorrow, and we must seize more missions. We cannot allow ourselves to be overshadowed by Akai's team. Understood. The spark of determination ignited within him was a welcome sight for Asuma, who felt a surge of excitement. The trio known as the Ino-Shikicho formation had the potential to become powerful ninjas if cultivated properly. Akai, you rascal, it seems I owe you thanks once again. Eccentricity indeed bears its own fruits. Currently, the power of drunken boxing eluded his grasp. To master this strength, one must possess an even stronger will. Sitting on his hospital bed, Lee wore a grave expression. Every individual harbored immense potential, some capable of awakening it, while others may never encounter it in their lifetime. However, Lee found that alcohol could unleash the latent power within him, though the price was steep. He felt an overwhelming fatigue coursing through him. Yet he resisted the urge to succumb to slumber. His mental resolve faltered against the intoxication. He realized his training was insufficient to harness the formidable strength of drunken boxing. He needed rigorous training to bolster his will or to transcend to a higher state of transformation, achieving a unity of mind and spirit. The pinnacle of transformation represented the realm of grandmasters, a true embodiment of harmony between heaven and man. In his previous life, only a handful had reached this stage, living either as mentors within their organizations or retreating to idyllic seclusion. For Lee, reaching this pinnacle seemed unattainable at present. Yet he could endeavor to push beyond the limits of dark energy during the upcoming month of missions. In his former life, he had attained the zenith of dark energy, merely a step away from transformation, a step that felt insurmountable, akin to an abyss. He had once consulted a master of transformation, who imparted a cryptic phrase, "The way follows nature." This statement lingered in his mind, still shrouded in mystery. As fatigue overwhelmed him, Lee succumbed to sleep, drifting into slumber. Third Hokage, what is the meaning of this? I've heard you assigned a B-rank mission to that team. We demand a B-rank mission as well. Hurry up. Naruto's voice boomed in the mission hall. Naruto, you fool, be quiet. You are in the presence of the Hokage. Show some respect. Iriko admonished, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. Humph. If you don't give me a B-rank mission, I shall remain here indefinitely. Kakashi rubbed his temples in exasperation. Feeling as though the sky were about to fall, he anticipated another round of scolding following this debacle. Naruto's obliviousness to the seriousness of the situation was infuriating. If you continue this way, we may not even secure a mission, so quiet down. Kakashi warned, delivering a light punch to Naruto's head, causing him to yelp in pain. Naruto, do you understand the mission hierarchy? B-rank missions are not to be taken lightly. They are assessed based on a ninja's overall strength. You barely completed 4 D-rank missions in the past few days, and now you wish for a B-rank? This is against protocol, and B-rank missions carry life-threatening risks, unlike the relatively safe D-rank tasks. The third Hokage patiently explained to Naruto, who remained unfazed, only managing a wry smile. How about this? Here is a C-rank mission. An escort assignment to the Land of Waves. You may undertake it. Really? Awesome. However, Hokage-sama, this seems rather irregular. Irika interjected. Not at all. Let these kids venture beyond the village and witness the outside world. Kakashi's team will be assigned a C-rank mission. Escort the client to the Land of Waves. Understood. Chapter 44. A reunion with old friends. As the 3 days came to an end, the trio gathered at the entrance of Konoha at 7 o'clock. Akai was the last to arrive, his excuse being that he overslept. The others cast him a disapproving glance. This was a B-rank mission, not to be taken lightly. Observing the determination in the young ninjas, Akai felt a surge of joy. Before we set off, could you enlighten us about the mission details, Teacher Akai? Lee inquired eagerly. Very well, let us discuss it as we travel. Onward. Akai replied. They would traverse the borders of the land of fire, bordered by the land of earth, wind, and thunder, while the land of water lay across the seas. The land of fire served as the central nation among the 5 great countries, abundant in resources and lush forests, devoid of the treacherous mountains that characterize the land of wind-s deserts and the barren landscapes of the land of earth. The land of thunder was perilously mountainous, making access extremely difficult, and the land of water struggled with excessive rainfall, leading to severe erosion. These nations were on the brink of collapse, often instigated by wars fueled by their rivals. The land of fire, with its enviable resources and strategic position at the center, incited both envy and resentment among the other nations. Previously, the formidable Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha ensured that no one dared to challenge their authority. However, the land of fire had changed. Following the last great war, the legendary Sannin and the 8 Tails had perished, leaving the once mighty nation weakened. The most powerful, the Yellow Flash, had also succumbed to the 9 Tails and Appo's ambush. Meanwhile, the nations of Thunder and Earth were gradually rising in strength. Each border between the land of fire and the land of earth had established lookout posts. Recently, a ninja stationed at one of the posts had mysteriously vanished. Our mission is to investigate the situation and ascertain whether it is related to the land of earth. Additionally, the Hokage has instructed that if any issues arise, we must act decisively. Decisively? It seems the situation may not be as straightforward as we thought, murmured Lee. Indeed. It will take us at least 4 days to reach the lookout post. Let us hasten our journey, Akai urged. The 3 nodded in agreement. While it typically took 5 days for ordinary ninjas to reach the border, Akai's team possessed exceptional stamina and speed, prompting them to quicken their pace. After 3 days of navigating through dense forests and rugged mountains, the quartet finally arrived at their destination, an encampment marked by the emblem of Konoha. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of 2 ninjas who emerged from a larger camp, their expressions grave as they regarded the newcomers. One of them appeared to recognize Akai. I didn't expect it would be you, said Sasuke Suzuki, an elite ninja who had been stationed at the border for 3 years and had previously worked alongside Akai. However, upon noticing the 3 young ninjas with him and the absence of other elite ninjas, his brow furrowed in concern. Did the Hokage send you all? Sasuke inquired. Yes. We were dispatched by the Hokage, Akai confirmed. Are you joking? These 3 must be genin. The Hokage can't be so reckless as to send them into danger, Sasuke exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Perhaps the recent events had unsettled him, for seeing only genin approach ignited his anger. Sasuke, calm down. The Hokage must have his reasons. Another elite ninja interjected, placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder to temper his agitation. Akai, I've heard of you. I am Hiroshi from the Hyuga branch family. He then scrutinized the 3 young ninjas behind Akai, his expression shifting to shock. Nijii, what brings you here? It turned out that Hiroshi was also from the Hyuga branch family, and Nijii, being the last scion of the previous head of the branch family, was well known to him from his childhood. The sight of Nijii stirred emotions within Hiroshi, who felt anger swell at the thought that even the son of the late head of the branch family had not been spared. Hiroshi, I never expected to see you here. I heard you had died years ago, Nijii exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he approached Hiroshi. I might as well have died, for had I not come to guard this place, another branch member might have fallen, Hiroshi replied solemnly. Nijii, this place is fraught with danger. You must return immediately. I cannot bear the thought of facing the late head of the branch family, if anything were to happen to you. A profound silence enveloped the group, as even the agitated Sasuke and the weary Lee had no words to offer. Akai gestured for the 4 to enter the camp, allowing the 2 old friends some privacy. Teacher Akai, why was Nijii so emotional? Their conversation sounded strange. What is this branch family and main family? Lee asked curiously. In response, Akai, Sasuke, and Lee fell silent, unsure of how to explain. Nijii's fate, like that of many, was dictated by circumstances beyond his control. In the past, Akai had refrained from chastising Nijii for his outbursts, understanding the weight of his destiny. One day, you will comprehend, but now is not the time for such discussions. Let us allow Nijii some quietude. He is undoubtedly in pain, Akai remarked bitterly. Indeed, it is best not to inquire now, as it may only deepen the sorrow. Lee concurred, nodding obediently as he followed Akai into the camp. Sasuke, how many elite ninjas remain stationed here? Akai inquired, noticing the absence of others within the encampment. There were 10 of us, but now only Hiroshi and I remain, Sasuke replied, taking a swig from his water flask, his expression clouded with grief. Akai paused reflectively. It appears the situation is even more dire than I had anticipated. Regrettably, we are still unaware of the full extent of the circumstances. 10 days ago, 3 elite ninjas went on a routine patrol, but they have yet to return. When we finally discovered the site, their bodies had been ravaged beyond recognition by wild wolves. In the days that followed, misfortune continued to plague us. We exercised utmost caution, even dispatching 4 elite shinobi to undertake the mission, yet the outcome remained dire. At this juncture, Sasuke Suzuki took a sip of water, swallowing it to suppress his tears that flowed incessantly. Among the second group sent on the mission was his sister, Sasuke Suzumi. Now, only the 2 of us remain. We have retreated into hiding, too fearful to patrol, merely awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from other elite shinobi. We never anticipated that Lord Hokage would make such a decision. It seems we are of no concern to anyone anymore. Alas, if death is our fate, so be it. It is preferable to endure suffering and torment. Sasuke Suzuki roared in anguish. Chapter 45, Encountering Shadow Knight. Let us patrol, Suzuki, Akai suggested. Forget it, Akai. With just you and these 3 brats, especially with Hifumi, who would never allow the boy named Niji to act, it's best to abandon the idea. You should return tomorrow to report to Lord Hokage. The 2 of us are sufficient, as long as we remain within the confines of the camp. There is no danger to our lives. What are you saying, Suzuki? Isn't that abandoning your post? What kind of ninja are you? Akai retorted, only to be met with Suzuki's disdainful gaze. The fire he had just ignited extinguished in the face of the other's resolute demeanor. Even if you wish to disregard this, I believe you ought to share some information with us. At the very least, we should patrol those areas, Lee calmly interjected, stepping forward. Listen, kid. What use is it for me to tell you? Fine. If you really want to know, I shall share the situation. The camp of the Land of Earth lies 10 miles behind us. That is the area designated for patrol, belonging to the Leaf's jurisdiction. If you wish to patrol, go there. Akai was about to erupt in anger again, but Lee halted him with a gesture, signaling him to remain silent. The 3 of them then exited the camp, while Niji and Hifumi sat conversing on a nearby stone. Teacher, allow me to patrol alone tonight. I wish to ascertain the situation, Lee stated calmly. Absolutely not. Lee, you heard what Senior Suzuki said. 8 elite ninjas have already perished. If you go alone, you are courting death, Tintin insisted. You are correct. Lee must not act recklessly. Although you are quite capable, the teacher cannot permit such a perilous endeavor, Akai added, his expression stern. Please, hear me out. They have not patrolled for 4 days. If it truly is the Land of Earth at play, their vigilance must be low now. Furthermore, the enemy is well aware of the conditions surrounding the Land of Fire camp and might expect support. However, they would not anticipate that the reinforcements would consist of a lower ninja and a single elite ninja. This could catch them off guard, allowing us to deliver a surprise blow. What kind of surprise? Tintin and Akai inquired simultaneously, their curiosity piqued. That is why I insist on acting alone. As long as they are not shadow-level threats, I can escape. Given my experience, you should understand my capabilities. In such circumstances, we must not afford the enemy a chance for a decisive strike. I believe it is best to let the teacher handle this, Tintin suggested. You make a valid point about not giving them an opportunity for a decisive blow. Lee shook his head resolutely. No one is more suited for nocturnal operations than I. Their gazes locked momentarily, and Akai hesitated before nodding slowly in agreement. The teacher cannot agree to this. It is a place where even elite ninjas could perish. What danger would Lee face if he goes alone? No, I must accompany him, Tintin insisted vehemently. Do not be foolish, Tintin. I have my reasons. Rest assured, if danger arises, I will withdraw immediately. At most, I will discard my heavy load. My speed is unmatched, Lee assured them. Well, Tintin, I believe we should trust Li. Let him go alone. The teacher does not think Li will so easily meet his demise, Akai affirmed confidently, revealing a bright smile. Then, very well. However, Li, if you encounter any danger, you must retreat immediately. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will come to find you, Tintin warned. Her face flushed with concern. As the conversation concluded, Li prepared for his mission, donning a knight's suit from the camp, leaving without his forehead protector. Teacher, do you believe Li will be all right? Tintin inquired. I cannot say for certain, but with Li's abilities, he will surely return safely. We shall await his good news here. Akai replied, both of them returning to the camp in silence. Night fell, a realm for assassins, where shadows danced amidst the trees. A pair of pale eyes moved stealthily through the dense foliage, each step as silent as a falling leaf, imperceptible to those who did not pay careful attention. Jay-Z, why have those fellows not shown up recently? The evil god requires sacrifices. Why not raid their camp? A man clad in a crimson Akatsuki cloak suggested to a middle-aged figure partially obscured by shadows. Humph, if you wish to breach the agreement, be my guest. This is a collaboration with the land of Earth. Should it go awry, we may incur the wrath of our leader. Consider the consequences, the older man cautioned. Upon mentioning the leader, the man threw back his head and sighed in resignation, lamenting the disparity in strength between them. However, Jay-Z, it has been 10 days now. The people of the Land of Fire should have dispatched some elite ninjas for support. If your previous speculation holds true, they should have arrived by now. Faden. The agreement stipulates we are only responsible for causing disturbances and assassinating those defending Konoha. We shall not interfere with other actions. Moreover, if we breach the agreement, do you understand how much we stand to lose? 100,000 Rio. A full 100,000 Rio. Why do you always bring up money? Do you think money can save you? Faden retorted, dissatisfied. Humph, your sacrilege towards wealth will one day bring retribution. You cannot fathom the ecstasy of counting gold until your hands cramp, Jay-Z replied. All right, I concede to your obsession with wealth. I admire your resolve. But my only reverence lies with the evil god. Anyone who dares disrespect him shall not be forgiven, Faden scoffed. To hell with your evil god. Do not insult my principles of capitalism. You dare insult the evil god? Seeking death, are we? Humph, do you wish to fight? I would not mind sending your head flying once more, leaving you for the wolves. Let us see if you possess the capability. Their tempers flared as a shadow concealed nearby, its pale eyes widening in surprise upon recognizing the two figures. Faden, Jay-Z, so it is the Akatsuki causing trouble. It appears the situation is more dire than I anticipated. The two figures before him were indeed the notorious members of the Akatsuki, the immortal duo, Faden and Jay-Z. As they engaged in confrontation, Jay-Z whispered to Faden, there is a bug nearby, and it conceals itself well. Unfortunately, I cannot ascertain its presence with my ability to sense the slightest movement in the surroundings. Indeed, only by confronting you would a bug be foolish enough to reveal itself. Tell me its position. I wish to use it as a sacrifice for the evil god. Chapter 46. The Quest for Blood at 6 o'clock, 50 meters away. The two individuals momentarily paused, and instantly, Faden brandished his scythe of death, vanishing from sight. In the distance, Shaoli was startled, realizing that he had been discovered. He knew his hiding skills were exceptional, even top-notch, yet faced with a shadow-level adversary, the opponent must possess some unique abilities. With a surge of power in his legs, he began to retreat. Shoo, since you're here, don't think you can escape. Faden's figure appeared behind Shaoli, yet they were still about 20 meters apart. Ignoring Faden's taunt, Shaoli continued his flight. The distance between Faden and the camp of the Land of Fire was 5 miles. Thus, Shaoli was not afraid of Faden. In fact, he was eager for a confrontation, knowing that as long as he was cautious not to sustain any bleeding injuries, he could handle Faden. After all, Faden possessed but one true ability, immortality. It was perplexing. What extraordinary power did Faden possess that allowed him to remain unscathed even when decapitated or dismembered? This was one of the great mysteries of the Naruto universe. Hey, don't run. Play with me. Faden shouted after the fleeing Shaoli, who retorted, idiot. Enraged by the insult, Faden quickened his pace, determined to catch the dark figure ahead and tear him to shreds. As they raced for about 2 miles, Shaoli realized that only Faden was pursuing him, while Kakuzu was nowhere to be seen. It seemed Kakuzu deemed it sufficient for Faden to handle the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck Shaoli. He wanted to test the extent of Faden's strength. "Idiot, do you dare to fight me?" Shaoli turned and shouted another insult. Hearing this, Faden gasped in frustration. Shaoli's speed was far superior, and he had been mocked twice. He, a shadow-level warrior, was being toyed with. "Don't run. Let us have a battle, and I'll show you how formidable the servant of the great evil god is." Faden roared, his voice echoing through the dark forest. "Oh, you're actually obedient." Faden perched atop a tree as Shaoli ceased his flight, turning to face him. With a surge of energy in his legs, he launched an attack. Faden, delighted, thought that after chasing him tirelessly, Shaoli was finally willing to engage. Without hesitation, he raised his scythe and began to strike wildly. However, Shaoli assessed, "This guy's taijutsu is terrible. That scythe is merely a compliment." Upon inquiring about the situation, all ears were attuned to Akai. Shaoli nodded slightly, approached a bed, and seated himself, saying, "I have discovered 2 suspicious individuals, possessing formidable strength. They are likely of shadow-level caliber, garbed in crimson cloud garments. They detected my presence from 50 meters away, compelling me to retreat hastily." "What? Shadow-level individuals? Impossible. If they were truly of that caliber, how could you have returned alive?" Suzuki Zozu exclaimed in astonishment. Shaoli cast him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Is it only deemed normal if I were to perish?" Chapter 47. Concerns of the Land of Earth. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Could you elaborate on the situation? Sasasuke Suzuki immediately expressed his regret, feeling the pangs of sorrow for his sister's untimely death. With someone returning alive, bearing intelligence, he could hardly maintain his composure and was eager to hear from Shaoli about the specifics. Shaoli did not acknowledge him, as others gathered around, keen to absorb the information he had to share. Based on what Teacher Akai had previously informed me, those 2 individuals do not appear to be ninjas from the Land of Earth. They may potentially be hired mercenaries, Shaoli deduced. At this moment, Sasasuke Suzuki interjected, "How can you be so certain they are mercenaries?" Shaoli frowned, casting a displeased glance in his direction. "I believe that the patrols are not solely conducted by our leaf ninjas. Those from the Land of Earth would also be patrolling. Why is it that only our side suffers casualties? Unless they are hired by the Land of Earth. Who would be so bored as to venture into such desolate terrain to commit murder? Unless, of course, they are mentally unstable. If they were truly deranged, would they care about friend or foe? The people of the Land of Earth would certainly also incur losses. Do you think the insane would selectively kill?" Sasasuke Suzuki fell silent, while Hinata Hai gazed at Shaoli in astonishment at his remarkable analytical prowess. It was no wonder he had been dispatched by Lord Hokage. Sasasuke resolved to heed Shaoli's analysis and refrain from interrupting him. Akai reminded Sasasuke that he could discern Shaoli's irritation with such interruptions, as they could disrupt the flow of his reasoning. "It is my fault. I apologize," Shaoli, Sasasuke reiterated. Everyone understood his feelings. Who would not be anxious about a loved one and Appo's inexplicable death? The bonds of blood are profound, and familial affection runs deep. Sasasuke-senpai, I empathize with your sentiments. I hope that during my analysis, no one will interrupt, Shaoli continued. The group nodded in agreement. Before our arrival, Teacher Akai briefed me on certain aspects of the Land of Earth, coupled with the unexplained deaths along the border. I surmise that the Land of Earth is testing the limits of our Leaf Village. That is likely why those 2 hired ninjas targeted our Leaf Ninjas for robbery. They dared not act too recklessly, for such actions could provoke a severe response from us, potentially igniting war. As he spoke, sweat dripped from the foreheads of the listeners. Shaoli's assertions seemed rather grave. I would like to interject, Shaoli. Why does the Land of Earth wish to test our limits? Do they intend to instigate war? Akai inquired. I believe there are 2 reasons. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are undoubtedly the most formidable, particularly the former, which is geographically closest to the Leaf. The 2 nations exist in starkly different environments. The Land of Earth is rife with rocky terrain and scant vegetation, with limited agricultural production and scarce resources. Thus, They may instigate conflict for the sake of national interests, which is a significant factor. We are aware of that reason. But what is the second? Hai asked, captivated by Xiao Li's analysis. The discussion continued, with Xiao Li at the center of attention, his insights drawing the others in. The higher-ups may employ these tactics as bargaining chips for negotiations. By hiring individuals to attack our leaf ninjas, they aim to intimidate us. The murders can be attributed solely to the hired thugs, absolving the Land of Earth of direct involvement. They can observe from the sidelines as we battle the mercenaries. Should we react, we would fall into the trap set by the Land of Earth, gradually depleting our ninja forces and weakening the power of the Fire Nation. Eventually, the Land of Earth could initiate war, leaving us no choice but to confront it. Such a scenario would be preferable to one where other nations might intervene, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. The group stared at Xiao Li in disbelief. Few could analyze matters so profoundly. Just a night of patrolling had yielded such extensive insights. Was this individual truly a genin? Was he part of the intelligence team? In the midst of their astonishment, Xiao Li dropped another bombshell. If the Fire Nation were to be defeated, surrender and reparations would be the only options, including territorial concessions and exorbitant compensation. Silence enveloped the group as the gravity of Xiao Li's words sunk in. The implications of war were far beyond what they, as a handful of genin, could manage. Should conflict arise, they could all find themselves bearing the weight of culpability. Thus, the Land of Earth is currently probing our limits, gauging our response to these hired mercenaries. If we eliminate them, they will have no recourse but to feign ignorance, but ultimately the losses will still fall upon us. Those damned rock ninjas! How despicable! Sasasuke Suzuki and Hai exclaimed, their fists pounding the ground in frustration. What should we do? Should we report this to Lord Hokage immediately? Ten suggested, sensing the gravity of the situation. Yes, we must report to Lord Hokage without delay. Akai was eager to return to the leaf and convey the seriousness of the matter. There's no need for that, Teacher Akai. Do you recall what Lord Hokage instructed before our departure? Act decisively and report afterward. Act decisively and report afterward. The group was puzzled. Indeed, if the ninjas from the Land of Earth wish to play, we shall engage them fully. We will march directly to their encampment. Xiao Li's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke, and both Sasasuke Suzuki and Hinata Hai radiated a similar ferocity. Calm down, Xiao Li. While Lord Hokage has indeed commanded us to act decisively, we must await his final judgment before proceeding, Ten cautioned, wishing to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. I am composed. The reason for our action is to remind the rock ninjas that the leaf ninjas are not to be trifled with. They initiated the attacks on us, and they would never anticipate a direct retaliation from us. They harbor significant concerns, and thus we must take the initiative. If we continue to show weakness, we shall only be subjected to further bullying. We must seize control. The more vehement our response, the more the Land of Earth must contemplate the true cost of war. You are absolutely right, Xiao Li. The ninjas of the leaf are not easily intimidated. If they wish to play, we shall engage them to the fullest extent. Let us see who is more resolute. Sasasuke Suzuki roared, emboldened by Xiao Li's analysis, unafraid even of confronting the Land of Earth alone. I have longed to confront those damned rock ninjas, Hai remarked with a cold smile. Nevertheless, we should at least inform Lord Hokage of the situation. I possess the fastest method of communication via the Thunder Eagle, Akai suggested nervously. Xiao Li nodded, granting him permission to relay the information. All eyes were fixed upon Xiao Li, now the group's focal point. Whatever he declared would be accepted as truth. Xiao Li, I have a question. Why do those hired ninjas not attack our camp directly, instead lingering in the patrol areas to ambush the leaf ninjas? Niji, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Indeed, why do they not come directly? Isn't that peculiar? The others echoed, piqued by curiosity. Previously, I mentioned that no one would be so bored as to venture into this border territory for murder. The area is patrolled solely by the ninjas of both the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Should either side's ninja be attacked, it would serve as a catalyst for war. Do you think they would dare approach directly? The hired ninjas are constrained to patrolling. Any transgression would lead to war. and they cannot afford to provoke the wrath of the two great nations. Ah, I see. However, your previous suggestion to directly assault the Rock Ninja's encampment, might that not provoke a war? Tian is already feeling dizzy and cannot keep pace with Xiao Li's line of thought. The reason the Land of Earth seeks to test our limits is that they still harbor a degree of caution towards Konoha, probing whether we have indeed weakened. If they truly understood Konoha's situation, they would have instigated war long ago, rather than employing ninjas for mere reconnaissance. In essence, they are merely bullies who prey on the weak. They have always been cowards who fear the strong. Together, Sasuke, Suzuki, and Hinata Hayama exclaimed. Chapter 48. The Slaughter of Earth, Part 1. The message from the Lightning Eagle arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, gazing intently at the intelligence from the border, wore a grave expression. The contents were reports from Guy and analyses from Lee. The third slammed the document onto the table. Gunma, quickly summon a high-level meeting. Gunma's figure appeared, pondering the source of the Hokage's ire. Could there have been issues on the front lines? He dared not dwell on it. The need for a high-level meeting indicated a significant incident had occurred. Half an hour later, all senior members gathered in a concealed office, each finding a spot to sit, only to discover the third Hokage seated at the center with an exceptionally grim countenance. What has happened, Sarutobi, to necessitate such urgency in convening us? Asked Mito Kazuma and T.K. Shikamaru as they approached. Sarutobi did not respond, merely gesturing for them to take their seats. Once all the senior officials arrived, including Danzo, an unsettling uncertainty loomed within him. Had a major catastrophe transpired? Typically, a high-level meeting was a rare occurrence, often indicative of serious incidents. What could have occurred to prompt such a gathering of these seasoned veterans? A nameless senior inquired. What is the matter, Sarutobi? Sarutobi tossed the freshly received document onto the round table. Mito Kazuma took it in hand, and his expression gradually shifted as curiosity filled the room. What is the situation? Please enlighten us. See for yourselves, Sarutobi replied. Everyone passed the document around, and it eventually reached Danzo. He remained largely unaffected, yet was taken aback by the mention of the young boy's analysis. I wish to hear your thoughts, Sarutobi stated solemnly. A child's analysis suggests that the situation may not be as dire as imagined. We should observe the developments before making any plans, one senior expressed, adopting a conservative stance. If the Land of Earth intends to provoke war, they must consider the benefits they stand to gain. I concur with this perspective. Indeed, I agree. The conservatives numbered 6, while the Hokage's faction mirrored that count. With 5 conservatives in agreement, only Danzo remained silent, his demeanor calm as he sat with eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. Mito, Tika, what are your thoughts? Within the Hokage's faction, Mito Kazuma and Tika Shikamaru responded. Based on the claims of this genin, I find it rather hasty. Moreover, he is not a professional intelligence officer, and many details may have been overlooked. We should prepare for the worst. Mito Kazuma echoed the conservative viewpoint, emphasizing the need for careful consideration in such circumstances. Tika Shikamaru concurred with Kazuma's assessment. What say you? Sarutobi inquired of the remaining Hokage faction members, who merely shook their heads, uncertain. I find this unexpected turn of events quite favorable, Sarutobi remarked. Indeed, the element of surprise is advantageous, Danzo added. What? Danzo, you. 12 individuals, 2 factions, 2 leaders, found themselves in unexpected agreement. The calculations in everyone's minds became disordered. None had anticipated Danzo's stance, which deviated from his usual style. Even the third Hokage gazed at Danzo with mild surprise. Perhaps we could deliver a suitable blow to the Land of Earth, Sarutobi suggested, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was curious that Danzo would align with him. In decades past, their opinions rarely coincided. This unity hinted at deeper issues. He valued Lee greatly, yet this talent would not be surrendered to Danzo. With the 2 leaders speaking, the remaining members could only serve as mere background. Their dissatisfaction with the decisions ultimately futile. Gamma, convey the orders at once. All actions shall adhere to Lee's directives. Report any significant developments. Gunma, also a Jonin, had heard of Lee, but the Hokage's command sent shivers through all, as it indicated the cultivation of new talent, akin to the training of Minato Namikaze. Understood. At the border, 6 individuals donned their stealth attire. Lee had already devised a plan for everyone, with reporting intelligence merely a procedural step. The third Hokage had previously stated that actions should precede reports, and Lee intended to cleverly employ this principle to strike at the ninjas of the Land of Earth. According to the prior arrangement, 2 hired ninjas will be restrained by us 3, while you head straight to the Land of Earth's camp. We must catch them off guard. Sasuke Suzuki and Hinata Hayashi, you two will assist Teacher Guy. Teacher Guy, unleash your full power. We must strike swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. I understand. Guy responded gravely, aware of the weight of Lee's expectations. The time for Konoha and Appo's bloom was imminent. Ningji, Tian. The 3 of us will proceed first. We will restrain the 2 hired ninjas, allowing you to commence your mission. Time is limited. You have only 10 minutes. Kill as many as you can within that time frame. Lee declared coldly, I shall make the rock ninjas taste the bitterness of death. Finally, the moment to unleash their wrath had arrived. After enduring so much restraint, they could hardly wait for retribution. Prepare yourselves. Sasuke, Suzuki, and Hayashi radiated an intense aura of killing intent, having executed numerous missions, including participation in the last war. The aura of death they exuded was indelible, etched deep within their beings. Ningji and Tian instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the potent killing intent that filled the air. Lee, however, remained unfazed, for he too possessed a formidable aura of bloodlust, even surpassing theirs. Yet, unleashing such intensity drained mental fortitude. Against weaker adversaries, one might use it to intimidate without action. But for those like Sasuke and Hayashi, a long-standing grudge necessitated the eruption of their killing intent to convey their resolve. Ningji, be cautious. If anything goes awry, retreat immediately. Lee urged. Please, I implore you. Hayashi snapped back to attention amidst the suffocating killing intent, turning to Lee. Lee, we 3 have often cooperated. Restraining our adversaries shouldn't pose a challenge, but killing them is another matter entirely. Our team does not engage in ventures without assurance. We only take risks when success is guaranteed. Hearing Lee's words, Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. He could perish, but Ningji must survive. Without Ningji, his own existence would be meaningless. Ningji represented the last hope of the branch family, the final rise against the main family's dominance. If Ningji fell, how could he face Lord Hisashi? Hayashi, my life is not so easily claimed, Ningji growled, a fierce expression on his face. After conversing with Hayashi, his anger towards the main family intensified. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the branch family's plight, but now his fury was palpable. Had it not been for the caged bird seal upon his forehead, controlling their fate, he might have sought to eliminate the main family. Such a family was not worth retaining. The caged bird cursed many in the branch family, binding them to a fate of servitude akin to slavery. Enough idle chatter. We must move, Lee commanded. With that, 6 figures vanished from the camp, into the Tenleaf forest, where chilling winds howled and beasts roared in the night. This night was destined for another bout of slaughter. Each individual bore the weight of their own fate, wandering through a world devoid of permanence. In the vastness of life, some fought for family, some sacrificed for love, and others ventured onto irreversible paths in search of greater horizons. Was it the manipulation of destiny or the torment of humanity? Chapter 49, The Killing of the Land, Part 2. How vexing, how utterly tedious. The ennui is suffocating. Kakuzu, how much longer must we linger on this task? Konoha has yet to send anyone for patrol. Must we remain here like fools, waiting aimlessly? Kakuzu cast a sidelong glance at him, recognizing that this man was clearly agitated. A formidable individual like him, a shadow-level warrior, was being toyed with by a mere cloaked figure, beaten down and taunted. Were it not for their mission, he would likely have unleashed his wrath upon numerous souls to quell his fury. Spare me your idle chatter. Time may stretch, yet the prospect of profit compels us to wait. Once Konoha resumes its patrol, we shall take a few lives and fulfill our purpose. However, a sinister black entity adorned with tendrils emerged from Kakuzu's back, his earth grudge fear. Haydn, noticing the arrival of this entity, felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It seems they have arrived. The duo swiftly mobilized, shedding their previous languor. The monotony of the past days had driven Haydn to the brink of madness, and even the typically composed Kakuzu shared this sentiment. It was high time to indulge in some bloodshed. I shall advance first. I hope it is that fellow from yesterday. Wait, Haydn. Alas, Haydn had already dashed forward. With a few muttered curses, Kakuzu followed, maintaining a distance of 50 meters. Haydn soon discerned 3 figures clad in black, and Kakuzu, catching up, observed the same 3 shadows. His brow furrowed slightly. The Earth Grudge fear sensed more than just these 3. There must be an additional trio concealed nearby. Moreover, the chakra emanating from the trio before them was not particularly potent, and they did not don Konoha's ninja attire. Who could they be? Be cautious, Haydn. They may also be hired ninjas. Haydn, poised to brazenly announce himself, wore a perplexed expression upon hearing Kakuzu's words. Aren't we hired ninjas? Could it be that Konoha has also employed mercenaries? Such a possibility exists, and with 6 foes in total, 3 of whom are hidden, I implore you to exercise caution. While you may be unafraid of death, I do not wish to see you suffer, especially considering you have already clashed with one of them. Heh, a clash is a clash. Though my every attack was evaded and I drew no blood, my abilities remain unknown to them. This time, I shall claim the blood of all 3, while you can deal with the hidden ones. You have finally regained your wits. Let us see how formidable those hired ninjas truly are. Both men, brimming with arrogance and pride, were intent on establishing their superiority over the hired ninjas. Haydn, unafraid of death, initiated his assault. The scythe of death shot forth, carving a path through the void. Lee, with a low grunt, instructed, Niji, the one at the back is yours. Just hold him off, while Tintin supports you and remains vigilant of her surroundings. That individual possesses unique abilities. Understood. In truth, Lee could have elaborated on the enemy's situation to better prepare his companions, but he refrained, aware that no single person's deductions could thoroughly assess an opponent's capabilities based merely on one night's patrol. Such revelations would raise numerous suspicions, attracting the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Thus, Lee opted to subtly signal his companions to remain cautious. With a sudden burst of energy, Lee propelled himself forward like a bullet, charging at Haydn. Fool, why do you dare return as a mercenary when you were so weak? Roar. In that moment, Haydn's fury reached unprecedented heights. Never had he felt such a burning desire to slay a man. Even when subjected to humiliation by the evil god, he had never been this enraged. His crimson cloud cloak fluttered without wind, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. An undeniable shadow-level presence, such terrifying killing intent. Those concealed in the darkness, including Guy and his companions, were astonished. The aura radiating from this individual was no less potent than that of a shadow-level warrior. Initially skeptical of Lee and Apos, claimed that 2 shadow-level warriors were present. They now held a deep admiration for Lee's ability to evade 2 such formidable foes. Should we assist them? Guy noticed Niji also moving, heading towards the individual emanating lethal intent, while the other seemed calm and composed, contrasting sharply with the volcanic temperament of the former. There's no need. Lee has his strategy. He understands that if the enemy is indeed a shadow-level warrior, he must restrain them with confidence. He does not engage in reckless actions. We shall adhere to our plan. Guy replied with calm resolve. The 2 nodded in silence. I am not weak. Perish. Another roar erupted as the scythe of death accelerated, and Lee matched its pace. He nimbly evaded the lethal arc of the scythe, launching 3 kunai from behind, each attached with explosive tags. Haydn, taken aback, realized the kunai were aimed directly at him. Despite his immortality rendering him impervious to harm, he could still feel pain. He shifted his position, scoffing. Do you think such tricks can ensnare me? You have yet to live 100 more years. Fool, who said we intended to attack you? Lee remarked coolly. It dawned upon Haydn that his allies stood behind him. Kakuzu, be wary. Unlike the reckless Haydn, Kakuzu had already sensed the brewing trouble. Before him loomed a dark monstrosity, its body stitched with threads, unleashing a torrent of water that engulfed the kunai. Haydn exhaled in relief, yet a voice, cold as death, echoed in his ear. Fool, what are you staring at? With a low stance and a feigned palm, a powerful strike collided with Haydn's abdomen, producing a resounding thunderclap. Blood seeped from Haydn's lips as he was propelled backward. Kakuzu seized the moment, swiftly grasping Haydn's scythe, the sound of grinding bones resonating as the force of his grip compelled Haydn to relinquish his weapon. Without the scythe, Haydn felt as though he had lost his formidable power. Indeed, not an ordinary ninja. He is so astutely aware of Haydn's capabilities that he managed to disarm him. Summoning his earth grudge fear, Kakuzu heightened his vigilance. Today's adversaries were far from simple. He noted that the chakra levels of the three before him were not particularly strong, leaving him with a nagging sense that something was amiss. Dressed in dark cloaks, their features obscured, he could not ascertain their ages. Yet their synchronized coordination suggested they were seasoned shinobi. If only they knew Kakuzu's assessment, they would undoubtedly be amused, for they were merely genin. Byakugan. Niji activated his Byakugan, his vision piercing through the chakra pathways, achieving the second stage of his ocular prowess as he focused on Kakuzu. A tremor coursed through him. This individual. How is it possible? Unthinkable. A single person with 5 hearts. Niji gasped, and Tintin shared his astonishment. 5 hearts? Niji, Tintin, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you engaging? Lee's frustration surged. At this critical juncture, his companions seemed paralyzed by awe, while Haydn had already been hurled to the ground. Kakuzu glanced at the fallen Haydn, expressing his discontent. I told you to practice your taijutsu, but you would not listen. Do you see now? Taijutsu is your Achilles heel. Allow me to take charge. Kakuzu positioned himself before Haydn, who spat in anger. This fellow shall be a sacrifice to the evil god. It seemed they had no choice. With the situation deviating from their planned course, Niji and Tintin had failed to act as instructed. Lee deduced that something must have frightened them. Swiftly, he unfastened the heavy weights from his legs, each weighing 200 pounds, with remarkable speed. Boom! The velocity at which he moved, bearing such immense burdens, was astonishing. As Kakuzu and Haydn gazed at the falling nameless object, they were taken aback to discover it was a heavy burden. They found themselves in a state of shock. The speed of the individual before them was already remarkable, particularly during the assault, when there was scarcely time to retaliate before being sent flying. What astonished them even more was the realization that this individual bore an enormous weight at his feet, no less than 200 pounds. Chapter 50. The Death of the Earth, Part 2. Little Lee's figure vanished, and with the keen eyes of Kakuzu and Haydn, they could barely catch a glimpse of his swift movements, as if facing a formidable opponent. Little Lee relentlessly closed the distance between them, and the two men huddled together. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals, and the earth grudge fear stood defiantly before them. His movements were rapid, continuously approaching. Kakuzu analyzed the situation, his hands moving deftly to create seals. At a distance of 3 meters, Little Lee circled around them with remarkable speed, raising clouds of dust that obscured their vision. Little Lee shouted, "Action! Move!" It was a signal. Upon hearing it, Akai, Fei Village, and Sasuke Suzuki began their mission towards the camp of the Land of Earth, their bodies traversing through the enormous cloud of dust. At that moment, Niji, who had recovered from his shock, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The earlier stasis caused by their inaction had delayed their plan. Little Lee had removed his burden to obscure the opponent's vision. Seeking an opportunity for Akai and the others to reach the Land of Earth's camp. This is bad. 3 have escaped. Kakuzu's expression darkened. He was uncertain about the enemy's intentions, but it was clear they aimed to distract them, allowing the other 3 to undertake a different task. He pondered the nature of their plan. Was it specifically devised against them? Despite his and Haydn's considerable strength, they were not invincible. I'll intercept those 3. You deal with them. Haydn. With that, Kakuzu prepared to leave the dust cloud, but Niji's silhouette abruptly appeared. Within the obscuring haze, everyone's vision was impaired. However, for Niji, possessing the Byakugan, there were no obstructions. He stood in front of Kakuzu, unleashing the gentle fist, the palm strike resonating like thunder, an onslaught akin to a raging torrent. Kakuzu, highly alert, displayed considerable martial prowess, adopting a defensive stance against the unseen figures and strikes emerging from the dust. A trigram's palm. Meanwhile, Little Lee launched an assault on Haydn. Their coordination was flawless. Relying on his keen perception and speed, Little Lee unleashed a flurry of strikes, hooks, jabs, and flying kicks, relentlessly and brutally. Niji methodically delivered blows to Kaku, who sensed something was amiss. He discovered that the individual before him seemed to possess fewer chakra points than usual. Their vital points cleverly concealed and not aligned with typical pathways. How could such a person exist? As the dust cleared, Niji retreated. The two quickly emerged from the haze. While Haydn lay on the ground, coughing blood, and Kakuzu fared slightly better, having been on guard from the outset. He contemplated the Hinata clan. Haydn and the others are not hired ninjas. They must be from Konoha's Umbu. Damn it. Damn it. Time and again, I will slaughter every ninja from Konoha. They shall all be offered to the Dark God. Kakuzu had witnessed the might of the Hinata clan during the First Ninja World War, when they stood second only to the Senju and Uchiha clans. Niji's attack was the oldest form of the Gentle Fist. You fool, how laughable. If you have the capability, prove it. Frankly, you are pathetic, weaker than the most insignificant of insects. Retreating to Tintin and Appo's side, both were breathless. Little Lee continued to taunt Haydn, while Niji and Tintin were puzzled by Little Lee's unusual behavior. He had never been one to insult others, but today, he repeatedly scorned this individual. Tintin, take action. Tintin nodded, and a massive scroll unfurled behind her. Fire style. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A long dragon of flame roared and lunged towards the two adversaries. The Earth Grudge Fear reemerged, launching a water technique at lightning speed without hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. What? How can he execute such a powerful water technique in a dry environment? Tintin was astonished. She had witnessed Kakashi use this technique only when he summoned water with a scroll. This is not the time for astonishment. We must retreat, Little Lee whispered. They understood the urgency of their situation. It was paramount to leave. Little Lee had warned them about the terrifying capabilities of these two, though they had not yet fully unleashed their power. After the recent skirmish, they felt the opponents were not as formidable as Little Lee had suggested. But out of trust in him, they chose to heed his warnings. The ability to use water techniques in a desolate area was no ordinary feat. Without further ado, the three made their swift exit. Tintin launched 3 kunai, the water dragon bullet countering the dragon fire technique, steam enveloping the area, leaving only the grim-faced Kakuzu and the fury etched on Haydn's visage. They easily intercepted Tintin's kunai. Don't flee. I will kill you. Wait, Haydn, Kakuzu exclaimed. But Haydn had already pursued, unwilling to let Little Lee escape. He had never endured such humiliation. The disdain directed at him ignited a burning rage. He was determined to defeat Little Lee and make him understand he was no weakling. This must be a trap. They must know Haydn's temperament. It was a ploy from the beginning, provoking him with insults, driving him to madness. Damn it. Even knowing it is a trap, I must fall into it. How could anyone orchestrate such a scheme, so adept at exploiting human weaknesses? It's frightening. Kakuzu, once a member of the Umbu, had engaged in intelligence analysis. From the earlier events, he surmised that their adversaries were not the true threat, but merely obstacles to delay him and Haydn. He recognized the most daunting challenge lay with the three who had departed earlier. Yet, Haydn was consumed by rage, indifferent to the mission and circumstances. He had been fully incited. Even Kakuzu felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Haydn's formidable capabilities. Ultimately, Kakuzu had no choice but to follow Haydn. Realizing the significance of their mission and the rarity of a compatible partner like Haydn, he couldn't bear the thought of Haydn falling victim to their enemies. That would be a true tragedy. He picked up Haydn's discarded scythe and departed. Meanwhile, at the camp of the Land of Earth, those Konoha fools must be troubled lately, having never anticipated that we would hire ninjas to deal with them. They can only cower within their camp, afraid to emerge. How delightful, cackled a particularly unattractive IWA ninja. Those gathered around the camp laughed heartily, harboring disdain for every Konoha ninja. The resources they monopolized had fostered an intense sense of inequality among the civilians and ninjas of the Land of Earth. Why should their nation thrive in such a bountiful region while they were left to exist amidst rocks? Let them fight it out with the hired ninjas. We shall surely be the ones laughing in the end. Another ninja chimed in. However, we haven't patrolled in several days. Isn't that risky? A more cautious ninja expressed concern. The others regarded him with indifference. We cannot afford to reveal ourselves now. Any appearance would attract Konoha's attention. It's better to let the hired ninjas and Konoha ninjas engage freely. Otherwise, if they discover our involvement, things could turn dire. Fine, you've made your point. I'll go check the situation. One ninja volunteered, and the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 51. Procrastination. Xiao Li. Are you so certain that person will catch up to us? Tian, bewildered at the forefront, turned to look at Xiao Li, who lingered at the rear. Xiao Li offered a faint smile. Among the Akatsuki, the terrifying Haiden might rank second, yet when it comes to strength and temperament, he could easily be at the bottom. From their very first meeting, Xiao Li had calculated his move, planning a significant encounter, while also gauging the true strength of the Akatsuki members. Compared to his own abilities, Haiden might be slightly inferior in taijutsu, but his strength was undeniably formidable. Had Xiao Li not been aware of Haiden's capabilities, it could very well have been the end for the three of them. He will definitely pursue us, as he is a shadow-level ninja. It takes considerable composure to withstand the antics of three mere genin. Haha, Xiao Li, I truly admire you. But are those two really shadow-level? They seem rather ordinary. At least not as challenging as our battles with Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei. Tian, do not underestimate them. Their terror may not stem from raw power, but rather from other abilities. Speaking of which, why did you two not adhere to our plan earlier? Just standing there in a daze? Well, Tian wished to explain, but struggled to articulate her thoughts. As you mentioned, their fearsome nature may not lie in their strength, but in the fact that they are monsters with 5 hearts. They are now less than 200 meters away from us. Should we accelerate? Niji spoke solemnly. So, you were frightened by that? Xiao Li remarked. What you may not realize is that my assessment is that the one wielding the scythe is potentially the most dangerous. Thus, I aim to disarm him initially. Indeed, I observed that when he lost his weapon, he became quite flustered, and his strength diminished significantly. We need not hasten. Let them catch up momentarily. Xiao Li said with calm composure. Hearing his words, both companions found Xiao Li increasingly inscrutable, even perceiving shadow-level figures with such clarity. How can a single individual possess 5 hearts? If it weren't for Niji's Byakugan, I would scarcely believe it. However, you claim the one you encountered is even more terrifying? What makes him so? How can a human possess 5 hearts? That is no longer a human. It is clearly a monster. Yet, the one Xiao Li faces seems much more ordinary, Tian pondered. In truth, I engaged with him during last night's patrol, and he had actually struck his scythe against my chest. Yet today, he stands there completely unharmed. Is that not frightening? The two pursuing us are indeed formidable monsters. One misstep could be fatal. Xiao Li's words, though seemingly jesting, sent chills down the spines of his companions. Should we not quicken our pace to shake them off? Tian, genuinely frightened, suggested. We cannot abandon them. Remember, our goal is to buy time until Kakashi-sensei and the others return. Moreover, we cannot waste the traps we have set. That is 20 explosive tags, and I care for them more than you do, Xiao Li replied. You are insufferable, Xiao Li. The money spent is mine, not yours. Why should you care? Xiao Li, if these two are indeed shadow level, how confident are we in our ability to escape? While we are swift, their speed is not to be underestimated, and their chakra reserves far exceed ours. Almost threefold, Niji assessed coolly. Should they maintain this pace, they could easily return to their camp. Xiao Li had previously mentioned that mercenaries could not reach the enemy's camp. Thus, they needed to delay until Kakashi and the others returned. The opponent's chakra reserves were vastly superior, and even with their impressive stamina, they would struggle under such exhausting demands. That is why we must set traps to ambush them. Despite their strength, we are not weak. In fact, you two may not have noticed that it is not that the enemy is too weak, but rather that your own capabilities have improved daily. Your insight and instincts are certainly not comparable to ordinary genin, Xiao Li encouraged. igniting a spark of motivation in his companions. Really? Is that true? Have I really grown stronger? Tian exclaimed, eager to know more, but Shaoli interrupted. I sense their presence drawing nearer. We must hasten to the trap's location. Niji, adjust our formation. You take the rear, and Tian, scout for the traps. Understood. Now was not the time for further inquiries. The adversaries they faced were far more formidable than Kakashi and Guy. Were it not for Shaoli's presence, they would likely be at a loss for how to survive. At this moment, Shaoli's words were absolute. As they shifted their formation, the trio pressed onward, while behind them resonated the roar of a relentless pursuit. Damn it! Stop right there. Only 100 meters separated the two parties. Jago, closely following Haydn, warned, Haydn, do not fall for any traps. They aim to divert us. The three fleeing are the primary targets. Do you truly intend to defy the leader's orders? In response to Jago's caution, Haydn retorted angrily, forget the leader. I'm going to kill that guy now. Anyone who dares to stop me shall be offered to the evil god, including you. Humph. I was merely concerned for you. If you disregard my advice and the mission fails, be wary of your head. If the leader does not act, I will. Jago. The two exchanged nods. Tian, you shall remain concealed in the shadows to launch your projectiles, while I engage in direct confrontation with Niji. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air. Haydn and the others have fled again. Kakuzu sneered. Humph. Let us pursue them relentlessly. Chapter 52. A new technique to turn the tide. Suzuki, how many have you killed? Withdrawing the long blade embedded in a rock ninja, Hifumura cast a glance at Sasuke, who was drenched in the stench of blood. The rock ninjas lying on the ground were irrevocably dead. Humph. Not enough killing. Though Akai has taken down the most, at least 6. I never imagined that Akai, upon unlocking the 8 gates, would be so ferocious. Both turned their attention to Akai, who sat on the muddy ground, breathing heavily. The toll of opening the 8 gates had drained him significantly, plunging his body into a temporary state of fatigue. Now that our objective has been achieved, we should regroup with Lee and the others. Akai said solemnly. Despite his exhaustion, he remained focused on their mission, especially since Lee and the others were facing 2 formidable opponents of the Kage level, a stark contrast to the weaklings they had just dispatched. The rock village would soon realize what had transpired and send reinforcements. We must retreat. Whoosh. Sasuke and Hifumura supported Akai, vanishing into the depths of the forest. An hour had passed, and the pace of these 3 had considerably slowed. Kakuzu noticed something amiss. They seemed to be circling back. He quickly deduced the situation and whispered to Haydn ahead. Haydn, it appears they are stalling for time, possibly awaiting reinforcements. If we wish to eliminate them, we must hasten our pursuit. Delay could spell disaster. Haydn, disregarding Kakuzu's words, nonetheless increased his speed, eager for a confrontation. His heart raced with fervor, craving a chance to unleash his pent-up aggression. He had never felt so restrained as he did today. Lee, our chakra is running low. Should we continue fleeing? Tintin said wearily. Among the 3, her chakra reserves were the least, and her stamina paled in comparison to the others. At that moment, Tintin's pupils constricted as a fissure in the ground appeared ahead. Look, a crack in the ground. With Tintin's exclamation, the 2 halted as well. The fissure was over 20 meters wide, stretching endlessly into the horizon. It seems we can advance no further. This situation may be the gravest crisis we have faced since becoming ninjas. Prepare yourselves for battle and summon all our strength. Agreed. The 2 nodded, their gazes sharp as they faced the approaching foes. Haha, fortune favors me. I wonder where you can run now, you damn sinners. Haydn and Kakuzu beamed with delight upon seeing the deep chasm ahead. Despite the trio's relatively low chakra levels, their remarkable stamina allowed them to pursue swiftly, at the cost of exhausting their chakra. However, for the 2, whose chakra was relatively vast, such expenditure was trivial. Haydn's cunning eyes greedily fixated on the 3 ahead. Leave the one in the middle to me. You handle the rest. Kakuzu, I shall tear him to shreds. With that, Haydn charged forward. It appears their target is also me. Be careful, you 2. Tintin, remember to exert all your strength to assist Niji. The enemy's power is far beyond what you currently perceive. I will. Tintin affirmed. Let us go, Niji. They leaped in opposite directions, mindful of Haiden's deadly scythe, avoiding his bloodlust while recognizing their own advantages in combat and reflexes. Yet, what troubled Lee most was Niji's duel with Kakuzu, a figure who had once battled the first Hokage, a powerhouse of immense strength, calm calculation, and mastery over 5 chakra natures. It would be prudent to seek powerful ninjutsu users to confront such an adversary. Regrettably, among the 3, only Tintin possessed proficiency in ninjutsu. You pathetic loser. I have no interest in you whatsoever. Why do you insist on meddling in affairs that do not concern you? I would far prefer to battle your partner behind you. Weaklings should remain in the shadows, observing the strong fight. How pathetic. Lee continued to taunt Haiden, who, fully aware of Lee's intent to provoke him, could no longer contain his fury. As the saying goes, dignity is of utmost importance, and Haiden felt his dignity trampled underfoot, leaving him with nothing. You vile wretch. I will kill you. No, I will torture you. 10-fold, 100-fold, until you wish for death. Haiden erupted, an overwhelming chakra pouring from him, becoming increasingly tangible, revealing its rare black hue. Such astonishing chakra. This is the chakra level befitting a Kage, truly beyond, as another figure emerged from the shadows. 3 kunai adorned with explosive tags swiftly soared towards me from a distance. Just as I had surmised, there was indeed another individual providing assistance. Your battle strategy is remarkably flawless. It would have sufficed against other ninjas. Alas, you have encountered me. Chapter 53, In Dire Straits. The flying kunai were aimed directly at Kakuzu's fatal points. The Earth Grudge Sphere had just emerged, unleashing a powerful jet of water from its mouth. Similar to its preceding form, 3 kunai, equipped with explosive tags, were swiftly engulfed by the torrent. The ability to wield dual elemental jutsu rendered this adversary terrifying. In the distance, Tian muttered anxiously to herself. While it was not uncommon for a ninja to utilize dual elemental jutsu, the ease with which he executed it was markedly different. Tian dared not let her guard down, promptly unrolling her scroll to prepare an attack to assist Niji. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Niji countered the lightning assault, yet he felt a slight numbness coursing through him. Nevertheless, his offensive momentum did not wane. Strangely, instead of succumbing to the electric stimuli, his cells seemed invigorated, enhancing his agility. Very impressive, but do not underestimate me, Kakuzu taunted as another dark masked figure emerged from behind him. Wind release, wind hole. A fierce gale swept through, intercepting Niji's palm strike, forcing him to retreat against the powerful vortex. At that moment, the creature emanating lightning unleashed an even more potent jolt. Lightning release, lightning fong. The lightning-wielding monster plunged its hands into the ground, sending electric serpents coursing from beneath. Wind release, lightning release, water release. How is this possible? Tian gasped, watching in astonishment as the dual jutsu rendered Niji immobile, increasing the distance between him and Kakuzu. The ground erupted with electrical discharges, and Tian, regaining her senses, leaped swiftly to Niji's side. Niji here. Niji hastily retreated beside Tian, and in a moment of urgency, she formed hand seals, exclaiming, Earth release, Earth flow wall. A massive stone wall rose from the earth, blocking the onslaught of lightning and wind. That was close. This person can use water, lightning, and wind release. We must be extremely cautious, Tian warned, exchanging a worried glance with Niji as they distanced themselves from Kaku. Oh, choosing to distance yourselves from me. How unfortunate, for you are merely digging your own graves. Long-range attacks are my specialty, Kakuzu coldly declared, summoning 2 more black monsters that stood resolutely before him, bringing the total to 5. Niji furrowed his brows, cold sweat trickling down his face. This man possesses 5 hearts. Could each heart correspond to a different element? It's a possibility. These newly emerged monsters might wield fire and earth release, Tian speculated. Both were not foolish. Having spent considerable time with Lee, they had learned to analyze situations. Yet, they hoped their conjectures were incorrect. Otherwise, this adversary would indeed be insurmountable, especially with Lee currently restrained by another foe. Hence, allow me to demonstrate a grander technique, Lee's voice echoed in Hayden's ears, sending him into a fit of rage. Unable to land a hit, he was consumed by frustration, and now hearing Lee's condescending tone felt like an affront to his very being. However, facing Lee this time, Hayden gripped his scythe tightly, enduring multiple assaults on his arms without relinquishing his weapon. Having learned from past encounters, he was determined not to let his opponent disarm him again. Stop running around. Face me, Hayden. On Chapter 54, the perfect plan. My heart was restless, filled with an ominous foreboding. Clinging to the back of Sasuke Suzuki, Akai's pallid face reflected the overwhelming presence that pervaded the air, an unsettling sensation gnawing at his peace of mind. I too felt it, an exceedingly dreadful chakra fluctuation. Sasuke Suzuki concurred, noting that the chakra's aura was rife with murderous intent and malevolence, instilling a sense of dread. Akai, we must quicken our pace. Can you endure? Hifumi also sensed the impending doom, his sole concern being Niji. Regardless of how exceptional Tenten and Lee were, none could rival Niji's esteemed position in his eyes, compelling him to hasten towards Niji and Amp, Appo's side. Absolutely. Then let us accelerate. Lee. Three blackened entities unleashed disparate assaults, lightning, torrents of water, and fierce winds, all converging upon Lee. A faint, defiant smile graced Lee's lips, while Kakuzu, ever vigilant, sensed something amiss. Boom. Lee. Tenten's frantic cries echoed, and as the onslaught subsided, only a charred wooden remnant remained. Kakuzu turned, startled, to behold Lee's figure. Konoha Gale, with the weight removed from his legs. Lee's speed surged, merely a blur to the untrained eye. Kakuzu raised his arms to shield his head, bracing against Lee and Appo's strike, which sent him skidding 5 or 6 meters across the ground. Such a clever fellow. To feign vulnerability and trick me. In that brief moment of casting ninjutsu, he utilized a substitution technique and swiftly attacked from behind. This individual is a threat. Kakuzu's expression hardened as he regarded Lee. Unlike Niji and Tenten, whose abilities fell short of earning his respect, Lee radiated a dangerous aura, one typically reserved for formidable opponents. Kakuzu, unlike Hayden, who was brash and arrogant, promptly recalled his entities intended for Niji and Tenten. Crouching low, a resonant voice escaped his lips. You are the only one worth my attention among the few I have encountered over the years. To die at my hands would be a privilege. Lee scoffed. You must have encountered nothing but weaklings over the years to be so conceited. You, like your comrades, are likely to be easily dispatched. Though Lee projected an air of confidence, it belied his physical exhaustion. Despite the significant boost in speed from shedding his burdens, such swiftness demanded immense stamina, and the recent exertion had left him fatigued. With Kakuzu before him and Hayden temporarily incapacitated, Lee knew he faced a formidable opponent. You seek death. As a shadow-level ninja, Kakuzu's dignity was at stake. Infuriated by Lee's underestimation, he recalled his past adversaries, legendary figures like the first Hokage. To be humiliated by a masked individual was intolerable. No wonder Hayden was enraged. The only response to such insolence was overwhelming power to subdue and silence the defiance. This time, you shall not escape with a substitution. Fire release, lightning release, wind release, earth release, water release. The earth trembled, winds howled, flames erupted, torrents surged, and lightning danced like serpents. Lee realized too late that his body had ceased to respond. What was happening? No, I cannot move. Is it due to overexertion? Indeed, the toll of employing such potent techniques was manifesting. Prepare to die? Kakuzu sneered, recognizing Lee's immobility. Feeling his body weaken, Lee faced the specter of death once more. Although he feared not death, this was not his time. Just then, Niji appeared, shielding Lee. Reversal heaven. A colossal explosion ensued. The force of 5 elemental natures converging into an unprecedented display of devastation. Lee and Niji vanished within the ensuing tumult. I am not like Hayden. I prefer to annihilate my foes without affording them a chance to retaliate. Alas, only 2 hearts remain. Kakuzu lamented as the remnants of destruction revealed no signs of life. Smoke billowed across the debris-laden ground. Under such a formidable jutsu, Even the elite would be hard-pressed to survive. Turning to Tenten, she swallowed nervously and darted towards the forest's concealment. Kakuzu waved his hand, sending one of his entities to pursue her. Stretching languidly, Kakuzu remarked, "It has been too long since I last exerted myself. I must find time for training." As he turned towards Haiden's position, his foot faltered mid-step. From above, one of his entities, dispatched to eliminate Tenten, plummeted, its mask shattered. Kakuzu was aghast. Impossible. My entity has been slain. The black-clad figure was not so formidable. 3 distinct chakra signatures remained intact. The previous jutsu had exhibited S-rank power, a level from which even most shadows would struggle to escape, particularly as Kakuzu had effectively sealed off their options for instant movement and substitution. Suddenly, Kakuzu crouched low as Niji's gentle fist missed its mark. "Cursed be." Kakuzu seethed. "You ought to look below." Lee's voice echoed ominously in Kakuzu's ears, akin to a malignant incantation, as a kunai pierced Kakuzu's chest. A feint, followed swiftly by Lee's serpentine strikes, landed upon Kakuzu's form before retreating. Niji, not to be outdone, distanced himself from Kaku, his taut nerves easing as he regarded Lee with newfound admiration. This entire scheme had been meticulously orchestrated. Initially perplexed, they now recognized the brilliance of Lee's strategy, which encompassed even these minute details. To be struck by a kunai was one humiliation. To be subjected to Lee and Appo's unorthodox martial arts was a profound disgrace. Kakuzu's bellowing rage echoed. "How did you evade my assault? I had sealed off your ability to utilize ninjutsu." Niji and Tenten exchanged incredulous glances at Kakuzu's resilience. Even after sustaining a heart wound and enduring Lee's formidable offense, a creeping dread began to take hold. Lee, however, remained unfazed. The mere fact that he had incapacitated one of Kakuzu's hearts exceeded their expectations. To be truthful, Lee preferred to face the brash Haiden than confront the terrifyingly composed Kakuzu. Taking a breath, he calmly explained, "You struck only our shadow clones." "Shadow clones? Impossible. How could you have had the opportunity to utilize them?" "No, wait." Kakuzu and Appo's realization hit him as he recalled the moment Lee had kicked him. "Your earlier kick had accounted for everything, hadn't it?" Kakuzu regained his composure, now fully aware that the masked figure before him was undoubtedly an intellectual ninja. Typically, such strategists were esteemed by the great ninja villages as elite talents. The 2 most coveted types of ninja were the shadow-level powerhouses and the cerebral strategists, possessing both valor and wisdom, a formidable alliance indeed. "You have only spoken half the truth. There exists an inherent unpredictability in every situation. I have merely devised a rough strategy to contend with you, which also includes your companion. However, the success of these plans hinges on whether your partner takes the bait. If he does, then we may proceed. If not, all our subsequent calculations shall inevitably falter. Thus, we owe a debt of gratitude to your associate." At this moment, Shaoli does not mind disclosing the details of his plans, for the course of their development has been fraught with unforeseen changes. For instance, he was taken aback when Niji and Tenten both utilized 5 elemental ninjutsu during their confrontation. This was one instance. Another surprising turn was when Tenten intervened to rescue Niji, thereby diverting the original plan. Consequently, Shaoli felt compelled to hasten the use of his Lotus technique. Now, the plan is steadily progressing along its intended path. It is not that Shaoli does not wish to eliminate these 2. Rather, it is simply unfeasible at this juncture. None of the 3 possess techniques as formidable as Naruto Uzumaki's, which could vanquish the likes of Kakuzu, who boasts 5 lives while they possess but 1. It is a gamble they cannot afford. Lastly, there is Haiden, a foe who cannot be easily subdued. Thus, they must settle for rendering him unconscious temporarily. Therefore, the overarching goal during the planning phase has been to buy time, now that all strategies have been exhausted. Revealing this information may serve to heighten the opponent's vigilance and potentially create opportunities. Chapter 55. The Curse. Such precise calculations. Alas, individuals of such caliber either perish prematurely or inevitably rise to prominence in the ninja world. However, today he must meet his demise. Despite his resolute desire for Xiao Li and Appo's death, Kakuzu was acutely aware of Xiao Li and Appo's formidable prowess. Knowing that such a person would surely leave themselves a contingency in the face of life and death. Contemplating this possibility, the four Earth Grudges stood before him in a triangular formation. The shattered Earth Grudge was of the lightning attribute, and the heart that had just been destroyed was also of the lightning attribute. If it were merely the Earth Grudge that had been destroyed, it could have been restored in due time, as the lightning attribute heart remained intact. However, with both the Earth Grudge and the lightning heart obliterated, the blow to Kakuzu was substantial. Had a powerful adversary been responsible for the destruction of a heart, he could have accepted it. Yet, none of those before him were of the shadow level, and they had succeeded only through meticulous planning that led him and Haiden into this predicament. What were Xiao Li's next steps? They had no backup plan whatsoever. Niji, battered and bruised, had just utilized the shadow clone technique and suffered some backlash. His chakra was almost depleted. He inwardly hoped Xiao Li had some contingency plan. Feigning nonchalance, Xiao Li scratched his head and casually remarked, "Your strength is impressive, and you have earned our recognition. I believe you shouldn't remain a mere hired ninja. Instead, why not join us in Konoha? It would be a pity to have someone with your strength and intellect as an enemy." What? Tian and Niji exchanged bewildered glances. What was Xiao Li saying? Even at this juncture, he was. However, based on past experiences, they chose to remain silent. Observing Xiao Li's leisurely demeanor instilled a sense of confidence in both of them. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback before responding coldly. "You find my acknowledgement amusing, do you? Do you truly think I require your validation? Today's youth have become increasingly arrogant. Allow me to enlighten you. I am a rogue ninja. Do you believe any ninja village would dare to accept me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Li gestured to the three, revealing that he was indeed a rogue ninja from Takigakure. It was no wonder he resorted to becoming a hired ninja. However, Konoha bore no ill will toward his past deeds, for they belonged to the roots of Konoha, the village's shadowy underbelly. As long as he was willing to join, they could guarantee his safety. Xiao Li placed particular emphasis on the word roots, causing Kakuzu to visibly tremble. He had heard of this clandestine organization, a powerful faction under a different leader of Konoha, known for its secrecy. Moreover, within the roots, a shadow-level powerhouse could expect considerable rewards, such as wealth and beauty, luxuries readily provided by the organization. Money? How much are we talking about? Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with greed. There was no one who loved money more than he. It was his beloved, and he would never tire of its presence. As long as he could hold money while sleeping, he would be content. He immediately inquired, "What is the catch?" Seeing Kakuzu gradually falling for the bait, Xiao Li smirked and lamented, "For us second-rate subordinates, the annual income is merely 7 to 800,000. Why do you ask? 7 to 800,000 a year? You must be lying." Kakuzu stammered, incredulous. The income of a second-rate subordinate was staggering, making the roots seem incredibly affluent. If Danzo were to learn that Xiao Li was spinning such tall tales, he would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Yet, Xiao Li was determined to stall for time, gradually reeling Kakuzu in. "Why would I deceive you? 7 to 800,000 is just the beginning. For a first-rate subordinate, the annual income nears 2 million. As a shadow-level individual, you wouldn't need to toil like us, rarely having a mission. The benefits you would enjoy would be unparalleled. You could easily earn 5 million a year." Xiao Li extended his 5 fingers, leaving Kakuzu utterly dumbfounded. He calculated that their current commission for being hired was 100,000, and they were to remain in this border area for several days. Though the organization's funds were self-managed, the difference between 100,000 and 5 million was staggering. For Kakuzu, who valued money above all, this revelation was more devastating than the loss of a heart. While lost in thought, Kakuzu began to frantically calculate the figures. No, you must tell me. Is your organization truly wealthy?" His demeanor grew frantic as he pressed for answers. "I can't say for certain. I'm not in charge of finances. But if you're tempted, I see that your current role as a hired ninja won't net you much. Join our roots, and you could acquire immense wealth and authority. With your shadow-level strength, you could even become the head of the finance department." Xiao Li continued to speak effortlessly, his voice dripping with temptation. Money, money, money. So much wealth, Kakuzu exclaimed, expressing his greed with fervor. You mean your organization is so affluent? Then I. At that moment, Haydn, who had been silent, interjected, Kaku, have you lost your mind? This guy is clearly trying to lure you in, and you're foolishly going along with it. I've just realized the biggest fool here is you. Kakuzu's expression shifted from one of rage to one of realization, finally comprehending that he had been duped. You scoundrel! To think you would use money to tempt me. I shall slay you. That is more like it. Nevertheless, I must admit, this fellow is indeed formidable. I cannot contend with him. Reflecting on it, you were right. My physical skills require further refinement. I'll leave this one to you. I'll handle his two companions. Haydn's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, prompting Kakuzu to marvel at the sudden shift in his disposition. Is it possible? This man, having endured such fierce physical attacks from Shaoli, is still standing? Niji and Tian could only stare in disbelief at Haydn's resilience. That wretched fellow dared to render me unconscious. My head still aches. Haydn's eyes gleamed with malice as Shaoli swiftly grasped Niji and Tian's hands. Retreat. Shaoli had not anticipated Haydn's rapid recovery. His words shattered the allure he had built, and Haydn now appeared far more astute than before. Shaoli resolved to test him once more. Just as he created a slight distance from Kakuzu, he taunted, "Ant, you have finally recognized your limitations. Yet, even with this awareness, it cannot alter your fate as an ant." His voice dripped with derision, and as it reached Haydn's ears, the latter's face twitched with suppressed rage. Once I slay your companions, you shall understand what it means to be an ant. With that, the death goddess scythe lunged toward Shaoli, startling the trio. To desecrate wealth is a grave sin. You shall not escape. The fire attribute Earth Grudge erupted in flames, an inferno surging forth, swiftly enclosing the trio's escape route. What do we do, Shaoli? Tian exclaimed, panic-stricken. The flames encircled them entirely, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Tian, extinguish the flames with water jutsu. Tian grasped the scroll in her hand, prepared to unleash her technique, but the ground began to tremble, disrupting their balance. No, my body has yet to recover. Shaoli sought to escape the encirclement of flames with haste, but his fatigue hindered his movements, especially with Tian and Niji present in the fray. I will not grant you another chance. Die. The death god's scythe surged into the flames. Shaoli reacted faster than the others, ducking to evade the strike. The scythe whirled through the air, while outside the flames, Haydn cackled cruelly, pulling back his arm to send the scythe hurtling back into the inferno. This time, his target was Niji. With the ground shaking, none of the trio could muster the speed to evade. Perish. Water release. Iron bullet. A colossal sphere of water descended from the heavens, extinguishing the raging inferno below. Sensing the precarious situation, three figures emerged abruptly, the very individuals who had departed earlier. Kakuzu, taken aback, continued to wield his wind-based ninjutsu, the wind release of vengeful spirits. At that moment, from a distance, Haydn's terrifying laughter echoed. At last, I have drawn blood. With the flames quelled, the three figures positioned themselves before their respective adversaries. Notably, standing before Niji was a cloaked figure whose hands shielded him, while a Grim Reaper's scythe was ominously embedded in his back. With a swift motion, the scythe returned. Uncle Haydn, is that you? Niji exclaimed, flustered as he steadied Haydn. The scythe had initially targeted Lee, but now it was aimed squarely at him. Under normal circumstances, he could have effortlessly evaded it, for his reflexes and speed were merely a hair's breadth inferior to those of Guy and Lee. However, ensnared by Kakuzu's earth-based ninjutsu amidst the flames, the trio found themselves trapped, their footing unstable. Yet, Niji had not anticipated that Haydn would appear to shield him. At last, the ritual may commence. Omnipotent dark deity, please accept the most devoted offering from your humble servant. Chapter 56, Blood Sacrifice of Death. Cursed Arts. The air was thick with an unusually pungent scent of blood as Haydn gripped the blood-soaked, crescent-shaped scythe, having just drawn the life force from the unfortunate Hifumi. He languidly licked the blade, savoring the taste. This blood reeks of fury, sorrow, and anguish. How fascinating it is to encounter such a person. Allow me to liberate you, he murmured, casting a glance at Kakuzu. You can gather blood from others. I intend to personally slay that ninja. Kakuzu disregarded Haiden's words. His own desire to extinguish Rock Lee's life overshadowing Haiden's intentions as he glared coldly at Lee. Uncle Hifumi, are you all right? Hifumi coughed up blood, his gaze unfocused. The scythe embedded deep in his back, a grievous wound indeed. Niji supported him, anxiety etched across his face. He could not bear the thought of losing the only remaining family member from the branch house. Akai-sensei, Senior Suzuki, Hifumi-senpai, Niji, Tintin, brace yourselves. There is something amiss with these two. I noticed their expressions shifted dramatically after the scythe pierced Hifumi. They are now brimming with confidence, which surely bodes ill. There is definitely something wrong. Haiden is about to unleash his cursed powers, and no one can save Hifumi. If only we could pull him out of the cursed range like Shikamaru did in the original story, there might be hope. But that is impossible now that Kakuzu is involved. He is enraged, and with him intervening, salvation for Hifumi is beyond reach. The situation will only worsen for us. Lee warned, igniting a sense of urgency among his companions. Senior Suzuki felt the change in the two assailants as well, but memories of their assassination of numerous Konoha ninjas, including his own kin, ignited a fiery rage within him. I care not whether you are hired assassins, or what have you. You have no right to take the lives of our Konoha ninjas. Today, I shall ensure that you both perish here, in honor of the fallen. He raised his katana, a gleaming arc slicing through the moonlit night, the blade radiating a brilliant light akin to pristine snow, illuminating Kakuzu's dark cloak. Suzuki's pupils constricted in recognition as he executed a series of elegant, traditional sword techniques, each slash infused with powerful gusts of wind chakra to enhance the blade's lethality. Moonlight blade technique. Kakuzu remained stern. After the age of Onmyoji faded, the era of the samurai arose. Despite their initial prominence, the samurai eventually fell behind as the era of ninjas emerged. The only place where their traditions still endure is the Land of Water, where they are renowned for their swordsmanship. I have witnessed many sword techniques throughout my long life, and yours is impressive. However, you shall meet your end. Moonlight Gale. Suzuki's ferocity intensified as he accelerated the frequency of his strikes, the blade's gleam slicing through the air like a tempest, cleaving all in its path. Kakuzu's expression grew grave as he faced two formidable spirits, his own powers awakening. He summoned a combination of fire and wind release techniques, creating a devastating jutsu that unleashed a torrent of flames propelled by fierce winds. Suzuki, taken aback by the speed and might of the composite ninjutsu, swiftly retreated, realizing that the combined might of fire and wind was equal to, if not superior to, his own blade techniques. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Tintin, recognizing the peril, positioned herself behind Suzuki, forming hand seals and shouting as a wall of earth erupted from the ground. Yet, against such overwhelming composite ninjutsu, even this B-rank technique could not withstand the onslaught. Tintin's aim was not to block the attack, but to provide a moment for her comrades to evade the imminent danger. We must flee, Akai shouted, despite the weariness and after-effects still plaguing him. At his command, the group sprang in various directions. At last, we evaded calamity, they thought, witnessing the inferno consuming the forest behind them. The composite ninjutsu was undeniably powerful, a display of mastery that even seasoned Nin would struggle to replicate. Moreover, their adversary stood unwavering, exuding an air of calm that belied the exertion typically associated with such powerful techniques. I once thought Lee was exaggerating when he spoke of them being of the Kage level, but now I am convinced. They are indeed Kage level. Suzuki exclaimed, astonished. Cough. Cough. They are Kage level. We must withdraw. Engaging with Kage level foes is a path only to doom. This grave matter must be reported to Konoha. The Hokage must decide how to proceed. Hifumi coughed again, blood seeping from his wound, his expression momentarily frozen in horror, as if he had witnessed some unspeakable horror. Niji, noticing the change, panicked, Uncle Hifumi, what is happening? Why is there so much blood flowing from your chest? Niji's hands trembled as he struggled to support Hifumi. I do not, no. Hifumi stammered, the curse already binding him, a pact of life and death. Hayden's mocking laughter echoed. He has already been cursed. Ha ha ha. The scene before them was grotesque as Hayden transformed, his visage horrifying, with pale lips and a darkened face. Blood streaming from his body as he plunged a black kunai into his own heart, having drawn a sinister symbol beneath him with his own blood. Is he insane? Tintin gasped, horrified by Hayden's antics as he seemed to blur the lines between human and monster, utilizing a kunai to pierce his own chest. What curse is this? Lee demanded coldly, shaking off the dread that had gripped him and his companions, finally realizing that Hayden was indeed flesh and blood. The curse. Explaining it is quite complex, but allow me to demonstrate, Hayden said, bursting into manic laughter as he produced another black kunai. Watch closely for this time. I shall pierce my left eye. With a swift motion, he drove the kunai into his own eye. My left eye? No. What is happening to my eye? Niji cried out in horror as Hifumi and Appo's eye wept blood, an ominous liquid pooling forth. He clutched his eyes in agony, collapsing to the ground. Uncle Hifumi! Uncle Hifumi! Niji rushed to assist, but Hifumi fought against him, desperate to distance himself. Niji was met with the sight of Hifumi writhing on the ground, near death. Ha! How pathetic. Just a stab to the heart and the eye, and you were already at your limit. I had thought more highly of you. Hayden taunted. Equally pained yet unyielding, for he had experienced far worse torment. Damn it! What sorcery are you wielding? Allow me to shatter your wickedness. Suzuki, recognizing Hayden's malevolence, drew his sword, only to be met with a swift wind jutsu from Kakuzu, which sent him hurtling backward. How infuriating. Chapter 57. Farewell the Curse. A most mysterious and bizarre force in the world, seemed intimately linked to fate. Niji's eyes widened as he beheld the dire state of Hikaru. He noticed that the chakra within him was vanishing at an alarming rate. Stop! Stop! Spare Uncle Hikaru! Niji roared, his heart heavy with sorrow. Observing Niji's overwhelming agitation, Lee shook his head in despair. Kakuzu, blocking the way, prevented anyone from approaching Hayden. Rescuing Hikaru seemed an impossibility. Moreover, Hayden had already pierced his own heart and left eye with kunai. Even if Hikaru were saved, his life would be tragically brief. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lee felt a tumult of emotions within him, as if Niji's cry had struck a deep chord of anguish in his heart. Spare him? How absurd. His life is already steeped in suffering. I merely hasten his release. On the contrary, you ought to be grateful to me. Hayden, having stabbed his heart and eye, appeared utterly unfazed by the agony, speaking with meticulous precision and satisfaction. Indeed, he reveled in witnessing the expressions of others, their anguish, the madness born of familial bonds, and the fury of comrades. I will kill you, Niji declared, attempting to advance, but the others sensed the impending danger. Kakuzu and Appo's watchful gaze offered no opportunity for them to approach Hayden. Hold Niji back, Aoi shouted. Sasuke, closest to Niji, made to restrain him. Yet his hands became numb as if paralyzed. How could he have trained his gentle fist to such a level? A storm of realization surged within Sasuke. Having guarded the borders alongside Hikaru for years, he possessed a deep understanding of the gentle fist technique. This ancient martial art, when combined with the Byakugan, could manipulate chakra with an intricacy that rendered it imperceptible to others, allowing for subtle, precise strikes, such as the basic technique of sealing tenketsu, rendering an opponent unable to utilize chakra. The gentle fist's gentle force could condense chakra into a minuscule point, delivering a strike that directly impacted the opponent's vital organs, the most vulnerable part of the human body. Niji's chakra radiated with remarkable finesse, extending outward to envelop and protect him, akin to the principles of the healing palm. Seeing that Sasuke could not hold Niji back, always sprang up to pursue him. I won't allow you to pass. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The wind attribute ninjutsu surged forth, creating a potent hurricane before Niji. Undeterred, Niji charged ahead, ignoring the wind technique. Niji! Tintin cried out in panic, but it was too late. Damn it! I cannot fall. I must save Uncle Hikaru. I must save him. A formidable will surged within him, anchoring him to the ground. As the wind howled, the blades of air sliced across Niji's body, leaving one scar, then 2, 3, 4. He lost count of how many wounds he sustained, yet none struck a fatal location. The breadth of the great breakthrough was too vast. Sasuke held on to Aoi and Tenten, preventing them from being swept away, while he clung to a sturdy tree, resisting the tempest. Healing Palm, Niji shouted, assuming the gentle fist stance amidst the tumultuous winds, unleashing the technique with sudden force. The spiraling power of the healing palm dispelled the ferocious winds, and he took a step forward. To still wield healing palm under the great breakthrough was a commendable feat, but how would he contend with the next onslaught? Fire release, fire walk, wind release, tornado. The fire attribute ninjutsu joined forces with the wind attribute technique, unleashing two formidable attacks simultaneously. Run, Niji! Niji! The cries of anguish echoed. For should Niji be struck by this combined ninjutsu, his demise would be certain. I cannot retreat. I must save Uncle Hikaru. I absolutely cannot die, even in death. I fear not. The typically calm and proud Niji was now consumed by an inner voice insisting he must not fall, he must not yield. Niji, young master. Flee, flee. On the ground, Hikaru regained a flicker of consciousness, hearing the shouts of his companions, feeling Niji's unwavering resolve to protect him. His heart bled with the weight of their camaraderie, and propelled by sheer will, he rose once more. Die, Niji. Under the fearsome wind and fire combined ninjutsu. An overwhelming force surged forth, engulfing Niji's form in a blinding torrent. The onlookers could no longer discern his figure. Damn it! Aoi lamented, striking the earth in frustration, filled with self-loathing for allowing his student to face such peril. Tintin stood, frozen in disbelief, unable to process the reality before her, while Lee fell silent, his eyes igniting with fury. As the residual force dissipated, Niji's position remained obscured in a hazy mist, leaving his fate uncertain. How delightful! Kakuzu, you are indeed more ruthless than I, Haiden chuckled. Kakuzu grunted, ignoring Haiden's taunts, his expression betraying discomfort. His thunder attribute heart had suffered grievous damage, and having employed several composite ninjutsu, even with chakra 5 times that of an ordinary Jainin, he could scarcely endure such depletion. Could it be? As the smoke cleared, Haiden's eyes widened in disbelief, matched by Kakuzu's astonishment. There lay a charred, bloodless body, clutching Niji tightly, shielding him. It was Hikaru, driven by an unknown force to place himself before Niji in his dying moments. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene, for Hikaru, embracing Niji, was devoid of life. Niji. Live on. With a heavy thud, Hikaru's body fell lifelessly to the ground as the mist dispersed, crystalline tears cascading down. No, Niji succumbed to unconsciousness. The opening of the gates. The fourth gate, the healing gate, was unleashed. Lee's entire being radiated crimson, steam billowing forth as he instantaneously reached Niji's side, lifting both Niji and the lifeless Hikaru into his arms, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. With a blur, Lee's speed was beyond the eye's grasp. In a heartbeat, he had transported Niji and Hikaru's remains before Sasuke. Take them back to the camp with Aoi and the others. Leave the rest to me. With that, Lee vanished, reappearing before Kakuzu and Haiden, their expressions turning grave. This foe was indeed formidable. Even the audacious Haiden felt an acute sense of caution, for this adversary had grown 100-fold stronger. Kill. With a clang, Lee brandished his kunai, fury igniting within him. The sheer force of his speed and power fractured the earth, sending the 4 wind attribute ninjutsu users spiraling away. Let us go? Suzuki. Aoi, taken aback by Lee's mastery of the 8 gates, realized the gravity of the situation. He had taught the 8 gates, yet never anticipated that Lee could open the 4th gate in mere months. Understanding the terrifying nature of the 8 gates, Aoi knew they must flee, as Lee could not sustain this power for long. In that moment, none dared to linger, all hastening towards the camp in a desperate flight. Boom. Chapter 58. The fall this time We underestimated our opponent. Who would have thought such formidable physical prowess existed? That individual should not have pursued us, right? Phaeton leaned against a large tree, panting heavily, his body riddled with wounds. Deep gashes, exposing white bone, continuously oozed fresh blood. For an ordinary person, such injuries would be fatal, yet for Phaeton, they were merely an inconvenience. The agony stemmed from the relentless pain coursing through his bones. Reflecting on the combat prowess of their adversaries, he felt his cervical spine chill with apprehension. They must not have followed, nor detected any trace of his presence. It was astonishing that Konoha dispatched such a powerful expert. Indeed, one should never underestimate a great ninja village, particularly Konoha. Although it was said that Konoha had declined, it now appeared to be mere rumor. Kakuzu was equally unwell, his injuries no less severe than Phaeton's, compounded by the destruction of his heart. 2 of them, to be precise. This realization filled him with dread. They were said to be immortal monsters, yet they now recognized that their true adversary was the real monster, possessing bizarre attack methods. Speed invisible to the naked eye, and explosive power beyond comprehension, all meticulously calculated. If it were merely speed and power, they could have managed. But the enigmatic nature of the attacks left them with no opportunity to retaliate. Exhausted, Phaeton collapsed onto the ground. "Get up, Phaeton. I sense several presences approaching us. They seem to be from a Wagakure," Kakuzu stated weakly. "Huh, what do they want?" Phaeton, too fatigued to regard the Iwnin, only desired rest. "I sense a murderous intent from them. It feels peculiar," Kakuzu continued, his eyelids flickering as he sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Before long, 7 Iwnin appeared before Phaeton and Kakuzu. Upon witnessing the grievous injuries of the two, they were astonished. How could such severe wounds not have resulted in death? However, their purpose was not to rescue these hired ninjas, but to interrogate them regarding the massacre of the 10 Jonin guarding the camp. "I am Jonin Dato-senpai. Why have all 10 of our guards been killed? Do you know the specifics?" One IW. A ninja stepped forward, towering and imposing, with dark skin and triangular eyes, emanating an intimidating aura to intimidate the hired ninjas before him. To his surprise, his presence did not elicit any change in the demeanor of the 2 hired ninjas. They did not even acknowledge his existence. Nonetheless, Kakuzu understood the gravity of the situation. Realizing it was the 3 who had departed, he replied, "It was the ninjas from Konoha who did this. Indeed, those despicable Konoha ninjas. Brothers, we shall march to the Konoha camp." Dato-senpai exclaimed with fury, a palpable bloodlust surrounding him, while the 6 Jonin behind him similarly radiated intense murderous intent. Without overthinking, he recognized that the 2 hired ninjas served a Wagakure and would not act contrary to their interests, as they could not bear the wrath of the Earth Country. "Very well, but I have another question for you. Where were you when my companions were slain by the Konoha ninjas? You bear such grievous wounds yet speak as if unharmed." Dato-senpai coldly inquired. As a Jonin, he possessed the discernment befitting his rank. He was unsure of Kakuzu and Phaeton's capabilities, but he knew that someone with such severe injuries would either be bedridden or dead. "Are you implying we violated our contract?" Kakuzu retorted darkly. Phaeton rose, casting an irritated glance at the 7 Jonin. Truth be told, had it not been for the contract and the leader's intimidation, he would have wreaked havoc within a Wagakure. "A contract? Huh, do you dare speak of contracts? Our men are dead, thus the contract is void. I care not whether you fled in battle. The agreement with a Wagakure is null. Do not let us see you again," Dato-senpai declared, preparing to lead the 6 Iwnin towards the Konoha camp. However, Kakuzu's cold voice interrupted. "So, you will not provide compensation? Not a single piece of gold? They say the people of the Earth Country are tyrannical. I now see it for myself. Phaeton, I am furious. Eliminate them." "Uncle Kakuzu, you have finally come to your senses. I have long found these scoundrels intolerable, treating us like fools." Phaeton responded, laughter escaping him. "You seek death, do you? We can certainly oblige you." The 7 Jonin regarded the pair with disdain. "Do you possess earth, fire, or lightning attribute hearts? I happen to be in need of 3. A battle was about to commence anew. On the other side, having retreated back to camp, Guy and the others quickly discovered a multitude of figures within the encampment, filling him with joy. Upon seeing this, Sasasa Suzuki dashed even faster. This operation had been both a success and a failure. Of the 10 who had come with him, he was now the sole survivor. A profound sense of desolation enveloping him. Before his demise, the only concern for his comrade, Niji, was that he would ensure Niji's safety. He shouted, "Prepare for medical assistance immediately. Hurry." With Suzuki's roar, the entire camp sprang to attention, opening the tents to reveal Guy, Suzuki, and others appearing disheveled and grim. The seriousness of their situation dawned upon everyone. "Haichi, DZA, Riku, is that you? Excellent. Quickly prepare medical aid. My student requires treatment. Also, mobilize a search party immediately. I have another student patrolling the area. Dispatch someone to search." Guy exclaimed, his excitement palpable, only to faint abruptly afterward. The three emerging from the tent were the Inuzuka trio, who knew Guy well. Upon seeing him and the others in such a state, they were taken aback. Initially believing that only minor disturbances had occurred along the border, now realizing the problem was far more severe than they had anticipated. "Guy, are you all right?" Haichi inquired as he moved closer, but was interrupted by Tenten's voice. "Senpai, please hurry to save Lee. I beg you, please save him quickly." Tenten finally broke down, sobbing loudly. At only 12 years old, she faced a reality far more brutal than ordinary missions. After expressing her despair, she too succumbed to the overwhelming stress and fainted. Witnessing two individuals collapse upon their return, lying on the ground, unaware of their fates, alongside Suzuki, who displayed no emotion, Riku furrowed his brow and immediately commanded, "Haichi, DZA, gather the rest, and head to the patrol area to search for Lee. Remember, do not split up." Riku's expression was grave. Recognizing the severity of the situation as even Guy had fainted, he feared that if DZA and the others operated separately, they would be vulnerable to danger. Though the search area would be smaller, it would ensure safety. Upon hearing Riku's orders, DZA and Haichi assembled with 3 jonin and set off toward the patrol area. "Understood. The rest will tend to the injured." With Riku's command, all ninjas sprang into action. "Suzuki, can you provide me with the details of the situation?" Sasaki Suzuki's expression was one of profound sorrow as he sighed deeply, and together with Roku, they entered the tent to recount the sequence of events. After Suzuki detailed the situation to Roku, the latter gasped in shock. Prior to his arrival, he had acted under the Hokage's directive, with no inkling of the specifics until they reached the border. The Hokage had disclosed nothing, and recognizing the urgency of the situation, they had all rushed here without a moment's respite. Xiao Li's analysis was commendable, and his actions were decisively taken. However, I had not anticipated that the land of Earth would employ ninjas, let alone 2 elite-level assailants to attack our Konoha ninjas. I must report the particulars to Lord Hokage. Suzuki, you should take the time to rest. We shall handle the remainder. Roku understood Suzuki's feelings at that moment and sighed as he stepped out of the tent. In the patrol area, a figure, seemingly on the verge of losing consciousness, trudged slowly through the forest. His gait was as lifeless as that of a zombie, devoid of any agility. Blood continually trickled from the corners of his mouth, and each step required immense willpower to propel himself forward. Who would have thought I could feel such rage over trivial matters, companionship, bonds? Such laughable concepts compel me, by Wu Chang, to risk everything for these mundane things. Life is indeed filled with surprises and absurdities. Alas, I, by Wu Chang, am ultimately myself, a solitary specter wandering through the night. Companions are merely tools to be utilized. As for emotions, ha ha ha. The walking figure mumbled incessantly, raising his gaze to the vast, boundless horizon, as Xiao Li's form gradually succumbed to the ground. Chapter 59. Healing. As the sky gradually brightened, Dingzhua and Hai sensed a faint chakra fluctuation. A Janin following closely behind them inquired, "How far is it from here?" 200 meters in the 12 o'clock direction, the Janin replied. "Very well. Let's proceed immediately and continue to observe the surroundings in case of an explosion," Dingzhua commanded. Yes, the 5 of them hurried along. But as they passed a location where Xiao Li and others had previously fought, They were taken aback by the devastation. The ground was utterly obliterated and a forest had been reduced to nothingness, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. This spurred Dingzhua Hai and the others to be even more vigilant. The faint chakra fluctuation was not far from their position, but had ceased to move. Hai, your perception is superior to mine. It is prudent for you to lead the way. I am feeling somewhat fatigued, the Jainin admitted wearily. It was understandable, as they had traveled all night to reach the camp with little rest, and upon arrival, they were immediately tasked with another mission. Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Let us move. After vacating the area, the five continued their search and eventually discovered a young boy in white attire lying in the grass, his aura exceedingly weak. It is Shaoli. We must take him back to camp for treatment, Hai said grimly. The boy was quite young, nearly the same age as his daughter. Igniting a mix of admiration and fury within him at the cruel actions of the IWA shinobi, Dingzhua lifted Xiao Li and gestured for the others to return to the camp at once. Retreat. Meanwhile, the immortal duo sat upon a rock, fatigued from their taxing mission. Before them, 7 corpses were being devoured by wolves drawn by the scent of blood. Faden, taking a deep breath filled with the stench of gore, boasted, I believe we are almost recovered, Kano. Should we not head to the Konoha camp and eliminate those few individuals? Among the 7 corpses, 6 possessed earth attribute hearts and 1 a fire attribute heart, significantly replenishing Kakuzu's energy. Upon hearing Faden's suggestion, Kakuzu regarded him with a look of incredulity. We now have enemies at both locations, and I suspect that Konoha's Jainin are on their way. With so many of Iwa's Jainin perishing, do you truly think we can continue our slaughter? If you wish to die, that is your prerogative. You have already botched the commission. The leader has decreed that you will not receive wages for the next year. We must return to headquarters. Damn it. Why am I the only one having my wages docked? Why not you, Kakuzu? Explain this to me. Faden, though not overly concerned with wealth, still had moments when he required funds. His annoyance grew at Kakuzu's demeanor. If you question my authority, allow me to clarify. When we encountered the Konoha ninjas, you disregarded my advice, breaching the contract by allowing those 3 ninjas to proceed to the IWA camp, resulting in significant losses. You have effectively squandered our payment. Although you regained consciousness afterward, you have now killed 7 IWA ninjas, which will incite retaliation from IWA Shinobi Village, much to the leader and Appo's displeasure. Upon our return, you will undoubtedly receive a scolding, and I, as the treasurer, will ensure that my own pay remains intact. You scoundrel, I will concede the previous incident. But those 7 IWA ninjas. At this juncture, Faden realized the truth. Indeed, he had been the one to kill those 7, with Kakuzu merely assisting in extracting their hearts. Damn it, I and Appo's been duped. Fuming with rage, Faden glared at Kakuzu, who bore an expression that made him want to strike him repeatedly. Enough with the idle chatter. We must vacate the border swiftly. The leader is preparing for a gathering. We cannot afford to be late, or else our wages will be docked again, Kakuzu coldly stated. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Lord Tsuchikage, this is the latest intelligence from the border. A Jainin presented a report to a diminutive old man, who was none other than Inoki, the Tsuchikage of the Earth Country. Upon reviewing the information, his fury erupted as he crumpled the document in his fist and slammed it onto the stone table. The surrounding ninjas were puzzled by Inoki's sudden outburst. I intended to gauge Konoha's situation, yet their response was unexpectedly fierce. 17 Jainin have perished. Damn Konoha! Inoki seethed. His plan had been to allow the hired ninjas to clash with Konoha's forces, ultimately letting the Earth Country benefit from the chaos. To his dismay, the plan had backfired, costing him 17 Jainin. This left him bewildered about Konoha's unpredictable reaction. The reports from his long-established spies within Konoha had suggested they would not respond so vehemently. Had they been misled? Shaking his head, Inoki remained uncertain about the situation. More intelligence has arrived, Lord Tsuchikage. Another intelligence officer entered the Tsuchikage chamber, and Inoki quickly snatched the report from him. Upon glancing at its contents, his rage ignited once more. Damn Akatsuki! They dare to employ such tactics against me. Once I have resolved the border issues, I will ensure that they learn of the might of the IWA shinobi. Crack. Oh no, my back has gone out again. Konoha, Lord Hokage, here is the latest intelligence from the border. The third Hokage took the report and scrutinized it carefully, then let out a sigh of relief. Gunma, send a report to Kakashi and the others to return. It is time for them to take a well-deserved rest. Yes, Lord Hokage. With a deep exhale, the third Hokage's expression grew solemn. It seems I must engage in serious negotiations with the Earth Country. A day later, Tintin and Lee carried Niji and Xiao Li back to Konoha. Upon their arrival, they made a beeline for the hospital. Xiao Li and Niji had been unconscious for an entire day and night. Although their lives were not in danger, they remained unresponsive, their injuries severe, some burns, necrotic muscle, and damaged meridians, which posed a significant challenge. Upon reaching the hospital, the medical team had already gathered at the entrance, including the third Hokage. He approached the unconscious Xiao Li and Niji and immediately ordered the medical team to exert every effort to save them. Akai, you have performed exceptionally well on this mission. You may now rest. And Tintin, you have also done admirably. It is time you returned home for a well-earned respite. Your parents are quite worried about you. Tintin, though relieved that Niji and Xiao Li were being attended to, felt a pang of helplessness as she observed their distant figures, feeling like a burden. The most useless person. Yes, Lord Hokage. Akai placed a comforting hand on Tintin's shoulder and gently urged, Tintin, you are also exhausted. Go home and rest. I will ensure their care. Tintin nodded, her heart heavy as she left in a daze. I hope I am not a burden, but rather a comrade who can fight alongside you. As she walked, tears streamed down her face. She had never felt such helplessness and resentment toward her own inadequacy. With only 2 weeks remaining until the Nin selection exam, Akai hoped that Xiao Li and the others would have ample time to recuperate. He eagerly anticipated their performances in the upcoming trials. With that, the third Hokage turned and gradually departed. Chapter 60. Changing Destiny. In a high-level meeting between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, various discussions culminated in a peaceful resolution regarding their borders. For days have passed since Xiao Li and his companions completed their mission, yet the two remain hospitalized. Both Niji and Xiao Li sustained severe injuries, but fortunately, they have regained consciousness. In a hospital room, 2 figures lie side by side. You're awake? Niji, who awoke slightly earlier than Xiao Li, is bound in bandages. Lying on his bed, Xiao Li, equally bandaged, opens his eyes and gazes at the ceiling. After a prolonged silence, Niji speaks, Xiao Li, I have a question for you. His eyes, filled with confusion, reflect his internal struggle as he questions the very essence of his existence. The death of Hinata has brought him back to square one, making him realize how naive and foolish he once was. In contrast, he now sees Xiao Li's previous behavior as far more mature. You may ask, but I cannot guarantee an answer. Xiao Li replies softly. I know you are an orphan. Have you never resented the unfairness of fate? Niji inquires. Fairness? You must know that fate is inherently unjust. Why inquire further? If fate is a knife, we dance upon its edge, and a single misstep could lead us to the abyss. Xiao Li speaks gently, contemplating the nature of destiny. In this world, where is true fairness? If everyone resented fate's injustices, what would that make them? In his previous life, he never complained about destiny. He endured a harsh upbringing devoid of childhood joy, a youth without the pleasures of education and the pursuits of love in his adolescence. He accepted the arrangements of fate, occasionally harboring grievances, yet to what end? Should he retaliate against those who receive the fairness that fate denies him? Niji is taken aback. He hoped Xiao Li would mirror his thoughts. Yet the clarity of Xiao Li and Appo's response leaves him speechless. The Hyuga clan, with its oppressive main family, treats the branch family like mere dogs, controlling them as slaves. The long-standing conflict between the main and branch families has seen many attempts to break free, all ending in failure. The reason lies within the curse that marks their foreheads. At this moment, neither wears their forehead protector. Niji's white bandage gradually loosens, revealing the green curse mark. He points to his forehead, and Xiao Li acknowledges his knowledge of the curse. I have heard of the caged bird. The Hyuga clan uses it to bind the branch family. Should they harbor malicious thoughts, this seal can turn their lives into a living hell, Xiao Li states nonchalantly. Niji gazes at Xiao Li with astonishment. How does he possess such familiarity with the caged bird? Although it is not a secret known only to the elite. Niji is curious about Xiao Li's understanding, but refrains from asking. Instead, he continues, do you think I can escape the caged bird's grasp? Throughout the conflict between the families, countless branch family warriors have sought to break free, yet all have met with failure. Even those of elite status could not free themselves from the chains of fate. Xiao Li is momentarily stunned by Niji's words. If the main family were to overhear him, Niji would undoubtedly face dire consequences. This is your personal struggle. The caged bird seal is beyond the capability of even elite ninjas. What can I, a mere genin, do to assist you? Xiao Li replies. Niji shakes his head. If it were anyone else, I would not believe it. But I have a feeling that if you are willing to help me, you can assist me in breaking the seal of the caged bird. I assure you, I will not ask for your help without recompense. If you can lift the curse, my life will be yours to command. Niji's determination is palpable, devoid of jest or mockery. Both are not individuals prone to humor. Oh, it seems Hinata's death has intensified your hatred for the main family. But have you considered that even if I could help you break the caged bird's seal, the main family would immediately retaliate? The moment you break free, you would likely become their target. Are you not afraid of that? Xiao Li questions. I would rather die than live in humiliation. If I must perish while breaking the seal, I would choose that fate. This shackled existence is a mark upon my soul. I wish to give the branch family new hope. They are not slaves or mere tools. They have thoughts and feelings of their own, and I will make it happen. Niji's expression grows increasingly fierce. Niji Hyuga, you are finally awakening. This is the true you, not the one portrayed in the anime who resignedly accepted a tragic fate. Xiao Li observes earnestly. If I have the ability, I will help you, but not now. We are both too weak. The price we have paid has only resulted in minor injuries to two elite ninjas. Are we not pitifully weak? Xiao Li teases. Seeing in Niji the potential he had long desired, a person with inherent pride, someone who would seldom betray once they had committed. You speak the truth. Our strength is indeed insufficient. It seems we must diligently train to grow stronger, Niji agrees heavily. Xiao Li shakes his head. Look outside at the vast sky. How expansive it is, and how small is our village of Konoha. If we remain confined within, our growth will be stunted. Only by venturing out can we truly become powerful. Reading 1,000 books pales in comparison to traveling 1,000 miles. Outside, we often embark on missions, don't we? However, leaving Konoha without cause could be deemed treasonous, Niji replies cautiously. Aside from missions, ninjas cannot leave their villages unless they are strong enough to defy such constraints. Unfortunately, neither of us fits that description at present, Xiao Li asserts. It is premature to discuss this now. Let us focus on recovering first. The Chunin exam is approaching, and it promises to bring some surprises, Xiao Li adds. The Chunin exam? Niji realizes that the biannual event is indeed drawing near. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swings open, startling both of them. Had someone overheard their conversation? They exchange anxious glances. As the door opens, a young girl steps inside, Tian, carrying a bouquet and a basket filled with fruits. Great news. You two are finally awake, she exclaims, her joy palpable. Tian had been aware that they had regained consciousness the day before, but had been preoccupied with her family's business and could only visit today, as her teacher, Guy, was otherwise engaged. Did you hear what we were just discussing? Xiao Li inquires with a smile. Tian looks puzzled and shakes her head, indicating she does not understand. Xiao Li feels relieved. It is best she remains unaware, for if she did hear their conversation, he would have no choice but to eliminate her to prevent any potential threats. Seeing Xiao Li's inquiry towards Tian startles Niji. Their previous dialogue could pose significant risks if overheard by a third party. Yet, the arrival of Tian brings unexpected relief. However, Xiao Li's continued questioning reveals Niji's concerns for their companion's safety, as he cannot be as ruthless as Xiao Li. What has transpired between you two? I have brought you a bag of fruits. He, filled with excitement, I approached Xiao Li's bedside and engaged in a lively conversation with both of them. Chapter 61. Cleansing the Soul. A week later, the medical prowess of Konoha proved to be undeniably formidable, far surpassing the standards of the previous world. Niji was discharged a day earlier than Li, and by the following day, Li had fully recovered. The previous forced activation of the 8 gates had inflicted immense damage on his body, muscle strains, damaged meridians, and severely injured bones, but fortunately, everything had returned to its original state. In the relief house, Li sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in deep contemplation, reflecting on his battles with Haiden and Kakuzu. This encounter was the most brutal and challenging fight he had faced since arriving in this world. The power of the 8 gates transcended his expectations. Merely opening the 4th gate in conjunction with his assassination techniques and the force of his bright energy had far exceeded the combat capacity of Li in the original narrative. Though the cost was steep, the rewards were equally undeniable. He could distinctly sense that after this mission, his bright energy had begun to loosen, almost ready to break through into the dark energy realm. Bright energy precedes dark energy, which operates silently, aiding in combat without sound. Its principle is quite similar to Niji's gentle fist, as both aim to damage the internal structure of the enemy's body. While the underlying theory is akin, their applications differ. The gentle fist requires the assistance of the Byakugan and intricate chakra control, whereas dark energy merely consumes physical stamina, akin to the initial bright energy. Without requiring chakra, a significant advantage over the gentle fist. To transcend this slight barrier, he must follow the path he previously trod. Although his prior comprehension of the concept of heavy waves overturning remains uncertain, bright energy requires diligent practice over time, while dark energy necessitates a cleansing of the soul and an elevation of one's state of being. In his former life, Li had achieved the breakthrough into dark energy through soul cleansing, while another method involved the elevation of one's state, though regrettably, no one had ever succeeded with that approach. The essence of such elevation is profoundly enigmatic. There is a story in Buddhist teachings about a mountain man who once saw a young monk gazing into the distance at the mountains. Curiously, he approached and asked, "What do you see, monk?" The young monk replied, "Mountains." The mountain man chuckled and departed, pondering the absurdity of the monk's response. 20 years later, the mountain man, now middle-aged, encountered a middle-aged monk seated under the same tree, gazing at the distant peaks. He approached and asked, "What do you see, monk?" The monk solemnly responded, "I see that mountains are not mountains." This prompted a hearty laugh from the mountain man, who retorted, "Here are mountains everywhere. How could you say they are not mountains? The mountain before us is high, and the one below is small. Do not mistake me for a fool." After the mountain man left, the middle-aged monk gazed solemnly at the departing figure, then turned his eyes back to the mountains, sighing, "Mountains are still mountains. Why do I see them as not mountains now?" Another 20 years passed, and the mountain man had entered old age. One day, he took his young grandson up the mountain for a stroll and once again found the old monk, now ragged, seated under the same tree, gazing into the distance. The old mountain man calmly approached, saying, 40 years ago, I saw you here looking at the mountains. 20 years ago, you were here again, proclaiming they were not mountains. Now both of us are old. May I ask, what do you see this time?" The old monk smiled gently, his smile radiant as flowers blooming under the nurturing spring sun. "Mountains. The elevation of one's state is profoundly mysterious, akin to the ultimate truths of martial arts. Simplicity and complexity intertwine, ultimately leading back to the starting point. It appears deceptively simple, yet it embodies an abundance of philosophical wisdom. Conversely, the path of soul cleansing seems more accessible. His journey of cleansing the soul resembles an ascent of Mount Everest, where upon reaching the summit, his entire being undergoes a transformative upheaval, allowing him to enter the realm of dark energy. This time, he too would embark on a journey of cleansing. With the CH9 selection exams just a week away, he felt the need to venture out once more within this week, seeking a serene, secluded place to cleanse his soul. His mind was too chaotic, filled with distractions, especially since arriving in this world. It felt as if a veil had been cast over his consciousness, obscuring the pathway to dark energy. Taking a deep breath, Li created 2 shadow clones. He needed to accelerate his training in the Flying Thunder God technique. Through this battle, he gained a deeper understanding of the formidable nature of ninjutsu. As for the cleansing of dark energy, he needed to find a new location. He sensed that climbing mountains would be ineffective for this purpose. The following morning, Li stepped onto the streets, seeking to acquire new ninja tools. He had discarded the 200 pounds of weight during his mission and needed new gear, including some specially crafted shuriken, as the Flying Thunder God technique required unique shuriken for effective execution, even though he had yet to master it. He entered a ninja tool shop, which was not the familiar one from the past. Inside, a middle-aged man was polishing ninja tools. Noticing Li's entrance, he greeted him politely. "Young ninja, are you here to purchase tools?" Li nodded, unperturbed by the man's address, as his youth and forehead protector naturally warranted such a title. "What kind of tools do you need? We have a comprehensive selection: shuriken, kunai, ninjutsu scrolls, explosive tags, and more." The middle-aged shopkeeper began his introduction. Li chuckled. "Boss, I need a 200-pound weight set for my legs." 200 pounds for leg weights? The shopkeeper thought he misheard, but Li's tone conveyed seriousness. "Yes, 200 pounds. Please prepare a set, and I also need some specially crafted shuriken." "Specially crafted shuriken? You will need to provide the design for us to create them. And you'll also have to cover the material costs," the shopkeeper pondered. He realized that only a few people ever requested such custom items. Li hadn't anticipated that he would need to draft the designs for the specialized shuriken, explaining the differences in the 4th Hokage's shuriken in the original narrative. "Boss, I will draw the design for you now, and you can make it according to my specifications. I will pay for everything at once," Li stated, retrieving a pen and a notebook from his waist pouch, and began to sketch. The shopkeeper was astonished to see Li draw without hesitation. However, as a businessman, he knew his duty was to satisfy his customers. After 20 minutes, Li finally completed the design, tearing it from the notebook and presenting it to the shopkeeper. The man squinted, caught off guard by the quality of the sketches. "Are you certain you want this type of shuriken, this specially crafted one?" Seeing the shopkeeper's animated expression, Li felt a sense of confusion, as he had merely drawn the shuriken based on the 4th Hokage's design. "Yes, that's the one. Is it possible to produce it?" Li asked cautiously. "Absolutely. After all these years, someone is finally ordering this type of shuriken again," the shopkeeper exclaimed, not wanting to delve deeper into the man's excitement. Li said, "Along with the 200-pound weight set and the specially crafted shuriken, please calculate the total for me. I need to leave soon." The middle-aged boss was intently studying the blueprints, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Li's remarks. However, he soon regained his composure and gazed at Xiao Li in astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. Can this kid really be the embodiment of the Flying Thunder God technique? Surely, that's a jest. Such a skill ought to be reserved for a seasoned jonin. Moreover, this kunai was exclusively crafted by the 4th Hokage, conceived entirely by him. It must have been procured on behalf of another. As the boss pondered this possibility, he felt an unexpected sense of relaxation wash over him. "Very well. Let me calculate the cost for you." The boss approached the counting table, taking up an abacus to begin his calculations. Meanwhile, Xiao Li picked up the weights lying on the ground and, as if it were a trivial matter, proceeded to strap them onto his legs, lightly bouncing a few times. "This weight feels just right," he mused. After a moment, the boss concluded his calculations. The total comes to 20,000 taels. Just as he put away the abacus, he caught sight of Xiao Li, who was nonchalantly practicing his leg exercises while bound by the weights. Staring in disbelief, the boss couldn't help but wonder, how old is this kid? Goodness, this is utterly terrifying. Chapter 62. Voting under the boss's dazed expression, Xiao Li placed 2,000 silver notes on the table and inquired, "When can I collect the specially made kunai?" The boss snapped back to reality, staring at Xiao Li with a slight stutter. "You can come to pick it up in 3 days." "Very well, I shall return in 3 days." "Thank you," Xiao Li replied, not lingering further, and hurried out towards the training ground. Along the way, he noticed an array of peculiar figures within the village of Konoha. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were ninjas from other countries, all here to participate in the CH-NIN exams. This thought weighed heavily on Xiao Li's heart. After the CH-NIN exams, The plan to destroy Konoha would commence. He wondered if that particular Sannin had arrived yet. Forget it, it is best to remain carefree. Pondering too much serves no purpose. The splendor of this village was rarely seen in his past life, which explained why so many nations eyed it covetously. Any sign of weakness would invite oppression. At long last, they had returned. The mission in the Land of Waves was a resounding success. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki returned to the village, brimming with pride. After their experiences in the Land of Waves, both had considerably enhanced their abilities. In contrast to Naruto's brashness, Sasuke clenched his fist and addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, can you take me to see that Shaoli? I wish to challenge him. Naruto, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, I want to fight him too. Sakura, utterly smitten, gushed. Sasuke is still so cool. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, bemused. It was surprising that Sasuke had not forgotten about Shaoli. The disparity in their strengths was significant. Even with the Sharingan activated, Sasuke would not match Shaoli. Of course, if Sasuke were to fully unleash the true potential of the Sharingan, Shaoli would undoubtedly falter against him. Nevertheless, perhaps it would be beneficial for them to face a setback. Tomorrow, he would take them to test their mettle against Xiao Li and his companions. You wish to challenge Shaoli? You must wait until tomorrow. We just returned to Konoha, and there are many matters to attend to. I need to report our mission to the Hokage. We shall convene at the training ground tomorrow, and I will take you then. All right. Kakashi-sensei is so nice. With that, Kakashi vanished, and the trio returned to their respective homes. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was somewhat crowded. As Kakashi entered, many turned to greet him. He sensed something was amiss, noticing an unusual number of Jonin gathered, including the strategist, Danzo. It seemed he had missed a significant event. Approaching, he calmly asked, Is there something I should know about? The third Hokage tapped his pipe and coughed a couple of times, then said, Kakashi, you have returned at a fortuitous time. You need to be informed about this matter. It turned out that Danzo, Shikaku, and Inoichi had rushed back to Konoha a day prior. The border issue had been temporarily resolved peacefully, with both sides suffering losses among their Jonin. However, the casualties were heavier on the Rock Village's side, with 17 dead compared to Konoha's 9. Kakashi was utterly astounded by the potential for a mission to escalate into war. In that moment, he reflected on Xiao Li's abilities and felt a pang of realization regarding the immaturity of his students' conduct. Moreover, I have an announcement to make. The next Nin selection exam will take place 1 week from now, a week earlier than scheduled. You may inform your students to submit their self-recommendations by tomorrow. Everyone nodded, well aware of the procedures for the Nin exam. The third inhaled from his pipe and continued. This is regarding the Nin selection. I would like to discuss with you the possibility of promoting Guy's team directly to Nin. What are your thoughts? This requires a vote. The documents on my desk contain their task completion records and the criteria for promotion. Asuma, Kakashi, and Kurenai, along with other Jonin, nodded in agreement. The purpose of the Nin exam was to select candidates, yet if a team demonstrated exceptional ability during missions, they could apply for direct promotion. However, Guy was not present today, otherwise his exuberant reactions would surely have ensued. After reviewing the records of Guy's team, it was clear that their performance had been mediocre in the first month, but subsequently, their evaluations were predominantly D-rank tasks, with an astonishing 60 out of 65 D-rank assignments meeting A-rank standards. The final task, a B-rank mission, boasted an S-rank completion rate. The evaluations and accomplishments left everyone in awe. Such outstanding performance from mere genin was remarkable. Even the Jonin could hardly suppress their laughter, realizing that Guy had indeed struck gold with these 3 students, who were now fully qualified for promotion. Historically, an entire team being promoted to Nin had only occurred once before, with the legendary Sannin. Now, you 32 members, please raise your hands to vote in favor of their promotion to Nin. Kurenai was taken aback and whispered to Asuma, Is this the little monster you mentioned last time? I thought you were joking. Now I see that Guy's team indeed possesses the strongest genin this year. Sensory ninjas, strategists. Support ninjas, they are akin to a well-rounded platoon. It seemed that eccentric individuals could indeed produce equally remarkable students. Luckily, Guy was absent today, otherwise, he would surely be moved to tears. After a brief discussion, votes were cast, and the first hand raised was the most unexpected of all, Kakashi's vote. Asuma voted, followed by Kurenai, Danzo, Shikaku, and others, ultimately resulting in 26 votes in favor, 4 abstentions, and 2 against. It appeared that the consensus leaned towards their promotion to CH Nin. Thus, following the CH Nin exams, an announcement regarding their advancement would be made. The third smiled, satisfied with the outcome. Once Xiao Li became a CH Nin, he could directly integrate into the Umbu. A talent like his needed to be secured immediately. If Danzo were to seize him, the loss would be substantial. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. Remain vigilant regarding the village's defenses this week. After all, the CH Nin exam is a significant exchange, as well as a covert operation for intelligence gathering. We must not allow our enemies any opportunity. Understood. In the route, Danzo mused. 32 J Nin voted, with 26 in favor, 2 against, and 4 abstentions. Danzo nodded, a mysterious smile creeping onto his face. Sarutobi, your people will ultimately come under my control. Do not celebrate too soon. Tenjetsu, send this letter out. Yes. The black-clad ninja disappeared with the letter, leaving Danzo to gaze into the shadowy room, lamenting, a new baptism awaits. I hope my methods prove correct. Forgive me, Sarutobi. Chapter 63. Kick the Turtle Ball. My dear disciple, Lee, you have finally returned. Your teacher has missed you dearly. On the training ground, Niji and Guy were engaged in a fierce sparring match when they spotted Lee approaching from a distance, cheering and shouting. Seizing the opportunity, Niji exclaimed, "Empty palm." In a moment of panic, Guy was unable to defend against the strike and was sent flying by Niji's attack. Niji shrugged, looking somewhat bemused at Guy's predicament. How could you ambush me like that? Guy questioned in confusion. Don't blame me. Your mind wandered. One must never let their guard down in battle, Niji explained. All right, I won't say anything further. Guy sighed in resignation. Lee, witnessing Niji's action, felt equally perplexed, although the damage inflicted upon Guy was negligible. His body had sufficiently recovered, and it was time to train diligently, for the Chunin selection exams were approaching, and they could not afford to lag behind. Indeed, the three of them then disregarded the airborne Guy and entered their training phase. After a while, Guy regained his composure and, upon seeing his 3 disciples training diligently, felt a swell of pride. He had long dismissed Niji's empty palm incident. My dear disciples, today I have something extraordinary to recommend to you. It possesses remarkable strength, Guy exclaimed, capturing the attention of the trio, who looked at him with curiosity. What do you have for us to train with, teacher? They asked, puzzled. Typically, Guy was all about high-energy activities, whether it be running or various extreme exercises. Such a statement was rare, igniting their curiosity. Just wait a moment. Let me summon it. Guy commanded. Biting his thumb, he drew blood and swiftly performed a series of hand signs, declaring, summoning technique. As the white mist dissipated, a turtle appeared before them. Seemingly half asleep, its shell a vibrant red. Little Shin, these are my disciples. The one in white is Lee, the dashing one is Niji, and the adorable one is Tenten. Allow yourself to meet them, Guy introduced. Ha! Teacher, why did you summon a turtle for no reason? Tenten asked, confused by the summoning technique, which was new to Niji as well. Lee, however, was thrilled. Summoning techniques were potent ninjutsu that could elevate their combat capabilities to the highest level in future battles. The half-asleep red turtle seemed displeased by Tenten's words and barked at Guy. Guy, you scoundrel! What kind of students have you taken in? They lack manners and do not know to greet properly. Little Shin, there's no need to be so serious. We've known each other for many years, haven't we? Guy replied, attempting to ease the tension. Humph. If it weren't for your late father begging me, I would never have signed a contract with you. Our Ninja Turtle clan is a powerful summoning beast. The turtle retorted dismissively. All right. I merely want you to see if my students are worthy of signing a summoning contract with you. You promised me last time, didn't you? My students are quite strong. With their lack of manners, they expect to sign a contract with my clan? That's utterly impossible. Hey, are you trying to swindle me? Last time, I spent a fortune feeding you. Is it too much to ask for you not to go back on your word? Guy's frustration grew, revealing his soft-hearted nature, especially towards those close to him. Wait, teacher Guy, why should we sign a summoning contract with this feeble creature? Why must we cater to its whims? Tintin challenged. Silence. Tintin, how dare you speak so rudely to little Shin? Guy scolded, while Tintin stuck out her tongue in response. Teacher Guy, we appreciate your intentions. I have learned about summoning techniques, and to establish a contract, we must gain the other party's acknowledgement. However, this turtle seems to look down on us, and truthfully, we regard it with disdain as well. Generally, those who are overly arrogant are often cowards who fear the strong. We can seek other options, Li voiced confidently, disdainfully eyeing the red turtle, little Shin. Upon hearing Li's words, little Shin's anger flared, feeling provoked. You dare call me a coward? Very well. I shall show you 3 ignorant brats the might of ninja turtle little Shin. What? Are you planning to fight us now? Just as I suspected. You're truly a coward. Li scoffed. I'm infuriated. Guy, I have decided to teach these 3 brats a lesson. If you interfere, forget about summoning me next time. Li, how could you? Guy began to protest, but Li raised a hand to silence him and whispered something into his ear. Guy's eyes lit up, giving Li a thumbs up in approval. Little Shin, if you wish to teach them a lesson, then go ahead. However, should you lose, you must adhere to our contract. Humph. I am unaware of what that little brat told you, but I will ensure they suffer greatly. Rest assured, I will not be as untrustworthy as you. Guy nodded in satisfaction, signaling Li. Li nodded, gathering Niji and Tintin beside him, whispering a plan. Their eyes brightened with excitement, and Tintin could not help but chuckle. You truly are mischievous, Li. Is this truly possible? Let's do as you suggested. We will fight until it yields. With that, they took their positions in a triangular formation, while Guy stepped aside to watch the spectacle unfold. Little Shin sensed something amiss, feeling as if he had fallen into a trap. However, the audacity of the one clad in white, named Li, ignited his fury, prompting him to attack first. Despite its bulky frame, the turtle was surprisingly swift. Turtle spin ball. Little Shin spun rapidly, lifting off the ground and forming a spiraling ball aimed directly at Li. However, Li, never one to underestimate his opponent, evaded the attack with agility, keenly aware that Guy would not summon something weak. With a quick movement, Li dodged the spinning turtle ball, which promptly shifted direction as little Shin pursued him. Li joined Tintin, their eyes locking in understanding. Earth style? Earth flow wall. The ground heaved, and a formidable stone wall erupted between them. Humph. You think a mere stone wall can hinder me? Not a chance. Break for me. The turtle ball collided with the stone wall, shattering it into fragments. At that moment, Li, Tintin, and Niji exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with determination. Tintin unfurled a scroll, producing a bag made of snake skin. With a swift motion, she tossed the bag to Niji, who leapt into the air to catch it. Stinky turtle, come at me. I'm right here. Li taunted. You dare call me a stinky turtle? That's it. I've had enough. Infuriated, little Shin prepared to attack Li. Yet, just as it was about to strike, its vision darkened, and it felt a sudden barrage of leg strikes against its shell. Boom. The turtle spin ball was halted, and little Shin found itself surrounded by darkness. Bewildered, had these 3 brats ensnared him in a jinjutsu unbeknownst to him? And thus, the game of kicking the turtle ball commenced. Niji, catch! Li shouted. Chapter 64. The signing of the contract thus commenced an unusual activity involving a turtle being kicked about. The red turtle weighed no less than 200 pounds. Even the 3 individuals who regularly exercised found it challenging to endure the force of its kicks. However, Shaoli was an exception. His leg muscles were as resilient as steel, and he was able to bear the weight of the 200 pounds strapped to him. Ningxi and Tiantian, on the other hand, struggled. Shaoli delivered a powerful kick, sending the hefty turtle soaring. The turtle, confined within a snakeskin bag, was bewildered by its predicament, feeling both ashamed and furious at being toyed with by these 3 youngsters. As the turtle flew in Ningxi's direction, he crouched low and assumed the posture of a gentle fist technique, return to heaven. With this, the snakeskin bag soared back outwards, this time towards Tiantian. With a grave expression, Tiantian swiftly unfurled a scroll, With a swift motion, a metal rod emerged, and Tian gripped it tightly, striking out with force. The turtle inside the bag felt a painful blow to its head, leading to immense dizziness and agony, prompting it to curse vehemently. "You three rascals! Once I am free, I will make you pay. Enough of your chatter. Now it's my turn." Shaoli kicked again. Ningxi executed a return to heaven while Tian swept with the iron rod. Tian bore the brunt of the exertion, and after 3 rounds of this, he began to tire. Noticing this, Shaoli called out, Tian, take a break. Let me and Ningxi have some fun. This is a rare opportunity for training." Tian, slightly embarrassed, smiled and retreated to Akai's side, while Akai's expression was beyond description. Shaoli had just whispered to him that he had a plan, so Akai allowed Shaoli to proceed, not anticipating the method he would employ. "I need to accelerate. This is a rare chance for honing my skills," Shaoli said, gazing at the snakeskin bag in the air. "Come on, I need to refine my technique." Hearing their conversation, the turtle within the bag became genuinely frightened and exclaimed, "Please, stop kicking. I yield. Just let me out. I will sign the contract with you." "You think we will just let you out without a second thought?" Shaoli queried skeptically. "I am not like Akai, who lacks integrity. I promise I will sign the contract." The turtle roared from within the bag. With one final kick, Shaoli miscalculated, and the bag flew directly into a tree with a loud thud. He gave Akai a thumbs up. "All good, teacher Akai." Akai stood frozen in place, recalling the arduous experience of signing a contract with the Ninja Turtle clan, where his father had pleaded on his knees, and he had undergone numerous trials. He could not fathom Shaoli's approach, yet he found it amusing, as if reclaiming the debts of his father's past. Shaoli approached the snakeskin bag and untied it. At that moment, the turtle, dazed and disoriented, found itself flipped upside down. "What are you doing, Shaoli?" Tian inquired, perplexed. "I fear it might backtrack on its word." "Have you ever heard of a turtle that could flip itself back over?" Shaoli replied with a smile. After a few moments, the turtle regained its senses, only to realize it was still on its back. "You scoundrel! Why have you turned me over? What do you mean by this? I fear you might change your mind. And I am not so foolish. Let us sign the contract now. All 3 of us must do so," Shaoli insisted. "Are you kidding? Anyone subjected to such treatment would either be a fool or deranged to willingly sign a contract." The turtle, irate at being so humiliated, was not inclined to comply easily. You, I refuse to sign." The turtle was furious, having never experienced such indignity before. It had hoped to teach Shaoli a lesson upon its release, but found itself outsmarted instead. "Very well, Tian, bring the snakeskin bag over. Let us continue playing," Shaoli said nonchalantly. Tian, finding the situation amusing, complied, received, and picked up the snakeskin bag, causing the turtle to panic once more. "Fine, I will sign. Just stop this madness. Why didn't you say so earlier? Where's the contract?" Shaoli inquired. "Are you blind? The scroll hanging from my neck is the contract. Can't you retrieve it yourself?" The turtle roared again, its voice so thunderous that Shaoli covered his ears before hastily retrieving the scroll. With remarkable speed, Shaoli had outsmarted the turtle's attempt to bite his hand as it tried to flip over. "Don't think I am oblivious to your intentions. I am not that naive," Shaoli scoffed, unfurling the red contract scroll. As the scroll opened, Akai and the others gathered around. Few had signed this red scroll, fewer than 10, including Akai's father, with the last signature being that of Master Michael. "How do we sign?" Ningxi asked, while Akai hesitated, feeling a wave of nostalgia as he spotted his father's name. "First, write your names with black ink, then press your 5 fingers down with your blood. It's that simple. Why is it so easy?" Tian chimed in excitedly. "Let me go first. I sense that signing this contract may not be as straightforward as it seems," Shaoli stated, and Akai nodded approvingly. Indeed, a typical summoning contract is unproblematic, but the Ninja Turtle clan's contract is unique. It absorbs a significant amount of your chakra as the price for signing, and if one is not careful, it could pose a life-threatening risk. "Akai, why did you have to say that? I want to see how these little brats meet their end." "Be quiet," Akai roared at the turtle, angered by its words. These were his students, and he would not tolerate any harm coming to them, treating them as if they were his own children. Despite their treatment of the turtle, he would prefer not to have them sign the contract at all. Akai, you actually. The turtle was bewildered by Akai's wrath, having always been treated courteously. Xiaoli took the ink pen and wrote his name, Liloaka, then bit his thumb and pressed his 5 fingers onto the contract, reminiscent of Naruto from the original tale. With a swift motion, the deed was done. Chapter 65, The Ninja Turtle System. As the 5 fingers pressed down, the crimson scroll emitted a peculiar suction force, swiftly drawing the chakra from Xiao Li's body. Sweat dripped from Xiao Li's forehead as his chakra was rapidly consumed. However, he underestimated Xiao Li's resolve. With a focused gaze fixed on the red scroll, Xiao Li slowly retracted his fingers after 2 minutes, astonished by the scroll's power. His body wavered, nearly collapsing, but fortunately, Akai caught him just in time. Xiao Li shook his head, declaring that the contract was excessively depleting his chakra, but at least he succeeded. Seeing Xiao Li's achievement, Tian and Niji were elated and eager to sign the contract as well, only to hear Xiao Li's cautionary voice. You two must proceed with great caution if you wish to sign this contract, especially you, Tian. Your chakra is the most limited, otherwise an accident could occur. Akai added, Xiao Li is correct. The pressure during the signing is immense, requiring a substantial amount of chakra. It poses a danger to life. Niji and Xiao Li are better off, but I hope you can wait until next time, Tian. Akai intended for Niji and Xiao Li to sign the contract, with Tian being protected by them. However, to their surprise, Tian glared at them, declaring, I have become stronger and do not wish to hinder either Xiao Li or Niji. I must sign this contract. The 3 exchanged wry smiles, taken aback by Tian's display of determination. Very well, but you must recover some chakra first before proceeding. We will keep an eye on you. And if anything goes amiss, we will intervene, Akai said reluctantly. Tian nodded, and then it was Niji's turn to press his fingers down. His experience mirrored Xiao Li's. He too signed the contract, but staggered back, his face pale and nearly retching. Humph. You 2 brats managed to sign this contract. It seems you possess some strength. However, even if you sign, I won't let you summon me. I am the formidable little ninja turtle, boasted the turtle, flipping onto its back. Yet, the 4 ignored its words, leaving it feeling quite insignificant. An hour later, it was Tian's turn. Do your best, Akai instructed. I will. You can count on me, she replied, stepping forward to bite her thumb and press it against the red scroll. Her body trembled as chakra rapidly drained from her. Despite being aware of her situation, she was caught off guard by the speed of chakra absorption. Fortunately, Akai, Niji, and Xiao Li stood behind her, ready to handle any unforeseen circumstances. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Tian's contract signing took longer than the others, as she had no chakra left for the scroll to absorb. Now, she stood there solely reliant on her willpower, which made Xiao Li and the others gaze at her in surprise. Unbeknownst to them, Tian had grown stronger over the past few months, as they had all faced life and death situations together, emerging from each perilous encounter. I did it, Tian exclaimed, weakly retracting her fingers, her face beaming with joy. However, her eyelids grew heavy, and she fell into a deep slumber. Akai gently laid her on the grass to rest, marveling at their collective success in signing the contract, surpassing his expectations. As his disciples, they had now formed a powerful bond with the Ninja Turtle clan, ensuring mutual support in the face of danger. After placing Tian down, Akai approached the upside-down turtle and flipped it back over. Before the turtle could unleash a barrage of insults, Akai interjected, Little turtle, my 3 students have passed the test. Let bygones be bygones. After all, you are the elder, and they are the juniors. A wise adult does not hold grudges against the young. The turtle, turning its head away in displeasure, grudgingly acknowledged Akai's point. Those who could sign the contract with the Ninja Turtle clan possessed extraordinary willpower, as most ninjas struggled to manage the turtles' tempers. Only those with strong resolve could earn their approval. Fine. If you put it that way, what more can I say? But if they continue to be rude, I will truly lose my temper. Who do they think they are, kicking me around? The turtle and Appo's eyes lit up as Akai promised compensation. In that case, I want 100 servings of steak. What? Are you planning to rob someone? Akai exclaimed. This turtle, unlike others, had a peculiar penchant for meat, particularly steak. To maintain goodwill, Akai was reluctant to offend Little Turtle. 50 servings at most. Not enough, 90 servings. No. 60 servings. 80 servings. 70 servings. Deal. 70 servings of steak left Akai both amused and exasperated, while Xiao Li and Niji watched the bizarre negotiation in disbelief, astonished that a turtle had such a taste for steak. Remember, 70 servings of steak. It's none of my business. I'm heading back to Ninja Turtle Mountain. The turtle prepared to leave, but Akai, in a panic, stopped it. Little Turtle, you seem to have forgotten something important. What else is there? At the very least, introduce my students to the specifics of the Ninja Turtle clan, Akai said sheepishly. You fool. How could you be so ignorant about signing contracts? Didn't I tell you before? Have you forgotten? I'm done with you. Add 10 more servings of steak. Not a problem. You truly are my best companion, Little Turtle, Akai exclaimed, rushing forward for a hug, only to be sent flying by the turtle's spinning attack. Don and Appos, come at me with that nauseating stuff. The turtle turned its displeasure toward Xiao Li and Niji. You two brats better listen closely. I'm only going to explain the situation of the turtles at Ninja Turtle Mountain once. Otherwise, if you foolishly summon the wrong turtle, you'll find yourselves in grave danger. Xiao Li and Niji remained strangely silent, attentively listening to the turtle's explanation. Ninja Turtle Mountain is divided into 5 types of turtles, corresponding to your chakra attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. I am the wind attribute turtle, skilled in wind-based ninjutsu. The others excel in their respective attributes as well. However, I must warn you, wind attribute turtles have fiery tempers, water attribute turtles are arrogant and dismissive, earth attribute turtles are lazy and gluttonous, while fire attribute turtles tend to be gentle and suitable for females. Lastly, lightning attribute turtles are extremely volatile. A single misstep could lead to conflict. Therefore, when summoning our clan, avoid summoning the lightning attribute turtle at all costs. If you do, you must kill someone. If you don't, they will kill you. Xiao Li and Niji were taken aback, astonished by such peculiarities. Logically, water is usually gentle, while fire is fiery. Yet these ninja turtles exhibited the exact opposite of typical behavior, especially the lightning attribute turtle's extreme nature. How bizarre and perilous it was. In the world of ninjas, it was rare to encounter a summoning beast that would turn against its master. Do you understand? Yes. This time, the two responded with utmost politeness, which pleased the turtle. With a puff, it vanished, leaving the two in contemplation about the Ninja Turtle clan. Chapter 66. Gratitude. The following day, Akai imparted the summoning technique for the Ninja Turtles to 3 individuals. Due to the nature of the summoning arts, Xiao Li's initial plan to seek a perilous location to cleanse his mind had to be postponed. In the remaining days, Akai engaged in paired training sessions with each of them. In one-on-one practice against Xiao Li, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. After all, Akai's physical prowess was formidable. Despite Xiao Li having reached the pinnacle of his bright energy and nearly mastering the national martial arts, he still could not match Akai's strength. However, when teaming up with Ning Ci, the two could hold their ground against Akai, and so 2 more days of training passed. On this particular day, Akai summoned Xiao Li to a secluded spot to inquire about the 8 gates. Xiao Li candidly shared that while opening the 8 gates might prove challenging for others, those who practice national martial arts would discover that the training focuses not only on superficial techniques, but also on internal circulation. The 8 gates represent 8 crucial acupoints in the body that remain tightly sealed under normal circumstances, only to be forcibly opened under intense stimulus. Unlike the original Xiao Li, who relied on the lotus flower to stimulate his body, Xiao Li could activate the 8 gates through the power of bright energy. I observed your activation of the 8 gates, which seemed to be prompted by the lotus flower's influence, and you are likely aware of the aftermath, Akai stated, his expression grave. Today, I wished for you to understand that opening the 8 gates necessitates self-restraint. As I mentioned previously, the 8 gates are a forbidden technique, and their use poses a significant risk to one's body. Without a means of self-regulation, one could become overly reliant on the 8 gates, ultimately leading to bodily collapse. This is a lesson imparted to me by my father, and now I wish to convey it to you, cautioning you against using it unless absolutely necessary. Adhering to your own ninja way serves as the finest restraint, he continued. You have done remarkably well. Opening the 8 gates under such circumstances was indeed the right choice. And I am proud of you. Up to this point, I have taught you nearly everything I can. In the upcoming Chunin exams, you and Ning Xiai may both ascend to Chunin, at which point you will each lead your respective teams. Akai sighed. Having received news from other Jonin just yesterday, Xiao Li, Ning Xiai, and Tian Tian had successfully passed the Jonin's vote and could advance directly to Chunin. This was indeed cause for celebration, yet a sense of melancholy enveloped Akai. He felt a strange sadness, attributing it to the remarkable abilities of his students. However, this news was still confidential and had not been publicly announced, meaning that for the three of them, participating in the Chunin exams had lost its significance. Akai resolved to provide Xiao Li and the others with one final opportunity for refinement before the exams. Xiao Li nodded, sensing something hidden in Akai's expression. He noticed Akai seemed to conceal certain thoughts, yet he refrained from probing. If it were something Akai wished to share, he would do so in due time. Teacher, I believe you should share this sentiment with all three of us, rather than just me, Xiao Li suggested. Akai smiled warmly. Indeed, Xiao Li, you understand me well. Unfortunately, I dare not express such thoughts to the others, fearing they might become overconfident. I feel at ease speaking to you. However, the Chunin exams commence next Monday, and while I initially intended for you to focus on strengthening your training, I trust you all have your training plans in place. Your unique martial style is quite impressive, and I have long wished to learn it from you. Regrettably, I have been unable to master it myself and have hesitated to ask you for guidance. Would you be willing to share a bit about what you've learned? Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Akai sought knowledge about national martial arts. Though he had previously discussed bright energy with Akai, it had only been a brief overview. Now, Akai was genuinely seeking insight from his student, prompting Xiao Li to reflect on the idea that even the great can learn from the humble. If you are interested, teacher, let us sit down and discuss it properly. This is merely my personal perspective, and I hope you will forgive any inaccuracies. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Xiao Li, Akai exclaimed, overjoyed. Unbeknownst to him, Akai had long desired to ask Xiao Li this question, but had refrained for the sake of his own pride. Today, he finally mustered the courage to approach Xiao Li, expecting refusal, only to be met with immediate agreement. The two settled onto the ground, a gentle breeze caressing them as leaves danced in the air. Xiao Li began to explain the principles of national martial arts, detailing the methods of practice until dusk fell. They remained engrossed in conversation until Tian Tian's voice broke their reverie, reminding them of the time. As Akai prepared to depart, Xiao Li expressed with earnestness, "Thank you, Teacher Akai, for your unwavering guidance." Akai's steps faltered in midair, and he felt tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. He raised a hand in a gesture of appreciation and walked away, leaving behind a profound moment. At the Hokage office, Irika assured a concerned colleague, "You need not worry too much. Kakashi-sensei has mentioned that Naruto and the others are exceptional. Trust that they will excel in the Chunin exams." Just then, a green blur raced through the Hokage's entrance, startling Irika and his companion. Initially mistaking the figure for a wild beast, they soon recognized it as Akai. Are you Akai-sensei?" Irika stammered, noticing the breathless figure clad in green. "Has the self-nomination for Chunin ended today?" Akai inquired urgently. "I'm afraid it has," Irika replied. But before he could finish, Akai dashed up the staircase, his form disappearing in an instant. Irika and his friend stood there, momentarily stunned. "Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage!" Akai burst through the door, startling the third Hokage, who was engaged in a cloud of smoke with two other ninjas, their expressions shifting from surprise to anger. "Akai, how many times have I told you to knock before entering?" The third Hokage reprimanded. "My sincerest apologies, Lord Hokage. I am here to recommend my 3 students for the Chunin exams," Akai declared earnestly, standing upright with respect. I already registered Xiao Li and the others," the Hokage replied, catching Akai off guard. In an instant, tears of joy streamed down Akai's face. Lord Hokage, you are truly wonderful. You are like a rebirth of my parents. Do not mock me with your insouciance. It is rather late for you to recall this matter, forcing me to take the initiative on your behalf. Are you intent on exhausting my weary frame? The third generation feigned indignation, while Akai remained oblivious, weeping profusely. Inbaishi, indeed, Akai is quite the eccentric. Among the two ninjas standing nearby, one female ninja muttered to her companion, a rugged, scarred man. Regrettably, the burly ninja, Inbaishi, paid her no heed, instead directing his gaze towards Akai. Humph. If you choose to ignore me, so be it. Chapter 67. Training before the exam. With only 3 days remaining until the Nin exam, the village of Konoha was bustling with excitement. The streets were livelier than ever, teeming with ninjas from various other villages, which filled many of Konoha's civilians with a sense of pride. On that morning, Rock Lee visited the ninja tool shop to collect his specially ordered kunai and purchased additional equipment. The Nin exam was a significant event in the original anime, paired with the Konoha collapse plan. Although Lee was aware of these matters, his sole focus was the Nin exam. The collapse of Konoha was of no concern to him. After retrieving his customized kunai, Lee wandered down the street and noticed some peculiar figures. These individuals bore no Konoha forehead protectors and dressed in unusual attire. Casting a glance at them, Lee continued on his way toward the training grounds. As he passed by a street, Lee was momentarily taken aback upon encountering 3 familiar ninjas, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino from Konoha's 12 Guardian Ninja. The 3 were leisurely strolling when Lee brushed past them, glancing back briefly before resuming his path toward the training area. Hey, my bugs are trembling, Shino remarked, sensing an unusual presence. His bugs could discern an individual's strength, and the boy in the white attire had caused them to shiver. Quite the anomaly. Shino, what's wrong? Kiba inquired, noticing Shino had fallen behind. The person who just passed by seemed quite formidable, Shino replied coolly. Please, you're just imagining things. That was merely an ordinary kid. We need to hurry to training, Kiba scoffed. Arf. Akamaru, perched atop Kiba's head, barked in alarm. Kiba, with his heightened senses, understood that Shino's assessment was not unfounded. The passerby indeed exuded an aura of danger. There's no need for all this fuss. Let us find Irika-sensei quickly. He is supposed to give us special training today. And I don't want to be late, Kiba declared, striding ahead. Hinata, blushing and flustered, hurried to keep up with Kiba. Could it be that my bugs are malfunctioning? Shino pondered to himself. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, didn't you promise us a chance to challenge that guy named Lee? Why haven't we gone yet? Naruto shouted at the training ground, his voice echoing toward Kakashi, who stood nearby with Sasuke observing. Kakashi scratched his head in exasperation. Frankly, he was reluctant to dampen his student spirits. Facing the Might Guys team now would be a futile endeavor. He had assessed the situation regarding the B-rank missions and knew that Lee could now open the 8 gates. Even if all 3 of them combined their strengths, they would not stand a chance against Lee, especially with the prodigious Niji Hyuga on his team, who was calm and possessed the qualifications of a typical Nin. Sakura Haruno was simply disregarded by Kakashi. It's not that I don't want to take you. It's just that they are preparing for the Nin exam. I mentioned the exam circumstances yesterday, and they are engaged in rigorous training. They won't have time to attend to you. I imagine you'll encounter them during the exam itself, so I did not bring you along. Oh, I see. No wonder, Naruto exclaimed, only to be interrupted by Sakura. Hey, Naruto, stop pretending to be knowledgeable, Sakura retorted, delivering a light punch to his shoulder. Why are you hitting me, Sakura? Naruto protested, cradling his head. Humph, who told you to show off in front of me? Since they are preparing for the Nin exam, I hope to see how many moves he can withstand under my Sharingan, Sasuke remarked with a smirk. All right, that's the situation. We have 2 days left, and I will provide you with some special training to ensure you won't be at a disadvantage during the Nin exam. Great. Kakashi-sensei, let's get started now. Awesome, Kakashi-sensei. About time we did this. Upon returning to the training grounds, Lee discovered only Tintin and Niji present, realizing that Guy had not shown up. He recalled their conversation from the previous day, understanding that there was nothing left for Guy to teach him. Hence, he decided to let the trio train independently. Lee, why did you arrive so late today? Tintin asked, arms crossed and gazing at him. I had to pick up some things. I lost track of time. It's infuriating that Guy-sensei is absent today. How can he skip training when the CHNIN exam is so close? Unbeknownst to them, Guy was somewhere on a mountain, diligently practicing the martial arts Lee had mentioned. Guy-sensei told me that for the next 2 days, we should train in our own ways. Tintin, you should continue to build your physical strength and enhance your mental fortitude. Your scroll is your greatest weapon. As for Niji and me, we should frequently spar to bolster our combat experience. Oh, so Guy-sensei had already instructed you. I guess I misjudged him. But why can you two spar while I cannot? Lee, what is that about? Tintin challenged. Lee replied earnestly, because your strength lies not in close combat. Niji and I both excel in melee, requiring more sparring, while you specialize in ranged attacks. But physical training can also be improved through sparring, can it? Isn't that what Guy-sensei said? Tintin countered, recalling Guy's teachings. At that moment, Lee found himself at a loss for words. While mental strength could indeed be enhanced through combat, it was effective only under life-and-death circumstances. Regular sparring lacked the necessary urgency and would merely deplete one's energy without yielding benefits. All right, how about this? For our next session, you and Niji can attack me, and I will point out your flaws in combat. I trust you won't object to that. Hee, that sounds much better. Just then, Niji approached. Recognizing Lee's superiority and qualifications to instruct them, Lee's insights often pinpointed issues with precision, and both Niji and Tintin felt no resentment. Instead, they were filled with anticipation, eager to see if they could defeat Lee as a team. Thus, their training commenced. Chapter 68. The test on the eve of the examination. All the lower-ranked ninjas, including Lee and his companions, received their notification letters. The bearer of the notifications was not Guy, but another CHNIN. The following day, July 1st, the three gathered early at the meeting point and made their way towards the Ninja Academy building. It was rumored that this CHNIN exam would attract many ninjas from different villages, and they were curious about the individuals they would encounter. As they walked, Tintin initiated a conversation, while Niji, holding his CHNIN notification letter, appeared somewhat exhilarated. Upon hearing Tintin's words, Niji turned to Lee, only to find him walking calmly, seemingly indifferent to the upcoming exam. Lee, don't you want to meet ninjas from other villages? I'm quite curious, Tintin exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Lee's. Lee shook his head, responding with a hint of contemplation. I was pondering that the CHNIN exam, following past conventions, consists of 3 phases. The first could possibly be a written test. Do you think that's plausible? Both of them hesitated to respond, shaking their heads in uncertainty. I have researched some materials regarding previous CHNIN exams. Each time, there has been a break between tests. The last exam's first subject was not a written test, but the one before that was. The trend over the past 5 years suggests that this year's first subject will also be a written examination, Lee elaborated. He recalled that the written examination primarily assessed trust among comrades. The pressure exerted by the interrogator, Marino Abiki, was designed to create an atmosphere of unease, stemming from doubts about one's teammates. If one questioned their companions, it would only heighten the tension. This examination was predicated on the notion of cheating, allowing ninjas to have a target to mimic, thereby showcasing their abilities. Those adept at cheating would be unperturbed, while those lacking in skill would inevitably be disqualified. This invisible pressure from Abiki aimed to undermine one's confidence. However, the first examination was relatively straightforward, as merely enduring until the end would suffice. Even submitting a blank paper was acceptable, for it was the 10th question that truly determined one's success. Lee refrained from sharing these insights with his companions, as he wished to avoid sowing doubt. His intent was merely to raise their awareness. In truth, he harbored little concern. For the primary focus of this phase was the trust placed in one's teammates and a dedication to the path of a ninja. But Lee, you think there will be a written test? I haven't Apos. T reviewed anything, Tintin exclaimed, her anxiety apparent. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with training, leaving little time for study. Niji furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he had nearly forgotten the textbook material, even with his self-proclaimed genius intellect. You need not worry. The CH-NEEN exam will not pose such elementary questions. From the history of written tests, it is evident that although it may be a written examination, the true challenge lies in the environmental pressure and the invisible sense of oppression. For instance, the examiner might utter certain phrases to provoke anxiety among the candidates. To clarify, we were grouped into threes upon graduating from the Ninja Academy because a solitary ninja cannot possess all the necessary skills to accomplish every task. Collaboration is essential for complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Additionally, you should have heard that this year, all 9 new lower-ranked ninjas will participate in the CH-NEEN exam together, an unprecedented occurrence in 5 years. Typically, new participants must complete 8 tasks to meet the standard, 16 for satisfaction, and 24 for perfection. Of course, when new ninjas enter the CH-NEEN exam, the Jonin will provide them with a test. Participation is voluntary. However, if even one person opts out, all 3 will lose their eligibility for the CH-NEEN exam. I trust you both comprehend this situation now. Upon hearing Lee's explanation, both nodded. His reasoning was always well-founded, instilling a sense of absolute confidence in them. Moreover, Lee's analyses often approach the matter from a different angle, enhancing their credibility. According to what you said, if the first phase is indeed a written test, we can disregard the questions on the paper and merely wait until time is called to pass. Niji responded swiftly, grasping the implication. Is that true, Lee? Tintin inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Lee smiled. You both are not as dim-witted as I thought. You finally caught on. As he articulated his thoughts, his companions expressed their frustration, exclaiming, Darn. All right, the jest ends here. What I shared was merely conjecture. The specifics will depend on the circumstances. We've arrived at the academy. Let us report in and see if Sensei Guy is waiting for us. With a gentle sigh, Lee took the lead, stepping through the academy's entrance. Hello, Sasuke. Are you here for the CH-NEEN exam as well? Naruto and his team arrived at the academy about 10 minutes after Lee and his companions. However, unlike the original narrative, they did not encounter Team 8 immediately upon arrival. Hey, Ino, why did you hug Sasuke? Ino enthusiastically embraced Uchiha Sasuke, igniting jealousy in Sakura, who was standing nearby. The two began to grapple, much to Sasuke's exasperation. Hey, why is your weak trio here for the CH-NEEN exam? Naruto boisterously shouted at Shikamaru and Choji. Unfortunately, Shikamaru merely yawned, while Choji continued munching on snacks. This is troublesome. I had planned to take a nap. Stupid dad. Shikamaru sighed. But speaking of which, why is your team participating in the CH-NEEN exam? I thought new ninjas rarely entered. Humph. Shikamaru, you better not run into our team. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to escape. We're stronger now, Naruto declared, brimming with confidence. Shikamaru sighed again, bemused by Naruto's obliviousness to his own question. Uffed. After finishing another bag of snacks, Choji squinted at Shikamaru and Ino, saying, We still have 45 minutes until check-in. This isn't the time for chit-chat. The group quickly realized this, and Ino released her hold on Sasuke, turning to him with a friendly, Sasuke. Wait for me during the CH-NEEN exam, okay? As she pulled Shikamaru and Choji toward the academy. Darn Ino, Sasuke wouldn't wait for you, she exclaimed, glancing back at Sasuke with rosy cheeks, her shyness evident. That jerk Sasuke has been showing off. I must showcase my prowess during the CH-NEEN exam to win Sakura and Appo's affection. Yes, that's the plan. This CH-NEEN exam, unlike the original tale, did not compel Lee to engage in trivial matters to gauge Naruto's team's strength. He had his own objectives. However, upon reaching the second floor of the academy, they found it teeming with people. What is happening up front? Someone murmured. I heard that those lacking strength can't enter for check-in. It's infuriating. Lee and his companions overheard the discussions. The room ahead appears to be room 201, which is indicated on our notification letter. Tintin remarked nervously. Oh, I thought we had arrived at the 3rd floor. If we are indeed on the 2nd floor, then we can simply enter, Lee replied nonchalantly. Seeing Lee's indifference, the duo understood that this situation was trivial compared to the tasks and dangers they had previously faced. Thus, the three of them steadily navigated through the crowd, reaching room 201, where they were met with astonished stares from the assembled crowd. Chapter 69. The 201 Incident. It was in the Ikebon, where I had encountered them on a few occasions prior. A few candidates from the same year as Xiao Li were whispering among themselves, noting that the two youths at the entrance were actually two Chunin in disguise. Their transformation technique was rather rudimentary, sufficient to deceive some genin, but it was merely a trap set by the two Chunin. Upon noticing Xiao Li and his companions approaching, they exchanged a knowing smile, for they were waiting for them. Word had reached them from a Jonin that these three were on the verge of becoming Chunin, thus exempting them from the Chunin exams. Naturally, some Chunin felt disgruntled about this, especially the two who had successfully passed the last exam. Being a ninja is no child's play. If you can't even get past a door, you should return to the academy for remedial training, one of them scoffed. Indeed, you might end up not even knowing how you perished during the Chunin exams. You should just leave. The two young ninjas at the door coldly laughed. We possess the necessary credentials, Tian stated, casting a glance at the two, sensing they were indeed not ordinary, yet she did not wish to appear submissive. Thus her tone was resolute. After you, present your proof. One of the guards barked, stepping forward, his demeanor haughty and filled with derision. Eager to see what these three were capable of. Here is the proof. Niji displayed the document in his hand, and the advancing ninja frowned slightly, insisting, "You need to bring it closer for me to examine it thoroughly." At this, Niji smiled faintly, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Is the distance too great for you to recognize the certificate? You should consider returning to the academy for further training." You. The guard's face flushed with rage. Niji's retort was an outright slap in the face. Just as he was about to retaliate, another ninja behind him grasped his arm, saying, "Do not act rashly." The irate ninja glared at Niji, but Niji paid him no mind and continued, "Your transformation technique is abysmal. Do not obstruct our path, as we are in a hurry to report." At Niji's words, a number of unknown genin in the vicinity exchanged puzzled glances. They had heard of Niji's reputation as a genius, and upon his declaration, many were taken aback. Could it be that the individuals blocking their way were indeed in disguise? Humph. What nonsense about transformation. Do not try to frighten us. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. The ninja who had held his companion back scoffed, though internally he was astonished. Their transformation had been flawless. How had Niji seen through it? Yet, they would not concede, for they still needed to probe further. Reviewing all previous Chunin exams and their associated reports, I discovered no instances of students being obstructed from registration. It seemed that this year would not be different. The notion that only the strong could enter was merely a guise to belittle those preparing for the Chunin exams. Other villages did not impose such restrictions. Yet it was happening among our own village's ninjas. It appeared our village held no regard for us genin. Why should we even bother participating in such an exam? Enough is enough. Niji, Tian, let us return. With that, Xiao Li turned to leave, and Niji and Tian shared a smile before following suit. The surrounding crowd was left in shock, for Xiao Li's words resonated deeply. Why should they face scrutiny when other villages did not? It was simply an act of betrayal. Well said. Why should we face hardships when reporting for the Chunin exams? You two are unworthy of being Konoha ninjas. We're leaving. Indeed, a betrayal from within. We are departing. Gradually, the crowd voiced their discontent, echoing Xiao Li's sentiments. At least 20 individuals surrounded them. And after Xiao Li's proclamation, they all turned to leave, with only one or two remaining behind, which startled the two guards at the door. Their intention had been to test these candidates, particularly focusing on Ikebon, yet they never anticipated such a backlash. Merely due to Xiao Li's words, a significant uproar ensued. If these individuals chose not to take the exam, the blame would rest on them for being obstructed by their own villagers. They would likely never be able to act as ninjas again. Thus, their previous arrogance dissipated as they called out, "Wait. We were merely jesting. You may enter now." The departing candidates, faces ablaze with anger, turned to glare at the two. Xiao Li mocked, "What is this? First, you bar our entry, then you allow us in? Do you not regard us as equals? You two are hardly fit to be called Konoha ninjas. You should return to the academy for remedial training." Bastard. Say that again, and you will regret it. This time, the two truly lost their temper, all due to Xiao Li. Had he not spoken that way, they would not have needed to call them back. To put it plainly, they had forgotten their original intent of testing. What if I do continue speaking? You both certainly should return to school for further training. Those who do not understand how to respect ninjas have no right to be ninjas themselves. Though we are all Jinin, we have worked hard to earn the village's recognition to participate in this Chunin exam. And what about you? You bully us. The ninjas of this village, simply because of your slight advantage. Your actions are beneath contempt. Even dogs know to be grateful. Do you think you can compare to a dog? They are indeed beneath contempt. Yes, Xiao Li speaks the truth. You two are unworthy of being Konoha ninjas. As Xiao Li's words stirred the crowd, a wave of agreement followed, for they were merely young adolescents, around 11 or 12 years old, unable to discern the underlying issues. Meanwhile, Niji and Tian quietly observed Xiao Li, noting a faint, cold smile at the corners of his lips, which filled them with sympathy for the guards. Why provoke him? It's infuriating. I can't hold back any longer. Provoked by the crowd's scorn, and having already abandoned their intent to test the candidates, the two guards felt trapped by Xiao Li's audacity. In frustration, one of the more hot-headed among them shouted, vanishing in an instant, reappearing beside Xiao Li. The once boisterous atmosphere fell silent as the attacking ninja executed a swift kick aimed at Xiao Li's abdomen. Thinking, let us see how you deal. Chapter 70. The Ninja Knowledge Card. Xiao Li's words ignited the fury of the Chunin before him. Did a Chunin still require proof? They bore specific insignias, yet neither had donned them today. What proof do you seek? Release Zidi's leg first. With a crack. You bastard, I will kill you. How dare you twist my leg? Zidi seethed, feeling the loss of sensation in the captured limb, as if it were non-existent. The intense pain radiating from his leg nearly sent him into unconsciousness. He growled, Izumi, why aren't you helping me? Let go. Finally, another Chunin, Izumi, sprang into action. The reason Chunin were recognized as such lay in their teamwork and various qualities. In an instant, Izumi vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Xiao Li, launching a swift punch. Yet, at the same moment, Niji also vanished and executed a kick. Izumi's expression changed dramatically. He prided himself on his speed. Yet Niji's was superior. He adjusted his footing and slid back. What's happening on the second floor? It's so lively. Haruno Sakura observed, captivated by the gathering crowd, piquing the curiosity of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Let's go see, Naruto exclaimed, hastening forward. Niji Hyuga, the previous year's prodigy, indeed demonstrated remarkable prowess. His speed and reflexes eclipsed those of others, complemented by his Byakugan, which made him a master of close combat. Izumi felt the sweat trickling down his back, realizing Niji's speed far surpassed his own. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. Are you up to no good again? You despicable scoundrel, this time I will teach you a lesson. As Naruto and his companions arrived, they witnessed Xiao Li gripping someone's leg, leading them to assume he was up to mischief once more. Reminiscent of the previous incident at the barbecue restaurant where he had caused chaos. Fueled by adrenaline, Naruto charged forward, just as Sakura attempted to call out to him. Naruto had already formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Xiao Li cast a glance at him, feeling utterly speechless. This boy was remarkably dense. Suddenly, another ninja appeared before Naruto, his serious demeanor commanding attention. How long will you continue this ruckus? If you don't report now, you'll lose your chance to participate in the Chunin exams. Kakashi-sensei. The arrival of Kakashi brought relief to Izumi, who stood and approached him, ready to explain. However, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am already aware of the situation. I will report this to Lord Hokage, and you two should prepare yourselves for the consequences. Izumi remained silent, nodding heavily. Xiao Li can let go now. They mean no harm. You should hurry to report, Kakashi instructed, feeling uneasy. Typically, testing among Chunin was commonplace, but in the case of Xiao Li and others, it simply did not apply. They had unwittingly been accused of harming fellow villagers. With a reluctant release of his grip, Zidi immediately clutched his injured foot, glaring fiercely at Xiao Li. Had Kakashi not been present, a fierce confrontation would have ensued. That bastard Kakashi is insufferable. Every time I see him, he's causing trouble. I want to teach him a lesson. Don't stop me." Naruto defended Izumi and Ziddy, but his words failed to resonate with those around them. Some even retorted angrily, "You, the newcomer, should keep quiet. Shaoli is standing up for us, and you dare to strike him? Do you wish to contend with us too? Indeed. If you want to strike Shaoli, you'll have to get through us first." The commotion erupted anew before classroom 201. In truth, the trio had arrived without understanding the full context, provoking the ire of the crowd, which consisted of fellow genin, not mere bystanders. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto pondered why everyone was so protective of Shaoli. He had only seen Shaoli strike someone without understanding the reasons behind it. Even Kakashi was taken aback. If this continued, matters would only worsen. He barked, "There are 20 minutes left until the reporting time for the exam. If you wish to participate, go report now. Those who do not wish to join, leave the building." With the fury of a jounin, the genin fell silent. "Niji, let us go report," Shaoli remarked, casting but a glance at Kakashi. He displayed no interest in others like Naruto or Sasuke, turning to enter classroom 201. "What a troublesome bunch of kids," Kakashi sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you three should hurry to classroom 301 to report. The exam is about to commence." Naruto intended to say something further, but Kakashi vanished in the blink of an eye. "Forget it. Let us hurry to report," he concluded. Agreed. The three responded, departing together, leaving only Izumi and Ziddy behind. Izumi helped Ziddy to his feet, who, with a darkened expression, vowed, "I will find a chance to teach those two a lesson for daring to twist my leg." With a sigh, the two left in defeat. 10 minutes later, most had arrived at the examination venue. Just like in the original tale, Naruto shouted, drawing the attention of all, as the 9 new Konoha genin gathered. "I say, you lot chattering away must be this year's newcomers." At that moment, a silver-haired youth with glasses approached, exuding an air of self-importance that irked Kiba and Naruto. "Who are you?" they demanded. "Ah, I am Kabuto. You should take a look around," he replied. Upon hearing this, the 9 turned to observe, realizing that everyone in the examination hall was watching them, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over them. Particularly unsettling was the group of Rain Village ninjas behind them, who did not seem friendly. Sakura noticed their predatory gazes, causing her to feel intimidated. You must be Senior Kabuto, right? You've participated in the Chunin exams before. May I ask how many times?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "This will be my 7th time. There are 2 exams each year, and this marks my 4th year." "Humph, I thought you were something special," Naruto and Kiba muttered disdainfully. "Since you're so experienced, perhaps you could share some insights about the Chunin exam with us?" Sakura inquired eagerly. "Very well. Allow me to divulge a bit of information about the Chunin exam using my ninja knowledge cards." "Ninja knowledge cards? What are those?" The 9 were perplexed. To put it simply, they are cards where a ninja records acquired intelligence using special symbols. That's why they are called ninja knowledge cards. I have 200 cards filled with information I've gathered over the past 4 years. They may appear blank now, but watch this. He produced a white card, pressing 2 fingers against it. With a puff, images began to materialize on the formerly blank card, instantly captivating the attention of the young ninjas. "Wow, that's incredible. How did you do that, Senior Kabuto?" Chapter 71. The invisible killing intent. According to your words, there should also be some personal information within, Sasuke inquired. To which Kabuto replied with a smile, "It seems you have a target. Of course, intelligence is ultimately just intelligence. It can only provide a general understanding. Who do you wish to know about?" Kabuto continued, "Gaara from the Sand Village, Rock Lee from Konoha, and a teammate of Lee's with white eyes. Knowing their names makes things much easier. Let me take a look." Whoosh. The first card was completed. Gaara of the Sand has completed 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Quite impressive for a mere genin to accomplish a B-rank task. However, due to being a ninja from another country, obtaining intel is quite challenging. But I must mention, he has completed all his missions without sustaining a single injury. Truly an astonishing genin. Not a single injury. That is terrifying. The 9 felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. How can there be such a disparity among genin? After speaking, Kabuto produced another card. Whoosh. Rock Lee, an orphan from Konoha, graduated last year with the lowest marks in his class. He is the leader of his team, belonging to the elite J-Nin guys group. Proficient in taijutsu, his strength approaches that of A.J. Nin. He has completed 64 D-rank missions, with most rated at A level. His last mission involved stalling 2 elite ninjas at the border to allow his comrades to escape, after which he was successfully rescued but sustained injuries that left him in the hospital for a week. His completion rate for the B-rank mission was rated S tier, perfect. At this point, everyone was left speechless. Even Kabuto could hardly believe it. Are you certain your ninja identification card is accurate? Graduating at the bottom of your class, yet leading your team? Installing 2 elite ninjas? The crowd began to gather around, captivated by the conversation. Stalling 2 elite ninjas? A genin? Is that even possible? Gaara from the Sand Village perked up, intrigued. Who is this Rock Lee? I believe my identification card is accurate. There is also additional information. Rock Lee has completed every mission flawlessly, and his teammates are the previous year's top genius, Niji Hyuga, and the outstanding Kunoichi, Tenten. You mentioned Niji Hyuga earlier. As Kabuto spoke, he produced a white card, Niji and Appo's S-Data. Niji Hyuga, the heir of the Hyuga branch family, graduated as the top genius last year, his strength nearing that of A.J. Nin. His task record is similar to Lee's, with 64 D-rank missions. However, what might interest you more is his B-rank mission, where he fought against an elite ninja and survived, sustaining severe injuries that required a week's recovery in Konoha Hospital. At this revelation, the 9 were incredulous, completely dumbfounded. Even Naruto, who was unaware of the elite ranks, was astonished, not just by Lee's prowess, but also by the fact that Rock Lee shared a similar background as his own, both being orphans. A pang of regret washed over him for his previous actions toward Lee. And, what about Tenten? Is she also formidable? Ino asked, her voice trembling. Tenten graduated as the top female of her class, excelling in taijutsu and space-time ninjutsu. She plays a crucial role in all missions, with performance ratings similar to Lee's. Additionally, she has reached the level of a mid-ranking ninja, making her the strongest female genin in this year's Konoha. Impressive. These individuals are truly remarkable. The 9 felt a burning sensation on their faces. For Sasuke Uchiha, this only fueled his determination. His fists clenched in frustration, not out of envy towards Lee and the others, but out of disdain for his own weakness. The Uchiha name could not be tarnished. He refused to fall behind. Even the typically composed Kabuto was taken aback. He had gathered these ninja identification cards through various means. Yet he did not expect such formidable information. He knew he must report the situation of these 3 to Lord Orochimaru, especially the young Lee, whose combat abilities at just 13 were exceptionally formidable. You need not worry excessively. They are merely a year older than you and have trained for an additional year. They did not participate in the previous Ch-Nin exams, while you have just graduated a few months ago and still dare to enter. Trust in your own abilities. Kabuto shifted the topic and continued. This year's Ch-Nin exams have gathered ninjas from various nations: Konoha, the Sand Village, the Waterfall, the Grass, the Rain, and the Sound. Except for the Sound Village, which is a newly established minor nation with limited intelligence, the other countries have dispatched their elite genin. To put it simply, everyone here is an elite genin, so do not underestimate them. I'm losing confidence. They are all so strong. Ino muttered. Even Naruto, who typically lacked focus, was shaken. Sakura noticed Naruto trembling, unable to find his voice. Relax, Naruto, it's all right. Sakura began to approach him for comfort. But Naruto, with a broad grin, pointed at everyone in the examination hall and shouted, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will never lose to any of you. A hush fell over the crowd. I warned you not to associate with this fool. After Naruto's proclamation, they had become the center of attention. Did he just call our Sound Village a minor nation? How about we teach them a lesson? Sneered a cruel ninja, his eyes filled with malice. Are you implying that we are second-rate ninjas? Let us be a bit more ruthless then. Naruto, you idiot, you really dare to say that? Another ninja laughed menacingly. Everyone, he's an idiot, ignore him. Sakura exclaimed, pulling Naruto's head down to prevent him from saying more, for he was surely offending others. That Naruto Uzumaki is quite amusing. Tintin remarked softly, lifting her chin. Indeed, he is not to be underestimated, Li said calmly, causing Niji and Tintin to pause momentarily. Tintin had merely made a joke. Yet Li's assessment surprised her. Right now, he may not be strong, but in the future, you will come to understand how formidable he might become. Let us not dwell on that. Some people are itching for a fight, Niji said, turning to look. Sure enough, 3 figures leapt forward, approaching the 9. One of the ninjas, dressed in yellow with the word death emblazoned on his attire, was the first to throw 2 shurikens, targeting Kabuto. Kabuto easily dodged. It's the Sound Village. At that moment, another ninja appeared, his body wrapped in white bandages, his left hand pressing against his right arm, while his right hand bore a device full of holes. Kabuto quickly reacted, blocking the attack. I dodged it, but my attack is not that simple. The bandaged ninja sneered. And indeed, after fending off the attack, Kabuto staggered back a few steps, his glasses shattered, collapsing to the ground, retching. Kabuto-senpai, are you alright? Something's off. He clearly dodged the attack, yet his glasses shattered? Sasuke pondered, as the others surrounded him. You, who have been in school for 4 years, are nothing special. One of the Sound ninjas taunted. Li sensed a hidden killing intent flash by. The aura came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Li traced the source of the killing intent and saw a man with long black hair, licking his lips, staring at him oddly. Li was startled and then turned to Niji and Tintin, saying, Do you two want to avoid some trouble during the exam? Of course, too much trouble is undesirable. What do you plan to do, Li? Niji sensed something amiss. However, in the next moment, Li's figure vanished. Chapter 72. Who holds the greater truth? 3 Sound ninjas, brimming with arrogance and scorn, gazed mockingly at Tobi and Naruto Uzumaki, who were ready to retaliate, yet their attention was drawn to an astonishing scene. Behind the trio of Sound ninjas, a figure emerged, Li from Konoha. What? Li's arrival was so sudden that no one had the presence of mind to react. In an instant, all 3 Sound ninjas found themselves slammed against the wall. The ground trembled as Niji and Tintin looked on in shock, bewildered by Li's actions. Without a word, they promptly vacated their seats to stand beside him. Here in Konoha, we must adhere to its rules. You Sound ninjas are not in a position to challenge us. Li's icy voice resonated, emanating an intense aura of killing intent. The atmosphere in the examination hall became suffocating and oppressive. Li, with a past steeped in bloodshed, radiated an overwhelming malevolence, particularly the hidden malice within him, which was terrifying. Many of the lower-ranked shinobi present had never encountered such a force, and as Li's killing intent erupted, the venue felt as if it had plunged into an abyss of despair. Even Niji and Tintin, who were usually composed, sensed an overwhelming dread. Li seemed transformed, as if they were witnessing a stranger. The Konoha 11 were rendered motionless, trembling in fear as they gazed at Li. Is he human or a monster? His killing intent surpasses even that of my brother. Who is he? In that moment, only 2 individuals could withstand Li's oppressive aura, Gaara of the Sand and a grass ninja who had previously radiated killing intent. Both were left wide-eyed and astonished. Li's malevolence was directed at 5 individuals, the 3 Sound ninjas, Gaara, and the grass ninja. You bastards, I will kill you. One of the Sound ninjas, the hot-tempered Saku, shouted defiantly, yet he was unable to escape Li's aura. He found himself ensnared by Li's pale, colorless eyes, which curled into a devilish grin. So you wish to kill me? Then I suppose you won't mind if I kill you first. With a swift motion, a kunai appeared in Li's hand, and in the blink of an eye, it glided across Sokka's throat. Such speed. No one could comprehend how Li had moved, and their focus was drawn to him as it appeared he truly intended to end Sokka's life. His expression betrayed no hint of jest, sending waves of terror through the crowd. Some weaker individuals began to retch. The atmosphere, already thick with malevolence, became even more unbearable as the thought of Li committing murder loomed. Suddenly, a group of people entered the scene. Are you all impatient? A burly ninja among them announced. I am Bishi, the proctor for this exam. Sound ninjas, I advise you to restrain yourselves. And you, the one in white, put down your kunai, or I will revoke your qualification to participate. One of the proctors pointed at Li. As the proctors arrived, The eerie atmosphere dissipated. Lee lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as he lightly chuckled at Saku. Do you think I dare not kill you? Saku could hardly believe that someone would still threaten him in front of the proctors. With a swift motion, blood splattered against the wall as the kunai made contact, leaving everyone stunned, including the Konoha ninjas. This was entirely beyond anyone's expectations. Lee had disregarded the proctor's warning and had landed himself in serious trouble. Niji and Tintin were concerned for him, but knew he must have had his reasons. You actually killed Saku, Torz exclaimed in disbelief. He had thought they were ruthless enough. But Lee proved to be even more so. A female ninja stood frozen in shock, losing her composure. How dare you kill someone? Your exam qualification is hereby revoked. A proctor seethed, his anger palpable. This individual showed no regard for authority, and even the usually composed Imbishi frowned deeply, questioning the audacity of such a student to kill in public. Lee sheathed his kunai, standing resolutely with Niji and Tintin by his side. He smiled lightly at them. Niji, what would you do in this situation? Niji was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. Lee stepped forward and addressed the proctors. This individual sought to kill us Konoha ninjas without provocation. I was left with no choice but to eliminate him. You may inquire with the witnesses. Is there any error in my reasoning? As he spoke, Lee scanned the hall, where all present were drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to affirm his claims. To them, he was nothing short of a demon. The proctors exchanged incredulous glances at Lee, who remained unrepentant after taking a life. They had witnessed the events unfold, but had not anticipated Lee's defense. Nonetheless, you have violated the rules of the examination. Fighting is strictly prohibited here, Imbishi asserted. You're mistaken. The instigators were not I, but these two sound ninjas who are the true culprits. I believe you should revoke their qualifications instead. The lower-ranked ninjas fell silent, the atmosphere in the examination hall growing dense once more. If you doubt my words, you may ask the many witnesses present. Countless pairs of eyes will not deceive you. How absurd. Killing and still arguing your case? Revoking your exam qualification immediately. Another proctor bellowed. This was none other than the ninja who had previously clashed with Lee, and with the absence of another Chunin, it was evident he had been nursing his injuries. Lee, recognizing the familiar face, chuckled inwardly. So it is you, the one who bullied our Konoha ninjas. I am curious how you became a proctor. What pride drives your audacity? Bullying our ninjas? Imbishi and the others were perplexed. What was this about? You speak falsely. It is you who instigated this. How can I speak falsely? I have nothing to hide and fear no revelations. Lee retorted with a cold smile. You. Shut your mouth, Outcloud. What I wish to convey is that your actions have violated the village's regulations by killing a foreign ninja. You have no place in this examination, and I can formally arrest you now. Imbishi was well aware of Konoha's customs and did not wish to entangle himself further with Lee, especially during the crucial Chunin exams where a misstep could prove disastrous. As two Chunin stepped forward to apprehend Lee, he calmly interjected, Hold on. You are Imbishi, correct? I wish to know what crime I have committed. Humph. You feign ignorance. Killing a foreign ninja is a grave offense. And if a foreign ninja attempts to kill me, how would you classify my retaliation? Imbishi furrowed his brow. That could be considered self-defense, and he had heard Saku's earlier threats against Lee. Suddenly, he realized that this lower-ranked ninja was far from ordinary, skillfully using logic to exonerate himself. Indeed, there is no wrongdoing. Lee nodded. If there is no wrongdoing, then what crime is there to speak of? Conversely, this individual disregarded the examination rules and sought to harm our Konoha ninjas. I merely sought justice for my comrades. Little did I know that he possessed a heart of a wolf and sought to kill me. Thus, I had no choice but to act. This is the truth. You may inquire with all present. The entire assembly was left in stunned silence, their heads spinning from the convoluted exchanges. The younger participants were utterly bewildered, while the more seasoned lower-ranked shinobi recognized the underlying complexities yet dared not voice their thoughts. Chapter 73. The Ability to Cheat. In truth, had I chosen to write a Naruto fanfiction, I could easily update 6 to 7 chapters in a day. However, therein lies the dilemma. Haphazard writing would inevitably lead to numerous flaws, and rectifying them later would prove to be exponentially more challenging. Every day, I find myself revisiting Naruto on my phone, which occasionally results in slower updates as I contemplate how best to enhance the forthcoming narrative. I kindly ask for your understanding in this matter. Inbishi cast a glance at the crowd, only to discover that none dared to utter a word. They appeared to be greatly intimidated by the menacing aura exuded by Xiao Li. Witnessing Xiao Li's lethal capabilities, he was acutely aware of the implications of the earlier events. Regrettably, Xiao Li had seized the initiative, and despite his role as an examiner, he could not abuse his authority, for this was the domain of Konoha. If ninjas from other villages sought to harm Konoha's shinobi, and the latter remained passive, that would not only result in their demise, but also tarnish Konoha's reputation. Naturally, Konoha would demand accountability. However, should such a situation arise, it would deeply dishearten many Konoha ninjas to see their comrades assaulted at their doorstep without any assistance from their own. This was more than a mere matter of face. It pertained to the dignity of Konoha itself. Xiao Li had effectively cornered the issue, and Inbishi understood that if they were to revoke Xiao Li's examination eligibility, it would spell grave trouble. All the proctors were sweating profusely as they observed Xiao Li's calm demeanor, yet none dared to suggest canceling his examination eligibility. Having encountered significant circumstances before, Inbishi, as an interrogator of the Umbu, possessed a sharp intellect. He bellowed, "Clear the deceased from the premises. The remaining candidates, return to your seats. The Chunin exam shall now commence." His voice resonated thunderously, pulling the stunned candidates back to reality. As the proctor's ire became evident, all the ninjas returned to their seats obediently, while Konoha's 9 young strong exchanged anxious glances at Xiao Li and the others, scrambling to their seats as if they had seen a ghost. "Xiao Li, I presume this is the effect you desired," Niji murmured. "Xiao Li, you're quite the rascal." "You even scared me," replied Tian, her cheeks flushed as Xiao Li gently ruffled her hair. "Isn't this simply a means to eliminate trouble? I suspect no one will dare to confront us now, particularly those 2 sound ninjas. They must be terrified." The 2 remaining sound ninjas, Kin and Tosu, glared at Xiao Li with venomous eyes. However, Xiao Li chose to disregard such insignificant characters, knowing that his actions were not merely to assist Naruto and his friends, but rather for their own sake. At that moment, Xiao Li detected 2 intense gazes directed at him, emanating a formidable killing intent. For someone capable of exuding such a powerful aura, these threats were inconsequential. He turned his gaze in 2 directions. One was Gaara, marked by his panda-like eyes, and the other was the androgynous grass ninja. "Let us proceed. The exam is about to begin." Tian felt a rush of warmth on her cheeks as Xiao Li's hand rested on her head, her nerves heightened, while Niji simply smiled mildly. Indeed, the trio gradually returned to their seats. "Gaara, what troubles you?" Temari inquired with concern, as Gaara trembled violently, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. "Such a powerful individual. I must eliminate him to affirm my existence." "Hiss." Kenjiro, stricken with fear, dreaded that Gaara might disregard the exam and unleash chaos. Fortunately, Gaara soon calmed himself and settled into his chair. "The Chunin exam commences now. Humph. I shall now take a moment before the exam begins to clarify a few crucial matters. Under no circumstances are you permitted to ask questions without the examiner's consent, nor may you engage in private disputes. Should you choose to fight, do not go for the kill, or I shall not hesitate to send you to the Konoha Umbu for a brief respite." Inbishi spoke coldly, his words deviating from his original intent as he cast a warning glance at Xiao Li. "Now, submit your application forms, and in turn, collect your identification tags in an orderly fashion, then return to your seats. The written examination papers will be distributed to you one by one." No. A written exam," Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, sensing 2 more waves of killing intent approaching him. The candidates took their seats, and the papers were handed out. Naruto dreaded the written exam, contemplating that he and Sasuke would have to work hard together. Sakura silently muttered, unable to quell her anxiety for Naruto. "Do not touch your papers yet. I have several points to clarify," Inbishi stated, chalk in hand, as he approached the blackboard. "There are several important rules for this examination that you need only listen to, without question. No inquiries allowed. This proclamation ignited a wave of tension among many candidates. Initially, each participant begins with 10 points. Each question is worth 1 point. This exam employs a penalty scoring system, meaning that if you answer correctly, you earn points. However, for each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. If you answer 3 questions incorrectly, 3 points will be subtracted from your total. The final evaluation will be based on the combined scores of 3-person teams. If any member of your group scores 0, or if all answers are incorrect, your eligibility for the exam will be forfeited. What? Naruto gasped, feeling as though his very life were at stake, as 2 more waves of overwhelming killing intent bore down on him. Furthermore, if any cheating or misconduct is detected during the examination, proctors will deduct points from your total. And once your points are depleted, you will lose your eligibility for the exam. Do not resort to inferior cheating methods in front of the examiners. If you wish to become a chunin, demonstrate your true abilities. Now the exam begins. You have 1 hour. Inbishi's words filled the atmosphere with a sense of oppression and tension, while only a few remained composed and unaffected. Shaoli had previously mentioned that if the proctor uttered words to instill anxiety before the exam, one could dismiss them. For the actual examination would not revolve around mere score calculations, especially the final statement, suggesting that if one wished to become a chunin, they should showcase their true skills, was an implicit suggestion to utilize genuine abilities for any intended cheating. Truly, Xiao Li was remarkable. Even mere speculation revealed so much. Tian chuckled to herself, and Niji, having discerned the underlying issues, exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Li, who had now taken to resting his head on the table in slumber. Well, since the main focus has yet to begin, I suppose I shall indulge in a brief nap. Tian soon noticed that Niji had also laid his head down, leading to her feeling somewhat speechless. As a diligent student, she was reluctant to emulate their behavior, even with the underlying issues at play, and began to write with her pencil. 2 members of a team are simply napping. How amusing. It seems the Hokage was indeed correct. This team, whether in cooperation or problem-solving, exhibits remarkable calmness. Having already noticed the discrepancies in my words, Inbishi mused inwardly. The examination hall was stifling. Some candidates had begun employing various subtle tactics. Uchiha Sasuke utilized his Sharingan to replicate answers, while Gaara employed his Sandai to cheat. Shino Aburame relied on his insects, and Kiba utilized Akamaru to intercept the information transmitted by Shino. Various ninjutsu talents emerged in abundance. While others busied themselves with the exam, Shaoli was genuinely fatigued, resting his head on the table. Earlier, he had unleashed his killing intent, necessitating a timely reprieve. The exertion of such energy drained his mental fortitude rather than physical stamina. Fortunately, he was well versed in the manipulation of killing intent, and with his current prowess far surpassing that of his previous life, he had reached a level of mastery that rendered him immune to the risk of losing control and becoming a harbinger of death. It appears I cannot afford to idle like Shaoli. I should at least attempt the questions. Niji lifted his gaze from the table, a smile gracing his face. It seemed that most candidates had recognized the problem and were now engaged in copying answers. The true purpose of this examination lay in testing their ability to gather intelligence, with the last question being the crucial determining factor. Rolling eyes. Chapter 74. The second examination. Time has nearly elapsed. Those who were meant to leave have already departed. Now, it has been 45 minutes since the examination commenced, and I am prepared to announce the 10th question. However, before I proceed, there are several rules that must be clarified. The 10th question will be revealed after another 45 minutes, and many await its unveiling. Yet, Inbishi insists on stating the rules, which inadvertently heightens the tension among the participants. Before the 10th question is disclosed, you may choose whether to take the exam or abstain. Upon reaching this point, someone hastily inquired why one would choose to abstain, as it is evident that the choice would be to participate. Silence. I have yet to finish speaking. The individual realized their mistake and promptly fell silent. One must never offend the proctor. The reason for allowing you the choice to take or not take the exam is that if you decide to partake in the 10th question and answer incorrectly, your entire group will be disqualified, and you will no longer be eligible to participate in the Chunin exams in the future. Conversely, if you choose to abstain, you will have the opportunity to take the Chunin exams again next time. What? How can this be? Are not previous candidates present? Why can they not participate in the Chunin exams again? This has never happened before. Humph. Because this time, I am the proctor, and I set the rules. If you disagree, you may choose to abstain. At this juncture, many participants felt a wave of trepidation. The prospect of being disqualified from future Chunin exams for a mere mistake on the 10th question weighed heavily upon them, while the option to abstain provided a glimmer of hope for future opportunities. Such a decision was indeed daunting. Those who chose to abstain could raise their hands, while those who wished to take the exam should remain. The opportunity is but a singular one, Bishi reiterated, and the atmosphere in the examination room became increasingly tense. After a minute or two, some began to raise their hands. After all, failure would mean no chance for retaking the exam, relegating them to the status of a genin. Each individual bore an immense burden of pressure. What to do? Shaoli is still asleep. Should I truly disregard everything? Day by day, unease crept in. Yet I chose to trust Shaoli, waiting to see what would unfold. Niji shared the same sentiment as Tian, while other candidates, lacking resolve, announced their decision to abstain. Naruto, if you raise your hand, we shall not hold it against you. After all, the 10th question presents an insurmountable challenge for you. So neither Sasuke nor I will blame you. Naruto, come on, just raise your hand. Haruno Sakura urged. Do not underestimate yourself. I shall not falter at this critical moment. Even if I am destined to remain a genin for my entire life, I will not yield, nor will I relinquish my dream of becoming Hokage. Pose the question. Uzumaki Naruto rose, his expression grave, wholly ignoring Bishi's words. His voice resonated with authority, instantly inspiring many and invigorating those who had contemplated giving up. Humph. Impressive spirit, lad. However, I shall grant you another chance. This decision will shape your lives. If you have regrets, there is still time to reconsider. Fear not. I speak my mind. Pose the question. This lad is rather remarkable. Indeed, well said. Uzumaki Naruto. No wonder he would later become one of the most formidable warriors. Such courage is not commonplace. Shaoli lifted his head, observing Naruto with quiet vigilance. Though he may be weak now, he would undoubtedly grow into a strong warrior. Naruto has chosen to disregard me. However, this aligns with his character. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, feeling helpless in the face of Naruto's resolve. Humph. This cohort of youngsters is quite impressive, especially this one with extraordinary spirit. It appears that waiting any longer will yield no results. Bishi surveyed the remaining candidates, numbering 77. Though the number was considerable, unforeseen circumstances were unavoidable. Now I announce, you have all passed the first written examination of the Chunin exams. The room fell into stunned silence, as attendees struggled to comprehend how they could have passed without the 10th question being presented. What is happening? How could we have passed? The 10th question has yet to be revealed. Confusion reigned until Bishi continued. The 10th question was simply the choice to remain or depart. Those who chose to stay have passed, while those who left have failed. Thus, you have all performed admirably. Then what was the significance of the previous 9 questions? Shikamaru queried, puzzled. Who said they held no significance? The first 9 questions assessed your ability to gather intelligence. Gather intelligence? Precisely. This examination employed a team of 3, with each individual's score contributing to the overall result, thereby increasing your burden. Simultaneously, there was the fear of dragging down your comrades. Additionally, the questions posed were exceedingly challenging. I deliberately placed 2 Chunin disguised as candidates among you, allowing for the possibility of collaboration. Naturally, those who employed inferior methods of copying were eliminated. For sometimes, information is more vital than life itself. During missions or in battle, one must risk it all to obtain crucial intelligence. Upon concluding, Bishi removed his headscarf, revealing a visage marred by burns and scars, instilling a sense of dread. If an enemy or third party becomes aware of your operations, the intelligence obtained becomes unreliable. Misinformation can inflict fatal damage upon your village and comrades. Therefore, The purpose of this examination is not merely to assess your test-taking abilities, but to impart the significance of intelligence gathering. It is not designed to eliminate the unworthy. At this point, Shikamaru interjected once more. Then what about the 10th question? The 10th question embodies the true essence of the examination, a choice between participation and abstention. This dilemma poses a challenge for many, as an individual's decision to abstain can hinder their two companions. Conversely, those who choose to participate risk being relegated to the status of a genin should they answer incorrectly. The question itself is a quandary. If you were to encounter such a situation during a mission, how would you choose between action and inaction? The mission requires the retrieval of vital enemy documents, while the enemy possesses numerous personnel and ambushes. Knowing this, how would you choose? Would you evade danger to protect your comrades, thereby abandoning the mission? Wrong. The essence of being a chunin lies in confronting such difficult choices, instilling courage in your comrades, and aiding them in overcoming adversity. This is the true meaning of being a squad leader, a chunin. Those who falter in the face of danger, placing their hopes on the next generation, are not only timid but possess an utterly feeble will. Such individuals are wholly unworthy of the title of chunin. Upon hearing Inbishi's elucidation, many clenched their fists in silent resolve. Inbishi articulated the truth. The chunin exam evaluates not only individual strength, but also the trust between team members. Finally, I extend my congratulations to you all for passing the first examination. Crash. Glass shattered as a shadow leapt through the opening. What on earth is this? Do not celebrate prematurely. I am the proctor for the next examination, Mitarashi Anko. The next test awaits you, follow me. A hush fell over the room. It seemed no one acknowledged her. Inbishi whispered to Anko, who merely scoffed, mind your own business. At long last, the second examination commences. Shaoli stretched leisurely, casting a casual glance at Mitarashi Anko, a sly smile flickering across his face. Chapter 75, The Duel of Serpents, Part 1. Before you commence the examination, I have something to discuss with you. Currently, there are 77 candidates remaining, among which only 2 hail from the Sound Ninja Village. Should we revoke their qualifications or allow them to continue? Inbishi inquired. Hondo, perplexed, wondered how there could be a duo, as the chunin exams typically require teams of 3. Not one to concern herself with trivial details, she dismissed the issue, stating, 2 is 2. I will eliminate half of the candidates in the second round anyway. It appears you are quite indifferent. The responsibility for these candidates is now yours. I shall take my leave. With that, Inbishi vanished alongside her fellow chunin. Let us proceed. Exam Site No. 44. The Forest of Death. Is the second round exam really taking place here? Shaoli pondered. Tian felt a twinge of delight as she observed him. If I am not mistaken, it truly is this place. It has been ages since I last visited. Indeed, it has been a long time, and I find myself nostalgic for those days. Niji, too, felt a sense of familiarity with the Forest of Death. This forest feels so ominous and terrifying, Sakura remarked, as the group gazed at the imposing forest before them. This place is known as the Forest of Death, and soon you shall comprehend the reasons behind its name. Hondo glared at everyone, while Naruto proclaimed boldly, Hondo, make your move. The peculiar atmosphere thickened as a grass ninja retrieved a kunai, creating an unsettling ambience. Please refrain from looming behind me with such murderous intent, else I might find it hard to restrain myself, Hondo warned the grass ninja. The latter coldly responded, I merely feel exhilarated at the scent of blood. Now, before the second examination begins, I shall distribute the consent forms for you to review. What consent forms? What purpose do they serve? Someone inquired, bewildered. Hondo cleared his throat. You are required to sign this consent form, as there is a possibility of fatalities in the second round. This is to obtain your agreement. Otherwise, should you perish for no reason, I would have no way to explain it, and that would lead to complications. Once you have signed the consent form, proceed to the tent over there to register. Hondo continued. Now, let me elucidate the rules of the second round. Just as the first round had its own regulations, so too does this one. Pay close attention. The Forest of Death is encircled by 44 locked entrances, containing forests, rivers, and rocky terrains. At the center lies a towering spire. and the journey from the starting point to the central tower spans 10 kilometers. Within the confines of limited space and time, you must seize the scrolls and reach the central tower. Scrolls? Indeed, it is a scroll competition. I possess 2 scrolls, classified as the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. You are a total of 77 participants, among which 2 form a team, resulting in 26 teams. Half of these teams will possess the Heaven Scroll, while the other half will have the Earth Scroll. To reach the central tower, you must collect both scrolls, which is the essence of this examination. Moreover, this exam is time-bound, approximately 120 hours or 5 days. You will be required to survive in the Forest of Death for 5 days. What about our food supply? Akimichi Choji exclaimed anxiously. Naturally, you must fend for yourselves. The Forest of Death is home to beasts, ferocious creatures, and poisonous flora, all of which can serve as sustenance. Depending on your fortunes. That summarizes the situation. My explanation is complete. You may now register and collect your scrolls. There is an hour of rest available. Make the most of it. Tian, Niji, it is time for us to devise our forthcoming strategy, Shaoli suggested. Since the commencement of the first examination, Shaoli had remained silent, save for the moment of violence. Upon hearing Shaoli's words, Niji and Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. With an hour to spare, Shaoli proposed, in the forthcoming exam, we must seize the scrolls from others. The Forest of Death is not unfamiliar to the 3 of us. Rather, through our previous ordeal, we possess a greater understanding of it than these candidates. Therefore, let us first eliminate the external threats. With your keen eyes, who among them do you perceive as formidable? Niji surveyed the candidates milling about. The grass ninja who retrieved the kunai earlier seems exceptional, as does the one with panda eyes. When you unleashed your murderous intent, I sensed that this individual appeared unaffected by it. Indeed, those 2 seem quite formidable. As for my earlier act of violence, it was to instill fear in the testing ground. Now, take a closer look around you. Upon hearing Shaoli's remarks, both Niji and Tian scrutinized their surroundings and noticed that some candidates eyed them warily, a mixture of apprehension and fear evident in their expressions. They suddenly grasped Shaoli's intention. It was a means to avoid unnecessary trouble. Indeed, the effect seems adequate. Therefore, our targets are twofold. One is the androgynous grass ninja team, and the other is the team led by the one with panda eyes. I trust neither of you wishes to challenge the weaker teams. Though this is a Chunin exam, what we seek is challenge and refinement to elevate our strength. Of course, this is merely my perspective. Should either of you prefer to challenge the weaker teams, I shall not obstruct you. Shaoli's words struck Tian as peculiar. Since the onset of the Chunin exams, Shaoli seemed transformed, harboring many secrets she was unaware of. Only Niji appeared to comprehend Shaoli's intentions. Nodding in agreement, Shaoli is right. Our strength is still lacking. To become formidable, we must continuously train and challenge ourselves. This is an opportune moment we cannot afford to miss. Niji felt a profound sense of urgency. Witnessing his loved ones perish while protecting him had inflicted immense pain that Tian might never understand. He resented his own weakness. Had Shaoli not prolonged the confrontation, they likely would have fallen to the hands of those powerful foes. Simultaneously, his resentment towards the clan escalated to an unforgivable level, and his furious gaze fell upon the demure Hinata Hyuga, who was shyly hiding behind Kiba. Initially timid and bashful, Hinata sensed an unusual gaze from afar. As she turned to look, she instinctively took a step back, noticing Niji and Appo's furious stare fixed upon her. Hinata, what troubles you? Kiba and Shino sensed something amiss as they followed Hinata's fearful gaze, locking eyes with Niji, which evoked an intense sense of crisis within them. Don't worry, Hinata. Shino and I will protect you and ensure he does you no harm. Kiba assured. Though self-assured, he was fiercely protective of his companions. I was merely following your lead. I will do as you say. Tian reluctantly agreed. With their opinions aligned, Niji immediately sought out the group comprising Naruto Uzumaki. I must locate them with utmost speed. ISNT that the grass ninja and the one with panda eyes? Why seek out Naruto's group? Are they particularly strong? Niji and Tian were perplexed by Shaoli's motives. Without further elaboration, Xiaoli remarked, "Finding Naruto Uzumaki will lead us to the Grass Ninja. Soon, you shall discover that the unfolding events will be quite intriguing." Chapter 76, The Battle with the Serpent, Part 2. Little Lee has always been enigmatic, and the two did not press further with their inquiries. In front of Gate 16 stood the entrance number for Little Lee and his companions. An hour slipped by, and the second round of the Chunin exams commenced. At the command of Hong Do, the participants swiftly entered the Forest of Death. Tian Tian, the Earth Scroll is with you. Tian Tian understood and sealed the Earth Scroll within the space-time scroll. After walking for a minute or two, Ningxi's expression suddenly changed. Byakugan, Little Lee, something is amiss. It seems someone is tracking us. Who is it? The one with panda eyes. It appears the situation is even more intriguing than I had anticipated, but our current objective is to locate the group of Uzumaki Naruto. Let us shake them off and start searching for Uzumaki Naruto. Agreed. The trio quickened their pace, and their speed was comparable only to that of the shadow-level disguised grass ninja. Their specialty was taijutsu, and speed was their advantage. Gaara, they are accelerating. I suggest we head for the central tower first. Although Temari was not a sensory-type ninja, she possessed some searching techniques. Upon noticing the sudden increase in speed of the three pursuers, it was clear they had realized they were being followed. Beside her, Gaara wore a cold expression, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. They wish to shake us off? Let them continue to flee. This is bad. Gaara has gone mad. Kankuro sensed the impending danger. Just upon entering the Forest of Death, Gaara ordered Temari to immediately locate Little Lee and his companions to pursue them. He understood Gaara's motivations for tracking Little Lee. He perceived a potential in Little Lee worthy of his attention. The events of the first exam had revealed that not all Konoha's lower ninjas were inept. Little Lee's group was undeniably formidable, and from him, Gaara sensed something even more terrifying than himself. Little Lee, I noticed they are increasing their speed as well. And they are not slow. We are less than 800 meters apart. Ningxi spoke again. Little Lee pondered for a moment before continuing. Can we ascertain the location of Uzumaki Naruto's group? Not yet. They seem to be veering significantly away from our direction. It appears we must exert more effort. I am quite interested in Uzumaki Naruto's group. As for the Pandoid group, let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Let us showcase our utmost speed. This forest is our domain. Little Lee's words ignited excitement in Ningxi and Tian Tian. Indeed, the trio had undergone life and death trials in the Forest of Death. Deeming it their home ground, they unleashed their fastest pace. What is happening? Their chakra fluctuations have vanished. Temari exclaimed in shock. Their speed had already been impressive. Why couldn't they catch up? Could it be that their achievements in taijutsu surpassed their own? It seems they wish to avoid contact with us, perhaps out of fear. If they truly possessed strength, they would meet us at the central tower, wouldn't you agree, Gaara? Kankuro chuckled softly, his subtle tone suggesting that Gaara should abandon the pursuit of Little Lee and wait until they reached the central tower. Upon hearing this, Gaara lowered his head, contemplating, his bloodshot eyes revealing a sinister determination as he growled. Then we shall wait for them at the central tower. I will kill them to affirm my existence. Move. Swish. 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 The trio altered their course towards the central tower. We've shaken them off. Little Lee. Excellent. Now our focus shifts to finding Uzumaki Naruto and his companions. Why are we so intent on locating Uzumaki Naruto? Their strength is not remarkable. Why the urgency? Ningxi could no longer hold back his curiosity. Because that grass ninja has an interest in Uzumaki Naruto's group, and by searching for him, we will inevitably find that ninja. I am eager to witness the strength he possesses. Is that grass ninja truly so formidable, Little Lee? Tian Tian questioned. Do you doubt my judgment? He is powerful, possibly even more so than the two shadow-level ninjas we encountered. Of course, if he were truly that strong, we would not be heading into certain doom. As he spoke, Little Lee realized he was revealing too much. He fell silent, while Ningxi and Tian Tian were taken aback. Little Lee had audaciously claimed that the grass ninja was stronger than the two shadow-level ninjas. Did that not imply he was shadow-level himself? They had always trusted Little Lee's assessments, but now doubt crept in. Yet, they dared not voice their skepticism, for they had no grounds to refute him. Even if they did, the outcome would inevitably align with little Lee's predictions, as if he possessed the gift of foresight. Meanwhile, you are not Naruto. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in terror, as he and Haruno Sakura found themselves immobilized, ensnared by Jinjutsu, and a menacing aura that rendered them motionless. I wish to see what caliber of Uchiha you possess. Damn it, Sakura has completely lost consciousness. 20 minutes later, Little Lee and Ning Ci sensed a tremendous destructive force emanating from another direction. Ning Ci activated his Byakugan and surveyed the area. Spotting 4 figures, Uzumaki Naruto was kneeling on the ground beside Sakura, while Uchiha Sasuke and a gender-ambiguous grass ninja were locked in combat. His eyes brightened as he addressed Little Lee. Found them. They are engaged in battle, approximately 900 meters in the 8 o'clock direction. Good. We need not pursue them at breakneck speed. Let us approach stealthily. After instructing, Little Lee signaled for the trio to slow their pace and employ stealthy tactics as they advanced. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Sasuke had never encountered such a powerful lower ninja, or perhaps this individual was not a lower ninja at all, but rather an infiltrator. I am Orochimaru. Remember this name. Do not fret, you will seek me out later. However, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Before I depart, allow me to present you with a parting gift. With a swift motion, a serpent's head lunged forward, biting Sasuke's neck and marking him with a cursed seal. Ah, Sasuke, an impressive little brat. You truly are that person's brother. However, you will need to endure the trials imposed by my 3 subordinates. Oh, make that 2. And I am also keen on that little brat. Provided you survive under the power of the cursed seal. Orochimaru's chilling laughter echoed. Uchiha Sasuke collapsed, and Sakura's face drained of color. With both of her companions fallen, she found herself engulfed in a bottomless abyss. Tears welling in her eyes as she cradled the unconscious Sasuke, weeping profusely. In a flash, 3 kunai embedded with explosive tags were silently launched. Just as Orochimaru intended to depart, he was startled, effortlessly dodging the attack, his expression darkening. Who dared to disrupt his enjoyment? In an instant, he vanished, and a massive explosion erupted behind him. Konoha Gale Palm. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams. Little Lee and Ning Ci closed in on Orochimaru, unleashing powerful kicks and palm strikes. Orochimaru had not anticipated a direct assault, nor the speed with which they executed their attacks, leaving no room for hesitation. He blocked Little Lee's flying kick with one hand while bending to evade Ning Ci's gentle fist strike. The 2 quickly retreated, keeping their eyes fixed on Orochimaru, who finally recognized his assailants. It's you. Chapter 77. The Serpent Duel, Part 3. I had initially intended to seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. You truly are an intriguing little imp. Orochimaru regarded Lee and Niji with a sinister grin, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace that enveloped the 2. Moments later, he chuckled. It seems that my murderous intent has little effect on you. It appears your hands are stained with blood. You know well enough. Orochimaru, Lee replied, a cruel smile adorning his face. How do you know my name? Who are you? Orochimaru inquired, taken aback. How could this little boy named Lee know of him? He had come to Konoha under the veil of secrecy, and after all these years, few remembered his name. How could a mere child of 11 or 12 be aware of his existence? Senior Lee, this man is formidable. Do not engage him, Sakura exclaimed, recognizing the arrival of a Konoha ninja, particularly one she perceived to be powerful. You must be Sakura. Take them and leave. I hope you don't witness what is to come, or I shall not hold back. Lee retorted sharply, shocking and instilling fear in Sakura. Niji, observing the exchange, added, Stop dawdling. We cannot protect while simultaneously fighting. At this moment, Sakura finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Being quick-witted, and with her 2 companions in peril, she sought to escape without hesitation, carrying Naruto and Sasuke away. My interest grows, Lee. You presume I will not intercept them. And how did you come to know my name? Has Konoha declared my status as a rogue ninja to all the lower-ranked shinobi? Orochimaru queried nonchalantly. Niji's expression shifted to one of alarm. Rogue ninja? Who exactly is this Orochimaru? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, had long been renowned throughout the ninja world. However, after his experiments with forbidden jutsu led to the slaughter of many young lives in Konoha, he was discovered and fled, becoming a rogue ninja. Niji's eyes widened as he gazed at Orochimaru, a sense of impending danger rising within him. He had heard of the legendary Sannin, each a formidable force in the ninja world. With Lee's explanation, he was increasingly convinced that the man before him was indeed at the level of a Kage. Yet, Niji could not fathom why Lee would seek out someone he clearly knew to be a rogue ninja and a Kage-level threat. Was there something amiss? He remained vigilant, eyes fixed on Orochimaru, poised for battle. I never expected that after my long departure from Konoha, there would still be those who remember me. Quite the perceptive little imp. However, it is unwise to come seeking death when you are aware of my reputation, Orochimaru said, his expression darkening. He noted that Lee remained unperturbed, devoid of any fear. This was not what he had anticipated. Was there something about Lee that he was unaware of? Orochimaru chuckled bitterly. What could a mere child possibly possess? I had originally planned to find you, but you came to me. Now, I shall test the extent of your capabilities. Orochimaru laughed menacingly. My capabilities? That depends on whether you can match them, Lee shot back defiantly. Suddenly, a black, spiky orb whizzed past Lee. He swiftly retreated as the ground shook beneath him. What should I do? Niji fretted. It certainly struck. From a distance, Tintin had thrown a landmine. Once the explosion subsided, Lee dashed into the smoke. As the haze cleared, Orochimaru's figure staggered, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Lee's eyes turned icy as he silently perched on a tree branch, his hand weaving through the air. Ming palm. The force of his palms surged forth, a powerful gust striking Orochimaru, sending him reeling. Lee leapt into action, but when he realized that the figure he had sent flying was merely a wooden dummy, his expression remained unchanged. Niji understood that their adversary was formidable. He activated his Byakugan. Lee, I'm right below you, Niji shouted. Just then, Orochimaru's androgynous voice echoed from below. Hidden shadow snake hands. 5 black. Glimmering serpents surged upward, their fangs bared. Lee inhaled deeply, then shed the weight on his legs, preparing to hurl it at the snakes just as he vanished from sight. Crash! The 200-pound weight struck the serpent's head, surprising even Orochimaru. As the smoke dissipated, only Orochimaru remained, calmly observing the reemergence of Lee and Niji. I never expected someone so young to bear such substantial weight. You surpassed the Uchiha brat by far, Orochimaru remarked, increasingly impressed by Lee, albeit for his own purposes. Lee shrugged nonchalantly. If you wish to measure our strength, you should demonstrate your own abilities, lest you tarnish your illustrious Sannin title. Sharp-tongued, are we? Soon, you shall taste the bitterness of defeat. Orochimaru hissed, throwing 3 kunai embedded with explosive tags. Lee and Niji reacted swiftly, retreating as the kunai whizzed past. However, by the time they assessed the explosion's aftermath, Orochimaru's figure had vanished. This is bad. Tintin, they exclaimed. He's fast, body flicker technique. They were aware of Tintin's hiding spot, but Orochimaru was also cognizant. For a Kage-level ninja's senses surpassed the ordinary. Annoying little imp. Your throwing technique is commendable, yet your reaction time leaves much to be desired. Orochimaru's voice whispered ominously in Tintin's ear, sending chills down her spine. Tintin lunged with a kunai, but Orochimaru effortlessly restrained her wrist while gripping her throat. 8 trigrams palm. Niji shouted, recognizing the technique as he launched himself forward with blinding speed. Orochimaru smirked coldly, pulling Tintin closer as he evaded the attack. Niji was taken aback, realizing that a Kage-level ninja would resort to using a hostage as a shield. You have truly deteriorated to such a state, Orochimaru. Lee mocked, now beside Tintin, his fist clenched. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful strike, the shockwave resonating through the air. Orochimaru's ears rang, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lee darted to Orochimaru's side, grasping the hand that held Tintin, causing Orochimaru to falter. Niji quickly lifted Tintin into his arms and retreated, but she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. You would do well to choose your words carefully, little imp. or I may just lose my patience in Indio. Orochimaru Chapter 78, The Battle of Snakes, Part 4. In an instant, the aura of the two combatants erupted. An essence that could only be emitted by those who have attained a certain level of strength, a presence that only the formidable possess. While Shaoli may not be deemed a strong warrior, in his previous life, he was undeniably a powerhouse, having survived countless battles and brushes with death. Despite lacking the strength of a true warrior, he possessed a warrior's heart, filled with an unwavering resolve to ascend to greatness. Remarkable, to withstand my pressure. You have piqued my curiosity. Show me the extent of your prowess. As you wish. Their figures vanished, and this time, Orochimaru chose to engage Shaoli with pure taijutsu, eschewing the use of ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Though Orochimaru was not a specialist in taijutsu, his extensive experience in combat and survival through 2 wars had honed his physical abilities far beyond those of many who dedicated themselves solely to the art. His movements were as serpentine and unpredictable as the creature he embodied. Shaoli, even while burdened, already surpassed the speed of an average ninja. Once he shed his weights, his velocity surged 3 to 4 times over, yet Orochimaru was still able to keep pace. Their skirmish became a blur. A high-intensity battle where the best martial art to employ was the snake fist, silent and elusive, much like Orochimaru himself. Behold my snake fist. Is it I or you who resembles the true serpent? The ground trembled as their forms flickered beneath the great tree. Neji, witnessing such a fierce clash, felt his blood boil with excitement as he observed Shaoli's extraordinary growth, surpassing him entirely. Thanks to his Byakugan, he could perceive their positions. But the intricacies of their strikes eluded him. Orochimaru's attacks were straightforward, but Shaoli's movements were a tempest, too intricate for even Neji's keen sight to comprehend. Take this. As Orochimaru contemplated, his expression suddenly shifted, realizing he had momentarily lost focus in their duel. Despite Shaoli being far from his equal, he could not afford to underestimate him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Shaoli launched a punch directly at him. Thud! The fist met flesh, and a portion of Orochimaru's disguise peeled away, his lips quivering slightly. This punch possesses an unusual force, penetrating into the flesh and damaging the very cells. What an extraordinary form of taijutsu. Could it be the gentle fist? Orochimaru mused, casting a glance toward Neji, only to dismiss the thought. The gentle fist strikes deep within. While it does harm the surface, its range is limited. This boy, however, could inflict damage on a cellular level without relying on the Byakugan, truly an impressive talent. I am eager to discover just how formidable your taijutsu is. Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Initially, his goal had been to capture Sasuke Uchiha, but now Shaoli had also captured his attention. The boy's excellence was undeniable, though the absence of a bloodline limit was a slight disappointment. Had he possessed such a lineage, he would undoubtedly have gone to great lengths to take Shaoli with him. I must admit, I underestimated you. In the realm of taijutsu, you seem to have the upper hand. Of course, I have survived this long for a reason. My taijutsu has only reached 80% of its potential. Now, prepare yourself. Orochimaru warned with a mix of mirth and caution, signaling his intent to unleash his true physical prowess. Shaoli, unfazed, regarded him with disdain before calmly responding from his perch on the tree trunk. Show me your true abilities. I fear you not in taijutsu. Very well. Let us continue. True to his word, Orochimaru accelerated, moving faster than Shaoli. Shaoli steadied himself, revealing a kunai, and in a flash, their figures vanished amidst the chaos of their battle. The clash was both brutal and magnificent. Blood splattering in the air as their silhouettes danced, their speed far exceeding that of ordinary J-Nin. How astonishing! Is this truly the Shaoli I know? Why do my hands tremble? This is the essence of a true warrior. Why do I, Hyuga Neji, feel so feeble? Neji, consumed with a mix of frustration and admiration, watched the fierce exchange, his blood surging with excitement. Suddenly, Shaoli was sent flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth, his body marred with countless wounds. Yet, his eyes gleamed with exhilaration, the thrill of genuine combat, raw and unrefined, far surpassing any ninjutsu or jinjutsu. For the first time, He felt an overwhelming rush of joy in battle, a satisfaction that delighted even Niji, who was tasked with looking after Tenten. Orochimaru reappeared, his attire tattered and bloodied. Remnants of kunai wounds littering his form, though none were fatal. His fiery gaze fixated on Shaoli. This boy was truly entertaining, inciting a primal urge within him. I must admit, you are remarkably strong. I have never encountered such prowess among the lower ranks, nor even amongst higher ninjas. I acknowledge your taijutsu, but now I shall employ my ninjutsu, as that is my true forte. Orochimaru's genuine admiration for Shao Li was evident. Such recognition from a formidable warrior was a testament to Shao Li's strength, which was all the more impressive considering he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy. I never anticipated that my own taijutsu would fall short of yours. No wonder you are a shadow-level powerhouse. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly. However, I am not solely reliant on taijutsu. I possess skills in other areas as well. With that, Shaoli retrieved 5 specially crafted kunai from his pouch, casting them in 5 distinct directions. Orochimaru's expression shifted from curiosity to shock as he recognized their form. Could it be? Indeed, I have mastered that jutsu. Come, our battle is far from over. Prepare to witness my true capacity. Orochimaru, no longer hesitating, understood the gravity of the situation. If Shaoli had indeed mastered that jutsu, it would be a formidable challenge, as it was a technique renowned for both its lethality and its escape potential. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Niji, take Tenten and retreat. Shaoli commanded. Understanding that his presence would only hinder Shaoli, Niji swiftly whisked Tenten to a concealed location. As Shaoli faced the impending great breakthrough, he closed his eyes, hands moving to form seals. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Shaoli vanished, reappearing atop one of the kunai embedded in a tree. His expression was a blend of relief and bitterness. The might of the Flying Thunder God technique was undeniable. He had succeeded in mastering it just days ago, but it was not a skill that could be executed flawlessly every time. The training was exceedingly rigorous. And since acquiring the technique, he had tirelessly trained both of his shadow clones without rest. Fortunately, his innate talent had not failed him, allowing him to succeed at last. Orochimaru was left astounded. This boy truly wielded the Flying Thunder God technique. He knew well the harshness of its training. Just establishing a location marker required immense mental fortitude. This child was indeed extraordinary. If it were an experienced Nin executing the technique, he would not be as astonished. But the fact that a mere genin could accomplish such a feat left even seasoned shadow-level ninjas in awe. Who taught you the Flying Thunder God technique? I recall it being deemed forbidden in Konoha. Orochimaru inquired, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Chapter 79. The transaction The Realm of the Unconscious is no jest. Orochimaru's fleeting expression of greed was swiftly seized by Lee, who was acutely aware of Orochimaru's keen interest in the sealing scrolls of Konoha, which contained the ninjutsu of every formidable ninja in its history, some of which were deemed extraordinary, such as the reanimation jutsu. Engaging in battle with Orochimaru would be an unwise endeavor, a truth Lee understood well. His own strength was insufficient to defeat him. Even with the 8 gates opened, he would remain no match. Killing Orochimaru would require power akin to that of Itachi Uchiha. Suddenly, Lee burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. I am under no obligation to inform you how I learned this jutsu. Rather, with the Flying Thunder God in my possession, what can you do to me? Lee's audacious demeanor irked Orochimaru, yet he dared not underestimate him. Previously, he had dismissed Lee as merely a practitioner of taijutsu, but now, armed with the Flying Thunder God, the situation had changed. Orochimaru realized he had less than a 10% chance of killing Lee. Should he fail, Lee's future growth would pose a significant threat to him. Perhaps you consider me too benevolent. I may not be able to kill you, but I can eliminate them, such as that Hyuga brat, for instance. Orochimaru coldly retorted, shedding his earlier arrogance. Kill them? You might want to give it a try. If you dare to kill them, I would not hesitate to eliminate Sasuke Uchiha. Lee shot back. What did you say? Orochimaru fumed. For Sasuke was a crucial pawn in his future plans against Itachi. I would dare to kill your subordinates in front of the proctor. Why would I hesitate to eliminate a mere Uchiha Sasuke? Do you think I am the kind of person who shows mercy? Orochimaru paused, realizing that if it were anyone else, he would not have dared to utter such threats. The first exam was vivid in his memory, where Lee had indeed killed someone. Presenting a plethora of rationalizations that left the proctor speechless, Orochimaru's expression twisted in disbelief. He never anticipated being threatened by a mere child. What do you truly desire? Are you not afraid I might actually kill you? Facing Orochimaru's invisible aura of menace, the leaves around them fluttered violently. Lee, akin to a solitary vessel navigating against a fierce river, spoke calmly. If you truly wish to kill me, it would require considerable effort on your part. I have come to seek your interest in certain matters, and naturally, such interests demand tangible compensation. Lee continued unhurriedly, and upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This child was utterly inscrutable, claiming to possess something of interest to him. Could it be the Flying Thunder God? So you seek to negotiate, is that it? Why not say so from the start instead of prolonging this conversation? Orochimaru replied, had it not been for the first exam and my subsequent display of strength, would you be standing here, conversing with me? How could a shadow-level ninja regard a mere genin? Orochimaru was taken aback, and even Niji was astonished. Did you plan this from the beginning, waiting for this moment? Pretty much. How could I attract your attention without eliminating your subordinates? If I did not showcase my taijutsu, how could I pique your interest? And if I did not reveal the Flying Thunder God, how could I instill caution in you? Am I not correct? Lee smirked. Indeed. You possess both strength and intellect, little one. I find myself wishing to recruit you as a subordinate. You are truly a talent. Unfazed by Orochimaru's praise, Lee declared, enough of this idle chatter. I wish to make a trade. Intrigued, Orochimaru inquired, what trade? Lee pointed towards Niji, who felt utterly bewildered. Orochimaru too was at a loss, wondering why Lee was pointing at the Hyuga boy. He is from the Hyuga clan, as you should discern, and he is the heir of the branch family. My request is simple. You must undo the caged bird seal upon his forehead. Indeed, Lee's objective was the release of Niji's caged bird seal, a task that only Orochimaru could accomplish in the world of Naruto. This man had studied innumerable forbidden techniques, and he was likely familiar with the caged bird seal. Upon glancing at Niji, Orochimaru turned away, stating coolly, the caged bird seal is no simple matter. I am powerless to assist. Lee, however, remained unconvinced, responding in the same tone. If I were to offer you the spirit transformation technique, would you be able to help? Should Orochimaru have said he could attempt it, Lee would have exercised caution. Instead, Orochimaru's declaration of incapacity was clearly a ploy to gauge Lee's worthiness for trade. The spirit transformation technique. You cannot possibly know this jutsu. Who are you? Orochimaru exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that this mere child was aware of such an advanced technique, one that involved the soul detaching to conduct assassinations. Orochimaru, whose own soul power had been waning after several body transfers, was now seeking remedies. If he could acquire the spirit transformation technique, it would greatly advance his research into the soul. Conversely, while others may struggle with the caged bird seal, he had studied it extensively to control his subordinates. Orochimaru's eyes shimmered with desire. Lee recognized that Orochimaru was indeed intrigued by the spirit transformation technique. While he could also exchange the Flying Thunder God, doing so would relinquish much of his leverage, rendering him passive. In the grand scheme of their negotiation, the value of the spirit transformation technique far outweighed that of the Flying Thunder God. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is your interest in the spirit transformation technique. Can we proceed with this trade? Lee countered. Certainly. To demonstrate sincerity, you must allow the Hyuga boy to accompany me for a month before returning him to you. Orochimaru stated. Lee scoffed. Orochimaru, can you refrain from such childish jesting? Allowing him to accompany you could very well lead to you placing some forbidden technique upon him. My proposal is not to execute the trade now, but rather to defer it until later. We have many matters yet unresolved, and I will contact you when the time is right. Niji, overwhelmed by the implications, could hardly fathom the situation. Lee had approached Orochimaru for his sake. Deep gratitude welled within him. Regardless of Lee's intentions, he would follow him without hesitation. Fortunately, Tintin had fainted, unaware of their conversation. So you mean to defer the trade of the spirit transformation technique as well? Orochimaru and Appo's voice turned icy. Lee, having produced a scroll unbeknownst to him, calmly remarked, "Here is the scroll for the spirit transformation technique. Take it." Orochimaru had intended to forcibly take Lee if he refused to surrender the technique. To his surprise, Lee handed it over so readily. Orochimaru grasped the scroll, puzzled, while Neji felt a sudden surge of anxiety, fearing what might happen if Orochimaru changed his mind. Remaining composed, Lee continued, "I trust you will not act rashly. This is a transaction, and one party must show sincerity. Since I came to propose a trade, I shall be the first to demonstrate good faith." "Ha ha, what an amusing little boy. You are Lee Rock, correct? This is highly entertaining. I accept the spirit transformation technique. And you should take this." Orochimaru then tossed a black scroll to Lee, who caught it effortlessly. "When you wish to find me again, simply unravel the seal within the scroll," Orochimaru instructed. Exchanging a knowing glance, Lee and Orochimaru were suddenly alerted by unusual sounds in the distance. "It appears the Umbu are approaching. I must take my leave, but before I go, I am curious. Why do you wish to assist the Hyuga boy with the caged bird seal?" Shaoli smirked coldly. "Do you not wish to witness how the branch family heir, freed from the cage and Appo's constraints, confronts the main family? How amusing it is that we share the same perspective. I too have pondered this. Until we meet again." With a repugnant and bizarre serpent-like laugh, he departed. Hu Shaoli exhaled a breath of relief. Chapter 80. The failed conspirator Neji swiftly carried Tintin and Lee away from their original location. No sooner had they departed than 7 or 8 figures, masked with pet-like visages, emerged behind them. The remnants of battle indicated that at least 7 individuals had been involved. Among these figures, one quickly deduced that they were dealing with a sensory-type ninja, as the chakra fluctuations lingering in the air had not yet dissipated. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and the pursuit of Orochimaru's trail continued, with Akatsuchi having already set off ahead. One man, adorned with a Tengu mask, proclaimed, "Yes." Whoosh. The group departed with remarkable speed, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Lee, Tintin, and Neji were still on the move, albeit at a slower pace, as Tintin remained unconscious. Lee had expended a significant amount of chakra, and if their stalemate continued, the outcome would be dire. Thankfully, members of the Umbu had arrived just in time. "Do you think Orochimaru can be trusted?" "I can't shake this ominous feeling," Neji remarked. His first impression of Orochimaru was one of disgust and malevolence. Lee replied, "Orochimaru is, in fact, a complex individual who revels in madness. However, those who indulge in such insanity often harbor deep stories. He is undeniably powerful, a schemer, yet not a wise strategist. One could say he is a failed conspirator." "Your words confuse me. How can he be both a schemer and a failed sage?" Neji struggled to comprehend. Lee continued, "Imagine you are a madman. Would you bargain with your enemies?" "No." "Exactly. If he is indeed mad, why would he negotiate with us? That is the crux of his failure. Such individuals reveal that deep down, they are not truly insane. It's merely a facade. Thus, he is a failed madman. The schemer within him is overly self-assured, believing he has everything under control. In truth, while he thinks he is manipulating others, they are equally aware of his every move." This reminded Lee of Orochimaru and Itachi. As he had said, while Orochimaru plotted against Itachi, Itachi was also scheming against him. Ultimately, Itachi emerged victorious, for his strategies surpassed those of Orochimaru. His understanding of Sasuke was far more profound, leading to Orochimaru's total defeat. His arrogance stemmed from believing we would not dare deceive him, as he possessed both power and intellect. He held the pride of a strong man but lacked the wisdom of a sage. Fortunately, his interest in us provides leverage for this transaction. Neji grasped the profound implications of Lee's analysis, realizing its depth and significance. But if he were not interested in us, would we not lack any bargaining chips? After some contemplation, Neji responded, "We possess considerable leverage. I have the ability of spiritual transformation, a significant asset. Furthermore, there is Uchiha Sasuke. My intention to confront him is to demonstrate my strength, to prove I have the capability to eliminate Sasuke. These are two substantial bargaining chips. He may believe he cannot kill a fellow villager, as it would mark him as a rogue ninja. However, my first exam was to convey that anyone who attempts to stop me, even Uchiha Sasuke, will fail. Impressive. So you were strategizing from the outset. If that shadow-level ninja were to fall victim to your machinations, I would not find it surprising, Lee remarked. Such a strategy transcended mere calculation. It was a contest of wits. Neji considered himself a genius, but in comparison to Lee, he felt insignificant. Isn't that frustrating? Yet you still require time. The caged bird cannot be freed so swiftly, for our time is limited. Lee advised Neji, I understand. For now, we must await the moment when we possess sufficient strength. I am pleased with your thoughts. Additionally, I possess the Flying Thunder God technique. It must remain confidential. Lee insisted earnestly. Neji acknowledged this, realizing that at present, he was relying on Lee, whose secret was invaluable. Nevertheless, we must find a suitable place to rest. I am rather fatigued. Agreed. That clever little brat has managed to ensnare me in his schemes, Orochimaru mused, lying against a large tree, contemplating his recent dealings with Lee. Since the commencement of this Chunin exam, Lee had been orchestrating plans against him, even in ignorance of the situation. Few were privy to Orochimaru's whereabouts. Could it be that his subordinates had betrayed him? This seemed implausible, for his followers were unwaveringly loyal. Yet what could have led this boy to discover his presence? Utilizing spiritual transformation to broker a deal? Orochimaru found himself in need of a technique related to soul research. Yet he could not fathom how a mere child could threaten him. Such a person must either be swiftly recruited or eliminated. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes flickered as he retrieved the scroll containing Lee's offer, the technique of spiritual transformation. Just as he opened it, a small white note fluttered out, bearing a single character. That character sent a tremor through Orochimaru, his teeth grinding in anger. After a moment, he regained his composure, crumpling the note into shreds. Impressive, little brat. I hope our next meeting brings another surprise. As he muttered this, several shurikens whistled through the air. Orochimaru recognized the presence of his old acquaintance, Akatsuchi, and a sinister hiss escaped his lips. The following day, in the Forest of Death, many teams had perished, while some hastened toward the central tower, and others lay in ambush. Tintin awoke from her slumber, recalling how Orochimaru had ruthlessly ensnared her in a jinjutsu the moment he captured her. Upon awakening, she immediately inquired about her companion's conditions, receiving only vague reassurances. The trio did not rush their journey, instead searching for their team. However, they found themselves at a loss, as it seemed every other team was deliberately avoiding them. This led Tintin to berate Lee, lamenting that without the heavenly scroll, they could not continue in the Chunin exam. This is your fault. You frightened so many people in the first exam that now no one dares approach us. Tintin fumed. I recall you saying you did not wish for any trouble. I merely acted on your advice. You cannot blame me. Lee defended himself innocently, which brought a hint of warmth to Tintin's irritation. Yet, in her feigned anger, she ignored him. Neji then interjected, we need not be overly anxious. The teams with the scrolls are likely making their way toward the central tower. There will undoubtedly be many who converge there. If we arrive early and intercept one of those teams, we can acquire what we need. At our current pace, we can reach the tower in about 4 hours. Neji was correct. The true battleground of the 5th day in the Forest of Death lay before the central tower. Many had likely anticipated this strategy, and reaching that point would naturally lead them to other teams. So it can be approached this way. Very well, we shall follow your lead. There is no need to stress. Let us consider this a leisurely stroll. With 3 days remaining, we can hunt beasts and enjoy barbecues, akin to a camping trip. Lee suggested with a light-hearted chuckle. Is that wise? Others are fighting fiercely for the scrolls while we indulge in barbecues? Tintin expressed her concern, aware that the Forest of Death was no ordinary place. Come now, we shall heed Lee's suggestion. A barbecue sounds delightful, as we are indeed worn out. Let us treat it as an outdoor excursion, Neji concurred. Ningji wholeheartedly agreed. You too. Never mind, I concede to you. Every day feels like a deflated balloon, leaving me speechless. Chapter 81. Akai's Fury in the Hokage Office. Imbishi submitted a document regarding the first examination, which included a report on the incident involving Xiao Li's alleged act of violence during the exam. The third Hokage, frowning as he examined the intelligence in his hands, believed that Xiao Li, based on his understanding of the young ninja, would not act so recklessly. Standing before him were several J-Nin, all teachers supervising this year's Ch-Nin exam candidates. Upon hearing Inbishi's report, they could hardly suppress their amusement. Xiao Li's behavior was excessively extreme, audacious to the point of folly. However, behind such audacity lay a surprising depth, as Xiao Li had managed to invoke righteousness to coerce the proctor, a phenomenon unprecedented in previous examinations. "Rukyu, please step forward. I wish to hear your perspective," the Hokage called out. Rukyu's figure appeared outside the window, and he approached the Hokage, bowing respectfully. Calmly, he stated, "Based on Inbishi's report, I can only conclude that Xiao Li must be monitored. If things go awry, he may become another Orochimaru." Rukyu's insight left everyone present in shock, including Kakashi and Akai. Akai felt a pang of discomfort. After all, Xiao Li was his beloved disciple. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "Xiao Li's actions may have been extreme, but we cannot deny that he acted to uphold the honor of Konoha." Rukyu regarded Akai, understanding his feelings. Yet he was the voice of wisdom for Konoha. He needed to strategize for the village's safety. Shaking his head, Rukyu continued, "In past missions and based on Xiao Li's conduct, we have observed that he is a composed individual, endowed with remarkable planning skills. However, after the recent border mission, I discerned a duality in Xiao Li. He is both talented and dangerously unpredictable, reminiscent of the former Orochimaru. Yet, while Xiao Li is not Orochimaru, the latter possessed a fearsome power even in his youth, exhibiting rebellious tendencies. Once Xiao Li reaches a certain level of strength, he may soar to unprecedented heights, much like Orochimaru, becoming reckless and unrestrained. I must respectfully disagree with your assessment, Rukyu. Orochimaru is Orochimaru, and Xiao Li is Xiao Li. Xiao Li's trust in his comrades is not akin to Orochimaru's. If we impose surveillance on Xiao Li, we risk transforming him into another Orochimaru. This matter requires careful consideration," Kakashi interjected. He recognized Xiao Li's actions were indeed extreme, yet ever since Xiao Li had spoken to him, he felt as though he had glimpsed another version of himself. Moreover, Xiao Li was the student of his friend Akai, and he felt compelled to support him, both personally and professionally. Akai, visibly agitated, cast a grateful glance towards Kakashi. "This is truly troublesome." The third Hokage, exhaling smoke from his pipe, felt a sense of helplessness. Just then, the office door opened, and an elderly figure slowly entered. Tuanzong. The J-Nin bowed in unison, recognizing the leader of the Umbu. His arrival surprised many, including the third Hokage, who felt perplexed by his presence. Tuanzong nodded slightly, stating, "Kakashi, your perspective lacks experience. As Rukyu mentioned, any potential threat must be monitored, as it may pose a risk to Konoha. Thus, I concur with Rukyu's assessment. If you find the situation burdensome, perhaps it would be best to entrust Xiao Li's case to the Umbu. Their existence serves to eliminate threats to the village." Tuanzang's words stirred a tempest among the gathered J-Nin, prompting gasps of shock, particularly from Akai, who was seething with anger. For any seasoned J-Nin, the implications of entrusting Xiao Li to the Umbu were alarming. The third Hokage gazed solemnly at Tuanzong. While it might indeed be prudent to hand this situation over to the Umbu, doing so would deeply disappoint Akai, who had shown unwavering loyalty to the Hokage's faction. Furthermore, Xiao Li was his cherished disciple. The third Hokage had not anticipated Tuanzang's intervention at this critical juncture, which echoed the previous situation involving the Nine Tails. The prior surveillance of the Nine Tails had caused Naruto immense suffering, and the third Hokage felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards the fourth Hokage. Subjecting Xiao Li to similar treatment would be a betrayal of Akai. Tuanzong asserted that the situation had not yet escalated to warrant Umbu intervention, emphasizing that the current priority was Orochimaru, who had infiltrated Konoha. "You should mobilize the Umbu to search for Orochimaru," the third Hokage advised calmly. As the two leaders conversed, the other J-Nin dared not interject. Tuanzang's expression remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by the third Hokage's words. I am already aware of Orochimaru's situation, and your umbu has been dispatched. In light of Xiao Li's circumstances, the best course of action remains with the umbu, as your methods are simply too lenient. This proposal is not solely my decision. It has garnered the approval of several higher-ups, Tuanzang stated. Two elderly advisors, Torikiri Koharu and Mito Kamen, emerged from behind the door, approaching the third Hokage. They spoke in unison, devoid of joy or sorrow, as Tuanzang has indicated. It is best for the umbu to handle the situation concerning Xiao Li. Moreover, the umbu's resources are currently focused on Orochimaru, leaving no personnel available to monitor Xiao Li. Allowing the umbu to execute this task is the most prudent course of action. Torikiri, Mito you. The third Hokage began, but Tuanzang interjected. I am not coercing anyone. I am merely stating facts. We all seek the safety of Konoha, and the decision to involve the umbu has received consensus from several upper echelons. The opinions of Tuanzang, Torikiri, and Mito were such that even the third Hokage, despite his authority, could not act unilaterally, as the responsibilities of the Hokage were numerous. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the gathered J-nin, particularly Akai, whose heart felt as though it were being pricked by needles. He could find no outlet for his distress and only cast a gaze of hope towards the third Hokage. However, the Hokage's decision to turn Xiao Li over to the umbu left Akai utterly despondent. Is this truly the right course of action, Hokage-sama? Akai's voice echoed through the office, reverberating with incredulity. His outburst left everyone in stunned silence. As most were well aware of Akai's nature, he was typically lighthearted and optimistic. To witness such fury from him was astonishing, especially in the presence of the Hokage. This was the first time the third Hokage had witnessed Akai's anger, and it sent a chill through him. Akai's gaze held no malice or rage, only a sense of unwillingness and dissatisfaction. Akai, please remain calm, Kakashi urged, placing a hand on Akai's shoulder. However, the moment his hand made contact, a jolt of energy coursed through him, reminiscent of the force he had felt during his confrontation with Xiao Li. Could Akai possess such strength? The situation was dire, and the third Hokage found himself at a loss. To hurt a loyal subordinate who had devoted years to Konoha, especially one whose father had died protecting the village, was a grave error. The third Hokage began to realize that handing Xiao Li over to the umbu would be akin to pushing him into a bottomless pit. Akai, do not be agitated. Trust that the Hokage has his own considerations. Please, calm yourself, Rikyu implored. At this moment, Asuma stepped forward in an attempt to dissuade him, as their close bond with Akai urged them to intervene. However, Akai remained utterly unresponsive to their pleas. After a silence that lingered for a minute or two, the fury on Akai's face dissipated, replaced by an expression of serene composure as he addressed the third Hokage. I apologize, Lord Hokage, for my rudeness, but I must express this. You are cornering a man, driving him towards his demise. Lee once told me, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they provoke me, even from afar, I will exact my vengeance. There is another sentiment you may find unpalatable, which Lee professed. As long as Konoha does not betray me, I shall not betray Konoha. With that, Akai turned away without a glance at the others, departing and leaving the third Hokage and the elite shinobi in a state of contemplation and disquiet.